how we intend to move Atlanta closer to Dr. King's dream of the beloved community. This is a mission made possible because we are no longer settling for business as usual. Dr. King said the time is always right to do what is right. Well, that time is now in the city of Atlanta. Dr. Bernice King, my sister, you are right. Mission possible. We can do this and we will do this together. God bless you all. Amen.
To my sister, Reverend Bernice King, the King family, stand up, King family. Give them a great big round of applause. Sisters and brothers, it is always my honor as senior pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church to welcome you to this ecumenical service. In days like these, I have been thinking a lot about something said to me by our great sage, whom we are blessed to have still with us, Reverend Congressman, Mayor, Ambassador Andrew Young. He's not here, but he's here. Ambassador Young said something to me that I've been thinking about a lot these days. He said that when they managed to pass the Civil Rights Bill into law, Martin Luther King Jr., Andy Young, and his lieutenants went to see Lyndon Baines Johnson. Helen, you know the story. The president was elated, feeling very proud that he had managed to pass the civil rights law, and they were happy too. But Dr. King, being the no-nonsense kind of leader that he was.
What's up, Ike? What's up, Seven
Thank you very
Still?
much. I need a voting rights law.
Reveal.
It was always Dr. Durley mission focused. Dr. King said, we need voting rights right now, Mr. President. And the president kept saying in various ways, you're right, Dr. King, but I just don't have the power. I don't have the power to get that done right now. And they left the meeting. The staff was feeling all demoralized, feeling all dejected, and they began to say to Dr. King, what are we going to do? The president says he doesn't have the power. Dr. King sort of shrugged his shoulders and said, well, if the president doesn't have the power, I guess we're going to have to go and find him some power. I like that story. Without position or pedigree, without political office, this Baptist preacher who knew in whom he believed, the source of his strength and the strength of his life, said, we're going to go and get the president some power. That's what Selma was all about. And so in these dark days, in these terrible times, I just came to remind you that power does not come from the top down. It comes from the bottom up. It's not about the people in power. It's about the power that's in the people. Are you ready? Are you ready? And so I'm going to work for you as hard as I can. That's what I've been doing. But you cannot outsource democracy. You cannot outsource transformation. And so in this moment, here's what they're trying to do. I don't have to go through all the policies. You know that you've witnessed the largest transfer of wealth from the bottom to the top in American history. They have militarized our streets. Here's what they are really trying to do. They are trying to weaponize despair and convince us that we are at war with one another. They're trying to weaponize despair and convince us that we are at war with one another. If they achieve that, if they manage to weaponize despair, they will convince us not to fight. And the only way to win is to fight. And if we fight, we will win. Because power doesn't come from the top down, it comes from the bottom up. You must set the context for the change that you want to see in the world. And so I'm inspired this morning by our neighbors, by ordinary citizens who are standing up in this moment in Minneapolis and all across the country. They're saying these streets do not belong to you. This is our democracy. Renee Good could have stayed in her house. But in the best of the civil rights struggle, she literally put her body on the line and she paid a high price for it. Now they're trying to malign her name, but you cannot bury good. Truth crushed to earth will rise again. And so stand up in this moment. Do not feel sorry for the immigrant communities as if this does not touch you. If they can show up in an apartment building and begin to zip tie children and separate children, if they can stop you and ask you to prove that you belong, all of us are imperiled. We are tied in a single garment of destiny, caught up in an inescapable network of mutuality. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. We must stand up in the best of the nonviolent tradition of the civil rights movement and remind those in power that this nation belongs not to those of us who have been elected. It belongs to the people. Are you ready? So I see what the Trump-Vance regime is up to. They're trying to divide us. He said that because of the civil rights movement, white people were treated very badly. It was a reverse discrimination. These were the words of the sitting president of the United States of America. Because those who have no vision, traffic in division, they don't know how to lead us. They're trying to divide us. The economy is bad. They're trying to distract us. We will not be fooled. And as they engage in the petty politics, we will not be discouraged. They closed the parks today to free admission on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Tore down the east wing of the White House in order to build a monument to himself. The truth is, the parks, the White House, the streets of this country, these things no more belong to him than that Nobel Peace Prize that somebody gave him the other day. They belong to the people. And real leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. don't seek recognition, they seek transformation. And so don't be discouraged, sisters and brothers. Every now and then when I feel discouraged, I'm reminded of what Martin said to his lieutenants. We got to get the president some power. And so when you see my parishioner, God bless his memory, John Lewis, and Hosea Williams crossing that bridge, They are answering the president's question. Brute force is on the other side of that bridge. And yet they kept on marching. Billy clubs under the color of law waiting to brutalize them to death, and yet they kept marching across that bridge. Who are we to give up? I'm so glad that John Lewis and Hosea Williams kept marching across that bridge. I'm glad that Amelia Boynton Gass on that bridge kept marching across that bridge. But not only did they walk across a bridge, they built a bridge, and a kid who grew up in public housing in Savannah, Georgia, walked across that bridge into the United States Senate. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Keep on marching. Keep on praying. Keep on working. Keep on struggling. Keep on protesting in nonviolence and with love, and we will win.
I'm here to briefly introduce the Korean Children's Choir and the legacy. The message of Dr. King is far-reaching. Even though I live miles away and oceans apart, our school children study about the life of Dr. King, especially since we live in a divided state in Korea. His message of hope and reconciliation speaks volumes to us. It is with great pleasure and honor I bring to you the children's choir all the way from Korea. They flew 15 hours to be here. Please join me in welcoming the children.
It looks like the station is having audio sounds. I tried to look for other videos, and it's the same thing occurring. So no, that's
thank God that music and messages of hope and of love and of unity have no borders. Beautiful. Powerful tributes to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And those tributes will come from S.E. Cup of CNN and Off the Cup at iHeart. We will then hear from Dr. John C. Maxwell, founder of the John Maxwell Company. We will then hear from Carmen Perez Jordan, bridge builder, organizer, and cultural strategist. And following Carmen Perez Jordan, we will hear the Ministry of Music from Mark Gutierrez, a medley of Made a Way and Trust in God. And y'all have blessed me this entire year, Mark Gutierrez and family. So I'm so grateful. SC Cup, won't you please come?
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here with you all on this historic and beautiful day. I'm thrilled to look around this room and see a lot of familiar faces, a lot of young faces, a lot of faces that are young at heart. I'm here today with 3 generations of my family, my 70-something years young parents, and my 11-year-old son. Thank you. It was important to me to bring them all here, not only to witness this important event and hear from all of you who have so generously invited us into your church, but because these generations are in many ways the answer to what is ailing us as a nation, as a society, as a community. I view my work in journalism as a kind of ministry. I aim to serve as a conduit between those in power and those outside of it, to be a voice for the voiceless. It's challenging work, but it's fulfilling. But I'll admit, over the years, my work in politics and journalism has grown heavy, dark, discouraging, disorienting. That's because it feels like we no longer want to talk to one another, to really hear from one another. It feels more like we want to talk at one another. And when we do hear each other, it feels like it's become more important to identify heretics instead of converts. We are increasingly defining ourselves more by who we say our enemies are than who we say we are meant to stand up for. I think a huge part of that is that we're losing our connection to the generations before us and after us. There was a time, I don't have to tell many of you, when the younger generation, full of vim and vigor and curiosity, would lean in, get close, listen to their elders, their grandmas and grandpas for wisdom and advice. They'd sit at their feet and lean in real close to hear their histories they lived, sometimes painfully. And at the same time, our elders would look to our youth for hope, for the future, to keep plugged in, to keep them young. And those of us straddling the 2 generations would encourage these intergenerational conversations.
We're only saying positive things about Martin Luther King's birthday, but go ahead, buddy.
See, wait, you say Martin Luther King birthday? Is it today, CT?
Yes, and we're only saying positive things about his life and his birthday.
Okay. I won't troll. I just want to sing happy birthday. You know, I wouldn't even do that with Steve Wonder.
Go ahead, buddy.
But salute to you, CT. But I just want to say real quick, that clip you just showed, I was about to get triggered.
Get out of here. All right. Have a good one. Have a good one, man. I rock with you, man. Have a good one, buddy. Have a good one. We're only talking about positivity today. Don't tell me you're about to get triggered. Just talk. We're only talking about positive things today about MLK and his birthday. Salute to you, Vanta. Here you go. There you go.
Protesting college student. Imagine what they could learn from each other. Or imagine the conversation between the great uncle who was jailed for speaking out against his government and the elementary student today whose library books are being banned. Imagine what they could learn from one another. I promise you, our lack of understanding, our lack of empathy for one another is not just an issue of left versus right. It cannot be. Our elders knew this. It's an issue of deeper connection to our roots, our history, where we came from and where we want to go. It's not just in the grandma who doesn't know what a Nintendo Switch is. It's in the grandson who doesn't know what happened at Auschwitz or on the Edmund Pettus Bridge or on 9/11. Ronald Reagan said that freedom is never more than a generation away from extinction. We don't pass it on to our children in the bloodline. It must be fought for, protected, handed on for them to do the same. Or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was once like in the United States when men were free. That feels so relevant today. And Dr. King knew it then. He said, human progress never rolls in on the wheels of inevitability. It is on us to tell these stories. And being here in church, in service and community with you all reminds me of just how many incredible stories there are yet to be told. I can see it on your beautiful faces. I can see these stories in your calloused hands. I can see them in your blistered feet, in your history, in the work you've already done. I can see the histories that need to be told. So tell them to your children. Tell them to your children's children. Tell them to your parents and your grandparents. Tell them so we don't forget. Tell them so we can remember who we are again. Tell them so we can come back together. Thank you.
In American history, there have been great speeches. Perhaps in the 1700s, the greatest speech would have been Patrick Henry's. Give us liberty.
What's up, man?
Nothing, CT. Nothing. I'll tread lightly.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. So what can you learn from Martin Luther King Jr. and his birthday, buddy?
No jokes aside. I mean, he did open the way for, integration, maybe? Integration. Can I say that, CT?
Yes.
Integration. Okay. I mean, I've a lot to criticize about MLK, but for this one time, I would say the positive, integration.
Okay.
What else? Damn, I can't say too much, CT, because his ideology of mine is completely opposite. So, what do you want from me, CT? What do you want from me?
I'm just asking you to say something positive about Martin Luther King Jr.
That's the only positive I have. Integration.
And what's so good about and why do you champion integration?
Why do I champion integration? Because I get to be here on the panel talking crazy, CT. I don't know. CT, real talk. I'm gonna be funny. I'm gonna be funny. His ideology and mine are completely night and day. I don't know what can I say, CT? What do you want me to say, CT? What do you want me to say? Do you want me to fake the funk?
I just want you to be positive about Martin Luther King Jr. You could be objective, I mean, but just today is we're honoring his birthday.
I mean, he had a great, okay. You know what? Actually, CT. I remember my earliest birthday. I remember Stevie Wonder singing the Happy Birthday song. You know the Happy Birthday song for MLK. Maybe that's the only positive I have. But Happy Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Yeah, that was my earliest as a little kid in the KFC, buckets and cakes and all that, babble with family. Maybe MLK helped Steve. He inspired Steve Wonder for that song. And that's the only good thing. I don't know, CT. What do you want from me, CT? I'm trying to be fair, CT. I'm not here to troll. I'm not here to clown. I didn't even know it was MLK's birthday, CT. I really didn't know that until you told me. I didn't know. CT, I didn't even celebrate my own birthday, CT. I didn't even celebrate my own birthday.
I didn't even ask you about your birthday. I was asking you
exactly.
Speak about Martin Luther King or MLK.
Oh, Boondocks, maybe Boondocks. You know that episode in Boondocks.
Why don't you expound upon integration? You said that is one thing that
integration. Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
Go ahead.
So, as much I think people should be segregated, in my heart of hearts, I think for now, MLK did some good where he did bring in the blacks and whites together. He combined them. Has it been positive? I would say 60% yes, 40% no. But so far so good, CT. Am I lying, CT? So far so good. The blacks and whites are currently coexisting. They're currently coexisting, kinda, barely. Everything's going good. Everything's functioning. America's still functioning. You guys are trying to take over Greenland. You guys are still the American hegemony. So far, so good. However,
what can a guy like you learn from Martin Luther King or MLK?
What can I learn from him? What can I learn from him? MLK. Because I'm mostly a Malcolm X guy. MLK. Ooh, CT, that's a hard question, sir. I'm trying, CT. I'm trying very hard. Shit, I have no answer, CT. I'll be honest with you. No answer. CT, I'm Malcolm X.
You don't believe you can learn anything from MLK?
No, I can't do it. I'm more Malcolm X. I think I'm more Malcolm X minded, where I think people should be focused on their own group, making up their own markets, focusing on what do you call it, the black, what's it called, the black market, what do you call it, black America. God damn, my brain is broken. CT, I'm not being funny, CT. Okay, wait, I'll flip that question on you, CT. Can you help me? What can I learn from MLK? CT, help
it's not about what I think, it's about what you think.
No. I want you to help me. Help me, sir. Help me. I'm here trying to learn. I come on your panels. I come on your channel to learn.
I'm asking you. What can you learn from MLK? Did you learn about MLK in school in the United Kingdom?
Yes, I did. But guess what, CT? When I left school,
he spoke about peace.
CT, come on, CT. I don't believe in the whole come together and the whole Million Man March and we all need to be one. CT, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in the utopia. I don't believe in black and white can be one. It's impossible, CT. I'm very nihilistic. I'm very misanthropic. I think white people should be just white and black people should be black. Separate. CT. Black dollar, white dollar. Separate. CT.
Well, let me get back to you. Let me get back to you. Yeah, let me get back to you.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Or the hundreds of other awards that he had received. Rather, he said, I'd like somebody to mention that Martin Luther King Jr. tried to give his life by serving others, tried to love somebody, tried to feed the hungry, tried to clothe those who were naked, to visit those who were in prison, tried to love and serve humanity. Say that I was a drum major for justice, a drum major for peace, a drum major for righteousness. Through his words and action, it is clear that Dr. King wanted people to remember him in the fact that I did try. I did try. I did try. And today we honor a man who not only tried, but did. God bless the memory of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Good afternoon. It is a profound blessing to gather in this sacred space where faith was preached with courage, where truth was spoken with love, and where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. pastored a people into history. This sanctuary has always understood something essential, that faith is not meant to stay inside these walls. What is spoken here is meant to be lived out there. So my prayer today is that these words do not linger in this room, but move with us into our homes, our streets, and our communities. That they call us not only to remember, but to respond. Dr. King understood that remembrance without responsibility is empty. He never separated faith from responsibility. He never separated love from action. He taught us that the beloved community is not a slogan we admire, but a life we commit to through courage, discipline, and a deep moral obligation to one another. And standing here today in this sacred space, we are reminded history is not something we honor with our words alone. It is something we carry forward with our lives. For 20 years, I've had the privilege of working alongside the great Harry Belafonte, a man who took Dr. King's teachings seriously enough to treat them as an assignment. Mr. B, as we affectionately called him, did not believe in admiring Dr. King from a distance. He believed in continuing his work by standing with the vulnerable, challenging the systems of oppression, refusing to let comfort replace conscience, and showing up in radical solidarity. He insisted that every campaign, every mobilization, every act of leadership be grounded in Kingian nonviolence. He taught us that the moral leadership is not about comfort or convenience. It is about responsibility, and reminded us again and again that our work was not simply to resist injustice, but to build the beloved community his dear friend Dr. King envisioned. And the truth is this: every generation is given a moment when the values it celebrates are tested by the choices it makes. This is one of those moments. For generations, people have looked back on history and spoken with certainty about who they would have been or what they would have done. We say we would have stood on the right side of justice. We say we would have resisted oppression when it was unpopular, inconvenient, or dangerous. But history is not shaped by what we imagine we would have done. It is shaped by what we are willing to do now. We no longer have the luxury of placing ourselves in another time. The question before us is how we show up today, how we protect our neighbors, how we care for our children and our elderly, how we confront hatred in all its forms, and how we respond when fear is used as a tool to divide. This moment demands moral clarity. Dr. King warned us that a nation can lose its way, not all at once, but slowly, through indifference, silence, and the erosion of responsibility. He spoke of a spiritual sickness, a weakening of our collective conscience. Today, we see the signs of that sickness when conviction stops at expression, when what we believe never moves beyond what we say, when outrage replaces relationship, when we mistake posting on social media for participating in the hard work of change and words for the work itself. Dr. King taught us something deeper, that justice is built through connection, through sacrifice, through shared struggle. It is a way of life, one that shapes how we think, how we speak, and how we act towards one another. Dr. King gave us both principles to live by and steps to act upon, a moral framework and a practical path. Kingian nonviolence calls us to confront injustice honestly and directly, while refusing to surrender our humanity in the process. It asks us to resist violence in all its forms, physical, verbal, emotional, and spiritual, and to choose actions that heal rather than harden. The goal was never to defeat people, but to dismantle the systems of oppression and build the beloved community. This kind of nonviolence requires discipline and courage. It requires love strong enough to hold people accountable while still believing in their humanity. This is not abstract work. It is the work before all of us. Building the beloved community requires grounding our movements in nonviolence, preparing our communities and young people to lead with integrity, and examining even those we disagree with through the lens of reconciliation. Commitment to nonviolence goes far beyond quoting Dr. King. It is a daily practice. It is a discipline. It is a responsibility. And it is a responsibility that is always being witnessed. Our young people are watching us. Tonight, today, my children are watching me, Dom and Jay. They are learning how we respond to conflict, to disagreement, to fear. Violence may feel easy, believe me. Writing people off may feel justified. Nonviolence asks more of us. It asks us to slow down, to see one another fully, and to make sure that we continue to choose love even when it costs us. So today and throughout this week, we will hear Dr. King's words quoted. We will hear his dream invoked. The deeper question is, how are we fulfilling his unfinished assignment? How are we practicing his teachings in our homes, our communities? How are we preparing the next generation to lead? How are we choosing community over isolation and solidarity over silence? Dr. King believed in love, and not just any type of love, but that agape type of love. He believed that justice pursued with discipline and compassion could bend the arc of history. That belief.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, CT. She mentioned agape kind of love. What does she know about Greek levels of love? She mentioned agape.
I don't know,
that's
but that's
one level of.
Yeah, but that's not. I don't think that's.
But CT. My issue with these people, right? These are the same people that say, no, CT. Hang tight. If you want to play the video, go ahead. I'll explain the officer. But I'm just saying, these people are the same people that hate MAGA. They hate conservatives. They promote violence.
She didn't say she hated MAGA. Do you have proof she hates MAGA?
But CT,
do you have proof that? Wait a minute, hold on for a second. Do you have proof she hates MAGA?
I did not say her. I said these people, the ones who say they're all about all love and this whole, MLK love. These are the same energy. Because
why don't we just listen to the speech, man?
Okay, fine. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah,
Carry
no
on.
problem. Because you're kind of giving her.
No. I have opinions. But go ahead.
Yeah, we're trying to be positive today, man, about MLK's birthday, buddy.
Oh my
What's
God.
up, Gibby? Salute, Gibby. There we go.
What's up, buddy?
Shalom.
Oh, you're not asking me no questions.
I fix my eyes on you. If you say
you want me?
do it.
Well, how about this, Vanta? Why don't you sing then? Can you sing? You're laughing. Can you sing?
She low. Never mind. I can't sing for this. City, can you sing? By the way.
No, I can't sing at all. That's why I didn't laugh.
I can't sing too. Actually, I can sing, but
Okay.
Come on, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You always make a way. You will make a way. You always make a way. And I won't fear tomorrow, 'cause you're already in it. My hope and my future, thank you, God, is already written. Yeah. Because you are God, no matter the odds, the outcome is always the same. The words on the pages, the promise you made us, still have the final say. You will make a way. You always make a way. Oh, and you will make a way. You always make a way. Can I get a witness this morning? You will make a way. You always make a way. I know you will. You will make a way. You always make a way. Oh, I know you will. Woo. And I believe you will. Can I get a witness today that our God makes a way? Come on, can I get a witness that he makes a way out of no way? Sing this. Nothing's too hard for you. Impossible's what you do. And I know you've got this too. Impossible's what you do. Say, nothing's too hard for you. Impossible's what you do, my God. And I know you've got this too. Impossible's what you do. Say, nothing's too hard. Nothing's too hard for you. Impossible's what you do. And I know you got this too. Impossible's what you do. Say, nothing's too hard. Nothing's too hard for you. Impossible's what you do. I know you got this too. Impossible's what you do. And you will make a way. You always make a way. Oh, and you will make a way. You always make a way. And you will make a way. You always make a way. You always make a way. You will make a way. You always make a way. Listen. So I trust in God, my Savior, the one who will never fail. He will never fail. Sing it. I trust in God, I do. My Savior, the one, my God, who will never fail. trust in God, my Savior, the one who will never fail. He'll never, never, never fail. One more time. Come on. I trust in God. I trust in God, my Savior, the one who will never fail. He will never fail. And I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. That's why I trust Him. I've gotta trust Him. I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. One more time. I sought the Lord. One more time. That's why I trust Him. That's why I trust Him. I sought the Lord. I sought the Lord. Yes, He did. Yes, He did. He heard. That's why I trust Him. That's why I trust in God. Sing it. My Savior, the one who will never fail. He will never fail. As one big choir, come on. I trust in God, my Savior, the one who will never fail. He will never fail.
What's up, Skywalker?
My Savior, the one who will never fail. He will never fail. I trust in God. Amen. Amen. Glory to God. Glory to God. Oh, God. Yes. Some of y'all thought God didn't hear you. He thought you didn't hear your prayer. You sought God for healing. You sought God for strength. You sought God for grace. God hears your prayers. The activist soul needs to be reminded that God hears our prayers. That's how mountains are moved. That's how ways are made. That's how justice prevails. And that's how hope never dies. Woo! Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Hopelessness gives way to injustice. But when hope lives, justice can rise. The activist soul needs the well moments like that. We give God great thanks. We give God great praise. I'm sorry, y'all, I'm trying to move this on, but I've sought the Lord before. I've sought the Lord before. And he heard and he answered. The same God yesterday, today, and forevermore. I give God great thanks. I'm moving, Dr. King. I'm moving. So y'all got to work with me. I'm going to ask you, as I acknowledge all the wonderful dignitaries in this place, that you hold your applause. Please hold your applause, because I have a long list of folk. So I'm going to get going. I'd like to acknowledge all the faith leaders. Please stand wherever you might be. Hold applause. Just stand, and I'm going to go down the long list. Elected officials, please stand. College, university presidents and deans, please stand. We are so grateful that you're with us. Corporations, foundation, and business leaders, please stand. Members of media and entertainment community, welcome. Civic and community leaders, please stand. Bridge builders, organizers, yes. Ground crew and foot soldiers, won't you stand? We also have in our midst the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, His Excellency, Haile Mariam Desalegn, won't you please stand? Oh, wonderful, wonderful, Her Excellency. Chair of the National Panhellenic Council of the Divine Nine, Dr. Stacey N.C. Grant, won't you please stand? All right, this day couldn't be possible without our
Now I
King Center
know
partners.
why
Won't
you want to
please
watch
stand? Our
this.
King Center
That it
partners,
was right
our
for
King
that.
Center team, the King.
Hang tight for me. Thank you so much. D5 with the $100 super chat. Shout out to MLK for standing for something and risking his life for an idea. God bless any American that does as well, regardless of disagreement. And I would have to definitely agree with you. And thank you so much, D5. Salute to you, and positivity is definitely coming to you and your family. And yes, MLK, whether we agree with him or not, his ideology or not, he did fight for something. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Guys, give D5 a big thumbs up, $ sign emoji. Let me give you a must be the money. Here you go. Thanks so much. Thank you so much, D5. Thank you so much. Here we go, guys.
Somebody. We are so grateful that we are all in this space together. And now is our time to honor the legacy of Coretta Scott King. It is truly because of her that we are here today. Her remarkable partnership with Dr. King resulted not only in 4 children who continue to carry forth the mantle of this work, but she was also the president and founding chair and chief executive officer of the King Center for Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change. And perhaps her greatest legacy after establishing the King Center itself was the massive educational and lobbying campaign that established this holiday today. And to further tell and share her legacy, we are going to invite Miss Sierra White, who is a 7th grader at the Coretta Scott King Young Women's Leadership Academy. And following her, we will hear from our students again in their excerpts from Dr. King's book, Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos or Community? Miss Sierra White.
Imagine a nation where every difference became a doorway and not a wall, built by hatred, discrimination, and fear. A nation where its people are led by peace, compassion, and a genuine love for community and courage. That was Mrs. Coretta Scott King's vision. And today, that vision has become our mission. Greetings and grand rising to all distinguished guests, everyone here at the esteemed Ebenezer Baptist Church, and those joining us through local and international outlets. I am Sierra White. A fearless 7th grade student leader of the Coretta Scott King Young Women's Leadership Academy. Where every student learns that true leadership is not about power, but about serving and uniting. The kind of leadership that Mrs. Coretta Scott King modeled every day of her life with grace, strength, and an unwavering commitment to justice and community. After studying such astounding leadership through the teachings of Mrs. King and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that there are currently no kings leading this country. We are living in a time when headlines are echoed with shutdowns, unrest, and uncertainty. But we must stand firm in faith, not fear. Our mission, our very possible mission, is to build up our community and unite our nation non-violently. Through empathy, through courage, and through voices that rise instead of rage. Need I remind those in power that protesting against cruel acts that restrict our voices, our freedom, and our simple right to live is not an act of violence. It is not chaos and corruption. It is consciousness grounded in the belief that our voices are the voices of change. It is the sounds of people refusing to be erased, refusing to allow our history to be rewritten by those with limited vocabulary. In the words of Mrs. Coretta Scott King, I must remind you that starving a child is violence. Neglecting school children is violence. Punishing a mother and her family is violence. Discrimination against a working man is violence. Ignoring medical need is violence. Contempt for poverty is violence. We will no longer stand for it, ladies and gentlemen. I am making our mission clear. This is our call of action. As I stand here on this monumental platform this afternoon,
CT.
may my words plant the seed.
Yeah. Why are you interrupting?
No. She said the call to action. Did I hear that right? She said call to action. Is that not a against your constitution, Mr. CT? Call to action to violence?
I don't know. She's literally just said nonviolence.
She's civil disobedience. What are you talking about?
No,
Dude, are you living in your own imagination? Buddy, are you high on helium again? Have you been huffing balloons?
Actually, I don't huff balloons, Gimpy. I don't do that. I chew cuts.
How about this? Why don't we wait to the end of this ceremony?
Okay, fine, CT. But
I mean, because
I'm hearing
the ceremony is painful.
Well, yeah. I'm gonna crash out. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, for being that elegant and vocal leader so many years ago. That has allowed me to be the leader I strive to be today. The mission is very possible, and we will not stop until the mission is accomplished non-violently. Thank you.
But by the way, is this live, CT? Is it live currently? Active?
Yes.
Or...
Yes.
Okay.
Where do we go from here? Chaos or community? By Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., 1967.
A final problem that mankind must solve if we want to survive in the world house that we have inherited is finding an alternative to war and human destruction. One of the most persistent ambiguities we face is that everybody talks about peace as a goal. But among the wielders of power, peace is practically nobody's business. Many men cry, peace, peace, but they refuse to do the things that make for peace. One day we must come to see that peace is not merely a distant goal that we seek, but a means by which we arrive at that goal. We must pursue peaceful ends through peaceful means.
President John F. Kennedy said on one occasion, mankind must put an end to war, or war will put an end to mankind. Therefore, I suggest that the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence become immediately a subject for study and for serious experimentation in every field of human conflict, by no means excluding the relations between nations. But true nonviolence is more than the absence of violence. It is a persistent and determined application of peaceable power to offenses against the community. And in this case, the world community. It is not enough to say, we must not wage war. It is necessary to love peace and sacrifice for it. We must concentrate not merely on the eradication of war, but on the affirmation of peace. Somehow, we must concentrate not merely on the eradication of war. We must transform the dynamics of the world power struggle from a nuclear arms race, which no one can win,
to a creative contest to harness man's genius for the purpose of making peace and prosperity a reality for all the nations of the world. The stability of the large world house, which is ours, will involve a revolution of values to accompany the scientific and freedom revolution engulfing the earth. We must rapidly begin the shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society. When machines and computers, profit motives, and property rights are considered more important than people, the giant triplets of racism, materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered.
Our only hope today lies in our ability to reclaim the revolutionary spirit and go out into a sometimes hostile world, declaring eternal opposition to poverty, racism, and militarism. With this powerful commitment, we shall boldly challenge the status quo and unjust mores, and thereby speed the day when every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain.
A genuine revolution of values means that our loyalties must become ecumenical rather than sectional.
Every nation must now develop an overriding loyalty to mankind as a whole in order to preserve the best in the individual societies.
We can no longer afford to worship the God of hate or bow before the altar of retaliation.
The oceans of history are made turbulent by the ever-rising tides of hate. Therefore, the first hope in our inventory must be love is going to have the last word. We still have a choice today: nonviolent coexistence or violence co-annihilation. This may well be mankind's last chance to choose.
I want to give a big shout out to JC with the $5 super chat. He said the Nobel Prize Committee loves bestowing the Peace Prize upon Black people to keep them calm and docile. Mandela, Bishop Tutu, and Malcolm X. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Salute to you, JC. Salute, man. Here we go.
CT, are you subjecting us to a Guantanamo Bay level torture, CT? What is this, bro? What is this sickness?
What are you talking about?
This is not America, man. This is the opposite side of America. I want America of the true America. This is like more. This is more like the destruction of America, the downfall of America. What are you projecting?
The destruction of America is a group of teenagers that are talking about love.
Yes, CT. This is sick. It is disgusting, CT.
It's disgusting to hear well articulate children.
Articulate.
Talk about
low
love.
IQ monkeys. All I hear is monkey. Bro,
I didn't hear that at all, to be honest with you.
I think the world was better under the British Empire. If this is the American Empire, CT,
350.
God damn, the world is cursed. The world is cursed, CT.
Okay. Let's play some more of this.
No, let's carry on. Let's observe. Watch the downfall of America. Observe the downfall of America.
Yeah, fair enough. I think everybody's entitled to their opinion. L says, CT, how long do we have to tolerate this MLK ceremony? All day, L. Salute to you, man. Positivity's definitely coming your way, but here we go.
To make them possible.
So you're not going to ask me what we can learn from MLK, man?
I was going to ask you afterwards, but what can you learn from MLK?
Dude, that's so easy, dude. We can learn to appreciate coke-fueled orgies filled with white prostitutes. That's the most important lesson we can learn from MLK.
Oh, I wonder who promoted that, Gimpy. I wonder who promoted that.
Can we be positive today about MLK?
I'm being very positive.
Okay.
I am positively.
I'm positive, but I'm not. But that shit is HIV.
Vanta, can you shut up for 5 seconds, dude?
No, Gimpy, no.
Do you sniff meth before you come up here?
I tried to be civil. Gimpy. But there's
you
HIV
can't even handle 10 seconds of silence,
AIDS, bro. This is AIDS level.
Can we stop saying the AIDS word, please?
I'm sorry.
YouTube.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm crash out.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Yuden.
Yeah. Again, like I said, I'm making a very positive statement, I feel, of what you can learn. Like, that's the most important lesson, sir.
All right, well, let's get back to the video.
Transformative $1.2
I feel all these people miss it.
Development initiative, bringing housing, healthcare, education, arts, and community renewal together in one vision. Dr. Bernard's influence reaches far beyond the church. He is a trusted voice on faith and culture, a former president of the Council of Churches of the City of New York, and a counselor to civic and national leaders. Recognized by Crane's New York Business, Ebony Magazine, and major New York publications, his leadership continues to shape conversations that matter. He's a dreamer of the day through his current work. He is completing a spoken word album with Sony, producing the documentary Amazing Grace through ARB Media, and preparing a major 2026 book release with Simon & Schuster, accompanied by an international tour. He is also the host of the A.R. Bernard Show, where faith, leadership, and culture meet in thoughtful dialogue, grounded in scholarship as well as practice. Dr. Bernard holds a Master of Urban Studies and a Master of Divinity from Alliance Theological Seminary, along with multiple honorary degrees. Please join me in welcoming a dreamer of the day, a visionary leader, and a servant to the global community, Dr. A.R. Bernard.
What's up, Cash Flow Hustles with the $5 Super Chat. Salute to you, buddy. Happy MLK birthday. Salute to you, man. Happy Monday to you. Suggestion. Can you play a documentary of his life story as opposed to church hymns, spirituals, and children's speeches? Yes, I was playing this because this is live, but I will play that afterwards. Thank you so much, Cash Flow Hustle. Salute to you, buddy.
As he comes.
Jesus, you're the center of my joy. All that's good and perfect comes from you. You're the heart of my contentment, hope for all I do. Jesus, you're the center of my joy. When I lost my direction, you're the compass for my way. You're the fire and light when nights are long and cold. Oh, in sadness, you are my laughter that shatters all my fears. And when I'm all alone, your hand is there to hold. Well, my joy, all that's good and perfect comes from my oh, Jesus, you are the center. Oh, you know why I find pleasure in the simple things in life. You're the music in the meadows and the stream. The voices of our children, how family and home. Yeah, the source and finish of my highest dream. the center of my joy. Oh, Jesus, you are the center of my joy. You're everything. You're my joy and Savior. You're my you're the center of my joy.
You ain't shit, TT. You ain't shit, bro. TT, you ain't shit for this.
Hold on for a second.
You know, it's something when the singer comes up before you and sings you preachless. I'm going to try to do the best that I can. And then I had to follow a 7th grade powerhouse. But I promise you I'll be brief, no matter how long it takes. To my esteemed colleagues in ministry, the dignitaries that adorn the stage and this audience, to the shepherd of this house, the Honorable Senator Raphael Warnock, sir, thank you for what you're doing for us in D.C. To my dear and longtime friend and sister, the Reverend Dr. Bernice King. To the amazing audience that have been with us all day, I bid you grace and peace in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Dr. King said, there's nothing more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. He went on to say that we have a responsibility to be intelligent. I don't know about you, but I've never witnessed this degree of sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity in my lifetime. The rhetoric in our nation is an insult to our intelligence, especially when they try to convince us that right is wrong and wrong is right.
I mean...
So I'll speak to you respectfully today as intelligent people who know right from wrong, who understand moral clarity and refuse to be told that the sky is green when you know it's blue. I'm reading from a text in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 32, verse 7. It reads as follows. Remember the days of old. Consider the generations past. This verse is part of what is called the Song of Moses, a poetic song that God gives to Moses to share with the people on the tail end of 40 years in the wilderness. They're about to enter the promised land. Most of that generation from the wilderness has died off, and a new generation has emerged to take the vision forward. It is a song, which is interesting because in the ancient world, a song made it easier to remember history. So they would pass it from one generation to another, but often put it in the form of a song. And the song would function as a witness and summary of Israel's journey over the last 40 years. It would also function as an affirmation of God's justice, faithfulness, and mercy in their lives throughout their journey. But it also would serve as a warning not to forget what they experienced and how God brought them through. The verse emphasizes that memory is essential to faithfulness. Because Israel's identity was rooted in their historical context and the historical acts of God on their behalf. Forgetting the past would rob them of the courage that they needed to face the future. If you notice, Moses emphasized the word remember, which in the Hebrew is the word zakar. And it's not just mental recall, nor nostalgic reflection. The word involves a bringing something to mind with the intent of acting on it. The word speaks of re-entering the story, re-entering the history in a way that governs how you live now. There's an interesting saying that goes that over time, history becomes legend and legend becomes myth. In the context of that phrase, which tends to be a paraphrase of the original, it is not meant with skepticism. However, the phrase does capture the idea that memory, story, and truth can fade and transform across generations unless that history is preserved with integrity. At first glance, it sounds harmless, even poetic. But today I want to speak to you from that phrase as a prophetic warning. The prophetic is predictable to the future, but primarily analytical to the present. Because the prophets of old would analyze the spiritual, moral, social, political, even economic condition of the society, get a word from God, and then speak into that condition. If the people listened, then there was no need for prediction. But if they didn't listen, then the prophetic became predictive. You see, how we remember determines who we become. Because history, when it is fresh, it's often painful. It has names, faces, scars. It tells the truth about what happened and who suffered. But over time, there is this temptation to soften the edges, to tell the story without the blood, to keep the triumph and discard the trauma. and eventually history is not transformed into wisdom, it's erased. Brothers and sisters, erasure is not healing. Silence is not peace. And forgetting is not forgiveness. We are living in a moment. We are living in a moment. And one moment can change the destiny of a people, of a nation. But we are living in a moment where America is being tempted to forget the painful truth of its Black history. Slavery being renamed as labor. Segregation reduced to a footnote. Racial terror explained away as exaggeration. And the ongoing effects dismissed as ancient history. This is irresponsible historical revisionism. And it's not about protecting innocent children. It is the distortion, manipulation, and denial of historical facts driven by ideological, political, and apologetic agendas. It's revising history to protect the innocence of the perpetrator. But innocence built on amnesia is not virtue. It is denial. And the Bible never calls God's people to forget Egypt, to forget exile, to forget the cost of freedom. In fact, Scripture commands the opposite. Remember, lest you forget. When a people skip history and rush to myth, something dangerous happens. The myth becomes false. Freedom without oppression, unity without justice, and progress without repentance. And that kind of myth does not heal a nation. It hardens the nation. Because unremembered justice does not disappear, it returns. It returns in broken systems. It returns in mistrust. It returns in cries of those still bearing the cost. And one of the reasons that Black history survived the continued attempts to erase it and will continue to survive these attempts to erase it is because it lives in more than textbooks. It lives in songs. It lives in sermons, in stories told at kitchen tables and church pews, in bodies that remember what paper tried to forget. This memory is not about bitterness. It's about truth. And truth, Jesus tells us, is what sets us free. God never heals by erasing wounds. God heals by resurrecting them. And this is why when our Savior Jesus rose from the dead, he identified himself to his disciples who couldn't recognize him by his scars. Because the resurrection did not erase the past.
I don't know. It went out.
I don't know what happened. I thought you ended it.
They lost the broadcast. Let me.
Thank God that was by divine intervention. Thank you, God.
Here we go.
Thank you,
Look at where he
Allah.
brought me from.
Oh my God.
The cross was not forgotten, so Easter could happen. The cross was remembered, transformed, and redeemed. And that is the pattern presented by our text. If America is ever to become the kind of nation it claims to be, the path is not forgetting, erasing, or revising. The path is remembering, and remembering rightly. Tell the full history. Honor the suffering. Name the sin. Lift up the courage. Commit to repair. Because only then can history become legend. Only then can legend become a myth that tells the truth. Not a story of innocence, but a story of repentance, resilience, and redemption. Someone asked me, how do you feel about the state of affairs in America, especially when it comes to people of color, those who have been marginalized and disenfranchised throughout history? I said, I'm excited. Because when someone takes hold of our narrative and tries to rewrite it, it means we must now step up. Take hold of our own story, take hold of our own narrative, and make sure that it's told truthfully, rightly, accurately. What is your story? What is our story, Reverend Bernard? I'm glad you asked. We were born with a history already written. Pages stained in blood, backs broken on fields, names erased, then replaced. But still we rise, still we feel. We are Black folk in America, and we are still here. First came the ships, iron on skin, language lost, dignity stripped, but still we sang. In rows of cotton and cypress shade, our hands bled hope, our soul escaped through spirituals and prayers. They couldn't change. We were auctioned, but not forsaken. Whipped, but not broken. We look Pharaoh in the eye through our enslavers' glare with dreams of exodus in every midnight run. Emancipation rang, but it wasn't a full song. A chorus of promises quickly silenced. Reconstruction, brief. Jim Crow, long. We stepped off the plantation and into a system designed to never let us go. Lynch mobs wore their Sunday best. Poll taxes asked for literacy tests, demanding an education we were never allowed. We built cities, Black Wall Streets, only to watch them burn. They promised separate but equal never showed up. And still we labored, still we multiplied, still we prayed, because faith was the only inheritance they couldn't take away. We marched in Selma, Montgomery, and Memphis. We preached like Martin. Our voice thundered like Malcolm. We fought with fists raised in Mexico City, with afros in Oakland, with a dream in D.C. And when they silenced our leaders, we spoke louder. When they beat our bodies with clubs, our souls stood straighter. The system cracked. The laws shifted, but the fight was not over. We walked into boardrooms, but we were followed in stores. Graduated Harvard, but still fit a description. We smiled wide so they wouldn't see us as a threat. We put on a suit, but the target was still on our chest. They asked, why are you angry? Why can't you just move on? Because trauma doesn't have a clock. Pain doesn't forget names. And every traffic stop still feels like a gamble. But we love this country, even when it doesn't love us back. We fight for this country, even when it places its knee against our neck. We are the children of survivors, the echo of those who refuse to die. We are rhythm, we are scar, we are sermon, we are brilliance born in dark places. From George Floyd's breath to Barack Obama's mic, to our grandparents' quiet dignity, we carry them all. Because our history is American history. We are the people they overlook, the people they fear, the people they imitate, the people they need. But most of all, we're still here. Not because we were welcomed, but because we endured. Not because we were accepted, but because we refused to disappear. We are Black folks in America. Our story is not a tragedy. Our story is a testament. And we are still here. This is our story. This is our song, praising our Savior all the day long. Why, Reverend Bernard? Because we are still here.
CT, is it done? Or is there more?
How would I know if there's more? I'm not there. I don't know.
CT, I'm on crash out, CT. I'm on crash out mode. If there's more, I will listen. But if it's done,
okay, hold on. Let's see.
Okay.
And I don't know what you're crashing out for. I think it's a great ceremony, to be honest with you.
Really? Are you for real, CT? Okay. Let it be done.
I stood to echo the words of the prophet Isaiah 61 verse 7. Instead of their shame, they shall have a double portion. I need you to say this with me. I'm going to teach you a song really quickly. Say this. It's a little hood, but I need y'all to go with me. Say, God gonna give you double. As a matter of fact, turn to your neighbor. Tell them, God gonna give you double. Say triple for your trauma and all the other drama you had to endure. Okay, one more time. Say it. God gonna give you double, triple for your trauma, and all the other drama you had to endure. If you believe that's the word of the Lord, get on your feet, clap your hands, give him praise. Let's go. We going out of here like this. Come on. I need you to move a little bit. Come on. I need you to clap your hands right here. Come on. Listen to me. I know you think you left your best days behind. I know it took a lot for you to stay alive. You double, triple for your trauma, and all the other drama you had to endure. If you believe that's the word of the Lord, get on your feet, clap your hands, give him praise. Let's go. We going out of here like this. Come on. I need you to move a little bit. Come on. I need you to clap your hands right here. Come on. Listen to me. I know you think you left your best days behind. I know it took a lot for you to stay alive. Listen, but God saw you and he held you down. God kept you. Things about to turn around. Let me prophesy. Listen, you haven't seen your best days. You haven't seen your best days yet. Listen to me. It's gonna blow your mind when you see what God has for you. Listen, God gonna give you double, triple for your trauma, and all the other trauma that you had to. God gonna give you double, triple for your trauma, and all the other trauma that you had to endure. Double. Everybody say. Y'all got it, church? Say, God gonna give you double. Double. Everybody say, I got one more verse for you. You've been waiting. You've been praying. You've been behaving. Yes, even denying your flesh. You fought your cravings so you wouldn't cave in to that thing you hated, so you could stay in the will of the Lord. Now let me prophesy. You haven't seen your best days. Tell your neighbor you haven't seen your best days yet. Listen, it's gonna blow your mind when you see what God has. Y'all sing with me. God gonna give you double, a triple for your trauma that you had to endure. God gonna give you double, trauma that you had to endure. Double. Will y'all do me a favor? When you say double, put your deuces up. God gonna give you double. Double. I need to tell you one more thing. You gotta know that trouble don't last always. God's gonna deliver your soul, and God's gonna make you whole again. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it, do it. You say, he's gonna do it, do it. He's gonna do it, do it. Everybody, God gonna give you double that you had to endure. God gonna give you triple for your trauma that you had to endure. You say double, double. Y'all in the balcony, you gotta get your deuces up when you say it. God gonna give you double. One more time, say it. Everybody, God's gonna give you double, triple for you. All the that you had to endure. God gonna give you double. All the that you had to endure. One more time, double. Get your deuces up. I need you to prophesy to your neighbor. Say, double. I'm out of here. Somebody clap your hands, open your mouth, and shout sooner than later. Get your deuces up.
Praise God. What a tribute to Richard Smallwood by Micah Stampley. What a word from Pastor A.R. Bernard. A word for us, a word for our nation. And a reminder by Bishop Murphy that God's gonna give us double. What a service, what a celebration, what a commemoration.
Man. It has been a high day of celebration, and Dr. Bernice King reminded us just a few hours ago that it is not enough to just settle for admiration. We must move into action. It is not, come on, did you hear what she said? It is not enough just to reflect on your memory, we must be a part of the movement. We have to move beyond commemoration to commitment. And now is an opportunity for us to all be a part of this movement and commitment and action, because we invite you to sow into the work of the King Center. Can we celebrate their enduring work to hold up the legacy of both Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Mrs. Coretta Scott King? Help me give a big hand to the King Center. If you would,
but listen, TT, how long is it going for?
I know you haven't been on your phone for the last hour and a half, but if you would be so kind to pull out your phone and text in all caps MLK GIVE to the number 44321. You write the text MLK give into the text and you send it to the number 44321. I'm inviting each of us at this moment just to pause and sow at least $100 into the King Center. Join me in sowing into the King Center. In just a few years, we will celebrate Dr. King's 100th birthday. We don't have to wait until that year to sow a $100 seed. Let's make sure that we live in the work of the King Center makes it to that 100th year. Amen. Or you can feel free to pull out your phone and scan the QR code, the quick response code on the screen. And please be
all right. CT, can we talk between that?
Matt, do you mind? Do you mind if I watch the rest?
If I was at my church, I would say it's giving time.
It's not that long, buddy.
It's giving time.
It's giving time. And we thank God for the opportunity to give. And you can't beat God giving no matter how hard you try. Let's text MLK give to 44321. Let's scan the code. And each of you, those of you watching online, maybe you couldn't get into the room today, but you can be a part of keeping this legacy alive. Thank you so much in advance for your generosity and your kindness. Let everybody say amen.
Amen. Amen. Please join us in thanking WAGA Fox 5 for continually being a partner in streaming and broadcasting this commemoration. We also want to thank each and every one of you here, those of you online, those of you on TV, for continuing to join and to commit to this journey together. As we honor Dr. King, as we honor Coretta Scott King, by building a world rooted in justice and peace and unconditional love. So now that we are nearing the end of this time together, as they say, we end this time together, but never our building of the beloved community. Yes. We want to again thank you for your presence. Thank all of those who contributed by spoken word, by song, by presence, the choir, the musicians. So give it up with us as we celebrate and honor them as well. So now we are transitioning to a powerful and symbolic part of our program. It is our honor to invite the consulate generals representing nations from around the world to ring the bell for freedom, for justice, and democracy in a spirit of community and in a spirit of nonviolence 365. Following the bell ringing, we will have the benediction provided by Reverend Eugene Cho, President and CEO of Bread for the World. Members of the Consulate General.
The Kingdom of the Netherlands, the countries Aruba, Curacao, Sint Maarten, and the Netherlands ring this bell for peace.
Canada rings the bell for peace. Le Canada sonne la cloche pour la paix.
Greece rings the bell for peace. Η Ελλάδα χτυπάει για την ειρήνη.
India, land of Gandhi, rings the bell for peace.
The people in the state of Israel rings this bell for peace.
Mexico, building community is building unity.
Japan rings the bell for peace.
Republic of the Korea rings the bell for the peace.
Italy rings the bell for peace.
Lesotho, the kingdom in the south, Southern Africa, ring this bell for peace.
The Republic of Uganda rings the bell for peace.
Monaco rings this bell for peace.
Republic of Ghana rings the bell for peace.
Jamaica rings the bell for peace.
The Republic of Barbados rings the bell for peace.
The Republic of the Philippines rings the bell for peace.
The Cooperative Republic of Guyana rings its bell for peace.
The Commonwealth of the Bahamas rings its bell for peace.
For all those that long for peace, let's put our hands together. Thank you so much, Dr. Bernice King, Pastor Warnock, distinguished guests, and all of you. What an honor to be with you today. I confess, at this moment, I am struggling with this incredible power I find myself possessing. As the last speaker tasked to give the benediction, I have the power for this commemoration to go another hour or 2 or 3. And as a preacher, this is very tempting. Lord, help me. But I do want to ask for a couple minutes before I give the benediction prayer. I come to you as a pastor, a fellow pilgrim, as the president of Bread for the World, but more importantly, as an imperfect follower of Jesus who believes that faith must always show up in love, justice, and action. It is unconscionable that we live in a nation where 14 million children experience food insecurity. And in a world where more than 700 million people created in the image of God go to bed hungry each night. Friends, hunger is not caused by scarcity. It is caused by choices. And that means it can be changed by choices. Now, truly, today has been a gift for our souls. The music has lifted our spirits. Pastor Shirley Caesar and Lady Tremaine, my. The recitations, the Korean children's choir. All we need is kimchi in this church. The tributes and homilies. Pastor Bernard, thank you for that word. But let us be clear. The commemoration may end, but our worship of God does not end with the benediction. When we leave this place, worship continues. The movement continues. The commitment continues. It continues in our schools when we insist every child deserves dignity and nourishment. It continues in our streets when we see our immigrant and refugee neighbors that are being devalued and dehumanized. It continues even beyond our borders of our nation to faraway places like Sudan and Gaza and Myanmar and Haiti and beyond. It continues in our advocacy, our organizing, and our faithful nonviolent action. Now, Dr. King reminded us that faith divorced from justice is hollow. And Dr. King also taught us that love is not passive. Love is active. Love shows up. Love speaks up. Love stands up. Love organizes. Love confronts unjust systems. Love believes that what is not yet possible can become possible when people of conscience refuse to give up and stand up. Friends, I said stand up. So as we leave this place, may we carry forward this courage, his moral clarity, and his hope. Don't give up. And now, saints, would you rise to your feet and receive the benediction? God of justice and mercy, God who hears the cry of the hungry and sees the pain of the oppressed, we thank you for meeting us in this place. Thank you for stirring our hearts and reminding us that faith without works is dead. Thank you for the witness of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., whose life shows us what it means to follow Jesus with courage, humility, and a holy dissatisfaction with the way things are. As we leave this place, send us out as your people, for we are not a stay people, but we are a sent people. Not simply inspired, but committed. Not simply moved, but mobilized. Give us eyes to see, ears to hear, and hearts that refuse to grow weary in doing good. O Lord, strengthen us to love boldly, speak truthfully, and act faithfully. Sisters and brothers, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May the Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace, not only peace of heart, but the peace that comes when justice is done and all are fed at the table of God. And all God's people said, amen and amen.
Vanta, this is your super chat. Go ahead, buddy. You can read it.
Oh, no, you read it, CT. Read it, CT. Read it.
Well, for the 10 pounds. This is proof America deserves a downfall. As a non-American hearing this, I feel sick to my stomach. MLK deserved deletion, and liberals hopefully get deleted. Listening to this is pure AIDS. What you said is absolutely horrible. It is absolutely disgusting.
No, I stand by it, CT. I stand by it.
Well, give me a second.
Okay.
Just give me a second to ask you the question. Why did you say this horrible thing?
It's not horrible. It's fact. It's not horrible. It's a fact. CT, do you actually believe? CT, you have literally tortured us with our whole shit. Our whole shit, CT.
I wasn't trying to torture you. I was just trying to play what was. That was a
I don't
live.
care. I don't care if it's MLK birthday, bro. That was a garbage. All I heard was women babbling, FAWGOTs babbling. Because I understand the TOS. Don't think I'm dumb, CT. Don't think I'm dumb.
To you, buddy.
Right. Yeah, listen to me, because thank God Gimpy's not here, because I know he's gonna muddy the water. CT, you have tortured your whole chat. The whole chat was sick of it. The whole chat was sick of it, except for the women. Except for super chat. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, thank you so much, Consciano. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
The only ones that enjoyed it was us pro-blacks in the chat, especially the women, because women are useless, by the way. They are eternally useless. They have no say in the matter. And by the way, I'm not even being funny. I know I have the joke avatar, but I'm dead serious, CT. I'm dead serious. What you did to the chat tonight, is it tonight, today, this morning, afternoon, wherever? Yeah. What you did with the MLK shit, CT. That whole karaoke shit, bro. The guy that was singing earlier, I swear to God, CT, I've heard better karaoke panels than that goofy. You have subjugated us to that whole shit, CT. Is that what you want? Is that?
It says Happy Martin Luther Kimchi Day.
Kimchi, see, they're trolling. See, CT. Now everybody's trolling. See, CT, is that your hero? Is MLK your hero?
It's not about me, man. It's not about me today. It's about what you think. I mean,
I think MLK. I think MLK. He's a communist. He's a socialist. He's a philanderer. I don't like him. I don't like MLK. I'm sorry. I'm British. I'm African. I don't like MLK. Don't push that shit on me. Go ahead, Aaron C. Go ahead, sir.
I'll be really quick, lightning fast, gentlemen. My thing with MLK is that it's another one of these black leaders that at its core, it's not authentic. If you look at who he was coursed by, his handlers, stuff like that, the JW that wrote his speech, just like with all the other NAACP leaders, it's just an artificial. He wasn't real. He wasn't authentic. Obviously, he was a communist and all that stuff. Vanta is correct. He's on point about that. But yeah, no, it's just not. He's not an authentic black leader from the grassroots. Like, he's really not. No one should have an appreciation for him, especially black folks. He was not. He was set up by people to be in that position.
And Aaron, have you noticed the whole event? Have you seen that sickness? It was mostly women talking, women. I'm like, by the way, first of all, women should not preach religion. If a woman preaches religion, I zone out. I'm like, you know what? Bye. I'm sorry, CT. I'm a misogynist. I'm a proud claimed misogynist. If I hear a woman preach religion, I quit. And second of all, Aaron C, have you heard that cancer of a goddamn karaoke where they were singing? Oh, God help me, sir. Chat was like, please.
Well, I didn't see much. I didn't see much of the ceremonial thing that he was showing a few minutes ago. But no, MLK is another one of these people. I feel like I have a right to speak on it because, it's one of these people we're kind of brainwashed to worship and basically, attribute godlike status to. And then when you get older, it's just like, well, again, and CT stated this before, it was just to really be around white folks, man. That was the desired outcome there. And again, he's just artificial. He's not a real. If he was an authentic black leader, even it's okay to be on some anti-white shit, etc. But at least if you're an authentic black leader, like CT, eventually will fill that reign. He is the next real black leader. But we'll know that CT. I mean, I don't know. He'd have to part ways with Gimpy because as long as he's teamed up with Gimpy, then we'll know that it's just another MLK story being proud. Gimpy will be the one writing his speech, right? So, but I got faith in the
just like MLK. Aaron C. MLK had some small hats behind him. MLK had some small hats,
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. That was all of his leadership. And what really gets me, the last straw for me, because I still tried to see some positivity. I remember when I visited Memphis, I saw the place where he got clapped. you know, and it was, you know, maybe again, if I was, you know, from my brainwash, maybe it could have been a little touching. But the last straw.
We'll talk, Aaron C. What was the positive of MLK? Please tell me. What's the positive of MLK? Because CT asked me earlier.
Nothing. As a Caucasian, literally nothing. But again, the last straw for me is when I found out that someone else wrote that speech for him. Okay, I mean, think about it. In school, when they sit there and show you the speech, you know, have a drink. You know, you look at him and JFK, other people from that time. When it comes to these speeches, you know, you attribute to those people.
And CT, you can't argue against it because you're wearing a goddamn MAGA hat. So
once
I
found out,
discussion. I mean, I'm not saying anything.
yeah, man, CT chilling, man.
I know,
I actually enjoyed the ceremony.
You enjoyed it? Are you for real? Oh my god.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed the singing. I actually enjoyed the 7th grader speech. I enjoyed the whole ceremony, to be completely honest with you.
CT, I feel like I was.
What was bad about it?
CT.
Go ahead. I'm listening to you guys.
Well, let me just ask you, CT. Does it at least take a little bit of the wind out of your sails for MLK, knowing that speech, the quote, you know, starts off, "I have a dream," whatever. Just knowing that wasn't even him. Do you guys understand? If I write a speech for you, CT, and you read it, you're just an actor at that point. I mean, you're not authentic at all. You know what I mean? You're just an actor reading like a Hollywood script, man. I mean, that for me is the last straw. He didn't even write that speech.
But wait, Aaron C. We got 100. We got 100. Go ahead, read that CT. We got 100.
I'm gonna drop off. I gotta go. I gotta go handle this. But that's all I.
Thank you so much.
I got a couple, but yeah, I just had to say that, man. He was never the real deal. All right.
Thank you so much.
Well, I never knew.
D5, thank you.
People I never knew.
Thank you so much, D5. D5 says, Vanta, you are a piece of shit. Advocating deleting anyone for free speech, which MLK, he was right in his own right to practice his First Amendment. Men died in wars for free speech, including your privilege to speak here. Stay out of the U.S. and any of our channels. We don't want weak men. Oh, Vanta, she called you a piece of shit. Okay. Which I think a lot of your commentary today is a bit of a piece of shit move. I don't think you are.
I am the CT. I'm heated, bro. I'm activated, CT, because you made me listen to the whole garbage from MLK, and this heifer right here. I call her heifer, by the way, chat. This heifer thinks I care about America. America is involved in the global economy, politics, and culture. Yes, I have a say in American politics because it affects the UK. I'm from the UK. I'm British. I hold a British passport. Woman. So CT. This woman says I don't care about First Amendment free speech. You goofy. You don't even have free speech. I can't even say what I want to say on YouTube. Can I say what I want to say, CT? Can I say the F word?
Apply to free speech obviously applies when it comes to the government. I mean, YouTube is a private,
and who subsidizes
your free speech
is the government. The government gives welfare to YouTube, Google, Tesla, all that shit. So D5, you know what? Thank you for the 100 that goes to CT. You know, he's gonna buy a new MAGA hat in 2026. And actually, you know what? By the way, I don't trust CT. I think CT is gonna be an African promo in this year. He's gonna promote Burkina Faso, Ghana, Nigeria, and all this shit.
I don't understand. What do I have to do with D5? What do I have to do with anything? I just know the live ceremony.
He dropped 100. I don't know. I don't know.
What do I have to do with what D5 and other people are saying about you being? What do I have to do with you?
I don't know. She just just got the 100.
Yeah, so that's not for me. That's for you. You are the foreigner. You did.
Yes, I am the foreigner.
Make disparaging comments about the ceremony and what was taking place. Not me. I didn't say anything.
Which, by the way, CT, if you notice, the chat was saying, CT, you put us through Guantanamo Bay levels of torture. We did not want to hear that karaoke shit. We don't want to hear women talk about, freedom and equality and all that liberal babble, sir. Read your own channel, sir. This is your channel. This is your whole thing. Look up, scroll up. You'll see CT. Stop the CT. CT. This is torture. CT. Why do you like MLK? Actually, you know what? That's my question to you, sir. Why do you like MLK?
Whoever said who said I like MLK? I mean, I never did. I say that. I never said that.
No, you put that on me, right? So you see, when I first came up, you said,
I don't understand this. I don't understand this. I'm showing a live stream of a ceremony. I like the ceremony. What do I have to do with your
that ceremony was ass, bro. It was ass.
Sir, why would you even ask me who I like? Or is that about who I like? It's just the fact that I'm showing you MLK, a ceremony for MLK to honor his birthday. He was a significant American. You can't deny that. I mean, it doesn't matter what I like or dislike.
We agree on that point. But the event, whatever you showed, it made Black Americans look bad. All we heard was Black women babbling. And who's that guy that said, "Oh yeah, Philippines, peace. Argentina, peace. Nigeria, peace." What was that shit? What was that, CT? What was that little goofy?
What do you think it was, buddy?
It was liberal babble because liberals use MLK because MLK was like, "Oh yeah, integration." I had a black child and black daughters, and they went to schools with white kids. The whole dream shit. I don't really care about the dream. F the dream, sir. I don't care about the dream. And these liberals
why don't you care about the dream?
Because the dream is a lie, CT. It's a lie. Because guess what, CT? You see what's happening in Minnesota with Somalis, CT? You see what's happening in Minnesota? Somalis they have their enclaves. Do you see what's happening in Dearborn? The Arabs enclave. Do you see what's happening? Why do you think there's a Chinatown, Koreatown, this town, that town? And then MLK's like, I had a dream where little kids and black boys and white girls, this and that. Bro, MLK was goofy. He did not think about ethnic cohesion. Everybody wants to stick with their own people, sir. There is no melting pot. There's no melting pot. We all want to be with our own, CT. You guys are still yearning for 400 years of reparations. Guess what? It only took Somalis 20 years to hustle the whole state of Minnesota for billions and billions. CT.
If everybody wants to be with their own, why aren't you living in Somalia?
Because CT, I'm from Somaliland, and second of all, CT, Somaliland is still structuring itself. We need recognition. Thank God for Gimpy's people, by the way. Gimpy just recognized me, by the way. CT, only Gimpy. I'm waiting for America. Once America recognizes Somaliland, CT, I swear to God, I'll get a first ticket to Somaliland straight up, because once you recognize the tourism and the income, and by the way, CT, I have family who own $1 million hotels over there. So guess what? As soon as the tourism kicks in, CT, I'm making money. I'm Gucci, CT. I'm chilling. Who are you talking to, CT? Who are you talking to, bruv?
I wasn't saying anything, to be honest with you. I'm
just
listening
saying, you're Nigerian. You talk about innocent and this and that. CT, you need to start talking about. You talk about Burkina Faso. You need to focus on next time you talk to security boss, Somaliland, not Somalia, Somaliland with the LAND at the end of it. CT.
Hang tight.
That's the money maker. Go ahead. Sir.
And here is the truth, my friends. Those who seek to lead through fear and oppression are not only weak, they are few. They follow in the craven footsteps of those.
Are you familiar with Mandami?
I familiar with Momdani? Of course I am. Born in Uganda, yes.
They're doing a ceremony. Here we go.
Children who had the courage to go to school alongside those with the skin of a different color. That kind of power is brittle. That kind of power is desperate. And that kind of power is deeply out of touch with the people of this nation and what they want and what they believe. And so every day when you are made to feel as if it is you, in fact, who is out of step with this country, know that it is what you are seeing that is out of step with this country. So I will close with this. Dr. King's legacy of justice and struggle is no relic of the past. It is a living, breathing thing. When we speak of being the most expensive city in the United States of America, it is still an embodiment of the question Dr. King asked decades ago when he said, "What good is having the right to sit at a lunch counter if you can't afford to buy a hamburger?" I said this when I ran to be the mayor. What good is being the greatest city in the world if New Yorkers can't afford to live here? And so what our work must be is to not only embody the words and the wisdom of Dr. King on a day like today, but to deliver on those words of wisdom every single day. So that what we can do when a New Yorker looks at City Hall is we can tell them that is a place fighting for them. And I can tell you today, on the 19th day of being your mayor, that in these last 2.5 weeks, we have started down the path of universal childcare. We have already started to deliver on this work, because on the first day after our inauguration, I went to a building with tenants who had been mistreated by their landlord. I spoke to a black woman who turned to me and said, "I've been living in this apartment with this level of disrepair," and she pointed to the different parts of her bathroom. I asked her, "How long have you been living with it?" She turned to her son, who's more than 20 years old. She said, "Before he was born." And I looked at the rust falling off my own fingers. I looked at what we would call an example of a bad landlord who had never been held to account. And I am proud to tell you that thanks to our administration standing up for those tenants, we have secured $30 million to fix every one of those repairs. I tell you this to say that these must be words that guide our actions, that it is not enough to inspire hope, we must sustain hope. And the way that we sustain hope is by delivering change. And so I thank you, Reverend Sharpton, for having us all here. And I thank Dr. King for giving us the torch, the light, the vision of what this city and what this nation could look like. Now it is up to us to follow it. Thank you so much, man.
Okay, CT, can I crash out, CT? Can I crash out? Sharpton's here.
Mayor. Zoran Mandani.
Ain't time for me, Vanta. Thank you so much, Get Up One of You.
Many years ago,
Get Up One of You, $2 super chat. He says MLK is promoting eugenics to the black community.
young lawyer came to see me. I knew some of his relatives. He joined the National Action Network. He ran for office, and he lost that race. But I supported him because he was a young, sincere, as well as very deep thinking in terms of what he does. He has since then grown into a giant in this country, but he's always been the same person that I met. We talk often, and we go through different policies together. He is on the precipice of making history again because he has the broad vision and the ability to see big things, but built on the foundation of our community. If this country does what it should, he will become the Speaker of the House of Representatives in November. But he will always be that young brother from Brooklyn, New York, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries.
CT, what is
Good
it, CT?
afternoon.
What's happening right here? Oh my God.
And happy King Day. What an honor and a privilege to be here, of course, back at NAN with Reverend Sharpton. So thankful for Reverend Sharpton's leadership, his friendship, mentorship, and partnership.
Go ahead, Vanta. You about to say something? Go ahead, buddy.
So yeah, sorry, CT. Real quick. There's a reason why the world is fixated on America, because America is the global hegemony, right? CT, am I wrong? America is the global empire.
In many aspects, I would agree.
Yes. Yeah. So CT, when we see one of the top 3 financial hubs of the planet called New York City being run by a low IQ Ugandan Pakistani guy called Mamdani, how do you think the rest of the world feels, CT? Because I'm scared.
I can't tell you how the rest of the world feels. I'm not a mind reader.
Oh no, the rest of because we have seen London. London's run for the last 10 years. It's been run by a Pakistani guy that ruined London, murder capital of Europe, uncivilized, highly taxed. A lot of the people that are living there, including me, where we struggle to pay rent, sir. That guy is a Pakistani Muslim, and here comes another equivalent called Mamdani. He promotes what they call renter controls, social housing. He said, oh yeah, we got money from CT. He didn't even mention where the money's coming from. He says, yeah, we just raised 30 million out of nowhere. Sir, where did that 30 million come from? Oh yes, because you overtaxed your civilians in New York.
How long has you mentioned rent control? How long has rent control been in New York City?
I can't speak on it, but he did promise that
since the 1940s. Since the 1940s.
Has it been? That explains a lot. That explains a lot. That explains a lot why a shoebox costs like goddamn nearly two grand for a little shoebox. Rent control is not good. It's not a good move. It's not a good move.
Why not? Why not?
Because it allows the government to dictate what is rent instead of the landlord. Yes, I do understand landlords can take the piss. Landlords can abuse their money and all that. However, the problem is CT. Instead of people living in apartments, why don't you get rid of zoning laws and build more houses across the goddamn state? Just like in London.
Nobody wants to live in upstate. Nobody in New York City wants to live in the upstate New York.
Oh my God, CT. Oh my God, CT. So what? Do you want to be sardines in a can? They want to be sardines in our apartment.
To a degree, a lot of people want to live in New York City because of the city life.
I understand. I understand job opportunities and nightlife and I understand. Just like London, I understand. However, it depends. How old are you? Once you turn 30, CT, you want a healthy, maybe trying to plan either stable life for yourself or a family life. Would you not like a goddamn house instead of a goddamn apartment that costs like a shoebox for 2,000 CT? That's crazy. That's crazy, CT. What are we talking about here? I understand. I understand. Landlords can be crazy with the rents, right? And I understand why the government has to have rent control. But the problem with the government, they have too much zoning laws where they block housing to be built. An actual house. I'm not talking about building. I'm talking about actual house, like vertical, not horizontal, vertical. CT. And this Mamdani wanker, right? All he's doing is he's promoting. Oh yeah, we raised 30 million, but he didn't mention where the 30 million came from. It came from overtaxed New Yorkers that are working, struggling, and they're paying taxes over the ass. CT. They're paying too much. They're paying too much. Am I talking? I know CT is quiet, but chat. Am I insane in the head?
No, I'm listening to you, buddy. No, I'm listening to you. Go ahead, buddy.
Okay. Because I'm trying to translate what's happening in London to New York. It's literally the same thing. London and New York are twin hubs of financial and a mega city. What was it? Two capitals that people mentioned? New York City, London, in Arabia, in Asia, in Africa. Oh, I want to go to London. Oh, I want to go to New York. These are the two places that everybody wants to go to. And guess what, CT? I don't want to. I live in London. I don't want to be in London anymore. I know many New Yorkers. They don't want to be in New York anymore. They want to go to.
Where do you want to go?
Personally, Cornwall. Cornwall's amazing. Google it, CT. Not right now, but in your spare time, look up Cornwall. CORNWELL. Cornwall, amazing, beautiful. London, UK, amazing. But CT, there's a lot of New Yorkers I know that says, CT. I have my auntie. She left Harlem. She left Harlem with her husband. Now they live in Georgia, ATL. They live in Georgia, chilling, because the taxes and all that bullshit. And she saw Mamdani's bullshit. She's like, you know what? I'm out. Peace. And she's a Muslim, by the way. She's a Muslim.
Yeah.
So anyone that says Vance is anti-Muslim, no. My family is anti anything that affects the money. It's not about religion. It's about money.
Bro, let's go back to the video, man. You kind of running on.
Yeah. Go ahead. No, CD, go ahead. Yeah. Watch. Pay attention.
Press on for working families. Press on for the middle class. Press on for our veterans. Press on for our unions. Press on for our dreamers. Press on for the poor. Press on for the sick. Press on for the afflicted. Press on for the least. Press on for the lost. Press on for the left behind. Press on for civil rights. Press on for voting rights. Press on for women's rights. Press on for racial justice. Press on for social justice. Press on for housing justice. Press on for economic justice. Press on for freedom. Press on for democracy. We've got to press on until victory is won. God bless you, Nan.
Come on, Bishop Hakeem Jeffries. Now, see, you can't preach like that unless you got that in you. That ain't no teleprompter talk. One of the things, and I'm gonna have my vice chair help us bring, because a lot of our officials, I'm gonna give everybody time. But one of the things that, and I want somebody passed me a note that they were outside, couldn't get in. I wrote back, what time did you get here? They said 1. I said, I told you already you'll get here 11:30. The 1 o'clock arrivals are outside. I told y'all that. Now we get a bigger place next year, but this year I told y'all what time to get here. Now don't be passing me no crazy notes. I'm trying to act nice. We got company, but don't make me. Well, Tony didn't show up today. I ain't got nobody. Oh, there he is. Everybody said, where Tony? People listen on radio want to know what you look like, Tony. You don't look like much. Don't worry about it. I can pick on them like that. One of the people that reached out as soon as they came in office and has responded to this organization and to me every time we call. And I've known her family and I've gotten to know her. And we have not called her on anything big or small that she did not give immediate attention. Not a favor, but digs down in to see what it is that she can do. And that is why when the mayor said to me he was going to try, he thought he wanted to keep her, what did I think? I could say, I think that they operate with integrity. And I think, not that I had a deciding vote, but I guess he was just asking people what they thought. And I'm thankful that she, when she first became appointed police commissioner, she came and stood on this platform
CT, what is he
talked on
talking
our
about,
radio
CT?
show
I'm
on
lost in the
Saturday
sauce.
at
What
our
is he
Saturday
talking about?
Well, let's hear him out so we can. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
God
again. So
damn,
it's not
man.
her first time. In fact, she came during the Saturday Action rallies, and we the activists on Saturday that you don't come and talk to us just any kind of way. But she wanted to be that kind of connection, and she's here on King Day. Let us welcome Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Rev Al, for welcoming me here today and for the role that you have played over decades in shaping the moral conscience of our city and for confronting injustice wherever it has taken root. You can see that work in the community.
I want to give Big Cat a big thank you so much, man, for the $50 super chat. Big Cat with the 50 says, "Happy MLK Day to all the Blatt at heart and the greatest Blatt host in the business." Thank you so much, Big Cat. Positivity is definitely coming your way, man. You got must be the money. Check it out. Thank you so much. Salute to you guys. Give Big Cat a big thumbs up. $sign emoji. Also give D5 a big thumbs up. $sign emoji. Salute to you. Con Shinery. Salute. Vanta once again. Cash Flow Hustle. Salute. LJC. Thank you so much, D5. Thank you so much. All right, here we go.
Story shaped by its own suffering, its own courage, and its own resilience. At the same time, as a Jewish woman, I come with an inherited understanding of what it means for a people to be targeted and excluded, and with a deep awareness of how quickly dignity can erode when societies grow comfortable with silence. That shared awareness has long shaped the relationship between the Jewish community and the civil rights movement, not as an act of symbolism, but as an expression of moral obligation. We saw it on the stage of the Lincoln Memorial in August of 1963 when a Jewish refugee named Rabbi Joachim Prinz stood before the crowd just moments before Dr. King spoke. Rabbi Prinz had fled Nazi Germany after publicly condemning the regime. From the podium that day, he spoke as someone shaped by the consequences of what happens when injustice goes unanswered, warning that the greatest danger to any society was not hatred alone, but the willingness to look away. That sense of responsibility carries forward into the work that we are doing in this city right now, 2025.
Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
CT,
Go ahead,
I can't do the CT. I can't do it. I can't do the CT. I'm gonna go full anti-Semite. I'm gonna have to. CT, why did she mention her J status? What? And her
because
as a this and as like that. No, CT. This is the problem with this MLK shit, CT. Are we not meant to be equal globally? Are we not be equal? Now everybody has to claim their own little pocket of bullshit. Oh, I was a victim of this and that. CT, I can't do it, CT. I can't do it. I can't. CT, have I once said, oh yes, the British took over Somalia. Yes, I'm gonna cry. No, we don't cry about the British Empire, CT. We don't cry about it, CT. We move on. Why do these monkeys still cry about this, CT? Why? Go ahead, CT.
I have no
Explain
idea.
why.
I can't
because it's financial gain, financial, political, and is advantageous on a political level to boost their side, political side, the Democrat, the blue side. That's same thing in London. CT, call me crazy. Have you ever heard of a Somali cry about the British Empire? Have you? No, none. Because we move on. We moved on, sir. Have you heard of a Nigerian cry about the British Empire? Because Nigeria was under the British. Have you heard of a Nigerian cry British? No. Never. Africans moved on. Why do these American monkeys why are they still crying about some shit that happened before my age, your age, our parents' age, We're talking 100 years ago, CT. Damn near 100 years ago. Why are they still crying?
Well, what happened to the Jews didn't happen 100 years ago.
I don't care about the Jews, CT. I don't care. I don't care, CT. I don't care. I don't care, CT. I don't care. I don't care. Because guess what, CT? Guess what, CT? I come from the Middle East. I probably have J blood in me. I have J blood in me. You know, I come from East Africa. You know, Ethiopian Somalis. We call it Afro-Asiatic. You probably have some J blood. Guess what, CT? If I hear a mother effing Jew tell me, "Oh yes, we got attacked by the Arabs and the Germans," I'm like, you know what, sir? That was your ancestors. I don't really care. But why do you Americans give them that whole, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, we can't say I want to say the N word. I want to say the J word, but I'm respecting it because of terms of service. But I swear to God, CT, I can say in Arabic, "Yila an Yahudi." Hey, Gimpy, if you understand Arabic, by the way, Gimpy, "Yila Yahudi Yahudi واحد. نحن ما احترم اليهود يا كلب. أنت يهود أنا صومال. تعرف؟ اسكت يا يهودي واحد." There you go, CT. There you go, CT. Listen.
I don't even know what you said.
I bypassed the TOS because the TOS doesn't understand Arabic. I bypassed it. So you guys are scared. You guys are scared. You can't speak your true feelings. I can do it because I can speak Arabic, and I know Gimpy. Yahudi واحد.
How about this? Letitia James is speaking. Hang tight.
Oh my God!
I'm a little upset because I don't know her, but Governor Sherrill did not reappoint him. Yeah. And he did amazing work working with all of the Democratic attorney generals across this nation. As you know, we have stood up and we've defended our state as a sovereign state, defending it against executive orders coming from the President of the United States, which are illegal, unconstitutional. A.G. Platkin has been with me by my side, defending our lawsuits, joining us. He's filed his own lawsuits. I joined him. Each and every case, from food stamps to SNAP to education to law enforcement to every possible executive order which threatens your rights. This attorney general has stood up loudly and proudly, and I certainly am going to miss him by my side as the attorney general of the great state of New Jersey. One more time for my buddy, my friend, A.G. Platkin, who stands for justice each and every time. Oh, you can do better than that. Come on. Y'all got relatives in New Jersey. You can do better than that. Come on. It's also an honor and a privilege to be with all of my colleagues today as we celebrate Dr. King's Day. But today is not a day just to celebrate him. Today is a day that we not only remember him, but a day that we embrace his philosophy, his values, because it seems these days that progress has stalled. And we've seen attacks on the values that we care about, and we've watched policies roll back, attacks on voting rights, on housing, so many issues that we cared about, so many issues that Dr. King fought for. This president is dismantling each and every day. Our history, our values, everything they're attempting to dismantle. And it's important that we stand up for civil rights, that we recognize the humanity and worth of all individuals, that we recognize the least and the lost, that we recognize foreigners and immigrants and individuals who serve us each and every day, immigrants whose names you do not know, but immigrants who contribute to our economy, who are part of our community, part of our neighbors, that are our neighbors. We've got to recognize and stand with them. And if you think as an African American and as a Black person that they're not coming for you, well, let me tell you that they are coming for you each and every day. So I still believe in the dream, and I still believe that in the end that we will win. And I know that this too shall end. And I still believe that dignity and decency will prevail. And I still believe that God will have the final word. Can I get an amen? And I've learned that fighting for civil rights and social and economic justice in America, and particularly racial justice, is a journey, and that it's a winding road with trials and tribulations. And
What's up, American man? What's up, Ignorant TV? I'm over here celebrating Dr. King's birthday by watching different ceremonies.
Thank God, some men with sense. Go ahead. I'm sorry, American man. Salute American man, Ignat.
Go ahead, American man. Go ahead, buddy.
What's up, guys? How's everyone doing? CT, as
Pretty
you
good.
celebrate Martin,
Yeah,
as you celebrate Martin Luther King Day, I will say to you, Happy Martin Luther King Day to you if you believe in it.
You say that I did. I'm
The
just
one
celebrating. Go ahead.
The one thing that I need to understand is why are we listening to two mammy, one being white, claiming she's Jewish, telling us about her rabbi stories in the Holocaust on Martin Luther King Day? And why are we listening to a mammy, a black mammy, telling us about how she's fighting Trump on Martin Luther King Day? Why are we listening to that? If we're celebrating Martin Luther King, what do all these other things and people have to do with Martin Luther King? CT, I'm asking. I'm truly ignorant to this. Explain to me how it all connects.
I can't really explain to you what Letitia James is saying. I mean, I can't go into her head, but what I can interpret is she's basically saying that MLK fought against what he perceived was an injustice, and now she's fighting against what she perceives as an injustice. I can't really speak. I can't read her mind. I'm assuming that's what she means.
CT, you're capping CT.
I'm not capping because my complete answer.
Wait,
I don't
you know, MLK was a commie. The commie too. She's a commie.
We're not arguing
MLK
whether
was
she's a commie, but that's not what we're arguing about. We're not arguing whether she's a commie or not. I'm answering the question that American Man gave me.
Okay, fair enough.
Because she perceives Trump to be a problem, and so she's fighting against what she perceives to be a problem. That's the question I'm answering. Go ahead, American Man. Go ahead, buddy.
Okay, I just want to give you a little credit, CT, for last time for attempting to answer my question with a straight face the other day.
What
sir,
question was
well
that?
done. Well done. Oh, when what's his name said, tell us how men in pornos help, blah blah blah, and you attempted to answer it with a straight face. Good on you, buddy. Good on you.
Oh yeah, that was
done.
crazy. That was
Dude,
crazy.
I was rolling. Listen, I got to give you the props for doing that, CT. Good on you.
Yeah, CT. Let's talk about
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to give you your props for that. But yeah, I don't understand.
Go ahead.
I just don't understand why we're listening to these people. I don't understand what the Jews have to do with any of this. I don't understand what her fight for Trump. I would just like them to focus on the greatness they claim Martin Luther King has bestowed upon us. I have a different view on him. I think he's caused many blacks to become beggars, but I'm not here to rain on anyone else's parade.
All right.
I just want to know what all these people are talking about. That's it.
Real quick, let me play the "I Have a Dream" speech real quick. Hang tight.
To you, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. I am happy to join with you today in what will go down in history as the greatest demonstration for freedom in the history of our nation. Five score years ago, a great American in whose symbolic shadow we stand today signed the Emancipation Proclamation. This momentous decree came as a great beacon light of hope to millions of Negro slaves who had been seared in the flames of withering injustice. It came as a joyous daybreak to end the long night of their captivity. But 100 years later, the Negro still is not free. 100 years later, The life of the Negro is still sadly crippled by the manacles of segregation and the chains of discrimination. 100 years later, the Negro lives on a lonely island of poverty. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will they be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day, even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream. My poor little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day down in Alabama, with its vicious racists, with its governor having his lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification. One day right there in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted, and every hill and mountain shall be made low, the rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. This is our hope. This is the faith that I go back to the South with. With this faith, we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. With this faith, we will be able to work together, to pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand up for freedom together, knowing that we will be free one day. This will be the day when all of God's children will be able to sing with new meaning, my country, tears of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride. From every mountainside, let freedom ring. And if America is to be a great nation, this must become true. And so let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous slopes of California. But not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain of Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and molehill of Mississippi, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and when we allow freedom ring, when we let it ring from every village and every hamlet, from every state and every city, we will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants, and Catholics will be able to join hands and sing in the words of the old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
L with the excuse me, the $5 super chat. CT showed the MLK speech when he said he is going to Washington to get the reparations check. Yes, I will. I was gonna show that earlier, but yeah, I'll show that. L. Vanta said ML Martin Luther Kunte deserved the pew pew, not being funny. Go ahead.
I have a question. He made this speech during slavery, right? Black people were still enslaved. That's why he was talking about he wants freedom, right?
Wait, American man. I thought.
Oh no! Venta.
I'm sorry.
That's why he's making his speech, right? CT.
I have no idea.
This is democracy.
His speech. I have no idea.
So he doesn't believe his freedom comes from God, but his freedom comes from the white man. Is that what Martin Luther King was saying in that speech? Was he begging the white man for freedom?
Is that the way you interpret?
No. That's a good question, CT. That's a good question.
Let American man answer. Hold on. Is that how do you interpret it? It's not about how do you interpret it?
Well, if I'm listening to his speech and I'm putting everything in historical context, it would appear as if he was begging the white man for freedom. Even though God gives us freedom, it would appear that he was begging the white man for freedom. If we go based on the historical context, would you not agree, Mr. Chaotic Truth?
You were asking me, was he begging the white man?
No. I said if we look into the historical context, would it not appear as if he was begging the white man to give him freedom? Because God had already given him freedom, but he's still sitting there screaming about freedom.
Well, I have my opinion. I have my opinions about it, but it's not about what my opinions is about. Whatever you guys think about it. What do you?
Can I? Okay, so then can I answer American man? Because American man is being direct, which I understand, and I understand American man's question. Yes, American man. He was looking for the white man's acceptance. Yes, simple as that. It was simple as that. He was looking for the white man acceptance, CT. Let's be honest with it, CT. And he was using communism, socialism, to promote that bullshit because it was all about, oh yeah, I dreamt about black boys and black girls. That's what communists do. The communists are all about, oh yeah, go.
What's so wrong about? Okay, so what do you find wrong with little black boys hanging out with little white girls?
See, okay, shit, CT. There's a reason why do you think Africa is in the current state? Because
what does Africa have to do? What does Africa?
Because of that mindset, CT. Is that mindset where you think
he wasn't talking about? Because I thought he was just talking about America. Oh,
no,
okay,
CT. When you want integration naturally, let it happen naturally. But he forced it. He forced with. By the way, he was backed by the Soviet Union. He was a commie. He was backed by the Soviet Union at the time in the 60s. By the way, guys, if you think I'm lying, look it up. Look up MLK.
Whether he was backed by the Soviet Union or not, CT? You brought it up about little kids.
You cannot force integration, CT. You cannot force it. You cannot force these matters. You should let these things happen naturally.
Did you go to an school growing up as a kid in UK?
CT, my country was destroyed because of that mindset, CT.
Okay.
Literally. See, no, I'm not being funny. Literally, that mindset, forcing people to become one, that's what destroyed Somalia. And guess what happened today? You got Somalia and Somaliland because we separated. We're like, you know what? We were forced to be one, and we had a civil war. Now we two. CT. This, by the way, America. You should look at other countries where they have civil wars. That is your future, by the way, America. That mindset with MLK's mindset, that is a sickness, CT. That is a sickness. I'm not even American man. Am I lying, American man? Tell me if I'm lying, sir. Tell me if I'm lying. When you force integration, you lead to social dysfunction.
That's correct. That's correct. Integration should have never been forced.
Yeah.
It was something that was going to happen naturally, as long as people just live their lives. And look, I know a lot of you blacks are going to get all bent out of shape, but a lot of you were better off integrated. I mean, segregated. Excuse me. Integration has allowed you to fold. You let Barack Obama rock y'all to sleep, and y'all almost fully got rocked to sleep by Kamala Harris.
What about this? Is there anything good about the "I Have a Dream" speech that you like, American Man?
No. I'm fully anti MLK and his speech. I'm fully anti MLK and what he stood for.
Same here.
I feel like he forced a large segment of blacks into beggars. He brought upon the symbolism that blacks now worship over everything. And so he may have thought so. And look, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure he thought he was actually doing the right thing, right? I'll give him that. But the end result is all I could look at. The road to hell is paved with what?
Good intentions, American Man. Good intentions.
There it goes. So I'm sure.
Yeah.
So I'm sure MLK had good intentions, but ultimately,
Hey,
it did not work out the way it need to.
I agree, bro. When I was a kid, I used to, thought Martin Luther King was cool. I'm 38 now, and I realized he fucked up black people. All this interracial dating is because of Trump, man. I'm Puerto Rican. I don't date black women. I don't date girls darker.
Wait. Did you say Trump? Did you say Trump or you meant MLK?
No, I'm talking about Martin Luther King.
No, you said Trump.
All this interracial shit. Trump is worse. Trump is worse. Nobody's worse than Donald Trump.
I love Trump. Shout out to Trump.
Nobody's worse than Donald Trump, man. Because Donald Trump,
there's way worse.
He brings in Africans, and Latinos been killing Africans for years. So. Like we kill Africans all through Latin America, so we don't like Arabs.
That's cap. That's cap.
Shut your bitch ass up, pussy ass nigga.
We gotta watch the M-bomb. You gotta pay the M-bomb fee, bro. I can't have the M-bomb. Hang tight.
That man came in hot. God damn.
Yeah, you gotta pay the M-bomb fee, man. Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
I'm sorry. No, I agree. CT, I agree with American Man. CT, I think was a mistake. MLK was a mistake. That forced integration, it should have happened organically because Black Americans. I know I'm using the quote unquote white supremacist talking point, but Black Americans were more unified during Jim Crow. And okay, I understand Jim Crow was not perfect. However, if you just allowed it to naturally kind of let it, I don't know, some way, somehow, just let people kind of blacks and whites naturally absorb each other, I think it would have worked out. But the fact that
don't you believe that the "I Have a Dream" speech was just more than it was? Don't you think it was really a speech about humanity?
It was not about humanity. It was a communist because it was about the false. It was a false unification. A false unification, because guess what, CT? Look at today. We are in 2026. Look at the whole globe is divided more than ever. Look at the EU. Look at America. Look at Asia. Look at Africa. Everybody's having their own little civil wars, pocket civil wars. Because CT, you can't force these things. You can't force it. You have to let it happen naturally, where people talk to each other naturally, and then eventually they merge. But when you force it and you pull up these goofy ass speeches like what I had a dream where black boys and white girls and blah blah. No. Listen, we were all kids. Yes, we were all brainwashed under the 60s propaganda. But not anymore, CT. We're grown.
You believe you were brainwashed?
Yes, we were. Yes, we were, CT. We were brainwashed. Yes, we were. We were brainwashed by the 60s propaganda. Our parents were boomers. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm talking too much. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
I'm just saying. I'm saying like we have been brainwashed by our parents' generation. These boomers telling us, yes, you know, yes, you know. CT, you remember that song, The Beatles, Imagine, John Lennon?
Yeah.
Imagine. That was a communist song. That was a communist song, full on communist. Imagine all together, all that bullshit. Sir, we are grown, CT. You are 41. I'm gonna turn 38 this year. I woke up, sir. I woke up to all this nonsense. That's why I don't respect MLK. I can't respect Malcolm X, but then he converted to Islam. And by the way, I don't like Islam. So that's my L on Malcolm X. But overall, I think I prefer X than MLK, CT. With that, I'll stay quiet.
Yeah.
Go ahead, American.
Vance, I'm with you. I'm more of the thought of Malcolm X than Martin Luther King. Malcolm X had a do for self mentality. Martin Luther King had a beg the white man to make me a man mentality. I don't subscribe to that. I'm going to have to take a hard pass on MLK's teachings.
What's up, Stoic? Today is Martin Luther King's birthday. We watched a ceremony. Went over the "I Have a Dream" speech. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Well, what MLK Day shows is that the Marxists have won the culture war. American communists basically were paid by the Soviet Union, and they gave away America's military secrets. But after McCarthy, the Marxists took another playbook, and civil rights and cultural social justice took over, and the Marxists won it, so to speak. I mean, social media, hate speech, white supremacy, those are all rooted in Marxist theory and in power dynamics, and basically a lot of these people cannot handle freedom of speech. I mean, look how this channel is censored. Like, the things you can't say are due because it will get demonetized. You can't even say RAPE on here, which you can't talk about what's happening in the UK with the Muslims, hurting English girls. You can't say anything like that because it will get even the word, saying you cannot say it. Yeah, go ahead.
Stoic. I lost my 10,000 Twitter account. Speaking on that, I lost it. I live in the UK. I live in London. I spoke about the whole situation. I lost my account. I had 10,000 followers, including Tommy Robinson and a lot of prominent members following me. I lost it because I spoke too much. Boop, gone.
Yeah. And that's part of the. I don't know if this group can be even talked about, but the ADL, which, by the way, when their girls got harmed in Israel, they want everyone to know. But you talk about what happens in the UK, they fight to silence you. It's complete hypocrisy. We're living in very hypocritical times, and you can only talk about cultural things in a certain way. And again, the progressives control the narrative. And yeah, my whole point is that like you look at any movie that deals with American communists, and they're always looked at in a sympathetic way, that they were being bullied when they weren't the traitors that they were, and how nasty they were.
Did you guys know that the ADL deemed Turning Point USA a hate group?
Yes.
Of course. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Hey, real quick. American man, what can you learn from MLK? Is there anything positive you can learn from him? Like, is there anything humanly possible you can learn from MLK?
Humanly.
I mean, I just felt. Yeah. Go ahead. They were supposed to be a day
I'm
to celebrate
sure.
his birthday, but go ahead.
So do you want me to be quiet there, buddy?
I didn't say
and
anything.
not say anything about MLK? Is that what you would like, darling?
It's something you could say positive about.
He had a beautiful family.
Okay, that's a good thing, right?
Right. He had a beautiful family.
Okay.
All right. I'll say that. Right. He got children. I don't know if they're good people or not. I'm not here to speak on that, but he had a beautiful family.
Yeah.
As far as learning from him, I mean, from the stuff that I've read, hey, listen, if I wanted to get into pimping, I would have to learn from him. You know what? Go ahead, Vanta. Something nice.
He already said what he had to say about it. Wolfpack, what's up, man? Today is MLK's birthday. I'm gonna play some more interviews.
American man, I'll struggle, American man, I'll struggle. My bad. Go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead, Wolfpack. Go ahead, buddy.
Good day. This is actually Mrs. Wolfpack. Mr. Wolfpack is actually busy working. However, he wanted me to send you an email and ask if you would maybe show the picture attached.
Why don't you? I don't have access to the email right now. Why don't you? Can you share it? I can bring it up on screen here. You just share it in the back.
You don't have to divulge
I
too
can
much.
try. Yes, sir. One moment.
Damn.
So while she's bringing that up, can you tell me, is there anything positive about MLK, or can you learn from MLK?
Well, you can certainly learn how he was able to basically get his agenda across, and as far as power goes, he was able to rewrite portions of the law, and basically he was good at having his history written where he's kind of an American saint. He's the only person, by the way, I think now that we honor. We stopped honoring George Washington and Abraham Lincoln and Columbus Day. Forget about it.
Now you're doing too much. You're doing too much now. Calm down, sir. Calm down. One thing I will say, he was a great orator.
Oh yeah.
Oration. Yeah, he's a great orator. He, like, the way he speaks, he commands an audience. I'll give him that one. Great orator. Yeah, better than Obama for sure.
Well, I think it became a trade-off. Stoic. I think you guys got to keep the Quaker Oats guy, and we got to keep MLK because they got rid of everyone else. They got rid of Aunt Jemima, Uncle Ben. Right? That was the trade-off. You guys got to keep Quaker Oats, and we get to keep MLK. I'm just saying, it's the truth.
American man, we lost Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben. Now we don't, because of these liberals, we don't have Aunt Jemima on the label or Uncle Ben. We lost him. These goddamn liberals, bro. They took Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben.
No, but that's what I'm saying. But I'm telling Stoic, that's the trade-off right there. Right? Is that, the feds kept Martin Luther King, and the grocery stores, I guess, got rid of all the other black people on labels. And so now you got 1 and 1. They got to keep the Quaker Oats guy, and we got to keep Martin Luther King. I kind of feel like neither one of us really likes the pick that we got to keep, but I guess you got to go with it, right?
I have a question for CT. CT, have you seen Boondocks? Have you seen the MLK episode with Boondocks?
I have.
Yes.
What about it?
You remember the episode where he said, when he did a whole lecture about blacks, and then at the end he's like, you know what, F y'all, I'm going to Canada. Even MLK, if he came back today, CT, I think that Boondocks episode would have been reality if he saw the state of black Americans. He's like, you know what, you and the words in it. Oh my god, that was some funny shit.
What did you think about MLK? What did you think about MLK's stance, or his stance on protecting workers?
Oh my god, call me shit. You talk about unions. I don't like unions.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Expound upon it. Go ahead, buddy.
Because unions is a trap, because they end up forced. It's like a mafia, where you can't negotiate your salary, you can't negotiate your pension. You're trapped only because oh yeah, we have to stay on this one kind of system where we go against the boss, and we negotiate. But by the way, the union head negotiates your pension. They negotiate your salary. God damn it! I will not allow any other man to negotiate my money. If I want to deal with my boss, I will deal with my boss. I mean, you know what? I deserve a goddamn raise after 2-3 years of working here. All right, look at my performance, XYZ, right? But unions is always goddamn static. You end up being static, and it ends up. And by the way, eventually ends up you losing your pension because unions end up losing against the corporation in a civil lawsuit where it's like court case. I will not any young man. I tell my young cousins, don't join a union. Stay away from unions. That's some commie shit. Argue your performance. Argue your own performance. Argue for your salary.
Well, real quick, American man, aren't you in a union? Do you agree with Vanta?
No, I'm not in a union. I live in a right to work state. Screw unions. I was in a union once briefly, and I'm good on that. I will take a pass. Vanta's correct. I don't need no other man negotiating my salary, telling me what I'm worth. I will do that with my boss alone.
Exactly, American man. Thank you very much.
Wolfpack, this is the letter. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
You went out there for a minute. Go ahead. She went out. I don't know. All right. When she comes back. What's up, Uda? Go ahead, man. What say you, sir? Go ahead.
Read the letter. Whatever that was, I was trying to read it on the screen, man. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Good conversation. You know what I mean? Good conversation.
Yeah, so salute, Uda. I know you and I were chatting shit in the chat, but yeah, salute.
Oh, yeah, you know we chat shit. But even that, because look, even you have very strong feelings about Martin Luther King, but you have people in Somalia that was equivalent to him. We got what Sheikh what was his name? Al-Burari.
We had Sead Body, and guess what? It led to a civil war. So I'm just saying, it led to a civil war.
He was unalive for it too. He was unalive for it too. Years ago.
Yes.
For that same type
I
of
mean, are you willing to deal with that in America? I'm just saying. Do you want to be Africa in America?
I know. Africa's crazy, but I'm just saying America's crazy now too. But I'm just saying though, at the end of the day, you know what I mean. Sometimes we just got to be careful. You know what I'm saying. I understand that. You know what I mean. When it comes to certain political things, maybe desegregation. Some people argue that like maybe we should have never fought for desegregation, you know what I'm saying? Because maybe we had more things when we were separate and all kind of things that people can make an argument for, you know what I'm saying? But regardless of the fact, Martin Luther King was outside. He popped up, he was outside. A lot of time we're going to hear from people that never going to get outside, never can't tell nobody nothing, never going to be leaders. A lot of times, not even their own children follow them, but they're going to talk about a person like a Martin, or they're going to talk about a person like an MLK. You know what I mean? When it comes to a man is going to be a man, son. It's going to be right things. It's going to be wrong things. It's going to be anything. But when it comes to us, what are we doing? Because right now we chat warriors and we online and shit. When we got the rights to be outside and we could be talking stuff and pushing for things we want on a local level beyond on the big levels. You know what I'm saying? But we're not doing a lot of these things. Well, then we'll shoot down a Martin or shoot down anybody. But the craziest and the scariest thing that if you come to be the next person that's like that, we'll be shooting you down the same way. And then how the hell are we going to get anywhere then? You know what I'm saying? Everybody's going to be not perfect. I get it. You know what I'm saying? You might not agree with him. He was with white women, whatever the case. You know what I'm saying? But I think that it takes for us to start stepping our games up, start pushing out and start changing things on a local level or any kind of level. And it's going to take people that's actually deemed leaders to talk about anybody who was part of it. Because some people can't lead nothing. Just being honest.
Thank you so much, Uda. Go ahead, Mrs. Wolfpack. Go ahead.
Thank you. I do apologize. I was just typing in the back chat. I haven't done this much, and was trying to get the letter to you. Excuse me. Did you get it? You said.
I have it on screen right now. I was having trouble logging in, but I got it. Go ahead.
Okay, I sure appreciate it. He just wanted me to share that with everybody because I know in our area we definitely support MLK Day and whatnot. However, when it comes to our veterans and fighting for America, We do hold the values that everybody is American here. And do believe that they should be recognized as well. I believe that's what he wanted me to speak on for you and for him.
Okay.
CT, can I respond to Lady Wolfpack? Because I know it's not Wolfpack, but his lady.
Yeah.
Real quick, yeah, if I may, I'll be civil. The problem I have with white Caucasian Americans, I feel like you guys feel apologetic when it comes to MLK. I would like to see in the future where white people just speak honestly about this situation about MLK. Don't hold back. And by the way, Lady Wolfpack, your husband has a great handwriting. The cursive, great. Because I have cursive too. I can write cursive. That was a great handwriting. But I would like white people in America, don't hold back. Don't feel ashamed. Don't feel like you're gonna be called racist. Just speak your mind. Be honest. Be honest. God damn it. That I have the same issue in the UK. Oh, we can't speak on this XYZ. No, just speak. Be honest. Because guess what? If the role was reversed, these Africans, blacks would be like all talkative for 24 hours. I think you white people should be more honest. But you know what? That's me.
But it's different in the UK though, Aranta. It's very different because I lived in the UK. It's very different.
No. See again, you use that UK shit. Don't use that UK shit against me.
I'm telling you though, because American white
UK,
people and UK white people is
no. It's the same. It's the same. Sir. Actually, you know what? I think white Americans are way
as far as the expression. You think it's the same?
No. UK is way worse. UK Brits are getting arrested, sir. They're getting arrested. You guys hear America, UK getting arrested is like a meme or a joke. No, dead ass. They're getting arrested. Yeah. Whereas American whites, they have the luxury of speaking honestly.
That's true. That's true too. Because hate speech is more bigger there, and you really will get arrested for the speech out there.
Exactly. So I keep telling white Americans, if whatever's in your heart, just say it. Regardless, just say it, because at least you have the luck.
Yeti, what's up, man? Salute to you, Yeti. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. I really appreciate that. Here, let's watch this real quick. Hang tight, guys. Here we go.
Oh, see, gee.
My name is David Susskind. Tonight, one of the great Americans of our time, Dr. Martin Luther King. Our conversation with him will begin after this brief message. Dr. King, I want to thank you very deeply for taking time out from an arduous schedule to come to New York and do this program with me tonight.
Thank you.
I'd like to begin by asking you, what significance does the Birmingham story, the Birmingham struggle that has just been concluded, have, in your view, on the overall Negro-white struggle in the United States?
Well, I think it has great significance in that Birmingham has been, for many years, the symbol of hardcore resistance to desegregation. And I would say it has been the toughest city in the country in race relations. It's been the most thoroughly segregated city in America. It has had a terrible record of police brutality, and there have been more unsolved bombings of Negro homes and churches in Birmingham than any other city. Now, in the particular movement that took place, I think we were able to dramatize the indignities and the injustices which Negroes confront in Birmingham and other places in the hardcore South. And by doing this, I think we were able to bring the issue so much to the surface that everybody could see it. And after we reached the point of getting basic agreements from the economic power structure, I think it said to people all over that the barriers or the walls of segregation are crumbling in Birmingham, and they can crumble anywhere. By tackling the most difficult city it seems to me that we were able to give impetus to other movements and say to people everywhere that it's just a matter of time now.
I wonder if you believe, Dr. King, that the Birmingham issue, the Birmingham violence, was the specific trigger which has set off the explosions around the country, north and...
Vanta, what do you think about the interview so far? King is mentioning the bombings in Birmingham. I'm not too familiar with how many bombings occurred. I know that there was one.
The bombings were made by the Irish IRA. It was backed by Sinn Féin, a party called Sinn Féin.
In America? The IRA was in America, or?
Oh, no. That was in America.
That was in Ireland.
This was in Birmingham, Alabama, not Birmingham.
Alabama, not Birmingham.
Okay. My bad.
We know we took the name from y'all, but hold up, bro. We talking about Birmingham, Alabama, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because it did happen in Birmingham, UK. My bad. Okay, Alabama.
Oh yeah.
I have no say. CT. I don't know about Birmingham, Alabama. No, I have no say. Okay, I'll say.
They said there was reported in 8 years before the 16th Baptist Church bombing, there were reported 21 separate bombings of Black properties and churches.
So what do you think about that, Vanta? So King is addressing the bombings. Is he legitimate? Is that a legitimate topic or a legitimate subject to talk about?
I mean, any situation because. Okay, when it comes to bombings, people think either it's going to be white or Arabs, right? Real talk, CT.
The Arabs have nothing to do with bombings here, so
I know. I'm saying. I'm saying.
I'm sorry, 50 plus.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying. Initially, when people hear bombings, they think either Caucasoid or Arab. But if it's a Black thing, help me understand. Please help me understand, because tell me.
Supposedly whites were bombing churches and homes of individuals who were pretty much outspoken about supposedly the injustice taking place in Birmingham.
No, I believe it. Okay, yeah, CT, I believe it because
I'm asking you go into depth.
No.
I mean,
No, CT, that happens across. Whenever you speak about injustice or you're trying to reform or anything. It happens across the globe. Like, yeah, you will get attacked because you are challenging the social norm that was already established. Yeah, you're challenging the norm. So yes,
Stoic,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Stoic, what do you think about King and what he's saying so far, mentioning the bombings in Birmingham? Is that a legitimate gripe?
Well, like I said, any form of non-provoked violence is a legitimate gripe. I want to say there is, Uncle Tom 1 and 2, and also there's a documentary now about Martin Luther King made by the same person who made those films. And he said a lot of these bombings were done by the people to garner sympathy. It was kind of an inside job, kind of like a Jesse Smollett. I don't know if all of it, I don't think all of it, but there was enough of it because they knew that this would get the sympathy of the whites. I just want to add on something that Vanta said, speak your mind if you're a white person or if you're a conservative. I know, for me, during 2020, I learned, you can't say, there's certain things you cannot say to people because they will attack you. If not physically, they will attack you economically. It is best, and I say this to conservatives, cultural conservatives, it is best to be pragmatic with what you say and how you do. Because
Mrs. Stoic, I lost friends, I lost money, I lost family during 2020 because I did not. So I spoke against the Jan 6 thing that happened. Yeah, I actually lost a lot in 2020. Pretty much. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, here we go. I'll go ahead, Stoic. Go ahead, buddy.
Well, I had my workplace threatened and my personal safety threatened after January 6th, and I wasn't even involved in that. I was just asking questions about election integrity and the behavior of the leftists. and they went after me. And again, these people are very vindictive, and you have to be intelligent with the way you're going to act towards them, because if you go against them, they can be very vicious, and they have control over the establishment.
All right.
And South
is a bad time for me.
was its violence, the attack on children, the use of police dogs and police truncheons. Were those the triggers that have ignited Englewood, New Jersey, and other southern communities and other northern communities more than any other incident to date?
Well, I think it's a combination of two things. I think on the one hand, the large number of people who engaged in the demonstrations had something to do with it. In fact, more people were arrested for standing up for civil rights in Birmingham than any other city in the country. Some 3,200 were arrested. So I think the mass quality of the movement had its arousing effects and its repercussions in other communities, along with the indignities of the brutality and the violence perpetrated against Negroes. I think these two things arouse Negroes all over the country, and all people of goodwill for that matter. And I'm sure that things that are happening in other communities, north and south, at this very time, to a large extent came into being as a result of...
JP, today is MLK's birthday.
Shit. Well, what's good, JP? Salute.
We played a ceremony that was taking place in honor of him at, I believe it's Ebenezer Baptist Church, his old church. But what say you about MLK, and has he impacted your life, and what can you learn from MLK, if anything you can? Go ahead.
So he impacted it a negative way. He basically taught us to same thing the women of our family did, made us submit to the white man, made us kiss the white man's ass. Every time I used to think, I remember when as a kid, we used to look at Martin Luther King as like a Jesus in a way. That's how the women used to value him. And the one thing I learned, anytime the white man and the black woman together honor a black man, you know that black man is no good for the black race. You know he's no good for the black race, because they will never advocate to empower. Black women and white men will never advocate for a black man to empower black men without the white man influence. So the black woman will never push for Malcolm X, even though we had actual black people that would sound like Malcolm X, but we already know how the biracial people has been a buffer. So I goes off that. If the black woman and the white man both agree to champion a black man, you know that black man don't mean the race no good. And by Martin Luther King on a mission, he said this speech, all these speeches, he said himself that he led them to a burning building. So those speeches is a failure. You basically celebrating a failure by his own admission. By
JP, I have a question.
Martin Luther King
I'm sorry, my bad.
Martin Luther King own admission. Basically, his speeches, when he said he led his people out of a burning building, he contradicts everything, all of these speeches that he had. So he didn't validate that. He didn't confirm those speeches was accurate. Martin Luther King did.
JP, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that you have a greater voice than MLK?
I think that
say yes, JP. Just say yes.
I'll be feeling like, who am I? I'll be feeling like I'm not shit. So, and when it comes to people like, I think I could connect with a lot of people. I wouldn't say a greater voice. I do believe that I could connect with a lot of people that's probably is the same magnitude.
What do you think of the "I Have a Dream" speech?
I didn't like it. It was more of trying to. It was like begging for mercy. Martin Luther King came off a person that was begging for mercy. That's always is a weak. I was never attracted to no black man begging for mercy and want to be the reason why he want to advocate for every. Why would you want to live next door to your known enemy who have done all of this horrendous stuff to you, all of this stuff? But since you feel like you can't beat them, you want to live. You begging for peace. That's not of a man. That's not masculine. I would not want to be influenced by no black man that's trying to get us to beg on our knees and you want us to play nice so we don't get messed up. That's not. I don't believe in that. I believe in if you hit me, I hit you. I think Martin Luther King, the reason why the white man and the black woman celebrate him because he wasn't talking about going to war with the white folks. Or it's like how they treat us now. People could do something to us, but we black men got to come up with all of these tactics to run from the situation. It's like they can do wrong to us, but the only criminal is the only time people get criminal is when we react. Forget the black woman who done something to us. Forget the white man or white woman who done something to us. They only focus on what we will do back. And I don't agree with his speech. It's a weak speech to me. You don't hear no other races of men begging no black man for this. Why we got to beg them? I'm tired of us black men begging and on our knees. Martin Luther King, I respect him because he was a voice for the people that was in, but his voice was nothing but poison.
Yeah.
Because a lot of black men operate in that fear. Feminine. Ain't no black man supposed to be begging. No, and then you worship the Jesus, the same Jesus that when they gave you slavery, right? They gave you slavery and you banging and saying God. You want to erase everything else about slavery but that God. I don't rock with Martin Luther King with none of that. I resent him for doing that. If I was alive, I would have shot him my damn.
You gotta be very careful with that. We gotta be very careful saying that, man. YouTube. Man.
Yeah, I'm sorry about
that. No problem, man.
But I disagree with you, JP. I disagree with you, respectfully. I disagree with a bunch of that. One, he didn't say that he leading his people nowhere. No. I think the speech was more of a rallying thing. I don't think it was a begging. I think it was him calling out America. He wasn't the only author, but he was the main author of that thing. Two people helped him to write it. A guy named Clarence, and I think a white Jewish advisor, if I'm not mistaken. But as far as the I Had a Dream thing, he came up with that on the fly on the improv. I think it's about rallying your people. It's kind of similar to when Frederick Douglass went up that 7 years after we were emancipated, right? When Frederick Douglass went up, 1852, and he had a speech when they called him to speak out on 4th of July. Have you heard of that speech that he ever spoke of? You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, it's real things, you know what I'm saying? So when you really look at the speech, it's not a speech about begging about nothing. He's just talking about what he's talking about. So I think you should go back and look.
Okay. Orangutan, give me a second. I agree with JP. JP is correct.
Nigga, you from that land, nigga. You're the only orangutan on earth.
We gotta watch that M-bomb. Gotta watch the M-bomb.
I mean, oh yeah.
I gotta do the feed for you too, Uda. I rock with you, man, but I gotta do the feed, man. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I agree with JP. JP just spoke facts, CT. I have zero disagreement with JP. JP is correct. I don't like MLK. JP is correct. MLK used blacks to force integrate. JP, am I crazy for saying that blacks should have naturally blended in with the whites naturally, slowly?
I don't understand. Why would he want us to integrate with people that was allegedly slaughtering us, slaving us?
Yeah, exactly.
All of this stuff and basically trying to operate off their guilt, trying to find guilt. It's like a woman getting abused by her man and she trying to make him, trying to come around with him, sit around him with a big old eye, trying to make him look so he can feel guilty and sad.
But JP, to be fair, the kid he was talking about
innocent kids.
These were innocent kids. So he was more or less saying, you know, why don't we have like in my interpretation, could have been a reset. have your kids play with my kids, and it'd be like a reset almost. You don't think that's okay? Go ahead.
Until we see, I think that before we start chaotic, have you ever been into a fist fight?
When I was in elementary school, yeah.
What happened after the fist fight?
Oh, well, me and her became friends.
Wait, is it her? Wait, is it her?
I think that before we could be, I think that before black people should sign up to be friends like that, we should have that fight first. This wasn't no marching and stuff, wasn't no fighting. Yeah. So the reason why you need to have that fight first, because it established respect. Everybody that the white man fought physically, he respected them after the fact. And guess what he do? He rewards them. The Indians get a check. The Mexicans they just do. Who out the band, right? But only black people is the only ones that get, we get what we get based on how the fact we never established that boundary.
Mm-hmm. I have a question for JP, if I may, CT, if I may. I have a question for JP. JP, have you noticed that Africans do not complain about European colonizers? Like, have you noticed Africans don't cry about the British Empire? They don't cry about the Italians. They don't cry because there was, like you said, if you get boxed up, right, there's kind of like a respect, oh, I took the L, fair enough. You know what? I lost. But guess what, JP? Our people don't cry reparations. We don't cry, oh, you did this and that. We just moved on, sir. We moved on. We took the black eye. We took the black eye, and we moved on. Why can't it be like that with African Americans, JP? Just take the black eye and just move on.
Yeah. See, that's we accepted defeat, and Martin Luther King helped pioneer that to teach us to help.
Right.
That's all that was. It wasn't no fight. It wasn't to rebel. It was mainly to comply, to become a butler. He spoke from a butler perspective. Because Martin Luther King was a butler before he even started talking. That's the reason why they gave him the mic. The only time they give black people the mic is when they damn chaotic. Remember I talked about all of these. We got new content creators around here, right? And they the ones get on Fox 6 News. They the ones get pumped up on mainstream media. When you removing, as long as you're willing to remove accountability from white folks and try to please and please and loving your enemy, like is you cool? So them the only type of people. Them the only type of people that the white man, like I always say, with the white man and the black woman. Appreciate him. That means that man don't mean us no good. So
real talk, JP.
Martin Luther King was more like these butlers that we have today.
Yeah. No, JP.
No butler ideology.
JP, real talk. I agree with you. I think X was the ideal. Hear me out, JP. Hear me out, because when I say Africans moved on from the British, guess what the Africans did? They said, we're going to do our own thing. We're going to build. We're going to restructure. That was Malcolm X, sir. That was your Malcolm X. That mindset was Malcolm X. You guys chose MLK over X. I think X was the better standard for Black America. Real talk. Am I lying?
Fred Hampton, them. I believe in this stuff trying to be peaceful while you getting spanked.
Yeah.
Martin Luther King never came up with what happens when cops or white people just spit on you or hit you. He keep telling us just believe in Jesus, turn to us.
Bend the knee. Yeah,
so he can hit you can hit on this cheek and then get hit on that cheek. You just keep turning.
JP, but JP, Malcolm X was a better standard where he said, you know what, just focus your money and build your family. Was that a bad standard for Black America, JP? Malcolm X.
I don't necessarily. I think he's the second best thing, but to focus on money and stuff, that's still there. You still placating to their programming.
See,
the people that my family,
though, JP. You're building family. You're building family.
Maybe I'm different because I got the blood of the Gullah Geechees.
Okay, fair
enough. I don't know if y'all know anything about Gullah Geechees, but they don't talk. The white man don't tell the story too much about Gullahs. When Gullahs used to beat them, put the hands on the white man, put their hands around their necks. And they fought the white man for over 100 years, and they was the ones that actually freed us. The chattel slavery. It wasn't Frederick Douglass. It wasn't Abraham Lincoln. Those Indian wars that they was really talking about, those were Gullah Geechees.
But JP, we saw you
like it was some white European face looking native Indians. No, those were black, dark skinned and Gullah Geechees was spanking the America military.
But JP, to be fair with you,
maybe I got that blood in me. I'm actually Gullah Geechee.
The Gullah Geechee. JP, we saw you go to a church. JP, we saw you go to a church asking for some coins from a white man. What say you, JP? What say you? A couple of coins.
I go to church, yes. So right now I'm playing.
Is that Gullah Geechee? Is that Gullah Geechee, JP?
No. Well, I don't know what they doing now, but no. But I will be on the lines where I would rather go back and forth violently with white men and to just before white man kids can play with my kids, we have to fight first. And I don't mean just a one-on-one. I mean collectively. We got to establish the black male respect. Black male, you have not developed no respect for nobody. Everybody know, and you get punked on from Mexicans. You think you call Mexicans your brother. They don't think it's you like you they brother. They treat you the same. The reason why every other race come and treat black Americans the same, even Africans, because they know you got punked. The world don't watch black American men get punked. It's almost like being on a playground and you get your lunch money took, and guess what? Everybody's gonna take your money. And that's exactly what's happening to black Americans. Black Americans, the white man doesn't narrate the story how they used to spank you, and all you did was woo out the bam. So guess what happened when you see a Mexican in class or Asian? They all feel like they gonna punk you. You not no threat.
JP, I have a question. How do you feel the fact that black Americans were begging 400 years for reparations, and then here comes these Somalians that took billions in 3 years from Minnesota?
Well, I will say this, and I had to be completely humble when I say this. That's how punks get treated. The Asians come in, the J community the Americans never did nothing to the J community. The Germans
I said Somalia, not the J.
Let me say this. Because the J community went through the similar situation as black folks, right? But they went through that in a whole new country, not Americans. Why they come over here and get all of the power, but not black Americans? The J community got done wrong from the Germans, not Americans. So they putting other people that never even have no history in America that have been slave, woo out the bam, over black people. We getting treated like how a punk supposed to get treated.
But
and every time you talk to black men, they talk from the perspective of overcompensating. I ain't no punk. I ain't feeling. Yes, you is.
JP.
When everybody around the world do not respect you. Guess what? Everybody around the world respect the white man. Why?
Okay. JP, I'm not talking to a wall. I'm talking to you directly, JP. How did the Somalians end up with billions of dollars in a few years when you blacks were begging for reparations for 400 years, JP? How did that happen?
I don't know. You tell me.
And Somalis are considered 67 IQ, very low IQ. They're like damn near retarded. How did they get away with that, JP? How?
I don't know.
So you couldn't do that. You blacks couldn't do that. You couldn't hustle the state where Somalis did it. How come you didn't guys do it? What happened?
I think that the white man. I think that the white man.
So no, JP, the Somalis hustled the white man. So no more white man excuses. If the Somalis can hustle the white man, why can't you blacks hustle the white man? Why can't you do it?
Because the black Americans had bought the beliefs what white men had told them about themselves, and also the white man didn't value black Americans' respect. They felt sorry for him.
Hold on for 1 second. CKJ with the $5 super chat. The Somali living in the UK who dislikes MLK, he needs to focus on Ursula von der Leyen putting belt to ass. Vanta?
I mean, I don't see. Hey, CKG. I vote for Brexit. We left the EU. I hate Vonda, that heifer that runs the EU. We left the EU, sir. I'm not part of the EU. I vote Brexit. UK left the EU. We're not part of the EU. Goofy. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, by the way.
Real quick, Kung Fu CJ, what say you about MLK's birthday and all of these ceremonies? Go ahead.
I'm off. That's what I say.
Yeah.
Normally I can't even get on at this time of the day because I'm trying to sell a car, but I'm off. So, but then again, to JP's point, Malcolm X was a communist. He was helping the Communist Party. Period.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I put in the chat. Yeah, I'm a Malcolm X guy. When I was in elementary school, they said, "Oh, you need to do a report. Do a report on Martin Luther King." I did a report on Malcolm X and brought it into school. Why? Because I want to be different. I want to do something different. I remember in the 10th grade, I just, from it was junior high school back then. From there to high school, I get my first English class, and the English teacher says, "I want y'all to write me a 2-page essay." I write an essay on how to be a bum. I created a whole university on how to be JP, basically. The whole essay. I come back to school the next day. She says, "You got a vivid imagination," and gave me an A-. The whole thing about MLK was he was able to get an amendment passed with non-violence. Malcolm couldn't get an amendment passed with violence. Nobody could get an amendment passed with violence. Not even the South when they went to war.
Hey, Stoic, what do you think about that? I mean, to a degree, that is. I mean, you could say that MLK was not largely responsible, but he was a part of the Civil Rights Act being passed.
Yeah, no, he was effective in that way. I still say I believe in a more pragmatic approach.
Yeah.
And a lot of people believe, you got to kick ass or you got to be nonviolent. Well, sometimes it's not smart to be violent. I mean, if a guy can defeat you, it's best to flee. And if you have basically three options. You can comply, you can resist, or you can flee. Sometimes it's even best to comply. Not all the time, but there are times when, yeah, man, I guess people don't agree with that. But in real life, if you're in prison and there's a guy that can kick your butt, you're not going to speak free speech. And I've seen, like, on the street, like, there are times when people will do and say things, and that these guys are wrecking balls. And if you run afoul of them or try to take on their authority, you're going to lose. And you are under no obligation. It's not intelligent just to fight. It's also not intelligent to accept abuse. I think sometimes you got to flee the situation. And that's what's missing today is a pragmatic approach.
So if you do stuff like that, you could no longer claim the title of masculine. right? And remember I said earlier that if the black woman and white man agrees with that black man, that means the black woman agrees with Martin Luther King because he took a feminine approach. The white man accepted it because he was accepting black men being feminine. Martin Luther King was the voice of black men, feminine black men. That's how he was able to get that, have some influence to get that passed, because he took a feminine approach. That basically the white man treated Martin Luther King how he treated the feminist movement, right? He passed the thing for him, okay, but it's not like you sharing power, right? The white man gave it to him like, okay, these people is feminine. I'm above him. He gonna do what I say do. Sometimes it's best to get your ass kicked. It's way best to get. It's like all them times, and I done lived this life, right?
What do you gain by getting your
of that? But I've been jumped many times out of my life. Well, usually some people, I mean, my cousin ran and left me. I took a beating. And people laughed at me for getting beat. But the people that beat me developed some sort of respect for me.
That's right.
And the ones that ran and left, and now they trying to play my guy. He used to be my guy, Shard. He sat up there and watched me get jumped by these dudes. We both was banging them our city. We was in a house full of Chicago people. It was just me and him, Milwaukee. And when stuff got real, he bagged up. He seen me fighting, and I was getting the best a little bit, but then they got me. But now after the fight over, he trying to be their friends and stuff like that. They had more respect for me. And like I told him, I said, any one of y'all Chicago dudes would have been in a situation like me. Basically, I was by myself in a house full of Chicagoans still talking my shit. And when shit got real, and when it got hot, I was in the damn pot right along with it, boiling. A lot of y'all would have been in that situation. Yeah, y'all with me. But let's see if y'all was in a house full of Chicago.
Can I respond to that? Can I respond to that, please?
Yeah, and then let's play the video. Go ahead.
Jay Prince, I used to believe what you believe. I don't believe that. I don't believe that people who beat you have respect for you. Again, if I'm being attacked and I know I cannot win, fleeing is the most intelligent thing to do, in my opinion. I mean, look, I don't stand and take a beating for anybody. I only fight when I know that there are things in my favor, and I don't owe anybody a fair fight. If somebody goes to attack me, whatever method I use can never equal what they did. So,
and 70 years later, we still fleeing. Martin Luther King, under the Martin Luther King Act, 70-some years later, we still fleeing. And that's what.
Hold on.
CT, that was great.
Can I respond to that?
Let me respond. Can I respond? JP, check this out. Okay, I'm with you because now that I've learned a lot more about Martin Luther King. Yeah, I'm of the class of he got punked. And when LBJ said what he said, when he said, I had these Negroes voting Democrat for the next 200 years, he meant it. He meant it because of who was there in the White House with him when he signed the paperwork.
Can I speak, if I may, to come through CT real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. So far, you are 50 years. Roughly, probably 70 years so far. Out of 200, so far you got 70 years of blacks voting Democrat nonstop, back to back to back to back. And even me, as an outsider, all the way from the UK, I question, sir, how does when it comes to democracy is meant to be kind of balanced out, right? How does the black community vote 95% for Democrat? 95, sir.
It's because of emotion.
Which is not healthy. It's not healthy for them.
It is, but it's emotion. It's emotion. And now that you don't have the father in the home anymore, there's no logic there. When your young men are growing up, they don't learn logic; they're learning emotion from the mother, and so now they're voting off of emotion versus logic.
And you know what else about us fleeing? That's what's motivated white men to come up with all of these stuff to basically harm us.
But JP.
Hold on. They constantly come up with stuff to put us in a situation to go against ourselves with the welfare system, child support system, the divorces at 80%. That you know why? Because we flee. And you know what's so crazy about this whole situation?
You don't stand
You telling us that complying and fleeing would be the best intelligent. Wait, hold on. You saying that fleeing and complying would be the most intelligent decision, and look what happened to him. He still died violently, right? Now that you're gonna die regardless, but it's all about what story gonna get told, right? He didn't die of like a man. He died on his knees, begging. Fuck Martin Luther King.
Actually, he died on his JP. Actually, he died on his back because the bullet didn't initially kill him. He was killed in the hospital.
Yeah, and white man came to wipe them off. Allegedly, a black man shot him, and the white man finished him.
Can I respond? I mean, in the art of war, even they tell you like you never go head on with somebody. You work around them, and again, sometimes you have no choice but to comply. I mean, again, if you really want to go to it, leave your home and live on the street and don't take anything from somebody if you really believe it.
That's what we do on an everyday basis.
Well, wait a minute. Do you accept your job, or do you accept government assistance?
Government assistance is the same type of assistance what the white man did with slaves.
But again,
it wasn't the government though, JP.
The black man was building this country. When the black man was building this country, picking that cotton, right? The white man sat on his ass while the black man was building and picking and working, woo out the bed, right? So I'm doing essentially, I'm finessing them the same way they finesse black folks.
So you use strategy. So you use strategy.
I'm going to abuse the system the same way they abuse
welfare. Wait a minute. We talking about Martin Luther King. We're not talking about JP's status. We're talking about Martin Luther King. We're not talking about JP's status. We're talking about MLK and how he fought for things that basically have harmed us. I would have rather have separate but equal all day long. Separate but equal.
Yes,
because I grew up in a house of educators, so I would have been smart regardless.
How can you be in agreement with live inside of your enemy who have allegedly done the worst stuff? That's all. If we're gonna think like that, well, why do y'all got a problem with rapists? Why do y'all got a problem with all of these black folks who have done all of this? Who are the bear? If y'all so Martin Luther King, well, especially the women that's in the chat talking about, JP bogus. Well, we should free every rapist that did anything foul to black women and children. We should free them. You should live next door to their kids. Right?
Hey, let me read the super chat. L, what's up, man? Thank you so much, L. The most ironic part about JP saying F MLK is that if it wasn't for MLK, JP wouldn't be able to beg white pastors for money. I disagree with that.
I disagree with that too.
L, shit for that.
I just truly believe, like, bro, come on now. If we're gonna live side by side with white folks, if everybody want to go off this Martin Luther King speech, well, you shouldn't have no type of resentment to no black person who have done wrong. I don't care if they raped. I don't care if they deleted people. I don't care if they robbed, steal. Everything that you can name that black criminals have done to the black race, you should give them the pass first. If you're willing to give white people the pass under this Martin Luther King Act, Well, you should do that for everybody, including the black people.
I get what JP is saying. Yeah.
Can I counter JP CT?
No, well, I want JP to further expand upon that. JP, further expand upon that. JP, go ahead, buddy.
Because if you think about it, Martin Luther King said, I mean, it have not been not one black people who have done worse stuff than white folks. And if you're willing to, in the name of Jesus, punk up and live next door to these people and saying that I had a dream that black people and white people would be friends and lovers and having families, and if you're willing to accept that, then you should never advocate for no black person who have done anything wrong to black women, to black kids, to black men, to black boys.
So you're basically saying you're basically saying, JP, and people are pretending that they're not hearing you, but if the blacks were willing to forgive whites,
then
why not
They've
forgive your
already
own?
done that.
Yeah,
why
but go
not
ahead,
forgive your own people first?
Can I respond? Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
My history begins when my old man seed hit pay dirt and will end with my death. Anything before or after that is beyond my control.
Okay.
I like that.
I think that we should, if we're going to be all this forgiving, but when you these people that champion Martin Luther King, you hear them talk about black folks, it's totally the opposite. They gangsters towards black folks. Even black people are. They with this. If you hit me, I'm hitting you back. Don't you come in my house, you don't let somebody put their hands on you. Go punch that N-word. You better go fight them. If a black man grape a kid or a woman up in the community, that man need to be dead. So you saying that the black man need to be dead for committing the same acts that most of our population of biracial people come from the graping of white men.
Hang tight. CKJ, thank you so much for the cash app, man. Salute to you. Let me give CKJ Vanta.
CT, I have a question for JP.
Well, unfortunately, you can't. CKJ kicked you out of here for 50 minutes. You come back in 50 minutes, buddy, for that cash app. He got you up out of here, man. I'll bring you back. He said the message says drop the Somali. Tell them to focus on the UK. You should focus on the UK. Vanta. Go ahead, Jay Prince. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
It just makes sense. So I don't understand how black people don't apply that same energy across the board, right? You get Martin Luther King when it comes to white, and that's how I see black folks, especially black women, doing today. They willing to the population of biracial people first initiated from the allegedly graping of white men to black women, just like they do in the military do after they conquer people country. They go grape their women. Well, they did that to us, and now we okay with it. Black women okay with it? You okay with the white man grape you? Well, if you okay with the white man doing it, you should be okay with the black man doing it. Ain't no picking and cherry picking it. But what tends to happen is that the black man gets the grunt of everything that the white man have done. You wanna shame black men to woo out the bam, all of this stuff, but where he learned it from? The same white man that y'all say, man, that was history. You give him all of these passes, all of this forgiveness. You got to put in your heart and forgive. You got all of this forgiveness. But in the ghetto, in the black community, ain't no forgiveness. You want that man in prison for killing your brother. You want that man in prison or dead for raping your sister. Have that same energy. If not, if you ain't going to have that same energy on both sides, don't have it at all.
The past is dead and the future is imaginary. Live in the present.
Shut up, honky.
You got a gun? Can you make me?
I'd like to say congratulations to JP for his new nursing career, as he has scrubs on. Congratulations, sir. We didn't know that you were a nurse. Congratulations on your CNA career.
No, thank you, brother.
Martin Luther King was a simp. He was also a cheater. I'm here to talk about Martin Luther King. All right. I don't know if you guys are sticking to the topic today, or are we doing?
Well, I mean, obviously, I wanted more positivity, but you guys are entitled to your opinion. I think what you're going to say is absolutely disgusting and deplorable, but this is a free speech channel. Go ahead, buddy.
I'll be quick.
Don't worry about it, man. Go ahead. You got the floor, man.
I'll be quick. You don't have to get all catty and sassy with me like that, sir.
Sorry about that.
We're friends. You were being emotional right there.
Go ahead.
Money making is not emotional. Remember that. All right. Even though I don't contribute to the show in any way. Martin Luther, besides content, which isn't free, by the way. So if I charge per hour, CT, you owe me hundreds of thousands.
Maybe a million.
Maybe a million, sir. Maybe a million. Cut me that big check when Spotify.
Go ahead, man. MLK, man. Go ahead, buddy.
All right,
MLK.
yeah, thanks. Whatever.
Fuck
you too.
Go ahead.
So Martin Luther King Jr. was being investigated by the CIA and the FBI, right? Thank you.
The CIA was investigating him?
CIA. Can I finish? Did I interrupt you?
No, you didn't. Go ahead.
Okay.
I didn't know the CIA was in.
Well, do your research before you do a show about Martin Luther King Jr., sir.
Okay, go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry.
Okay, you are a journalist. This is YouTube, and you're a content creator. Why don't you do your goddamn research before a white man comes up here and exposes that you don't know shit about nothing?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Buddy. The CIA and the FBI was investigating our dear Martin Luther King Jr. Now, I'm not here to say who deleted him, but I will say that they were using it against him in his marriage. They were telling his wife, listen, ma'am, it's documented. You can look it up if you don't believe me. We have recordings, we have video and audio of him going, and he had long-term relationships with other women. He was a cheater.
I just want to point something out real quick. And this 777 said the scumbag liar. The CIA is an external. It operates on an external basis. It never investigated MLK. So I don't want to put that out there and get a strike or something from YouTube. Yeah, don't do that, man.
I'm gonna read.
I knew I wasn't losing my damn mind. No, CIA operates outside of American scope. Go ahead, buddy.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Was he investigated by the FBI, sir?
Is the FBI the CIA?
Did they work along?
They're two different intelligence agencies. One is
internal intelligence agency.
One is internal and one is external.
Sir.
777. Go ahead, 777.
He was extensively. Just give me a minute. He was extensively investigated and targeted by the FBI under J. Edgar Hoover.
The CIA, Jagoff.
Under J. Edgar Hoover's COINTELPRO program.
Counterintelligence programs. The CIA cannot investigate American citizens, sir.
Do they not investigate American citizens that are causing terrorist things going on across the nation?
That would be for the FBI. The FBI handles internal issues.
Do they not work together? Do they not? You're telling me that these government agencies don't work together, CT?
Are you asking me if the FBI and the CIA do joint investigations? I don't have a goddamn clue.
Well, you should. You should, because they do.
Go ahead. Anyway, MLK,
right, thank you. Let me finish.
The cheating. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll land my plane.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Thank you. Counterintelligence programs from the late 1950s and the 1960s, focusing on surveilling him, wiretapping him, attempting to discredit him, and even sending him. Excuse me?
You're talking about the FBI, right?
And and even sending him anonymous letters urging suicide, all due to concerns about his leadership and perceived communist ties. Now, what does communist mean?
I don't know.
That's why the CIA was involved. What is communist ties?
Sir, do you have any goddamn kids classify themselves as communists on American college campuses? The CIA doesn't get involved with these goddamn kids. What are you talking about?
And let me just say this. They were attacking his wife. He was a cheater. He was cheating with multiple women.
She was super hot.
He was disgusting, sir. But that's another story. I'm not going to do that.
Coretta was hot. I said
Coretta was not hot in any way, fashion, or form, sir.
Okay.
Pull
Go
up
ahead.
a picture of her. What are you talking about here?
That's not necessary, man. Go ahead, buddy.
She looked like a light-skinned JP. Anyways, here we go. No offense. So anyways, he was being investigated by the FBI. Also, he didn't do much, for the record. Now, hang on. All he did was he said a speech in Washington, D.C., and then he planned a boycott of the buses for 381 days, which did change that. They changed that around.
Sure.
But he didn't do much other than that. He didn't do much more than you're doing, CT, by getting up here, speaking for your people. That's the same as Martin. Basically, you're Martin Luther King Jr. He didn't do much. He really didn't. When you look at his accomplishments, they gave him a Nobel Peace Prize for what? For making a speech? JP makes speeches every day.
He does. That's why I said JP might be greater than MLK. But go ahead, buddy.
Kung Fu, respectfully, you're on mute. I see you don't agree with me, but tell me what Martin Luther King did.
Continue, 777. Just continue what you were saying.
Okay.
Just continue. Just continue, man.
I don't think I think we should have an Al Capone Day. Because if we're gonna do Martin Luther King, what's the difference between one of these great Italian leaders that contributed to society? First of all, Al Capone made a lot of people happy, bringing alcohol into their homes, which contributes to happiness, as we all know.
Well, I listen. I don't know too much about Al Capone. I mean, I wasn't there when he was alive, but according to history, wasn't he responsible for didn't he actually kill people?
I don't know. I can't say that he did, but I could tell you Martin Luther King was responsible. Martin Luther King was responsible for a lot of people being deleted.
You could argue that, but I think comparing a civil rights leader to a mobster, I don't think that's
a leader or a speaker. Because a leader,
he was a speaker, but
a leader.
I'm not necessarily saying that you're incorrect, but do you think that that's a good comparison? You really believe that that's a good? I don't know. I mean, I'm asking you. Do you believe comparing Martin Luther King to Al Capone is a good comparison?
I think Martin Luther King was a cheap politician. I think that's all he was really doing. He was trying to get votes. Now, if he was really onto something, why wouldn't he try to be a leader in politics? Why did he just want to sit there and walk up and down the street with signs and tell people not to hit nobody? Who I respect was Malcolm X, by any means necessary. That's who I respect. Martin Luther King was too busy cheating on his wife to really make a movement. So he just went and he decided to be the leader and make a. And let me tell you this: he didn't have his own children play with white children. So why was he pushing so hard? Oh, one day black children, white children could play together. How come he didn't go up the street?
I did not respect that speech at all.
How come? Yeah, because JP, think about this. How come he didn't have his own family, his own kids playing with white kids? But that was his dream. I don't think his dream was valid. I think he was a liar.
You think he was a liar?
Why he was a liar, and he was telling the people what they wanted to hear, like most politicians do.
Would you have wanted? Okay, so let me ask you a question.
And he was cheater on his wife. Go ahead.
Outside the man, do you think that it's cool that little black boys can play with little white girls and vice versa? Little white boys can play with little.
That would have happened. That would have happened if Martin Luther King was never born. He was not any. He wasn't any greater than you, me, JP, Kung Fu, CJ. He wasn't this man that we need to celebrate. I'm not saying anything derogatory about him. Was he a cheater? Did he cheat multiple times on his wife? Yes, he did. So he can go into a church in front of God, have an oath to his wife, and then cheat. So how could we believe this man? How can we believe him and stand up?
So are you saying that me and JP, who are content creators, we are greater than MLK?
All you got to do is go to Washington, D.C., get up on a podium and say that you guys had a dream of whatever you want to have a dream about, and what makes you any different. And then Now look at his accomplishments. He boycotted the bus situation in Birmingham, Alabama to make it he didn't want it to be segregated, blacks and whites, whatever. So he did that for 381 days.
Yeah, he did.
Finally passed the law. Okay, all right, blacks, you could get on the bus, whites and blacks together. That's all he did. Anybody could do that. JP could stand in front of a church. That's you know what I don't like? How come white people ain't allowed in these Baptist churches? You ever notice that? It's always a black, full-on black church.
Well, hold on for a second. Roz Girl is in the chat.
Allowed.
Roz Girl is in the chat. She's saying no man on that panel compares to Martin and should have their own day. So Roz Girl is in total disagreement. It kind of goes along with what JP's been saying about black women.
She's delusional.
So
she's delusional.
So you think she's delusional? Go ahead.
Yeah, Roz, you know I rocks with you. But like most women, respectfully, like most women, they're delusional. Okay, he's done nothing.
Yeah,
I'll tell you. How about this? How come if he was so great, how come black women are the least paid in the workforce?
I don't know if that's true or not. But hey, look, 777. One thing I can say about what you're saying, what you are saying, is this: I Show Speed is 22, and he has far more global attention than MLK ever did. And he went on an African
his subscribers
tour.
Are white.
Well, whether they're white or whatever, I don't. Whether they're white or whatever, are you saying that these people, the content creators today, are far greater than men of yesteryear? Yes.
I think Pooh Shiesty's more influential than Martin Luther King.
Okay.
I think without TV, no one would know who Martin Luther King was. I think he was more important, I hate to say it, but dead than alive. Because now his dream could really be, he was a martyr. People get blinded by, he's dead. Oh, okay, we got to believe his belief systems. He's never let his own children play with whites. I don't think Coretta, even after he died, said, all right, kids, let's go up here and play with the
and it pains me too. Like,
it's bullshit. It's all scam.
It pains me that, and then like Roz Girl, which is a black woman.
Yeah.
They're gonna push for that because black women operates from a subordinate, subjugated mind frame.
I agree.
I heard black women told me that white men and other races of men love them.
Yeah,
they the most dumbest women on the planet. Like they will. One thing about black women, they will delete their whole environment just to get love.
Yeah.
That's the most stupidest stuff. I do not respect them at all. And I damn sure don't respect. And like I said, if the black woman agrees with anything that these people are saying, that it means it's no good. Martin Luther King did not mean it's zero good.
JP, I asked you this question a long time ago, and I thought you were just joking, but you really wouldn't have your daughters bring home a white kid to play with.
Bro.
Like if it was little girls, like, Dad, this is my friend Becky, and you would just tell her, you gotta get your little ass up out of here, right? Or
I'm so serious. I'm serious than a fat woman sitting on your face.
Stoic, so if you're a white guy, what do you think about
that? Would be dangerous. Let me tell you, JP, that would be dangerous if a white child stepped into.
Hold on, let me hear from Stoic real quick. Stoic, I did ask JP this question a long time ago. I thought he was joking, but he said he'd kick that little girl up out of there. What do you think about that?
It's his house. He can do whatever he wants. And I just wanted to point out what 777 was saying about Martin Luther King's kids not playing with white kids.
Yeah.
I've noticed a lot of black militants are secretly married to white women, and they live in white neighborhoods and stuff. So those are the biggest fakes. I remember when I had my No White Guilt show, there was a show named Cows. And this guy was, all Neely Fuller. However, he was married to a white woman, and he moved from Atlanta to Seattle, and because he likes the liberal white people there. And he was asked about that, and he said, well, I will not live amongst damaged people of slavery. That was his excuse. And I recall that, and I feel a lot of black militants are often the biggest fakes.
Well,
the government killed. The government killed Martin Luther King.
Wait a minute. Martin, it's 777. What do you think about JP? Do you think he's keeping it real about that? Do you think he had to say you got to get that little white girl up out of here?
Yeah, I do believe he's telling the truth because
Really?
not just for no reason. I think a little white girl in JP's house, and I mean this, I think it would be very dangerous for him. I think the parents would find a way to accuse him of something. I think white people, and I don't mean SA, I don't mean anything to do with that.
Yeah.
I mean just any type of abuse. If he said, "Bitch, get over here, stop making a mess in my house," anything would be taken as he assaulted this innocent white child, and he would be the Emmett Till of his community. They would bring police there. He's very outspoken. They would pistol whip him. They would probably delete him in his home.
Eric, his daughter can't have a white friend, but JP can bang a white woman.
That's fine.
So, highlight only pink chat. That's fine. She said Martin Luther King was marching and crying.
Crying?
Like, bro, if marching and crying. Yes, I would not have a white boy specifically because I got daughters.
Right.
I would never have be okay with no white boy around my daughter. Never.
You guys are really crazy.
And I'm telling my daughters them now, I will lose respect for you. I will not consider you as my daughters. I will have resentment towards you. I would not claim your kids as my grandkids.
Right. So if they brought home a little.
Till I get the first black kid, grandkid, that's the only kid that I'm going to claim as grandkid is the black.
Believe him. Yeah, I believe him.
You know what? This is not just me.
I don't believe it, JP. I don't believe. I believe it. I believe
he's so segregated is the impact of Milwaukee being the highest segregated city in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
My children of mama and they daddy do not rock with their daughter, my baby mama.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because she got kids with white people. Mm-hmm. So the only kids that they really mess with is the black ones that she kicked out. She don't got none of her black kids. She only got her 4 of her white ones. And you don't see the grandmama got the oldest black kid.
But JP,
we feel like this. We strongly feel like this.
But JP, when you were at the library or when you were at the parks and some little white girls come up to your daughters, that's okay, right?
Yeah, little white girl. So I'm not saying that I'm just walking around evil and hateful.
But you just want to have them in your household.
I would not want my daughters them to bring in no white boys around me at all.
Okay. I believe it.
Even if they're like little boys.
Cordial in the streets. I can be cordial and woo out the bam. But as far as like bringing that stuff home, it's almost like, okay, I can be cordial seeing gay people, right? It's not my cup of tea, but they ain't bothering me, right? But bringing them home, that's a whole different ball game.
That's disgusting. Yeah, that's disgusting.
So you mean to tell me my sons, my nephews can, although we don't got no problem, I got a problem with gay people, but we was told that we ain't supposed, we are forced because we don't got that type of balls and masculinity to be able to stand on our heterosexual, woo out the bam. But imagine my nephews and them coming home and he got nothing but gay friends. No, bro, you can't bring that shit around over here.
I think maybe
bring that stuff here.
I think maybe MLK.
My nephews and them dead or in prison for committing crimes.
I think. Excuse me, JP. Let me just get this off. I think MLK possibly was gay, and if you follow me on this, he looked very feminine. Honestly, every picture, and I mean this, I'm not even trolling. Every picture of MLK I've ever seen, he's looked very feminine, like he would want to wear a wig. Maybe that's why he was cheating on the wife. Maybe the wife looks a little masculine, to be honest. If you take a look at her, she looks a little masculine for him. And he looks very soft and sweet.
Did you play with blacks growing up? 777?
I did, actually. Okay. I did. I know there's a lot of whites that probably weren't allowed to, or they were scared. It was very because
of their mama.
It was very yes, sir.
So 777, I guarantee
I had a very interracial neighborhood, I'd say.
And I guarantee you, it was the mamas who allowed that shit.
So
the black women to do this shit.
So do you agree with that? Is it normally the white mothers instead of the white fathers that allow this type of behavior?
That allow what? I'm kind of confused.
The black women allows this interracial dynamics.
Yeah,
like so you're not okay. How about the Stoic?
You don't rock with that.
Triple Seven. The reason why I'm bypassing you is because Stoic to me seems like the white man. You know,
yeah,
like,
he's a real honk.
You're like an Italian. You know, Stoic. If you had a daughter, if you had a daughter,
yeah,
and you say you don't have any kids, right? But if you had a daughter,
me, I have a son,
and your next door neighbors were black, would you allow your little daughter to play with the little black boy?
Are we talking to Stoic or me?
Triple Seven. I'm talking to Stoic.
All right.
I wouldn't see a problem with it.
Okay.
I mean, I personally don't care. I mean, again, well, he say I'm lying. But first of all, I'm a happy solitary man. The last relationship I had was with a bipolar woman, and that made me kind of swear off anybody.
What's a solitary man? What does that mean?
It means I live alone.
Okay, but do you like pussy though, sir?
Sure do.
Okay, then
I like my peace over pussy.
No, Tyranny says black boys don't hang
but all right.
with other races from trees or take their organs. Black boys don't hang. Oh, black boys don't hang other races from trees or take their organs. Now, hold on. Now, hold on. Whoa, guys, real quick.
Wow.
Now, Tyranny may be batshit crazy and insane.
She's got a point.
She is right about this. I have to give it to her. Black men generally don't do this to other races. So I gotta Tyranny's insane, but I gotta give her this credit. Thank you so much.
Giving me Erykah Badu.
Tyranny's like the female version of
she's not Erykah Badu. She's Queen Latifah's character in Set It Off.
The Dyke.
End of the movie.
The Dyke. Okay.
Not the Dyke. Not the Dyke.
He was a Dyke and Set It Off.
I know she's a Dyke, but I didn't mean. I'm talking about the crazy part.
Right.
But real vibe.
I think Tyranny actually probably gets fucked by white men, and she's really deflecting right now because of her guilt for fucking white men.
Easy.
Allegedly.
Let's not do that. That YouTube
she's
might
fucked some white men in her day.
Whether she's what business is that of us, man? Whether she's
she came up here attacking innocent white men and women, saying that we hang blacks from trees and steal their organs. I think I could say this.
Okay, in all fairness, I gotta say this. Black men never really hung other races of people and or did crimes against other races of people.
Well, let's talk about
I gotta agree with Terry on that one.
Yeah, let's talk about why they were hung though, CT. If we're
a lot of the black men were criminals, man. I mean, I refuse. I refuse to believe. Well, that was just a form of punishment. They did it.
And that black man never hung nobody kids, and especially when it's done to them heavily. That's not a proudful thing to say.
No, I don't think she was meaning it to be a proudful thing. I think she was just pointing out the difference.
Can I talk about hanging real fast?
Go ahead.
In Birmingham, Alabama.
Hey, Triple Seven, did you know? Speaking of Italians, did you know the largest?
Yeah.
The most hangings in a day.
Yeah.
Your people. I think it was like 50 of you guys who were hung in one day.
I was trying to tell you that. I was trying to ask you that in the chat the other day. I forgot. Maybe the Gospel of Bob. It was in, where was that? Louisiana or Mississippi?
I thought it was maybe Louisiana. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, people don't know that, but you don't see me up here crying, talking about my organs were ripped out,
or you don't sing slave hymns, or
I'm not over here talking about
Italian hymns.
Rosa Parks Mani over here, my female Rosa Parks Samantrioni over here.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something?
What's up, buddy?
Why do you think the white man always give us characters like a Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King?
We are easily entertained
to lie.
So, we're easily entertained. So we're easily entertained by fiction. We are easily entertained.
Do you think those characters were designed to soften us up in a way?
Without a doubt.
To make us soft. Jesus,
like even Harriet Tubman, man. I think that's the biggest bunch. When I first heard the story as a kid, I said, "Bullshit! I don't believe this story at all." And I think that's what really got me to thinking about a lot of things about what we are told. I'm like, ain't no fucking way this woman was doing all this shit.
And I talk about the hangings.
Let me say this right quick, 777. Let me say this right quick. CT. And those are the stories that, like, when people say we wasn't affected by slavery, we was affected about the stories.
The story.
Right.
The stories that they have told. We don't even know those stories actually existed.
Right.
We've been operating in that form.
We've been lied to.
So pussy. We feel as though the white man cannot be defeated in no shape, forms, or fashion.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, bro, like we think white people are gods.
Like Mike Tyson.
I was talking about this the other day, even in the perspective of watching films.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people, if you ask them what's their favorite scene in the movie Amistad, they'd tell you. You ever seen Amistad?
I think I've seen something like that.
Yeah, they'd tell you their favorite part was when the blacks were fighting for their freedom in court. Like, give us free. But my favorite part was when the Africans were K-wording the Spaniards on the boat. I don't know why I get off on that. I don't know why I like that.
I want to see.
I liked hearing the Spanish crew on the boat screaming because they were being beaten.
Right, and I like to hear the white man screaming.
Not that I want that to ever happen, but it was just something that was sad.
And that's in my soul. This is why I never rock with Martin Luther King. I want to see white men begging for mercy from the black man.
Like, all right, so for example, JP, the movie Superfly, right? At the end of the movie, you see Superfly?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Remember when Ryan O'Neal at the end of the movie was beating the dog shit out of that white police officer? The white police officer said, "Who the fuck you think you're talking to?" And Superfly said, "I'm talking to you, you jive turkey." Got to beating that white boy's ass. See, I like that kind of. I like that.
Please talk about the hangings.
Shut up, 777. I could have started from right when when right there at the end of the movie and ended it. That's the movie for me. Yeah.
Yes, and this is why I cannot rock with. Listen to Martin Luther King's speech. Do not make me feel the way that the Gullah Geechee used to put their black hands around a white man's neck and watching him life leave his body.
Yeah,
pee and doo-doo come out his ass because he's lifeless.
I'd like to talk about the hangings that were in Birmingham. Yeah, shout out to Tyranny, by the way. She probably would have been hung down there, but now there was 200 men, because we're talking facts now. There was 200 men that were black hung in Birmingham, Alabama. There was also 60 white men hung. They usually were hung right around the time that people were getting, the politics were going on, mayors and stuff like that. They did it around the political times. So it's not like the blacks were the only ones hung. They were hanging whites too.
Yeah,
you guys just want to keep it in your mind. Oh, we were being hung back in the day. Well, whites were being hung too.
Yeah, they were.
Whites were being also hung. But
what I also think, 777. I also think
hung by blacks. That's a problem.
I think blacks hung other blacks who were criminals in the town too.
They did. They hung pedophiles.
Yeah, and blamed it on whites too. They probably blamed it on white people.
So now the Democrats were responsible for a lot of men and people hung, because they hung women too. I don't know if people know that. Shout out to Osa.
Shout out to Osa.
Osa, what's up, man? Happy. So today's MLK's birthday, Osa. I have my opinions about MLK, but they are not as vile and disgusting as some other people's. But what say you, Osa? Go ahead, buddy.
I think Osa should be hung.
Easy, man, with the YouTube community guidelines, 777. You gotta be very careful with that shit, man.
Hung while we're playing sports.
That didn't hit. Yeah. Oh, so you there, buddy? Okay.
Hung from a football field. Football.
All right. JP, I'm gonna play some of this video. You can tell me to stop whenever you want. Okay, here we go.
People of goodwill, for that matter. And I'm sure that things that are happening in other communities, north and south, at this very time, to a large extent came into being as a result of the mass quality of the movement in Birmingham and the violence perpetrated against Negroes.
Dr. King, subsequent to the Birmingham situation, we have read a lot about the behind-the-scene maneuvering of the Attorney General, Robert Kennedy, and Mr. Burke Marshall. How effective was our Justice Department, and specifically Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Marshall, in effecting a final resolution in Birmingham? You were on the scene. You were the pivot of the action. How effective were they?
Well, I would say that they were quite effective in at least making it possible for us to have open channels of communication. We had not had any real dialogue prior to the coming of Mr. Burke Marshall. We had made some approaches and some attempts had been made to open negotiations, but it never got off the ground. And I do think that with the coming of the Justice Department and Mr. Marshall in the picture, some channels of communication open that wouldn't have opened as soon. Now, I'm sure they would have eventually opened because of the persistent power of those engaged in the movement, but I think it helped to bring it about earlier.
Were they, in your view, Dr. King, late in anticipating the extent of the violence? Were they delinquent in getting there soon enough?
Well, I think they could have gotten there sooner. All along, we had called the Justice Department, called to the attention of the Justice Department many of the things that were taking place that were symptoms of grave injustices. And we
Can
had
you pause it?
many things happening.
Yeah, I want to pause real quick. So the mere fact that the white man can sit down and have this conversation so peacefully with him tells you that he wasn't the leader for us. I will argue that Martin Luther King feminized us to the point where Martin Luther King coerced us black folks to be so subjugated to where the white man can still bully us even to this day. Because before Martin Luther King, we had radical blacks that was, pushing back. While Martin Luther King with this guilt trip Jesus speech in that Bible, between Martin Luther King, and I want to say this very bluntly and loudly, between Martin Luther King and Jesus was the worst shit that happened to black men on the face of the planet. Martin Luther.
CKJ, what's up, man, with the $5 super chat? If Nixon would have got him out of jail, he would have stayed a Republican. So do we blame the Republicans on what happened after? Go ahead, guys.
So Martin Luther King.
Anybody wants to answer that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'd like to answer that. Yeah, I'd like to answer that, CT.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think he should have stayed in jail. I think this man was worthless. I think this man created more problems and more killings and more deaths than anyone else on the planet. I mean, he's literally brought us to this point where we're still talking about segregation, race, and hatred of the fellow man. Now, is JP my brother? No, he's not. You know why? Because he's black and I'm white.
What the hell are you talking about?
JP will agree. Will you not? Right.
Yeah, we're not brothers.
Exactly. Yeah, that is true. You're not, but yeah.
So what he was doing,
you're no more brothers than any Italian man in Naples right now, right?
Hang on, sir. What MLK did was worthless. He wasted his whole life. Tyranny, take that, bitch. He wasted his whole life. He did absolutely nothing besides stop people.
Tyranny, man. I love tyranny.
I'd like to fuck tyranny, respectfully. Wearing a slave master outfit, respectfully. No offense, gentlemen. You guys want to fuck white women too. So I would like to say that he did nothing besides make blacks and whites come together on the bus. That's all he did. He made blacks and whites ride together on a bus in Birmingham. He didn't do shit. I'm doing more than MLK. I'm feeding black babies and children out here. I'm taking care of their mothers. All right? Sexually, emotionally, financially, physically. I land my plane, gentlemen. Go ahead.
Martin Luther King and Jesus was the worst thing that happened to our black race. and it did not teach us masculinity at all. Jesus never taught us masculinity. Martin Luther King definitely didn't teach us no masculinity. If the most that they taught us is how to be feminine and how to hide up under the rock. Basically, all of this speech that whites and black kids can play together is basically hiding the truth. How you gonna tell us to live amongst people who slaughtering us? Whoever alleged you did all this stuff, nothing got water hole. Like, bro, is you cool? Like, I think if I was in Martin Luther King them days, I would have tried to beat Martin Luther King up. Like this old soft punk stuff. You could tell that he was probably used to soften us up for the white man. And that's what the black woman do. That's why black women is agreeing with this punk. It's when I look at Martin Luther King, I hear a Sharon, shout out to Sharon. I hear these type of Antons, the Candace Owens, sellouts. The people I hear weak people.
And he was light skinned. And he was light skinned,
I don't care what nobody say. You cannot hear a Martin Luther King speech and automatically think of masculinity.
Right. And he was light skinned.
His speech represents masculine.
JP, and he was light skinned. Did you notice that?
He was light complected.
Hold on for a second. Hey, Abstract. You know, everybody is entitled to their opinion. I allow everybody on the panel. I have my own opinions. If you would like to give your opinion, just call in, man. I'll let you talk just as much as 777. I mean, is 777 a scumbag? Yeah, to a degree he is. But he's a good guy. He's a friend of mine. But if you feel free to call in, buddy. I mean, you know, give your opinion about it.
Call in, queer.
We don't know if he's a queer or not queer, but go ahead, JP.
Acting like one. Think about it. Nothing that Martin Luther King spoke about. That's why women, like I say, women resonated with Martin Luther King because it spoke more feminine.
Yeah.
And the white man resonated with the Martin Luther King because he accepted black men being feminine. So this is the reason why white men and black women celebrate Martin Luther King. You cannot guilt trip us because we don't celebrate that shit. No, we don't want to push Martin Luther King. I don't practice him. I don't celebrate him at all. Nothing that he done, nothing that Martin Luther King done resonate with something in a black man's or a black boy's heart.
Yeah.
And I think about the best interest of the black man.
I will admit that I agree, man. I look back at Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan as inspiration on nation building. I agree with you, man. I thought it was useless to beg when you had your own buses.
Yeah, he was a beggar.
I thought it was wild that these kids would sit in to get milkshakes poured on them when they could just, hey man, go to your own restaurant. I'm not going to you guys. Yeah, ain't about fighting beggars. I wouldn't even go there in the first place. You ain't pouring shit on me. I'll give a fuck.
White man, and you the same bubbler as them.
Now, Rod's girl is on the panel. I'm pretty sure she's pretty disgusted in all of you guys.
Can I get a quick?
Okay,
go ahead.
I'm pretty sure she's pretty disgusted in all of you guys' commentary about Martin Luther King on his birthday. Rod's girl, go ahead.
I am very disgusted, chaotic, and I hate this episode every year. Every year that you have it, I really am disgusted. I can't believe how black men who, you know, some of them don't own their own businesses or have their own companies or names on businesses could complain remotely about Martin, because in Martin's times, if you didn't have your own name on a business as a black man, you probably wouldn't have a job.
Oh,
I can't figure out how black men who sleep with white women or proclaim that white women are the salt of the earth would sit up here and demonize Martin, when if it wasn't for him preaching equality and all of that, you wouldn't be able to be out here making interracial babies and families that you take care of and the black kids that you choose not to.
Yeah.
I don't understand how these black men can speak of a world without Martin now, because it was a time where his message was needed, whether he was violent or not, or non-violent. Whoever was speaking the message of equality during that time that was needed. I want to ask the question to JP, what is so different about Martin being feminine and yourself having feminine qualities, following the white man, depending on the white man, speaking ill of black women, but raising black daughters? What is so ill? What is so different about you when you compare him to a feminine man? It really confuses me. I love Martin for the
You
message.
asked the question.
Hold on, let
I'm asking
Roscoe
you.
finish. Let Roscoe finish. Go ahead.
I love Martin. I love Martin for the message. And I love the world that we have now, because there are so many opportunities where whether you have your business or not, you know that it's not going to get burnt down, hopefully, or you know there are more protections that will protect you, your economy, and your family. People can't just willingly be drugged out the house and be lynched and hung on trees. Even as late as the 90s and 2000s, we not having people being dragged on the back of a truck in Texas. So I'm saying the message about equality was what was needed. And nowadays, black men get a little money or a little change around a chain around their neck, and they forget about the history or the work that was done for them to sit on panels and preach propaganda to other black people while appeasing white folks. That's just
So
my opinion.
let me answer that question right quick. By me being feminine, just like Martin Luther King, is the problem. Was the problem. Because Martin Luther King wasn't no masculine man. So our race became feminine, a feminine race. Right? We was hold on, let me answer. The reason why I became feminine, as far as not like gay, but under the feminine framework, is because leaders punks like Martin Luther King. I don't care what you say. Martin Luther King is the biggest coward that we ever had. And the fact that he had the voices of all these people, man, fuck up Martin Luther King. And see, you're not a black man. You're gonna look at this from a feminine perspective. You think that punk and chump did something. And then what's so crazy is you will sit up there and laugh at black men, and when we pissing you off, talking about how you throw the white man punking us all dead smack in our face when it's convenient, right? But soon as a black man want to step up, you telling us to go to take the Martin Luther King route. You done lost your damn mind. Fuck Martin Luther King. I don't rock with that dude. Fuck what he ever did. He didn't do nothing but feminize us black people and black men. If he was so damn masculine, why is we still feminine today? That's where my femininity come from cowards like him. He ain't nothing but a punk, pussy. Man, I got so much stuff to say about Martin Luther King. It's just unreal. You're not gonna guilt trip me because you people feel sorry for that coward. He ain't nothing but a coward. Everything he say don't represent me. It don't resonate with me. And majority of black men feel the same way as me. We say we celebrate MLK. We celebrate X before we will Martin Luther King. You ain't finna sit up there and tell us that we supposed to sleep next door from somebody putting their hands on us and we just turn out of a fucking cheek. You gotta.
So I don't think that.
Hey, JP, let her respond.
I don't think that most men. I don't think that most men agree with you, JP. I think that most men are realistic and they know what masculinity is. I don't think that Martin taught you feminism. I think that maybe growing up, household, all of that taught you feminism.
Begging for somebody crying down the street, begging.
But as a black man and as a black man and as a white man, we should live in a country where we could go out and work as each other, providing for our families. And whether you have to depend on welfare or not, whether you black or white, you should have the opportunity to have that. So at a time, there was a time where you couldn't even have that.
Let me ask you a question. How many white knives you spit it on?
JP, I've never spit on a white knob, sir.
Let's be respectful towards Rise.
I don't spit on white knobs. I don't date fat men. I don't spit on white knobs. I don't date fat men. I don't spit on white knobs. I don't date fat men. I don't date feminine men. Anything else you want to ask me, sir?
It just seems like the only type of people who would be agreeing with that shit is the people that's be willing to spit on the knobs of the white man.
Well, you spit on the knob every day of the white man when you
No, I
promote
know,
the fact that you can be dependent
I
on welfare.
manipulate and I
When you're
use.
okay with that, JP,
I manipulate and I use.
it wasn't about black people crying. It was about equality. It was
I
about me
use
working, me getting paid, black people being able to vote, all of that stuff because they were not able to.
How about
And in
this?
the South, it was more prominent.
How about this? Rise girl.
Voting.
J Prince, hang tight. In all fairness, I don't think we're listening to each other, right? Rise, you are not a man, right? You're not a man.
I am not.
From a man's perspective, I even have to agree with Jay. There is some sort of honor in doing for yourself, right? And it would appear that maybe MLK was fighting to latch on to another man's idea or creation, right?
Yeah.
So we all know about the sit-in at the diner, right? Where these black college kids went in there and they let these white kids pour a milkshake on them. See, no self-respecting man,
right,
would want that to happen. A self-respecting man say, "Hey, man, I'll just get my own. I'll make my own goddamn ice cream at the end of the day. Fuck all that." And so I see where he's coming from. Whereas the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was more or less teaching people, "Hey, man, just build your own ice cream." Right. So
yeah, I definitely.
You agree with that, right?
I agree that they both had a message.
Right.
Now,
Agreed.
I also believe that however the message has to be conveyed and be understood, that must be done. And I think that the way that Martin used his message and the way the people formed and used the message, it was put across. They were
So
able
why
to.
did Martin Luther King doubted his own self then? He said he led his people into a burning building.
We doubt our own self
knob.
every day. We doubt our own self every day. That's life. He was human. He wasn't a superhuman. He wasn't a Superman.
He came to the realization the message that he'd been preaching to us black folks didn't do nothing for us, and it really hurted us more than it helped. But since you's a woman, you believe in you a woman, so you believe in peace. You believe in being subjugated to the powers that be, no matter who's the race. And so when you black women teach, y'all gonna teach from that type of point of view. You're gonna, just like I don't listen to slaves. Why? Because slaves can only teach me how to be a slave. You can only teach me to view the world from a woman perspective. And this is why you calling me feminine, where I learned it from black women like you and men like him. And so we not finna, and then for you to come up and laugh at us like and mimic me, copy, mock me for being feminine and knowing that damn well I come from black women and with the same Martin Luther King cheap ass speech.
Well, I feel that it's time for you to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and make your own way in this life now that you have opportunity to do that, opposed to being dependent on what was. The world has changed in many ways.
I had to get rid of the black woman speech. I had to get rid of the Martin Luther King speech. I had to deploy all of that. I had to reject and not teach that Martin Luther King speech do not get played in my family. Damn that nigga. I'm sorry about that, chaotic.
Go ahead, man. You got this for me.
Apologize about that.
Yeah.
Damn Martin Luther King speech. That's gonna get rocked over here. We don't rock with Martin Luther King. You ain't finna sit up there and tell me that I need to love my enemy. Is you cool? I'd rather die behind a white man's head than to live kissing his ass.
I mean, I don't really understand. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you feel as though maybe you were indoctrinated as a child or baby growing up, and maybe the idea of speaking against MLK is almost like speaking against, it's dogma, right? Or speaking against a religious figure or a religious ceremony or something? Because to me, JP's making sense.
No, I don't necessarily. I don't think that at all because I'm cognizant enough to know how the message was put out. I myself would not have practiced the way Martin had done. I would not be on the bus. I would not have been in the sit-ins. I'm more, I'm more liberated and feistier than that. No, I can under.
So
If
you
it's
wouldn't have
just,
let somebody pour some milkshake?
no, I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have done none of that. So I'm saying that they're courageous in their own way, and every walk ain't for everyone, but somebody had to be the messenger. Luckily, it wasn't y'all on this panel, and thankfully, it was people like him and others who stood with
He was
him.
the wrong messenger. He was the wrong message. The message is one thing to be the messenger, but what is the message though? Let's focus on the message.
The message
Even
was
him
equality.
didn't even agree with the message that he was up there portraying.
The message was equality.
I remember Malcolm X checked Martin Luther King for that message.
Yeah,
he checked him.
He came to realize he came to realize, like, bro, what did I have just done? I have told my people to shake hands and live next door to the devil and try to make devil and morality with the devil.
To the white devil. The white devil.
You will tell me to practice and follow Jesus, won't you? Most black women will. And this chaotic. I want to say this. These black women will tell you to swallow your pride. You got to understand. Swallowing pride for them, especially when I seen growing up, that means if they don't got no place to go and their bills is coming up, they don't got no means streams of income. What have I seen and known black women to do? They will bend that ass. They will swallow that pride and swallow the white man's semen, bend that ass over at her job, for her landlord, for any opportunity. So when she telling you to swallow your pride, especially in 2026, with all of this LB doo-doo out the bam, well, coming up, it's gonna come to a time where you're gonna have bosses that's a part of that community. And a lot of you men still gonna be thinking that a job is the only answer. And a lot of your bosses said, you really want this job. You're a felon. You really need this job. You really want your take care of your family. Now I can give you this job, but you gotta put some of that wet spit on my knob. And you gonna go home, he gonna go home and talk to his wife, Raz Girl. Man, did you get the job? Raz Girl gonna be like, baby, did you get the job? No, I didn't. So she gonna look at him, move out the bed, all down, like, why? He asked me to suck his dick. Raz Girl gonna tell him, God damn, you should swallow your pride. What's wrong with little dick sucking? You gotta be careful when you listen to women. Black women and Martin Luther King led us into destruction, led us to femininity. They did not teach us masculine. They didn't teach us how to be warriors. They didn't teach us how to be men. And at the end of the day, he still died violently with all that punk coward speech that he was messaging around here. He still died. And he got delivered like a punk how he's supposed to.
I would
teach you that message.
JP, I would say realistically, MLK showed you how to suck a dick at this point.
Basically. And this is the reason why black women are okay with it, because that's what they known for. Sucking a white man's cock. Where you at, Republican Room?
I've never done that in my life.
You do?
For the record, Roz actually did spit on my dick. Thank you.
Boy, you need to stop lying.
Stop, black woman, Raz Girl. No disrespect, but you need to stop interfering and telling us black men on how we supposed to feel when it comes to masculinity. Because when we practice, when we try to do everything the right way, based on what mama them and grandma them told us, go to church and Jesus and shit like that, y'all didn't rock with them dudes. Why? Because they wasn't masculine. So stop keep telling us to be something that you wouldn't fuck. You know who y'all fuck? The white man.
So I'm not. I think that you're here,
girl, because y'all would sit up there and tell me that I'm fucked up for what I'm saying, but yet you will go suck the dick, call the police, and throw the same black man under the bus for that white man. You'd have sucked a lot of white men's dicks, not you personally, but black women. Why the fuck would black men sit up there and listen to some black woman telling him to go submit to no fucking white man? And why you sucking a dick? Your God is white, your boss is white, and your landlord is white. And you put them motherfuckers over the black man every motherfucking day. You got me fucked up. Stop telling us to suck a white man's dick. You even hold us to a standard in marriage and dating based off what the white man say. Fuck what you talking about. And fuck Big Mama, fuck my mama, fuck all y'all who push that whack ass, and then y'all go teach us. Y'all will sit up there and teach us that we ain't shit based on what the white man done told you. How we done got butt broken. How we deadbeats. All this other shit. Man, I'm not listening to nothing. You are nothing but subjugated, treasonous, betrayal black bitches. Why the fuck would black men listen to you? You are the reason why we practice from a feminine perspective in the first damn place. Listening to y'all. Don't teach my sons, my nephews, or my little black brothers and them in the streets that stupid ass message. Fuck Jesus, fuck Martin Luther King, and fuck the white man. And you got a problem with that? Fuck the black bitch too.
Well said, JP. Well said. Well said.
Yeah, so that was a lot. I don't have no response to that because I know you wasn't speaking to me.
Yeah, fuck you too, right?
I'm speaking on that time period, and I'm speaking on now. And JP, it's unfortunate that you can proclaim all these things that you proclaim, because just as you can proclaim that you a feminine man, you can change those things too by speaking life into yourself too.
Real quick, Cashflow Hustle says JP is going to crash out like Corey Holcomb did with Anton Daniels. Calm down. Go ahead, Raj girl. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I don't think that the black man is feminine by no means. I think that
CT too.
And I think that some men have feminine ways, but getting out here, being a part of this world, working, providing for your family, providing for humankind, your fellow brothers and things like that, that's what you do. It seems like you, JP, have this negative experience on life. It seems like you've been influenced by a lot of mantra that's going on with these podcasts and all that bullshit they're feeding you. But you shouldn't be sitting up here talking about you a feminine man and Martin did that to you. You're a feminine man because you don't want to get up and you don't want to do shit. And that's just it.
Getting up when working for a white man is not fucking masculine. This is
it
what
don't
I'm
matter if you're working for a white man or working for yourself, but working every day is masculine.
This is where you black
working for a white man or working for yourself.
Man, you talking a lot of nothing because
you're talking a lot of nothing, sir.
You need to stay in your motherfucking place. You don't know shit about being no fucking man. Working for a white man is not no motherfucking masculine.
I never told you to work for a white man, so you might want to start listening. First of all, if you can't listen, you're going to be lost in life. And that's your number one problem.
What the fuck do you know about being a man?
I know that none of them act or resemble what you present. That's what I know about a man.
Yeah,
it ain't you. It ain't you. It ain't you. I don't care if the man working for the white man or working for himself. That's a man. It ain't you. So let's keep going, because you ain't working for nobody. You ain't working for nobody. You begging from white churches, but saying Martin ain't shit. You begging from white churches, but saying Martin ain't nothing. Who opened the door for that? Who allowed you to go to the white church? Tell me that. You have no shame. You have no shame. A man has shame. A man has integrity.
Hang tight. Because I don't want YouTube to think that.
I'm sorry.
Can we calm down a little bit?
Can we take a break real quick and just have 777 sing?
Sure.
We shall overcome.
Are you know Stevie happy birthday song?
Go ahead, 777. Go ahead. Sing. We
Yes,
shall overcome.
Roz Girl, happy birthday, Roz. Roz Girl's
Go ahead and sing it, buddy.
All right. We shall overcome. We shall
Everybody hold hands and rock.
overcome someday. Praise the Lord. Amen. On this day, our brother Martin Luther King was born, and he had a dream, and that dream has come to fruition, that black boys and black girls will play with white boys and white girls one day and be happily ever after, the way that it should be. Can I get an amen, son?
Amen.
God bless. Good night.
It's so cute.
CM, what's up, man? Go ahead, buddy. CM, what's up?
I tell you, JP wasn't wrong, though. He wasn't wrong.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
I mean, like JP said, people, they love talking about Martin Luther King, but they don't want to talk about his last speech. I led my people into a burning house. And the way that they taught us slavery was like, we didn't have nothing. We wouldn't know that we had more than we have, you know what I'm saying, now, right?
You got the floor, buddy. Go ahead.
Interesting.
I mean, what you think about that, CT?
What do I think about what?
What do you think about, like, the way they taught us slavery? Like, we didn't have nothing at all before. Like, we were just, like, savages before Martin Luther King came around. Like, they love talking about Martin Luther King, but they never want to talk about his last speech where he says, I led my people to a burning house.
Oh, I don't really think too much about it, to be completely honest with you, man. I'm not really a follower of MLK.
No, I can't stand him.
Yeah, I've always been a follower. I'm not saying, I've always been not a follower, but I've always, if anybody in history I look back at is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah, the prophet Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah.
Thank you. The prophet Elijah Muhammad. Thank you. One of my idols as well, growing up as a young boy.
Yeah.
He kept it real. Can you actually say one of his beliefs right now live on air? The prophet Elijah.
JP, you better stop attacking me up here.
Who
as a black woman.
Yeah, can you tell us something about the prophet Elijah Muhammad for those who don't know?
The prophet Elijah Muhammad taught to build your own institutions, buddy. He taught to upon many things like how to eat to live. He taught about diet, how to have a perfect diet.
How did you feel about whites, sir? Thank you.
He thought whites were the devil, bro. I mean, what do you think? Like, what do you mean? What do you think about whites? He thought whites were the absolute devil. What?
Right, he's one of my idols growing up. Can you keep going about that? What else did he say about whites specifically?
Well, he believed that whites were bred on, were created on the island of Patmos by a Yaqub, a black scientist, and for some reason,
Yaqub.
Said that he was grafted. Yeah, he was grafted, and But I don't necessarily believe in that stupid shit either. I mean, I don't believe in that at all.
Right. Yeah, he said Muhammad was coming back in a spaceship.
Oh yeah, he said the spaceship was like orbiting the Earth. Yeah, bunch of bullshit. Yeah.
We're still waiting for that spaceship to arrive.
He also said the white man was the devil.
Yeah, he did. He did. He wasn't that far off. He was not that far off, sir.
Do you think back then it was easy to say dumb shit, Rise Girl, and everybody?
Let it rock, yeah.
Because there was no internet, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you could pretty much say anything and people would believe it. It's like Scientology almost. Like you could pretty much just make some shit up. Ignorant people with in some little area would believe you. Oh yeah.
Or gematria.
And you know what crazy black women will say that we need to follow and listen to Martin Luther King, but then when we do, they make fun of us and call us punks and bitches. You got all these black women saying that we can't lead and stuff like that. Martin Luther King didn't teach us to be leaders. He didn't teach us to be masculine. He taught us to be followers of the white man. He didn't fight for no equality of the black man and the white man. He basically, because the way the dynamic was, but the white man was torturing black men. So the only thing Martin Luther King was saying is, let's get peace. Please just don't hit us. We're going to basically do whatever you tell us to do. He didn't teach us how to be rulers. He didn't teach us how to fight the white man back physically. He taught us to be passive-aggressive females.
Hey, I did want to ask you. I did want to ask you because I was actually curious. Oh no, that's wheat bread, American man. He's using wheat. That's wheat bread, right?
No. So when I was locked up,
is that wheat or white?
I was locked up in the feds. There was a. Can I tell the story, CT, or no?
Sure, man. Go ahead, man.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I was locked, well, speaking of MLK and race, when I was locked up in the feds, I witnessed 3 white men rape a black man. It went on for. It's not funny. It went on for 10 minutes at least. Due to prison politics.
That's something only a homosexual devil could do.
Due to prison politics, there was no engaging or trying to help. You know, me being a white man, there was no engaging or trying to help. I personally did want to help this man, but it was vicious. It went on for at least 10 minutes straight. It was 3 white men on 1 black, and it was vicious. It was.
You watched it 10 minutes straight?
I didn't watch it. Where I was in the facility, it was the showers.
How did you get over when those white men raped you?
We gotta say grape.
You gotta say grape, sir. I've never been raped.
My bad.
I let your mother suck my dick while she was incapacitated, though, when she was drunk. So that was. I kind of felt like it was grape.
Hey man, back to the main conversation,
Yeah,
man.
sorry.
Hey, CM Wall Street Willie, what say you about MLK's birthday?
I think they celebrate MLK because he was a good pawn for the chessboard.
MLK was a great man. He put in a lot of work that lesser men would have never done, and his legacy will be remembered forever, while things like JP for president will die off and no one will care.
Okay.
I think one of the things that made him so impactful was Martin Luther King. Malcolm X. They were a 2-piece deal. Here's the choice. We either gonna burn this mother to the ground, or y'all are gonna give us certain basic rights and allow us to compete with y'all so I could live in a world where I make more money than any white man that came out of the feds. So he did accomplish his goal. I am a product of the dream, and I thank Dr. King for what he did.
The man that was grape was
That's
Wall
right,
Street
Wall
Willie.
Street.
It was Wall Street Willie, the man that was grape.
No, sir, I was never an inmate like you. That wasn't me. He may have looked similar, but no, I have no criminal record.
Well, to be honest with you, we talking
We're not the
hypothetically.
same.
Black men getting
Give
great.
me a second. Jack Keats with the $2 super chat. Any man that watches a grape is a ... Hold on for a second. So Wall Street Willie, you go along with tradition. There's nothing wrong with that. So you respect and honor MLK for what he did. Whether
Absolutely. I think the "I Have a Dream" speech was more than 7 years ago, right? It's one of the greatest speeches ever given. And when you look at what he was actually pushing for, the reality is he accomplished his goals. He accomplished those goals. He wanted, certain basic things. Like I wish a cracker would tell me to go sit in the back of a bus now, right? The dream was me being able to put my foot in a white boy's ass equally without having to worry about being
Then why
hung
aren't
by
we?
the
Amen.
police and Bill Connor.
Why are black women
I'm
putting their foot in our ass and then saying be like the white man?
No,
You
they
don't
put their
even
foot
have
in
a
your
black
ass.
woman. How you know?
Right.
Huh?
Right.
Because I
You with
have
a white
some
woman. What are
sisters
you
and a
talking
black
about?
mother. I come from. What are you talking about? That's the
Oh,
first
you
thing
had an
y'all say
abusive
whenever y'all
mother?
see is somebody who didn't want to stay with a masculine black woman.
You had an abusive mother?
I mean, did you have an abusive mother? Yeah, my mother's abusive.
No, not at all.
I'm
That's why
sorry
I
to hear
don't
that you
view
had an
black
abusive
women.
mother, but I
No, not at
did.
all.
Sorry.
That's why I don't view black women the way you do. And so I was curious. Did your mother have a drug addiction or something of the sort?
I view black
That's
women as
just the
what they are,
personality of a
pawns of
black
white
mind.
men, pawns of the system,
Abusive.
and they submitted to the system. That's all it is.
Yeah, see,
This man
I
ain't
They
put
play.
black
submitted to what
women,
system, sir?
I put
What's
black
what
women on a
system?
pedestal because my mother is
What do you mean? What do you mean?
pedestalized in
Look how
my
you look how the Ross.
yeah.
Look how the first thing you said was you ain't got no. How you know we don't got no businesses? I got. Like, I'm not even gonna talk about what I have, but you don't know that. That shows you're looking at things through the eyes of the
I didn't
colonizer.
say that you don't have any businesses.
You said that to JP.
Yeah, but
I
businesses
didn't
don't
say
give
that
you.
to JP. I
She didn't say
said
that to you, JP.
Well, wait, we know
I
JP
said
doesn't
for
have a
who this
job. He
applies
doesn't
to,
have an income.
whether you're working for a company or not. I said who it applies to.
Well,
I don't
businesses don't give
feel
you.
I don't feel I love black men. I support black men. I am on that trail. But what I'm
You
I
saying
love you
is
too,
I
man.
won't sit up here and say that Martin didn't have a message and it wasn't that now we're living in the message that he dreamed. Like to
Did
sit
you
up
know
here and say
Martin Luther
that
King
is
was in a fraternity? Did you know that?
why would how yes, of course I knew that. And what about that?
That's not. That means you. You know what you got to do to get initiated in a fraternity?
I know that very well. And what?
So why are
So
we
what?
following after a dude that played booty games?
I follow after my husband. I am talking about the man's message. That was 30 plus, 40 plus. I don't know how many. What is wrong with
And why y'all invest?
you? Please.
Whoa, wait. CM, you know me and MLK are in the same fraternity, so are you saying I played booty games?
Ah, here we go.
No, I'm asking. I'm not. I'm just asking you. You said it, so go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
I mean, I ain't trying. I mean, I'm just saying we know what you got to do.
No. It's a free and open panel. I just want to hear what you got to say. So you.
I mean,
Go
I
ahead.
was there, but word on the street, and everybody's saying that to get in fraternity, you got to do sodomy.
Is that all? Okay.
Everybody saying, come on now.
Hold on, Ross. So is that all fraternities, like the blacks, the white fraternities too?
Well, no, I mean it's the what is it? The Alpha, the Kappa, the.
And who told you? And who told you this? Who told you this?
I mean, it's all over everywhere. I mean, people like everybody knows that. That's why you got to be in a fraternity to be a politician, to be pretty much a celebrity, to have some type of. So where the white man's going to push you, you have to be in a fraternity. That's what they check for.
So all fraternities on college campuses, they perform sodomy. Yes.
All the big ones do.
Okay. Even the white ones, because you know it's more white.
We know the white ones do.
Listen, I've been to a lot of white frat houses. I never seen sodomy. I seen a lot of drinking beer. Never seen sodomy. But you come on, tell us some more. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm just saying. I don't. And then there was another Martin Luther before Martin Luther King. The
white
1500s.
Yeah,
1500s.
Lutheran church. Yeah.
Exactly. So obviously this dude was a pawn. I don't know if they still do that. I'm not trying to accuse you or anything. I don't know. But I just go off the way.
Why did you bring up fraternities, bro? What are you talking about?
I just don't trust anybody in the fraternity because I feel like they're low-level boule of Freemasons.
Okay.
Even though I'm from the fallen angel bloodline.
Ross, have you ever heard about this? Like fraternities, you know, you got to get in, you got to do sodomy.
No, I have not heard that one. That's new to me. Yeah. CM, you said that black women live in a system. What system are you talking about?
The government. Aren't you independent? Aren't you a strong black woman?
I've never heard Ross.
No, I'm not a strong black woman. Like, no, I'm not.
Well,
I'm very much.
Thought of the black woman.
I believe that the black woman has to be strong, but I'm not a strong black woman. Thank God I don't have to depend on myself to get through this world. No, I'm not that.
I pay Rosboro's bills.
Is there a particular reason for all the focus on butt play? Like we got CM talking about fraternity
we
butt
ain't
play.
said that in
We got
5
the
minutes.
feds butt play. Like, how do y'all guys find yourselves in proximity with all this butt play knowledge? Like,
Because every day you wake up, you getting great. When you have kids, it feels like a great when the system and the black woman take you away from your kids. When he take you away from your family, he
I don't know
take
that
your
about
marriage.
He's not talking about you, Willie. He's just saying in general. He's not talking about you.
Yeah, we're not talking about you, Willie.
We gotta watch that. Man, come on, 777, man, stop, bro. Go ahead.
This is literally like this is a great topic, and it's like basically almost like race studies. CT, like you're breaking down how different kind of Black people think about different kinds of leaders. You got three major leaders. You have MLK, you have Malcolm X, you have, Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And each of these men have a different approach.
Yeah,
how they
shut the
think.
fuck up, Mike.
How they think, right? But check it out.
Yeah,
But
you sound like a goofball.
But if you're
There's
asking
also
me,
W.E.B. Du Bois, right? Who I would
but if you're
say,
asking me,
who
it's
I
okay.
would
Let me
say,
land the
there's
plane.
also W.E.B. Du Bois, who I would say had the most impact in terms of things that lasted. When you look at the Black Boule, when you
Come
look
on,
at the
let Mike
Boule,
speak.
when you look at the Boule, you're talking about the impact of the Black church. You're talking about HBCUs. You're talking about a number of things that still stand till this day. So while a lot of the
Stand for the
goofy
white man
rhetoric
system,
sounds
dude.
funny,
What does the
Willie,
HBCU do
hold
for
on,
us?
Willie, hold on.
That don't do nothing for us.
it
As a
does
The
for
whole.
whole
me.
thing is if
I
you're
am a
asking me about
card-carrying member
Martin
of
Luther
the
King,
Black
Willie,
Boule.
you used to overtalk people all the whole stream. You just overtalk people. As soon as someone talks, you just overtalk them. The whole thing is that if you're asking me about Martin
Hey,
Luther King,
white man,
I do
respectfully,
think,
today is Martin Luther
dude,
King's birthday.
it's
Go
all good. It's all
segregate
good.
yourself.
Hang tight for me, guys. I gotta have a break. Ross, why didn't MLK preach self-sufficiency? How about that, Ross?
You mean self-sufficiency so you okay, I don't want to answer your question.
Like, well, okay, so for example, why didn't he preach? You already have your own buses. Why don't you just go on your who cares about their buses? Just make your own bus system or keep the ones you got. Who cares?
I personally think because he was a Christian man, first and foremost, and because he had a family, and his future was what he wanted to see his kids live in. He wanted his kids to be able to live in a world that was universal and full of universal love from all different races. I think that it wasn't more so himself at that time, it was the future, and the future was his children. So that was why he preached that message.
I don't see how she could say we was universal when we was the butt end of that universe.
We were not universal. I'm saying that's
Raphael,
what he wanted.
Raphael, you know that story I always I always tell about in college. I don't want to consider him a friend, maybe, but somebody you just drink with on college.
Mm-hmm.
He was over on the one of these college streets. CKJ, he was on CKJ went to my school, so I think it was on one of those fraternity streets. I can't think of the damn name, but anyway, he called. It was like one of those days. It was like the weekdays. Whites didn't have parties on the weekdays at those houses. They always had on like Friday, Saturday, right?
Yeah.
But he was there like on a Tuesday, and he called and he said these whites were being racist. Can you come get me? I'm like, what? And I went over there and I went into the house, and these whites, like, they were, you could tell like they were there with their girls, right? But he was just there existing. He was like, man, they don't want me here. They racist. I'm like, what if they were racist? And what if they don't want you here? Why don't you just leave their fucking house, man? Get like, what the fuck? And he was looking at me like I was crazy, man. I feel like that's how a lot of blacks are. It's like they fight to be around. And mind you, those kids weren't racist. They just wanted to chill. They probably were like, why is he over here? But why do blacks fight to be in these environments that don't want them there? Go ahead.
When you speak on self-sufficiency, I'm thinking about in that era, in that time, like black businesses, buses, all that stuff that they had going for them. But that also wasn't promising businesses when there was a notion that it was going to be infiltrated by white institution or the white system. So more so, how could those businesses stand when they were always being infiltrated, burnt down, demolished, all of that? So preaching that message of equality was definitely needed. I don't understand how y'all don't see that, regardless of how he presented that message. It was never to be dependent on the white man. It was for my family to be able to live in this world just as the next person next to me.
You know what? One thing I used to hate hearing, and I used to hear this from
Men
my
were fighting
mama.
for basic civil rights.
You think they had the right to bear arms?
Everyone does.
Hey, Ross, I'm going to ask you a question.
No, black people
Hey, Ross, I'm going to ask
didn't
you a
have
question.
that right at that time.
I want to ask you a question. Hold on for a second. All right, Ross, check out in the private chat what I put. You don't have to like say it out loud, but think about it for a minute. If whites really were destroying something, why didn't they figure out how to destroy that shit?
I
never thought about that. Like, all right, so think about it. Right? You hear all this shit, but I wonder why they never were. And this is why I don't really.
Because
maybe.
maybe
Right? Go ahead.
I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
I was always wondering why didn't they? So according to history, right, whites did all this destruction, right? But that right there was the pinnacle of the people who managed and controlled everything. Why didn't they ever just figure out how to destroy that shit?
I think it's because the men were too unified and militant, and most times you don't see them. I don't think you see white organizations try to go up against that. You don't see them try to go up against Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam and all those other militant type groups. And once they see unified, militant, organized men like that, most times that's how they assume it. So I think maybe they had a fear of that. You can defeat us when we're in numbers and chaos, but when we're on one accord, then what actually can you do? And you fear more things, I think.
So the civil rights movement, they were never on one accord then.
At one point they were, though. They had to get leaders to get them on one accord.
One of the strongest things in America has always been a nigga with money.
Roger, real quick, a serious question for you. Who would you have given your number to first? Malcolm X or MLK?
Oh, straight up Malcolm. Like, I'm going for Malcolm.
Was it because he was taller?
No, because I believed in getting the message through the way he believed in it. That's why. And I would object everything that Martin would say in regards to being peaceful. And I would need the man who wants to go out and who's about revolution, regardless of how it comes. So I would support him.
All right. What about Medgar Evers versus MLK? Who would you give your number to?
I would probably start my own regime of black women to.
Okay. I meant more like your number as in a date. Like, who would you go on a date?
I would go with Medgar Evers.
Okay, Medgar Evers. Okay.
What about?
Can I say one thing, CT?
This is horrible.
CT, can I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you shout out to the panel, Roscoe, everybody. Shout out to everybody up here besides Mike. Wouldn't you guys agree?
What's that about?
Wouldn't you guys agree that civil rights was allowed by the white man? So really, civil rights.
That's what JP is saying.
Yeah. So civil rights wasn't really taken. It was given.
Yeah.
The white man gave it to you guys. So why even claim it? That's like accepting something free that ain't worth shit. It's not even real freedom. I think you guys, respectfully, I think somebody black should go and delete the president. Respectfully.
Easy, man. What the fuck is wrong?
Why do you let him say CT?
Dude, what the fuck is
he's tanking your crap, bro? He's tanking your channel.
You know, one thing I used to hate when black folks, I heard a lot of black women say this, make these phrases when something happens, they be like, see y'all, they don't really care about us.
Delete. I didn't say K.
You can't mention anything like that about the president. Are you fucking crazy?
When black women used to say,
just black be careful to be online about the prez.
Black women used to be shocked. See y'all, all I want to say is they don't really care about us. Like, why do you like they?
That was a Michael Jackson song, but okay.
Women used to say that they don't. When stuff happens, they be like, they don't care about us, or they may say the system failed. That black man. They say shit like that. One thing about black women, they want to fit in with the rest, like the beauty standards. Black women want to get seen as beautiful from the white man as well.
Yeah.
She don't much care what the black man view them, as long as why we the only ones that can't. They say we the only ones can't be natural and modeling. It's like they supposed to hate you in a way. They supposed to. Why are you trying to care? Or they make sense like, see, that's why they say the things about us now. Anytime a black person do something, they're like, see, that's why them people look at us the way they look at us now.
Yeah. And it's always the white man's fault.
They fall short. They like giving these people power. Those sayings always used to rub me the wrong way. It's like, why do we supposed to give a damn or give a care? Oh, how they supposed to hate us. They ops. You talking like they are parents.
Jay Prince, real quick, an honest question to you. What do you think would be the best outcome for your black race? What would be the best outcome?
Fuck you, Mike.
I think the best outcome for us to the best outcome, the best outcome for our race is to it become, and the black man had to the black man had to put the black woman in check. And a lot of stuff has been done in our black community. It came through the via of black women, allowed it. A lot of stuff that the white man implemented, when we talk about Ritalin, when we talk about the education system, when we talk about a lot of this type of stuff, and the fiend for the white man's dollar bill and all this shit, they got it from women. In these stories, what I basically hear, what affected the black community were these stories that was passed down from the white man, passed down to our mamas, and our mama educated us with that shit. Basically taught us that we wasn't shit. Right? And they gave us stories, detailed stories on how we ain't shit. And then it didn't help that our real black fathers, she got the chance to narrate that story. So I think that black man needs to put black women in their place. We have to put black women and make them choose their side. They not finna play both sides. I think that's the biggest problem that the black race has, including the butlers. The butlers gonna have to choose a side. The butler's not gonna for them claim black, but then you operating white. No, you either gonna choose a side, because we not all this all the world shit. I'm not in agreement with black women who say, well, I love don't have a color. We woo out the bam. No, bitch. It's either you gonna be on this side or that side, and we're gonna treat you accordingly. It depends on what side you on. Ain't no choosing on. We ain't no all of this we all the world shit. And then another thing we got to do is put down that Bible. I think that the black people need to burn that Bible to crisp. I think that Bible is an instruction guide on how to be a coward, on how to maintain being a punk, how to maintain being subjugated. That Bible didn't mean us black. Black men was the only man that got karma did to him. When black mama used to say, don't worry about it, baby, he gonna get his karma. You don't ever see white people get karma. Never. They still in charge. What karma they gonna get? That black faith, that black hope needs to get burned. Praying to the God that the slave masters gave you is diabolical. You praying to a worshiping a God that was given to you by your slave owners that did not have your best interests. How come you cannot let that go? But you want to go of slavery, but you don't want to let that Bible go. I think that black people need to free themselves and become independent thinking and stop trying to fight to get in their education. Oh, Martin Luther King, they fought for us to have equal rights in the education. They fought for us to vote. Voting for what? Two white parties talking about campaigning for their best interests of their race? Not for us. Vote for what? Education for what? To teach us that we ain't shit? How have that education system empowered black people? It has not.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome.
Go ahead, Willie. It is MLK's birthday. Everybody has their different opinions on MLK. What say you, sir? Go ahead, buddy.
What's going on, CT? I'm curious on why Mike asked JP that question.
What question
curious,
is that, sir?
The question on what should black people do to better themselves. I was curious on why, out of all the people, he picked JP.
JP's been most boisterous and had the most strongest opinion on the panel so far. I wanted to hear what he had to say about it because he's the one basically carrying the channel around. He's chilling in the cut. Jay Prince is putting work in. But I wanted to ask him his opinion because he's on fire.
Okay. So let me say this. Let me give my opinion on Martin Luther King. I thought Martin Luther King was a brilliant man. A lot of people don't know a lot about Martin Luther King.
Real quick, hold on. Juan with the Wakanda Forever. Thank you so much, Juan. And Bobby Perkins with the $2 super check. Cornbread, what's up? How you been? Guys, get the likes up, share the video. Go ahead. Go ahead, Willie.
So if you take the time out and actually read up on Martin Luther King and read a few of his books that he published, you'll find out that he was much more than just a preacher or fighting for civil rights. He was fighting for black people to unify along with Malcolm X and understand how we're stronger together as a people. That was more important than the civil rights movement. But if people don't take the time out to look into him, and you only listen to the one video that's not what it's titled to be. In that video, if you listen to the whole video, he says it in the video, the 3-hour video, that black people need to unify. We need to work together. The only way we change us is to work within us. That was his primary part of that speech. The I Have a Dream part was the smallest part of the speech. That media will not play it. They will not play the whole video because they understand that if we figure it out, there's going to be a big change, not just in this country, on a global scale. And so I got a lot more respect for Martin Luther King within the last 5 years of my life as I started actually researching him and researching his real message and not the message that they want us to hear.
Can I ask Willie a question real fast? Willie?
Go ahead.
All right, if you don't mind. How did Martin Luther King change your life for the better?
Well, he changed my life on having a lot of respect for myself, more respect. Because 10 years ago, you wouldn't recognize me right now. 15 years ago, you wouldn't recognize me. So,
were you white?
Yeah.
What changed about you?
So one thing I've never been a sellout.
My father.
So I've never been a sellout. So let's be clear on that. But the way I viewed my community, the way I viewed myself, the way I operated, just researching, other people, Malcolm X. I use Malcolm X and Martin Luther King as the ones we all.
So you got soft. Would you say you got soft then?
Well,
you got to let them finish, man. Let them finish 777, man. You did ask
that's your opinion based on YouTube. So he gave me a different level of respect for myself, respect for my family, respect for my community, to operate in my community on different levels. So that's what he did for me.
I respect that.
Let me ask you a question on that. Let me ask him a question.
Oh, sure.
He taught you how to respect, right? So I thought respect was earned.
You talking to me, JP, or you talking to someone?
Somebody has an echo. Someone's got an echo, CT.
That's you, 777.
No, I don't have an echo.
So you muted, Willie. So is respect is earned or given?
It's both. It's both.
So you got to apply both to be able to receive it, right?
Yeah, it's both.
So what have the black community done to earn respect?
The black community has done a lot to earn respect. We fought through
what?
Okay, we fought through eras that a lot of people would have been annihilated in. We fought.
What fight that we did? What fight?
I'm gonna answer for you. We fought through slavery. We fought through 1,500 years of slavery.
Did we fight through slavery, or we just lived through slavery?
Okay, is a slave rebellion someone rebelling against the system?
Well, you got those groups, but Martin Luther King wasn't part of that.
But I'm asking you a question.
You don't know about Robert Smalls. You need to research your history about Robert Smalls.
Is a slave rebellion?
He fought through slavery. He was born into slavery, and he fought his way out.
Is a slave rebellion fighting against the system? JP?
Yeah, I like I said, the Gullah Geechees. I brought up the Gullahs.
Okay, But it's more than just the Gullahs. It's thousands of slave rebellions from country to country that's never mentioned. You have to actually get up off the couch and look it up.
I'm saying, what have we done? What have Martin Luther King done to make you have this respect? Because, as far as I'm concerned, he has not done nothing. He has not earned no respect.
Well, maybe you're
He
limited.
did it for, and the white man gave it to him. And once the white man give you something, it tends to be no good.
So these people fighting for civil rights, not just for black people, but for all people.
Who was fighting for civil rights? Who was fighting?
JP, you gonna let me finish, or you gonna cut me off? Because maybe your information is limited on your information with Martin Luther King. But fighting for civil rights for all people, not just black people, he's fighting for all people. That's not enough to give you respect.
No, one. Your information and my information are both limited because we both need to know him. So that was a moot
so
point.
much. The hella coochies. Thank you so much, Juan.
So both of our information on Martin Luther King was both limited.
Well,
right?
yours might be a little more limited than
We
mine.
going off hearsay for the both of us. So, but my thing is fighting. We did what Martin Luther King wasn't fighting shit.
What do you mean he wasn't fighting? He's fighting against the system. He's going to jail.
How he was fighting? He was getting his ass kicked.
Have you ever heard of the freedom fighters that marched with Martin Luther King? You ever heard of them?
Tell me, explain that fight.
Let me explain something to you. This was a group of black people that was armed with guns, paid to march with Martin Luther King. They were called the freedom fighters. They were paid by Martin Luther King and his associates to protect them.
Yeah, so let me ask you.
That's fighting. That's ready to fight.
So let me ask you, how many bodies have Martin Luther King, of white men, that Martin Luther King accumulated?
Probably none that I know of. Why? Why does that matter?
Why you saying probably? Because you just insulted my intelligence that I might have limited information on Martin Luther King.
Well,
so I think that you got more information, and you talk about these freedom fighters. So I'm taking that you got this information. So how many bodies that Martin Luther King, because that will change the narrative of Martin Luther King, right? It will put him in a whole new light. Because then I can say, okay, he done earned my respect. So how many bodies with those freedom fighters that was protecting Martin Luther King, how many white bodies that Martin Luther King and the freedom fighters accumulated?
I don't know. I've never looked it up. But let me say this.
0.
Hold on, JP, because you really cut me off. Why does killing a white person earn your respect?
Willie, are
because
you gay now?
the white man was killing them during that time.
Okay.
Well, hey, you know what? In all fairness, right? If I could intercede here, in all fairness, and I probably shouldn't say this because of YouTube. JP, man, he might be remembered 1,000 years from now. If you really, Willie, if you really sit back and think about it, MLK, man, he listen. How come he didn't start like a Mossad in America, gathering intelligence on? Hold on, Willie. Wait a minute. Now, hold on. Wait a minute. People always say, "Oh yeah, CT, you're gaslighting JP." I think JP is really intelligent for a high school dropout, and I'll admit this, and I keep saying this even before I even met JP years ago. Some of the smartest people I knew were street dudes, Negroes from jail, and high school dropouts. I had live streams about this shit. Not all of them. I will admit, there's some ignorant motherfuckers that don't finish high school. But then you get a person like JP, Willie. You mean to tell me with all that now, Martin Luther King had a motherfucking PhD by the time he was 16 years old. You mean to tell me with all that intelligence, he couldn't have started like a Mossad type intelligence agency, a clandestine agency in America that could have monitored and controlled, gathered information about terrorist organizations like the Ku Klux Klan, and accidentally things would happen to Ku Klux Klan high-ranking members? You mean to tell me like they couldn't have figured out how to gain assets, like how to get spies to go in, like how to get whites to go in there and say, hey, this guy right here, he's planning this. JP's right about this, man. How come Martin Luther King really didn't do this type of shit? I have to agree with JP on this. JP, you get what I'm saying? Hopefully you do.
I mean,
Think
I get
about
what
it,
you're saying.
Willie.
I
Think
get what
about
you're
this
saying.
shit, man. That's some wild shit if you sit back and think about it.
So here's the thing. Back then our people dealt with different circumstances. Okay.
So did the Jews. The Jews
Hold
dealt
on.
with different circumstances right after the Holocaust.
Yeah,
They
the
committed
Jews
genocide.
marched with us.
And they credit. Hold on. Let me just finish. I'm not saying that you're wrong, and I'm not saying that I'm right. The Jews dealt with certain things as well. They created intelligence organizations to never ever have to. Their whole motto is never again. We never again want to go through the Holocaust. You mean to tell me with 400 years of supposed slavery, all these smarty-arty Negroes, it was no clandestine organizations, right? That they could have started to say, let's make an accident. Let's make it seem like this guy who's a Klans member, he's driving down the street and his wheel happened to fall off his car. I kind of get what JP's saying, to be honest with you, man. To be completely honest, I've always thought that about these people, to be completely honest with you. But go ahead, Willie. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
So let's be clear, because I think a lot of us really don't understand the circumstances that Black people were dealing with at that time. Guns was hard to get access to. To protect themselves was extremely hard, okay, by mobs and mobs of armed white people. So it was really hard to pull something off like that. Okay. Now, today, fast forward into today, a guy like Jay Prince questioned, why didn't Martin Luther King have any bodies on him? Well, my question to you, JP, is why don't you have any bodies on
No,
him? Wait,
before you answer that, it's a lot of background noise. One. JP, are you familiar with Mossad?
No.
There's a video I want to play, but I don't know if I can play it. Mossad is the intelligence agency for Israel, right? It's sort of the equivalent of the CIA, or the equivalent of M16, whatever it's in Britain, right? Basically, they monitor, they control, they gather information, and they act upon that information to carry out strategic operations, right? So if they are aware of certain things or terrorism that may occur, they get rid of you, right? So there's a former Mossad. I should play the video, man. I really want to. There's a former Mossad guy, right? He said during training, you know what they had him do, JP?
What's that?
The guy he was training with said, I want you to go to this apartment right here on the 5th floor, and I want you to be on that balcony in 5 minutes. He went up to the apartment, knocked on the door, told the old couple there that he was trying to, you're an elderly couple. We are replacing the balcony. And the elderly couple let him in the door, showed him the balcony, and he's waving at the guy who's training him, right? So it's like a training course. No weapons were used, nothing, right? This is just training, right? So he proved that he can get into places where you would think that you can't get into. What was stopping blacks from doing that a long time ago? Clandestine work. Blacks were in these clubs as singers and dancers. They were all around these whites. Blacks were all over. There could have been spies all over as blacks, just monitoring people. Mm-hmm. I agree with you on that. Why didn't MLK listen, Willie? I rock with you, bro. I listen. I don't know anything about how many people had guns back then, but there's a lot of other things you could have done, like take the bolts off off of a Klans member car. You mean to tell me all these sneaky ass blacks who rob and kill each other and carjack each other in the hood and do all types of little sneaky shit in the hood? Hey man, you see this guy right here? He's a Klansman. We have verified evidence he's a Klansman. Take the nuts off of his car tire, and then it'll be an accident. What happened to him? Man, I'm telling you, Willie, I've thought about the same shit JP's talking about. You don't need no guns, bro. if MLK really was about that life, not to say that he wasn't, he would have really done things like that. I get what JP saying. How come he didn't really have any bees on him? I'm not gonna say the whole word.
And another thing, Willie,
you're wrong, Willie. Trust me, I'm not Willie. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but there are a lot of questions we need to ask about ourselves. Why were we trying to be peaceful with these people? Now that's JP's perspective. I agree with them on that. But go ahead.
Yeah. Why do we need peaceful protests? Because you brought up freedom fighters as if they were some top dog wrecking shit, and clearly you just described to them they were just some nobodies just gonna get slaughtered if they open their mouth too much, let alone throw a punch. So my thing is, why is Martin Luther King, out of respect, he believed in peaceful protesting when violent situations occur. And you know that's not how we operate amongst each other. Right? We don't operate amongst, and you know these people that did something violently to us not going to prison. So they ain't gonna get dealt with, they gonna do something to us and go home. Right? Why did he come up with peaceful protest? You call that respect?
JP, let me play this real quick.
With a person from the Mossad in the street, he points out to a certain balcony on the third floor of some building, looks at his watch and says, in 5 minutes, I want to see you in this balcony with the owner of the apartment. I want you to keep him there for 5 minutes and then depart peacefully and come back here. I went upstairs, I knocked on the door, and there were two elderly people that wouldn't open. And I said, well, I'm very sorry because I'm from an organization called Beautiful Land of Israel, and we are renovating the buildings around here. You don't open up. We cannot renovate your balcony. Immediately they opened it up, took me to the balcony, and they started with different ideas. We would like you to do this or that. And then I see the instructor pointing at his watch. 5 minutes are over. So I told them, okay, listen, I have many more people to visit. Thank you very much. Give me your phone number. We'll be in touch. And I departed and left. Or I went.
Bro, think about this, man. Think about this, JP. You asked Willie a great question. Bro, these Jews, right after the Holocaust, they started an intelligence agency, the Mossad. And they carried out all types of covert operations against their enemies. Hey, man, I got to agree with you, man, to be honest with you, man. Why didn't MLK, listen, he would be the greatest. The Jews, Gimpy talks about a guy named Kahana, right? All of these Jews who were actually fighting for their enemies, like physical fighting, gathering intelligence. They weren't trying to be peaceful with these people. How you gonna be peaceful? You saw Corey Holcomb, right? The comedian, right? He over there laughing at this stupid ass, this silly ass old white guy in a costume pretending to be a Ku Klux Klansman. That's your fucking enemy. Hey man, that's your fucking enemy, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, man. This is what makes you one of the greatest Black Americans, if not Americans, in the country, man. Because you're asking a good question. Who did MLK body? He didn't body nobody.
He didn't body nobody.
Hey, dude, there were four girls, right? You ever heard of the Birmingham bombing?
I heard of something like that.
Supposedly, the Ku Klux Klansmen, they bombed this church in Birmingham in '63. Condoleezza Rice, she actually went to that church. Four of her friends were killed. You'd think that blacks would have said, "Oh, we got y'all asses," and they didn't do it. They wanted to have peace with these people, but they bombed you. I get what you're saying, man. You're a great, go ahead, JP. Go ahead,
bro. Right, that's the most. This I don't understand. I like listen to black folks. It's just criable. Like you have got done the most violent, and then these people shame me for talking about getting violent. Black men, particularly in black women.
Cliff, thank you so much, man. By the way, Cliff, salute to you, man. I got you, man. I'll email you back.
We have got to experience the most violence, the most immoral, the most everything. But then you get somebody like me that talks the same way of how we've been done, and you want to look at me like I'm just the worst man on the planet.
You know what?
Black people doing this.
Did you guys see that movie, The Black Klansman? That's kind of what you're alluding
I
to.
fell asleep on it. I thought it was boring.
But the whole thing is alluding to a black man getting into, the Klan and then pointing him out and having him arrested.
Another waste of time.
Yeah.
So,
Stalling.
That movie was a lie.
To answer your 9th grade level question, right? Why didn't blacks do what the Jews did?
Hey, real quick. Hey, Willie. My fault, Willie. Hey, JP. Do you remember the Buffalo shooting?
Yeah.
I heard of it.
At the grocery store.
Yeah.
Black community, right?
Right.
Some weird ass white boy comes into the community. And I did a video about this, man, because this dude is a fucking retard. So here goes this stupid black. He's about 6'5". He's one of these stupid dumb blacks. Do you know he sat up there the day before and was kicking it with that white boy? Did you know that white boy that shot up the? Okay. Oh, dude.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
So this white boy who looks odd as fuck, he comes up there. He's talking to this black dude. He's like, "Oh yeah, man. He's wearing a shirt that says astrophysics and all this dumb bullshit." So the black dude was about damn near 50 years old. He's telling the story like, "Yeah, man, I thought he was a smart guy and blah 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 blah." The white kid that shot up the grocery store told his black ass, "Hey man, tomorrow just don't be here, man. Don't be here tomorrow, man." The next day, this white boy goes in there and kills 10 people. JP, years ago, I had a friend who was running for mayor of a black city. CKJ knows the city. A white boy walks up in there. I get to patting this white boy down because he's not coming in there with a suit and tie on. He's he's a college kid. All the black females around were like, "Why are you touching him?" I'm like, "I don't know this white motherfucker." Not that I don't like white people, but I don't know this white boy. This is a black city. What the fuck is he doing here? JP, do you know if that would have been me in Buffalo and that white boy would have came there that day, I'd have called the FBI on that white boy, say, "Hey man, it's a white motherfucker here who might be on to something because he told me not to be here tomorrow. This is a black community. Who the fuck is this dude?" Right. Blacks don't think, I'm telling you, man, it's something. I agree with you, JP. You're a goddamn saint. Blacks don't have that same viewpoint of other races the way that other races do. Man, let your black ass go somewhere all white. Man, there's white people texting each other right now. Hey, look out for that guy. Be sure to they are already practicing a level of managing and controlling who you are before, and you won't even know about it.
Right.
That's why we don't really have Karens in the black race. Man, I'm telling you, man, you asked a good question about MLK. Why didn't he body anybody? Because, bro, a lot of those men back then and now are cowards, bro. They're cowards.
There were black spies.
No, they weren't.
Can I get some information? Can I get some information?
You know what I think it is?
Really, respectfully, I came in a little bit before you. I just want to get this out. Either I'm going to be allowed to.
Let me respond to you. Can get it. You get it, Afro nerd. You know what I think it is too, CT? I think because black people.
Hang tight, everybody in the back. Hang tight.
Black people don't have that leadership mindset, meaning that other races go to wars with other people physically. They got their own military. Some of them better than the other one, but they have it. And so they have a mind frame of war. They prepare for war. They think about war because they know that they need that. They need that to protect them and protect their race and their community. Black people don't have that. Black people is in the book bag of the white man. And this is why we champion the white man's. I get jealous when black folks, when we champion white man's military, because we supposed to have an opposing military. That military ain't really for us, even though they used us. That's not ours. We don't. We have black people who participate in it, but it's a lot of these programs that black people participate. The court system, black. We got black judges, black police. But who, it's not for us. Blacks were still getting called slaves in the military. So when you talk about these other races of people,
got a hard slave in the military. But go ahead.
When you talk about these other races of people, they have this leadership warrior mindset, and we just do not.
Go ahead, Afro Nerd. Go ahead.
All right. This is the brief thing. One of the most famous spies was during the Confederacy. Mary Bowser. There's even a book about her. Mary Bowser had an eidetic memory. She pretended to be illiterate, although she was quite well versed, and she was actually working as a maid under the Confederate president Jefferson Davis. That's like one of the most famous black spies. But let's fast forward. So you're not going to have a Mossad-like thing in the Americas with black people as a subset, right? But in order for the civil rights movement to be effective, there were certainly insiders that acted like spies. Now, I knew this inherently, right? But just doing a quick research, it says, well, first of all, we know that they were spied on. COINTELPRO they were the spies against the civil rights, but they did have grassroots spies. They had police movements, FBI informants on the other side, local officials who collaborated with segregationists. So you had people who collaborate with segregationists, but would give inside information to the civil rights workers. They had planned raids or arrests, right? And it says that the community intelligence networks were informal, right? So you had, whether it was the churches, the barbershops, the taxi drivers, or the domestic workers that worked inside white households, that insider information was used during the civil rights movement. Now, the closest to a Mossad would probably be the Black Panthers, right? But they're saying the infiltration took place because you had black folks that sat in on police meetings, black folks that observed courthouse activity, and you had black folks that were monitoring the Klan, like Ronald Stallings, pardon me. So this idea that black folks were not spying on the other side is factually incorrect.
Okay, so this is gonna be one of these rated X live streams, right? Afro Nerd.
So, well, hold on. So if I'm going to make these statements, I'm laying out historically how these different things work. Hold on.
I'm not disagreeing.
Or we can go by I believe.
We're gonna have a rated X stream right now, right? So we're gonna have rated X, right?
Why is that necessary?
Because this one might have to go. I might have to like send this out to people because I'm gonna ask you a few things, right? Give me the equivalent of the Nazi hunters amongst the black population. So what I mean is, were there groups of blacks who went out and hunted down former KKK members like the Jews did? Let's do it. So you want to have this conversation, bro? Because I agree with JP. Let's have it. Because I agree with JP on this one. Blacks generally are cowards. Give me the equivalent of the, and people always say, how come you never talk about the Jew? Because the Jews have done so many goddamn honorable things for such a small population of people. I can't really knock these people. Give me the equivalent. Let's do it. Let's do a tit for tat, right? Let's do tit for tat. I'll do a tit, you do for a tat. Give me blacks that went to the former slave masters or their family or the Klansmen and killed them in old age or whatever years later, like the Nazi hunters did, like the Jews did for former Nazi members. Go ahead. Let's do it. Let's do tit for tat.
Okay. Two things. One, you had under somewhere between 250 and 270 slave revolts. So you did have slaves that flipped this on white folks, Nat Turner being the most famous one, but there were over 250 slave revolts in the Americas. That's number one. Number two, there's something that's not necessarily talked about too much, but the FOI or a faction of the FOI, I think in the early 1970s, participated in the killing of whites, and it was called the zebra killings. So the zebra, you can look this up. Now, it's it's not comfortable, but the zebra killings occurred in the 1970s, I think, on the West Coast. Now, I'm just doing this off the top of my head. The zebra killings were the equivalent of kind of a modern day Nat Turner. This is in the 70s. So you did have violent black people that did flip this on whites. Now, I'm just giving you the facts. I know you're gonna go back. You're gonna have to make it wrong.
I'm not saying anything, bro. I'm listening to you.
Well, I answered your question.
I'm listening to you.
So that really should be the end of it. I mean, unless you want to question the facts. Look up the zebra killings. That's a known thing. And it was quite frightening to many white people because that was black folks flipping it. And that was a subset of the FOI.
So the zebra killings. So the zebra killings. I'm vaguely familiar, but they killed random whites, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. I'm not arguing. What I mean, sir, is
why do you have to mean anything?
No,
why does it matter?
Because random whites are not. These are pretty much civilians, right? These could be random
Hamas
people.
did dirty work on Hamas.
What I'm asking you is,
Hamas did dirty work on random people of the faith,
bro.
Doesn't make it right. But if you're looking for an equivalent, I gave you one. So why are we going deeper into this?
Hold on. Give me, please, hold on. Afro nerd, you and I both know that Mossad targets military installments. They target specific people, just like with the Nazi hunters. They don't target, from what we know, random people, right? And what I'm saying is, Carolyn Bryant, for example, right? She walked around, I think she's still alive. I don't want to say it, but you know what I'm trying to say here. You have Klans members that are still walking around here from back in the day. I'm not talking about random messing with random white people. I'm talking about targeted efforts. To a degree, I agree with JP. You had all those people back in the day. You had all these people that could trace their lineage back to a plantation and target a specific white. How come they didn't do it? That's all I'm asking. The zebra killings were more, they were targeting random white people. That's not, I mean, come on, bro. You're targeting pretty much virtually civilians at this point. So I'm not necessarily saying that you're wrong. I'm just trying to say is there was no coordinated effort to make a message. You're not really making a message when you're targeting civilians, right? You're making a message.
Well, you're
to a degree. No, I'm not saying. But
if you're doing a terroristic act, that is a message
against civilians. Okay, I'm listening.
It's not a good message, no, but it's a message. And also, if you're looking at it, how they will look at it, they will look at it as this is an act of war, because you see what's happening in the Ukraine versus Russia. Their bodies are strewn with innocents. They're not making a distinction. Some attacks are targeted, and other attacks are just people, innocent people. That's what war is. If you're looking at this as a militaristic thing, or as far as war is concerned, if you're looking at war, they're not going to do the Mossad. The Mossad is working under government directives. Black people are not black. Again, you're comparing nation states.
So much wine.
You're comparing nation states with an ethnic group. So this ethnic group is supposed to have an army. They're supposed to be able to work under some government that we don't have. I mean, this is these things can't.
But why do you have to work under a government? Why can't? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They're not symmetrical. That's all I'm saying. You're trying to find something that doesn't exist. That's not even fair. You can't have us positioned the way that the Israeli government is positioned versus black folks in the Americas. They don't line up. So either you're going to make what I'm saying not factual, and also I just want to say this.
The argument
out of here.
that you didn't have a country before 48. You guys got Liberia. You didn't turn Liberia into the powerhouse Jews turned Israel into. So I would
because we weren't
arguably say
supported.
that you're
We
trying
didn't
to
have welfare
create
like
a
JP and the
dichotomy
Jews.
argument that doesn't exist because Jews took the effort to build themselves a nation, a powerful
No, we
army,
paid for your nation.
and a
Your
Mossad.
nation
And
was
no,
funded.
actually, we had to fight
That's why
2
you
wars
guys had
before America lifted
airplanes.
a
That's
finger to
why
help
you guys
Israel.
were
So
able
you
to
can
win a
keep trying.
6-year
No,
war,
well, Jewish people
6-day
weren't
war.
Jewish
You
We
guys were
built
people weren't
funded.
everything for
Jewish
ourselves, and you
people.
sit
Let's
here
be
and you
clear.
try and
Let's
say
be
that it's not
abundantly clear,
comparable.
right?
But not
You
comparable is because
guys
you
were
didn't build anything
funded
for
by
yourself.
the strongest
The not
economic and
comparable part,
military
Afro
force
nerd.
on earth, and we were
Yeah,
fighting
you
it.
can scream, Willie. I'm
Totally
like
different.
not even listening.
I'm just saying it's totally
I mean,
different.
look,
Dude,
we
all
can't.
I'm
We
pointing
Hold on,
out
hold
Willie,
on,
is
hold
Willie.
on, hold
the
on. Let me
argument
just
is
make this
if
point.
you want to say it's not
Let me make this
comparable, I'll
point. I'm gonna
take
keep
it
it
away
short,
from you
right?
because you've had
You
opportunity to
guys
build
were
your own
funded
nation state,
by the
build your own
strongest
army, build your own intelligence agency.
Guys, we can't talk over each other. Please, please, guys, please. Just let Gimpy finish. Let him finish, man. Let him finish. Because I knew that this was going to get out of hand because now we're talking about some high level stuff here. Go ahead, Gimpy.
Well, I'm just saying he wants to say it's not comparable because Black people haven't had the opportunity to build the same infrastructure in the universe that Jews have, and as such, they can't have things like Mossad and whatever. And that's just not true. There have been many opportunities. I'm not saying that it wasn't without trial and tribulation, but
I'm
arguably
saying
Israel is
without the
the most
Hey,
American
Willie, you got to let him.
occupation,
Hey,
we would have
Willie,
done
Willie, Willie,
nothing.
Willie, 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 Willie. Please let him finish, bro. Please, just let him finish, man. Just let him finish, man.
arguably Israel has just as many as trials and tribulations, if not more, than any other nation state on the planet. So you can sit here and say that it's not comparable, but it's not comparable because you didn't achieve what the group you're trying to compare yourself to achieved. They got themselves a nation state. They built themselves an army. They built themselves intelligence agencies. They coordinated the hunting of their enemies globally.
No, they didn't.
Off the face of the planet.
These things were given to them.
Willie, just
No, they weren't. You can sit and
These
live in
things were
your
given to
delusion,
you.
but America didn't pay a dime to Israel during the first 2 wars Israel won by itself.
Without America,
So
without
you keep
NATO, you
deluding
guys would be
yourself
lampshades.
that
That's a
you
fact.
think that Israel
While
is
you
some
guys
sort of
were
Willie,
supporting,
parrot of
Willie,
America.
Willie, please, bro.
It's these people want to believe that they have meaning in life, like a guy like Willie. Dude, you made a living for yourself. Be happy with the small lot you had. You're not part of anything bigger. Me and mine are. Stop trying to hate on it. Go build it for yourself, is my point. That's all you got to do. Go build it for yourselves. You've had every opportunity. They gave you a country. You didn't do it there. But you want to argue that everybody else is doing you wrong. I think you're doing yourselves wrong, sir. And I think that you sit here and make excuses for it, Afro Nerd, is just sad. You can do what my group did. My group is a fraction of the size of your group.
Can I respond to that?
You mean globally or in America? Because if you're talking about globally, then shit, it's
He's talking about America. He's talking about America.
Everywhere.
Okay.
We're fractional. It doesn't matter. You can pick any part of the world. We're still fractional to the size of the ADOS group.
Afro Nerd, I got to be very careful because this is a very touchy topic for you too. I think Carolyn Bryant is still alive, right?
No, she's passed.
She's passed. Oh, let me read this.
Within the last
Afro Nerd
year.
get 5 minutes. Damn, uninterrupted and Willie. Shit. All right, so it's 2.5. Oh, fucking shit. All right, go ahead, Willie. Go ahead.
Why the fear of me speaking? Thank you.
There's no fear
I'm sorry.
in speaking, bro. There's no fear in speaking.
It's got to be. It's because it's got to be.
Let me just pop in and out real quick. Let's be
No,
clear.
you got you and Afro Nerd have 5 minutes. Just talk,
right.
man.
So I'm just getting in and out.
I don't even need. I don't.
Right. Let's be
Go
clear.
ahead.
You guys couldn't save yourself from Auschwitz, could you? You guys couldn't save yourself from these gas chambers. Don't act like Jews up. Don't act like they just pulled themselves up by their bootstraps and got it done. No, you were saved, sir. No one came to our rescue. And we fought our fight alone. And we were successful in many rights, right? So let's not pretend. What you guys did was hunted down a few people in some corner room in Argentina. Hardly impressive, right? You didn't save yourselves from becoming lampshades. So let's be real with this, right? While you were supported, and I'll land here, by the strongest economic and military force on earth, that was our enemy. That's who we had to fight. We're not the same. And I'll land right there.
I don't know what Afro Nerd is doing. Afro Nerd, you get 5 minutes, Afro Nerd.
Okay, my apologies. Them Leos, thank you if I'm pronouncing his name correctly for allowing this. Dr. Michael King, aka Dr. Martin Luther King, is one of the greatest leaders of the global era, modern 20th century, bar none. He was instrumental in dismantling what we know to be the segregated communities, right? His movement has been co-opted so many times, even in the present day, that this idea that he did not fight is ludicrous. There are different types of fighting. The Cold War is not, and was not a conventional war. Cyber warfare is not conventional war, but it's still war. Dr. King was fighting a different kind of war. If he wasn't so threatening, he would not have been followed by the FBI. He would not have been given past notes to delete himself. I'm being kind to Chaotic's channel. His wife wouldn't have gotten secret messages or secret recordings of his alleged dalliances, where she said she couldn't even really understand what was being sent to her. Why would someone who is not fighting be killed in bloodshed? He was killed very violently, just like Malcolm X was killed very violently. So the idea, you don't kill someone who's not a threat. That doesn't happen. Now, the idea that we're supposed to act the way those of the Jewish faith have acted is completely different. I'm not going to discount or disregard the Jewish struggle. There were real estate covenants, there were pogroms, there were all kinds of things that Jewish people had to contend with in Europe and in the Americas, right? The distinction is that although there are records for Jewish people having been maligned legally, it is far more extensive with African Americans. We can go into a library and you see just mountains of laws telling Black people what they cannot do. You can't own property. You can't even, you had loitering laws. Everywhere you can think of, there was a block against Black people.
What's up, Chris?
Left and right. Now this is factual. Like we can be angry about these legal impediments, legal impediments. And the funny thing is, when you bring this up, all of a sudden we can't talk about the laws that deconstructed Black movement literally. So now we're supposed to be doing what a Jewish person who could change their name and can assume whiteness when we could not assume whiteness. Hence, you have segregated communities. Literally telling you Black people, Negroes, colored, you can't move X, Y, and Z. You weren't allowed to read. So the fact that Black folks were able to accomplish so much as an ethnic group, not as a nation state, not with monies that were allotted in reparations. All these other ethnic groups, including white people, received some monies, whether it was acres, thousands of acres in land, the Homestead Act in 1861. All these people get these things. Black people did not get these things. And in spite of that, we still were able to move forward. In spite of that. Move forward. And still doing it and still killing it. But this idea
with no help.
But expecting Black people to have a Mossad, this is like a science fiction conversation.
We're not fighting the same enemy.
Okay,
we're fighting.
So I'm going to land on this.
Force on
I'm going to land on this. This is the deal. There's not my opinion. You can look any of what I say. You just look it up. You can go to the libraries. You can go to anything and look at these books by white and Black scholars and those who are still currently living that would tell you about these things that Black people could not really do. And now all of a sudden you're trying to flip this in some other way, like reverse racism. Why don't you just call it racism?
Afro Nerd, where's the equivalent to the Stono Rebellion in Auschwitz? Where?
Hey, Walsh, really, real quick. Let me ask because
the Warsaw Ghetto, Wally.
Let me ask this question real
Wasn't
quick
equivalent to Stone
because
Oak.
I think JP's opened up a can. I think JP's opened up a can of good worms here. Washy Willie. I was a probation officer. I didn't work in the jails, but I've been in the jails working with people who, you know, that will end up being on probation, right?
And this is
I saw the amount of personnel there in many different jails. A lot of jails, the COs are black. You mean to tell me? Now hear me out. Now this is where JP is a genius at. You mean to tell me Peyton Gendron is still able to just be walking around alive with all these blacks in Buffalo? I want you to. This is why I got to really be careful with this on YouTube. Think about what JP's saying here. Think about if blacks had a Mossad. Do you think that if blacks really had a Mossad, do you think what that white boy did in Buffalo? You think Peyton Gendron could be walking around in any of these Buffalo jails with all these Negro ass, black ass CEOs? Think about
asymmetrical. It's not asymmetrical.
Nah, bro.
There's the Israeli government. There's the Israeli government, and there's 125th Street. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Show me an
Israeli
example
government.
of what Nat Turner did, right?
Nat Turner,
with zero support.
Now, bro,
held the baby by its leg. Right. Show me an equivalent of that,
brother,
in Auschwitz before they were saved.
Brother,
that's all I'm asking.
You're dealing with bad faith act. As soon as you start spitting out facts, they start doing a humana dance.
We have way more than one.
There's your theories. There's your theories, and then there's the facts. I can come up with a whole bunch of facts and evidence, paperwork to substantiate what I just said.
You know that.
I'm not doing Star Trek.
You guys would have been
Star Trek. What are you talking about? Hey, Afronair.
What I'm saying, I'm not talking in fantasy.
Afronair. First of all, it wasn't just Mossad. I know you didn't say it was Willie. It wasn't just Mossad carrying out those hits on those former Nazis. It was vigilante Jews doing it. It was former survivors and journalists that were K-wording a lot of those former Nazis, bro. And it wasn't, what did he say? It was 5 or 6? Bro, it was hundreds of Nazis, former Nazis. You mean to tell me, hey man, Afronair, think about this, man. I'm not arguing with you. But JP brings up a good point. You mean to tell me a Peyton Gendron, this piece of shit, little loser ass white boy, is still breathing? That's what JP's saying about how weak blacks are. Bro, if blacks really had an equivalent of Mossad, man, dude, Peyton Gendron wouldn't last a week in that goddamn prison up in that wherever the fuck he's at in New York.
I don't know about weakness. If a person who preached peace gets shot in the neck,
but
right, or even the other side.
You talking about Charlie Kirk, or are you talking about?
No, Martin Luther King.
King got shot. I never knew King got shot in the neck. Wow,
Yeah.
I never knew that. Okay.
Yeah. So if Dr. King gets killed preaching peace and being considered the most dangerous man in America, right? With all his wife gets recordings, alleged recordings. He gets a letter telling him you need to delete yourself. Now, why is someone who doesn't have a gun in his head? He doesn't have an AK-47, and yet he's killed very violently, right? Even Malcolm X, he said, "Look, you come at me, I'm coming back at you." Now he spoke that way, same result, even though it was internal. But NYPD were also there to witness that. So the family of Malcolm X, they have a lawsuit now because the government was aware that this was going on. They did nothing. So you're acting as if this ethnic group within the Americas is supposed to conduct itself like a government CIA analog is false equivalency. It's bad faith argumentation.
But JP's arguing.
That's why I can't take you seriously. If you're going to have an argument,
I didn't make
an argument in bad faith.
I did not make Afro-nerd. I didn't make the argument. JP made the argument about why.
Does JP have a high school diploma?
It doesn't matter.
It matters a lot. It matters a lot. It matters a lot. We can't go into this.
Did George Washington have a little smarty arty college degree, sir? Did he have did our founding fathers have smarty?
You're being disingenuous because you're always critiquing.
And they created the damn country, and half of them didn't have college degrees.
This is why I call this show the
half
Devil's
of them
Butthole.
were 22, 23 years old.
This is why I call this show the Devil's Butthole, because on one side you say black people aren't doing X, Y, and Z. Now I can look things up showing black people doing some quite significant things. But staying on the dysfunction is where the grease is for you. Right? The dysfunction, mind you, the dysfunction is 1% of the entire black population.
Is asking
1%. So we don't even talk the math. We don't even speak the math correctly about black dysfunction.
Brother, JP is asking a good question. Who did MLK K-word in terms of his enemy? Nobody.
His movement
was non-peace.
Like Mahatma Gandhi's movement was a peace movement. And like as I said, whether you're being peaceful or being violent, if you are against the system, you can still expect to get that work.
When was the white man ever peaceful? Okay, how about this? When was the white? Because everybody loves
JFK also got shot in the neck. By the way,
when was the white man ever peaceful in history? Okay, since we love bringing up the white man, right? When was the white man ever peaceful in history? Give me the white man's equivalent of "we shall overcome."
Well, I could say clearly there were white people that contributed to the civil rights movement.
Well,
so whether it's Viola Liuzzo, a Detroit suburban mom who saw the injustice and went down there and got it, or whether it was Schwerner, who was the third one? The civil rights workers that were murdered, the two Jewish men, by the way.
Could it be that JP is on to something here when he said what he said?
No, he's not educated enough.
Go ahead.
He speaks in malapropisms.
And what? What?
Malapropisms.
Dude, I don't know. I have no idea what that word means.
It means babble.
Okay. Why didn't you just say babble?
You
just say babble.
Cheney, Goodman, and Schwerner. Right?
Is that a law firm?
Schwerner and Goodman were two Jewish folks that were two Jewish young people that were killed by the Klan and collusion of the Klan and the police in Mississippi. So this idea that bloodshed wasn't, I mean, the 60s, black people and white people, we could say RFK and JFK if you're gonna put white men in there.
Yeah.
Right. And they caught that work as well.
CT.
So there was significant white involvement in the civil rights movement.
How about this?
You know what this
Willie, hang tight. Willie, why don't we get Chris in real quick and then go ahead, Chris. Are you just there listening? All right.
So I'll keep it short, right? You know what this solidified for me? What I was taught by my war veteran ancestors now. They've passed on, right? Why black men should never join the military and fight for any cause.
Oh, shit.
Hold on.
Whoa. Damn.
Can I finish?
Hey, hold on. My apologies. I didn't even see this one. Ryan, salute to you, man, with the $50 super chat. CT, if you could, look into interviewing Larry Pinckney, former charter member of the Black Panthers. He can clear up all of this mess. Oh, you mean with that Puerto Rican guy right now? Hang tight.
Cool. So can I finish?
I would let her address the super chat.
Must be the money. Yeah. Must be the money. Got to be. Cause I got first one to be my friend. Must be the money. People I never knew. People I never thought I'd connect with. Oh no, I don't know what it is. Talk to me. Check it out.
Why don't you set it up for me, Ryan? Salute, man. Thank you so much, Ryan. Positivity is definitely coming your way.
Cool.
You know the hippies.
So I'm gonna keep it short. Hold on, Afroner.
Well, there's one thing. The hippies also represent an entire movement of white people.
Hold on, Afroner. Hold on. Why what you're saying is so unbelievably disrespectful, and I'm a bit disappointed with you, Gimpy, is because without black men, right? You guys would still be being made into lampshades till this day. It was black men.
I hate to break it to
that
you.
went to World War II. Hold on.
First, but
it was black men.
Just let them finish, and then you give your response.
It was black men that went throughout Germany, throughout France, and fought to stop your people from being made into lampshades. You guys didn't do this on your own. You guys didn't liberate yourselves like a Nat Turner, like a Stono Rebellion, right? We came over there and saved you. Black GI.
You pick
Never
one
forget
thing.
that.
Dude,
before you guys were able, before you guys, hold on, let me finish. Can I finish?
No, because you keep
Can I
repeating
finish?
yourself.
Before you guys were
Your
able
low
to
education it
amass
shows.
any
Your obsession
capability
with
to do
being a main
anything,
character.
you guys were in Auschwitz and could not save
Dude,
yourselves.
again, you're
We
fixated on one.
saved
I have
ourselves from the
2,000
burning
years to
South.
pick from when your
We did
blip
that
in
ourselves.
slavery.
I'm just
You
pointing
keep
out to
talking
you.
like it
I'm
means
just
something.
pointing out to you why
No,
what you're saying is
nah,
so
buddy.
unbelievable. And
Because
see,
also
this is
white
what
people
your
help.
people do.
And my point
Come
was,
on,
if you
Gimpy.
got handouts,
Don't be a
see,
typical
this is the
small hat.
problem with you.
This
You
is
don't
what your people
understand
do.
anything.
You have
You
been
only have
talking
your head
on and
wrapped
on and
around
on.
your little
Now I
racism.
have 2 seconds before I drop off to cook my children food
Dude,
to
no
say
one's gonna
something.
notice you
You've
dropping
been
off the face of
talking
the
all
earth.
day. I've been dropped in the back all day.
Dude, I have not been here all
With all
day.
due respect, allow me to
With all
finish
due
making my
respect, you're a
point.
piece of crap, dude.
What I'm saying is, before you had a Mossad, right? You were in a
And before
gas
you
chamber,
had any of
and
that,
it was
you got
black
like
GIs
handed you a
that
country.
came and saved you from that gas chamber. How dare you, Gimpy? I'm so unbelievably disappointed with you.
That's what you
I'm
have to
serious.
say, because more white people
We saved y'all.
play that game. They
Before
all
y'all could go hunt anybody in Argentina,
we're a speck in the size of the
y'all
army.
were breathing gas. Black
It's okay, man.
GIs came over there and
We're
saved y'all.
8% of
Stop
the
me when
army.
I'm wrong. Am I lying, Gimpy?
Dude, you were 8% of the army in the 40s.
Yes, we
I hate
were.
to break it to you,
You
but
were
that's not
no
what it said.
percentage
You're
of
just
anything
angry
that
because
benefited
you don't
us
want to hear
anywhere
the
in the
message.
world.
Willie, again, you're
You
just
were
angry.
0%. I'll give Schwarner and Warner nose guy. I'll give those two Jews some credit.
Babylon in your willful.
But we've been through too much to
Babylon.
give 2 Jews some credit.
Wall Street, real quick. I want to mention this. I want to mention something ironic. I want to mention something very ironic.
Yo,
when CT,
really?
hold on.
Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna answer him, and then you can talk whatever nonsense you need ChatGPT to make you feel better about later.
No, Afro Nerd can talk. We don't
I'm
need to have any more
I'm gonna make it very quick.
conversation
I want to make this
until
very
you
quick.
can
So
admit
when
that those
CT
8% of
all you
blacks
want to
that
do
came
is
and
talk
saved
about
you from being turned into lampshades are
Willie,
more than you have ever offered anyone
according
on
to the
earth.
sitting next to you, your
More than
ancestors.
your people have offered anyone on earth.
Settle down
And
about what
that's
you're
black
talking
people's
about,
problem.
sir.
We're
Again,
so
I
worried
have
about
1,000
saving
years
everyone else.
but you missed the point, is that when you got assistance, it didn't amount to shit. They gave you a country.
I'm saying Auschwitz was white on white
Israel.
crime.
You turned it into
That was white
Liberia.
on white crime. We should
You
have
had
just
every
stayed out of it.
opportunity. I never said you didn't help. I pointed out that at every opportunity you were handed help, and you didn't build any of the shit that he was comparing it to that my people did. And that's the thing I'm throwing at your face. And because you can't handle it, you fixate on the fact that your life is a loser's life, and you have to sit there and insult dead Jews from the Holocaust. But that's not the point I made. I didn't say we did it alone, and I didn't say that we don't need help. I said that my people, with the assistance and the things given to them, they turned it all into that stuff. Whereas all the assistance you and yours were given didn't turn it into the shit. And it makes no sense for Afro Nerd to sit here and try and say there's no equivalency when he makes those points, because both groups were assisted by larger, more helpful groups that oppressed them, groups that were historically wronging them, and both had totally different end results. You're sitting here talking about how you make excuses, how you don't have this, whereas my people are influencing policy across the world today because of it.
Okay, so a couple of things. One, you're allowed to do that, right? You are allowed to do that. To do that. This whole idea. Let me just go back in time for a minute. When CT says about there weren't any white people that did anything peaceful, you had an entire movement called the Flower Power movement. The irony of the Flower Power movement, considering that CT is an alleged graduate of Kent State. Kent State really was the apex of the Flower Power movement, because if I remember correctly, it was even an iconic photograph of a student, Alison Krauss, who famously put a flower in the barrel of a gun on Kent State's campus, and still the military killed these people. So this notion that whites were not peaceful, they had an entire movement, anti-war movement. Now, Kimpy, I know you
said whites are not peaceful.
CT said that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I know you're sick of. I know you're a sycophant for him. I'm going to give you the facts. So this whole notion that black people didn't do anything, the idea that black people were able to do what we've been able to do. Many of us, well, some of us are global figures, whether it's in entertainment and sports, whether it's in business, probably one of the most copied ethnic groups in the world, right? That's rather significant, under duress. When black folks got together, whether it was Tulsa, whether it was in Wilmington in 1898, that was a biracial government. And that government was dismantled by racist whites at gunpoint during Reconstruction. So just as I respect the pogroms and Kristallnacht that the Jewish faith went through, black folks had their own version of pogroms. So there, whether it was in Senate,
who said they didn't? Again, I'm not understanding. Who said they didn't?
No, you're saying that we didn't do certain things and that something stopped us.
I'm saying that both groups similarly suffered at massive.
But the difference, everything is not symmetrical. Everything. I'm sorry, but the way that Jewish people,
that you haven't made a country.
No one stopped. No
We're
Jewish people.
descendants of slaves handed a country, like Jews were handed a country. Like, we can agree, like, if we're all going to put it all aside, right? Bigger entities created a state called Israel, and they turned Liberia over to colonial settlers from America, right? Did that not happen? Both those states exist for around, like, one started in 48, one's in like the 60, whatever, or actually no, the 1800s even, right? That's what Liberia starts, is that whole thing. But they had a resurgence in the modern day even to it. I'm just saying, like, you've had opportunity to build a nation state, to build these things. People from bigger things came out. I'm, again, not saying it's asymmetrical or identical, but to arguably say that blacks haven't been given, and I'm not saying you haven't had other people trying to sabotage you, but Jews get missile rock. I mean, you saw me live on air running from rockets on this channel during the summer. So to point out as a fact of thing is, both groups have suffered. Both groups have been given opportunity to overcome. I'm not saying
the reparations,
dude.
Checkmate.
You want to argue that reparations is the thing that made Israel Israel? Is that what
white folks got reparations?
Do you know that most of that money?
The Homestead Act gave thousands of acres for white folks. Very few black people were able to, because this is before slavery.
Oh, right.
White folks, hold up, giving thousands of acres of land to white settlers to go west, young man, right? That was rather significant as far as being able to enable your family, your lineage to continue. That's wealth, right? We never got that. At any moment in time, when black people did do it on their own, white folks did not like seeing it. When white people were stealing from those Tulsa residents, they would say things like, "Well, this Negro has a piano. I don't have a piano." So they were bombed. They were bombed from a height. You had planes in the 1920s
when the
bombing black people,
villages in Russia, and killed and stole.
I'm not here to do. I'm saying,
Jews
like, versus black people. All I'm saying is, I respect your struggle. No one stopped Jewish people from creating Hollywood. No one stopped Jewish people. Hold on. No one stopped Jewish business. No one stopped Jewish folks.
Hollywood only exists because Jews were kicked out of New York's show business and they went west and made something better. Shut the fuck up.
They were allowed to.
Dude, no, they were not allowed to. They did it against the grain.
What I'm saying is,
got fired every Saturday in this country for 150 fucking years. What are you talking about? You live in a delusional state to think.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying Jewish people didn't have. I'm not saying Jewish people didn't have it hard. I'm not saying that.
Suffer more globally, and
there was not a segregated life. There was not a segregated. There was not a segregated life in the Americas that worked for Jewish people as it did for black people. There was not laws that had that hold on. There was not a law. There was not a law that said that these black children could not study with these white kids.
You're right.
That they had to get a separate kind of education. So what we're talking about is a separate, legislated, legal life that these black people, because the whole thing of separate and equal was a misnomer. It was separate and unequal, right? So when you had psychologists like the Clark husband and wife team that did the infamous doll test, 1947, and they're talking about the low self-esteem of black kids because they looked at a white doll and instinctively thought that white doll was better. That was a psychological duress that obviously, now that's what it is, because it's still, because you can do it to kids today and they still have this issue, right? So what I'm saying is they use that case as proof to say, hey, these kids aren't being taught equally. It was not separate and equal. If white folks, or if the government had allowed blacks and whites to be separate and equal in all of it, what that means to have first-class citizenship status, then we wouldn't have this conversation. Black folks were second, if not tertiary citizens. If I keep on repeating this, if a 1955 fedora-wearing black accountant can be told by a white plumber, you got to get off, you got to get in the back of the bus, that's proof of third-class citizenship. How is it not? Because you see my African phenotype, which makes me, well, I remember when you were a slave, because you look black. If you look black, therefore I know you don't belong here. You belong in the back of the bus. Doing that during the atomic age, during I Love Lucy was on the air, right? When you're doing that in the 20th century, as if it's 1855, there, my friend, is reparations, because we're not first-class citizens. We're not white. Now, I'm talking about phenotypically. I'm talking about equally. Jewish people had their ish. I live in a town right now in New York that at one time was called Black Hollywood. The people that ended up living here, they had to live here through nefarious means, because they had to have, Fats Waller moved into my neighborhood because the white guy that owned the house didn't like his neighbor. I'm going to get my neighbor back and get this black guy to come in here to buy this house. Once that black guy got in there, then Louis Armstrong, Lena Horne, Ella Fitzgerald, all these people were allowed to live in this community. But before that, they had real estate covenants that said, we cannot sell to you. We will not allow you to sell this house to a black person. And guess what? Jewish people are also in those covenants. But I respect your struggle. I don't say to you, this did not happen. All I'm telling you is that you do have the complexion for the protection. I do not.
Again, I never said to you it didn't happen. In fact, my whole point to you is that CT's assessment that at the end of the day, if you're measuring success curves of the two groups, one group is far outperforming the other. You can make every answer to whatever you want, but it's a fair assessment to make because both groups have suffered historically.
Not disputing.
So that's all I'm saying. Like that.
But when we go into the legal,
out to you that it's fair to say that Jews have outperformed blacks in equivalence when it comes to nation building. Both people were given an opportunity to build nations. One group successfully did it. One group didn't successfully do it. So to sit here and argue and say that there's no way you could have had a Mossad or an IDF or a Nazi hunters is a fallacy. You've had opportunity to create those things. They didn't happen. And that's how it works out. Like, I'm not trying to say your struggle didn't happen. I'm saying that your struggle happened. And as a result, you have been given opportunities to overcome with more struggle attached. And you didn't get the result another group that traveled the same trajectory did. That's it.
It's not that you said the same trajectory. It's not the same trajectory.
I mean, fair.
We can talk about biblical slavery. We can talk about biblical slavery. We can talk about biblical slavery, or we can talk about slavery that we know actually happened. Biblical history is a little different than.
I'm not even talking about. Okay, you want to say that biblical Jews, whether slaves, not. We don't even have to do that. I'll give you that blacks were slaves, and that in modern history, Jews have not been slaves. But I would argue that in modern history, for the last 2,000 years, they have been persecuted by design throughout the entire known civilization. So I would argue that that would be a fair trade-off for equivalency in this intellectual debate.
Look, we can go.
I'm just saying, like, isn't that fair enough to say that for 2,000 years we've been persecuted? That would be a trade-off for slavery for 200 years, 100-something years in the United States of America?
It was 300 years, right?
Okay, so including the time before it's America.
Right.
That's fine.
Right, but the whole notion of it is that slavery was an LLC. It was a business. It was underwritten. We could talk about global slavery, but owning your owning your lineage is different than even what happened with Irish people. A 2 or 7 year deal contractually is way different than owning your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, and then erasing your history, your culture, where you can speak proudly about being Jewish because you inherently know what that is. But the erasure of my culture is a whole different ball of wax.
That's a fair thing. I can't argue that. I don't have I don't.
But I'm not comfortable in having this. My pain is greater than your pain. I don't think that's what's at issue. What I'm saying is that the Americans treated blackness, just like there's anti-Semitism, there's anti-blackness globally.
Yeah. Okay,
right.
That's
and unfortunately, we don't have $100 million a year like the ADL. The ADL gets paid $100 million a year to say to people, keep anti-Semitism out of your mouth.
The NAACP is paid more.
They're not paid not to deal with anti-blackness, and because
They're
it's colored
supposed
people.
to be.
Also,
that's their mission statement.
It's an umbrella organization. It's not
but that's their mission statement. They're supposed to.
It's not specific to the Jewish plight or black plight.
No, to the black. The NAACP is specific to the black.
No. NAACP is for colored peoples. They've been involved with other groups.
You're making yourself an even subset of that. I get it.
No, and I'm going about what the record says. And respectfully, Jewish people also sponsored many of these civil rights groups. So I'm not even disputing that. So I don't know what we're doing here. This is.
I was just my whole thing
that black people could do. Black people could do what Jewish people could do.
All I'm trying to say is you're wrong to say that he has no right to say that blacks don't have a Mossad or an IDF or a nation state that's strong, because you've had the opportunity to do it.
I don't know.
I mean, that's all I've been
Liberia,
and everybody seems
in the 18th century is the same as comparing a modernized Jewish state.
Dude, it's a state. They gave us a
1947 is a little different.
1940 small conflicts. Like, dude, stop. A state is a state. Opportunity is opportunity. There was opportunity on both sides of this idea. And you're trying to make this thing that, oh no, it was never possible. I'm arguing on all I'm saying this time to keep the panel going while CT is gone. Welcome back, bud. That you're not allowed to say that it's not a fair thing to say by him. It is. There was opportunity. With opportunity means there was outcome possibility, meaning he said, had you done Liberia right, you might be the strongest African nation possible. I'm not saying that I believe that I'm just saying there was opportunity. So to say that you couldn't have had an outcome like the Jews had is unrealistic, because you had the same opportunity. Outside forces wanted you to have a nation state. People were invested in you having a nation state. It was a movement. They try and reinvigorated it once after 100, almost like 70 years or something later. Like, I'm just saying, dude, possibility existed. So why are you so mad at him for saying that why don't you have a Mossad? Why don't you have an IDF? Why don't you have a Nazi hunters equivalency? There was opportunity to create these moments. I'm not saying there is a difference in the struggle. I'm not even minimizing the struggle. In fact, I'll give you maximum volume on all struggle-related comments. I am saying is that with outcomes available, you could have gotten the same outcome my people got. You just didn't. And that's facts.
No, what I think you fail to realize is that when you talk about Africa as a continent, right now, this is excluding Liberia, but think about many of the 54 nations in Africa were colonized. So this is happening under colonization, right? So this idea that this kind of even keel you're trying to do between, well, you given a nation state in the 1800s is the same as giving it in 1947. We see Japan was also after a war was allowed to excel in the 20th century, where they're better than us. Their factories are newer than American factories. So time plays a role in this. So you're trying to compare being given a nation state when really it was about ousting black people. It wasn't about we're going to gift you this land because biblically we owe it to you. And we also feel that you were wronged. Hold on. I'm saying something, you don't like it. You were wronged. You were wronged because of what happened, and this is understood, wrong because of the Holocaust. There was no such, you can't compare apples and oranges, and you're trying to make it so. You're trying, when we talk about
what does it matter the reason? Opportunity presented itself.
So all opportunities not the same.
Yes, but all opportunity is a chance to build something from it. Not building
all
from it and then saying,
not
you
the
had a
same.
better opportunity than me. It's just an excuse.
This is asymmetrical. If you're trying to say if we Jewish can do it, then you blacks could do it too.
Anyone
I don't see how that works. I don't see that. That's not really how it works. Because being white, having white access is completely different than being black and having white access.
And all your Arab
I already broke down first, second, third class. So Jewish people, they definitely struggled. I'm not disputing that. But it's a whole different ball of wax when you have segregated signs. The Jewish man can still be outside of the civil rights movement and sponsor it, being Jewish, but being white and doing it. Right? That's different than being black and doing it. It's different. Now you're trying to make two things the same, apples and oranges. It's not the same thing. The fact that Jewish people were allowed to sponsor means that their movement was different than our movement, doesn't it? By the very fact they're able to actually even invest in black movements during the 20th century. That means our placement was different in the culture. But the fact that you have Hollywood and all these Hollywood corporations in the 1930s and 40s with Jewish surnames. There's no black.
Again, Hollywood only exists because of anti-Semitism. That's the stupidest argument in the world when people make that, because Hollywood wouldn't be a thing. New York would still be the center of all entertainment. Yes, the Jews had to go out west because they got chased out of fucking New York. This is why I hate when you run your mouth, dude, because when I point out how wrong you are, I sit here, I listen, I let you go, but you are wrong. You are wrong, dude. You want to talk about final outcomes, and all I said from the very beginning, no matter how much you want to convolute it, is that there were both groups had opportunity to make something. You want to find every reason why your group shouldn't have succeeded against the other group and why the other group had advantage. That is a mind state, sir. That demonstrates more about you and how you think than the reality of the universe. Because if you have a survivor's mind state, sir, you succeed regardless of
Warner Brothers.
Is also everything you say about Hollywood. Hollywood does not exist if Jews are allowed to stay in New York. Stop. That's the end of your argument about Jews in Hollywood.
MGM,
built it.
Mayor Goldwyn, come on, man. MGM, what are we talking about? These are major
Hollywood would not exist without anti-Semitism. Stop talking about Hollywood. We all understand it's a Jewish creation because they kicked them out of New York. Grow up.
But they
relocated. Stop arguing with CT.
Hold on. I know you're going to talk over me.
Make that, dude, you are so lost in your own racial
what you just said right there is so nonsensical.
It's like someone that stumped a toe trying to compare themselves to
you already don't have
a leg.
useful to contribute.
It's not even comparable. But again, I wanted you to just respond to what I asked you earlier, right? None of this. Mossad, Hollywood, nothing that you guys were able to attain was possible without the help of black GIs. Other than that, you would have been on a shelf as a landfill.
Again,
do you
the
acknowledge
Russians
that?
reached Berlin first, so I'll just sit here and say you're 8% of the army. I'll give it to all the righteous muffins and Aaron C's ancestors. Because
we ain't even get 2% from y'all.
Willie.
We got nothing from the Jews. Buddy. We got nothing from the Jews but more exploitation.
Right.
That's because that's
and
just
civil
who
rights.
white people are.
You got
Y'all
civil
are no
rights
different from white
Jews
people.
made it so.
That's why I always felt like the Holocaust was white on white crime, right? We should have just minded our business. We don't have nothing to do with white on white crime.
You should continue to mind.
I have a question, if I may ask. I got a question. I wonder when the slaves came and they invested, they sent the slaves back to Africa to have their own country. Did the United States invest, or did other nations as well invest into that country?
I don't know the full story on Liberia.
The
I know
Jews
that
invested in slavery. I know that.
I know that it ended up being James Monroe's kind of private country. It was Monrovia. It was literally called. I mean, it's the capital of Liberia's Monrovia. I'm going to do more of a deep dive into it, but I would gather that they were not given the same access as a modernized nation state.
So here's the thing.
I just doubt it.
Here's
And
the
then my
thing,
second
Afro
question
Nerd.
is,
Here's the thing, Afro Nerd, right? That is literally such a small portion of the black community that decided to go back there, right? That in no way represents blacks as a whole. Our struggle is here in America. I would argue that whole Liberia point is when we truly delineated what the FBAs love to say, right? We did that a long time ago. We said we are not CT and them Africans. We don't want bush meat and fufu. We like our collard greens, and we are going to get ourselves off the pig. Shout out to the NOI, right?
okay.
But
Can I
we were
say
out
that?
here actually doing things.
Okay, I
fighting
got the
our
answer,
fight.
Willie. I got the answer here, so I'm going to respond. This is what I hate to do the due diligence. It said, this is what it says. It's definitely a bad faith argument. So I'm going to read this. It says, are blacks given Liberia is it the same as Jewish people and Israel? No, they're often framed as similar, but historically, politically, and morally, they're very different. Okay, and bad faith comes up when he talks about this.
Correct.
Liberia was a removal project, not self-determination. That was my first thing in my head.
Correct.
That the
Negro,
purpose of it wasn't like
it's called the
it was
Negro
not. It was
problem, Afro Nerd. The Negro problem.
It was no gifting.
Correct.
See,
they weren't trying to help us build
global
anything. They were trying to get rid of these now freed slaves. It wasn't the same. We were trying to save your people from the gas chamber. It wasn't the same.
Still missing my point. I
No,
know it's
we're not.
that you have
I'm
nothing
saying
but
your
excuses
point
for your
is
lives.
irrelevant
But the
and
point is you were
invalid.
given an opportunity and
My
you failed
point
to
is
capitalize
your
on it.
people
You
would
still, to this day, are
your
looking
people would
for
have gone the
reasons why
way
you
of the
failed
Navajo
instead of
had
reasons
it not
to
been for
succeed.
black
It's
GIs.
an excellent example of all your mind
You
states.
guys would be extinct.
And
You
talk
guys
like
would have gone the way of the dodo bird. Extinct.
Hey, hold on, Gippy.
And
Let
we just
me
left the guy
address
with the
him on
little
that.
mustache
So
to do his own thing.
Willie,
What do you
less
want,
than
white man?
3% of combat forces in World War II were black
That's
soldiers.
great.
Less
That's
than
great. I don't care if it was 1%.
So why do you keep saying it as if it
I don't
was
care if it was
solely
1%.
them?
Number one, we're documented in the U.S. military as being some of the bravest soldiers during that fight. Huh? Without question.
Oh, that's just modern day libtard hype.
Just
All right, hey,
modern, right.
well,
Where
Willie,
are the Medal of Honor recipients?
Here we
Other than
go.
Dory Miller,
Here
where's the
we
Medal of
go.
Honor
Willie,
recipient?
I
Yeah, we could go there.
Stolen valor. Go ahead,
Yeah, we could go there.
Stolen valor. Go ahead.
We could go there.
Willie, I just want to say
can't
one
say
thing,
that
right?
you saved them
My
from
only thing is when we're speaking to the opposition, just let's do our best not to do things like, oh, white man, because if he was like, oh, black man, then you would feel more offended. So let's not do that
see
kind
them
of
as an
thing.
opposition?
brother. They do it
That's all
every
I'm saying.
day.
Like I understand everything you're saying,
I'm
and
with
you
the
have
smoke.
validity in your conversation. I just
I'm with the smoke.
don't want, as black men, I don't want it to come off that we're allowed to be racist because we're not. Especially if we
not the
complain
dream
about
that
it, I don't want to
MLK
be a
had.
hypocrite.
This is
You
not
feel
the
me?
dream that MLK
Well,
had.
no one
What
gives
I'm
a fuck
saying to
about
you
this day
is,
now because everyone has
No,
such
that's
high
all I'm
levels
saying,
of
Will. Like, come
fatigue.
on, bro.
When
Like,
they
you
have
know what I'm
levels of
saying?
We are
fatigue,
not
Like,
going to
you
because
understand
all
me,
you're
though,
trying
right?
to
go
do is
back
just
to
lie.
CT's original question.
He's
When
shaking
you
his
try to
head.
compare
I
us
think you go off and have
to
a drink.
Mossad,
You disappear like I
to go
can't
back
take
to
it.
CT's original question, when you try to compare us to Mossad, you have to put it in context. These people were already saved, right? Before they built anything and fought
I
anyone.
didn't
They
say
didn't
that.
save
I
themselves. Hold
didn't say
on.
that.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm just giving you the context. Number two, they are fighting a dismantled force. We were fighting J. Edgar Hoover in the FBI. It's not comparable. Your enemy was a punk by the time you got out of Auschwitz. You had no opposition going and finding old, decrepit men in Argentina. You can't compare your struggle to ours.
Willie,
Not the
in the
same. We
Arab-Israeli
did it
Six-Day
ourselves.
War, they fought numerous
Talk
other
to
countries
somebody
all
else,
by
weirdo.
themselves,
Please,
bro.
stop calling my name.
Dude,
You
they
call my name
fought
more
like
than my
6
wife.
countries at once, you
All right, that's
dumbass.
great. Talk to
Yeah, I
somebody
can't believe
else.
I'm on the same side of an argument with you.
Willie, well, yeah, listen. They don't understand, Gippy. You and my people,
Willie,
we're
Willie,
still,
Willie, Willie, Willie.
we're still sworn
Make
enemies.
my
We're
name
still
taste
sworn
like
enemies.
ass when you
But
speak.
dude, to say that you guys were able to do what they did is insane. You guys militarily could have never held off like 6 Arab countries attacking you at once. There's no
Correct.
fucking way in
Because we
hell, you
weren't
idiot.
given fighter planes from NATO. Correct. They could have done it
Believe
either.
it or not,
They could have done it either without the
that
black
was
tax
Willie,
dollars.
Willie,
You want to talk
Willie,
about
prior.
that?
Believe
You
it
want
or
to talk
not,
about
that was
They could have
prior.
done it
That
either
was
without the
prior
black
to NATO.
tax dollars.
This guy's
That's a fact.
retarded.
Doesn't
He's
know
just
his
a stupid
history.
That's a
monkey,
fact.
dude.
Let's talk
He's
about
the
it.
most ignorant
One
one
at a
up
What
time.
an idiot,
Everyone
dude.
settle down.
patience for him anymore, honestly.
Dude,
He didn't do anything in 48. They were all by themselves. They fought off 6 countries
that's what
without
I was
you
telling
and
him.
your ugly ass face, dude. That's why
We
you hide.
gave you guys
this is
military
prior
equipment
to
and
NATO.
fighter planes. No one gave
This
us
is
anything.
before all that,
In
you
fact,
fucking
This is
idiot.
before that.
Can I
You
ask
didn't
Gibby a
need it
question?
all.
God, Willie, you're a fucking
of
idiot,
air and
dude.
You are
stolen
like
Can I ask
dollars
Gibby
and
a
dumb
question,
and
churches
please?
literally used military equipment to attack us.
You
That's the
said stolen
difference.
valor. You
We
just
were
claimed that
fighting.
3% of
We
black
were
men won World
fighting
War II,
America.
bro.
You were on
This guy's a
America's team. That's the
Hello, can I
difference.
ask Gibby a
We were
question?
fighting
Hey,
the most
Gibby, how you
powerful
doing?
force on earth.
Happy
You were
MLK
on
Day.
its team.
I got a question.
That's the difference.
Since I'm
That's the
not
difference.
Jewish, is Jewish hate really as intense as black hate, as like we experienced
Yeah.
post?
Yes. I've been stoned by Arabs in Israel. What are you talking about? There are people who hate Jews. They killed 2 Jewish people in front of the embassy in
Stop
DC.
crying.
just
Everybody
last year.
hates
I'm
black
sorry. Yeah, I'm
Americans.
pretty
Get
sure that
over
Jew
it.
hate is pretty intense.
I mean, let's
They
be
blame us
honest.
for
You
No,
guys
I'm
did
asking
stand up
because I
earn
for
don't
some of
know.
that
his
hate.
show this morning.
You guys did earn some of that hate. We're hated simply for being alive and being free.
Willie,
You guys, on
you
the
are
other
not
hand,
calling
you
the
want to
kettle
talk
black.
about those
You earn the
Bilderbergs?
ire of everyone you meet, and you have the audacity to talk to people. You're a
Listen, man.
funny man.
A broken clock is right twice a day, and so is the guy with the little mustache. I can't say that everything that he stood on and spoke about your people was wrong. I can't say that.
That's funny, man. That's a funny thing to say because a lot of people agree that everything
Damn.
that people say about your people is.
I know. That's why I'm saying stop crying. I know.
Wow. Just wow.
I know the world hates me.
Just wow.
I'm
Dude,
fine with it.
you live
Stop
in a
crying.
delusion, sir, and you create it for yourself by having this negative approach to everything.
I can't believe he's accusing me of stolen valor, but he just claimed that 3% of blacks in World War II won the war. I mean, this is top-notch troll level shit, dude.
No, I never claimed they won the war. What I said was
you said you saved Gippy's people from becoming
I said we were a
lampshades.
part of the military that won the war.
Oh,
You have
now
to
you'll say
understand,
part.
These
Now you'll say
black
part.
GIs were U.S. citizens. My point was these people didn't free themselves. That was my point. Genius.
You guys can't. Okay, I'll give you that.
Go back to Dundalk.
Either an
Chill out.
entire army of whites came and saved them. Like
Get out
that's
of here with your Baltimore
when
County
you say
education.
stuff like this to feel ahead, you're not, bro. You just sound ignorant. This is why no one likes you, but just
That's
sound
your people's tactic. I know that.
Willie, you can insult us all you want, but our people have actually built
sounds
shit.
ignorant when they tell the truth.
Willie, your people have never built anything, bro. Gimpy's people and my people have, bro.
I built the crack spot in Dundalk.
Listen, I'm sorry it's
Sold
fucked
to all
up.
kind of
I
white
know it's
people.
I know it's fucked up. I know it's a lack of pride. I get it. I if I was a black man, I get it. I get where you're coming from. But you guys haven't. You have to build shit. You got to build shit. Then you talk shit. Then you brag about your accomplishments. Then you do that. Your people haven't built
We are
shit.
US
That's what
citizens,
Gimpy's
sir.
getting at.
We are U.S. citizens. We were a part of building this nation. Yeah, I can claim that. We were
Anyone
citizens.
can claim they're part of building something.
We fought in all of America's wars. Even
You were like
going
2% in combat
even
every
going
war,
back,
dude.
Even going back to the Revolutionary War. There
That was like
Crispus
5 Negroes.
Attucks. There was
That was like
Crispus-
5 Negroes.
Would you like a history lesson? Because I know what
tell me the
Dundalk school
stats.
systems are like.
Tell me
I
the
know
stats,
you've never
Willie.
gotten this information.
Willie, tell me the stats.
I'm not talking about stats.
Dude, I've already explained
I'm
on
making a
CT
very
show
simple
before.
point.
It's a pride vacuum, bro. If
are
people have nothing to take pride in,
That's
they'll
it.
make shit up.
Black people
That's
are
how
Americans.
it works, bro.
We were
This
an integral
dude
part
heard
in
from
building
Tariq
this nation.
Nasheed
That's
that
it.
blacks won World War II
We
by
get to
themselves,
claim all the
and he ran with it.
success of this nation
just like white people. We were
You're
an
just saying
integral
stupid
part
shit.
of building
No,
this
you
country.
weren't,
It's a
bro.
fact.
Your people didn't sign the Declaration of Independence.
That's
Was
great.
Benjamin Franklin black?
You have an
Like, what
I thought
extraordinary
stupid
John
shit are you gonna
Hancock
say
was
next?
black. I don't know which one was
You
he.
have an
Oh,
extraordinary
The token.
grasp
There
of
had
the
to be a
obvious.
token. Come on.
You have
dude,
an
man.
extraordinary grasp of the obvious, but none of that was my point. What I am saying is, what people always love to try to do is take a lot of the success of this country away from one particular group of
They
its
don't have to
citizens.
because they have their own, bro. Asians are more successful than y'all.
I'll wait.
Indians are more successful than y'all.
Hey,
You've been
who
here for
gave you
400
peanut
years,
butter?
and you're
Hold
and you're
on.
still at the
Successful
Who gave you
bottom,
peanut
bro.
Israelites
butter?
like yourself
You
as
haven't
well.
built
Yeah.
nothing,
They're
yo.
more
What you
successful than
talking about?
poor
We
whites
gave y'all
like
peanut
yourself
butter.
as well. What's
You
your
know you
point?
like peanut
We
butter and
did
jelly
more than
sandwiches.
peanut
You're
butter.
not as
That's a
successful
recipe.
as
No,
That's
any
Lena,
of
no,
my
you
Indian
didn't.
I'd
I'm
love to
cousins.
say
afraid,
something
What's
Lena.
your
off
point?
topic.
The light
I
They're
wanted
more
to say
bulb.
something off
successful than
topic.
you as well, and everybody else in
The
Dundalk,
light
Maryland.
bulb.
Lena, if they
Successful
would have
heart
gave us more than
transplant.
They're
peanut
more
butter, Lena,
successful than you
darling,
toothless
if
whites
they
as
would have
well.
gave us more than peanut butter, you wouldn't hear made up fictional stories like blacks won World War II.
Nobody
You
I
wouldn't
could
claimed
hear
give
that.
that
you. I
shit.
could give you
If
See?
there
real
was more than
See,
accomplishments by
see,
peanut
black
see,
butter,
people.
this is
you
why
wouldn't be
Elijah
hearing this
Muhammad
shit,
said the
okay?
Aren't
white
you
man
a
is the devil.
Republican? One of the
See the
first
lion?
separation conjoined
See the
trends
lion, CT?
If they
before by
This is
Ben
invented
why
the
Carson.
Elijah
He's
Muhammad
Chevrolet or
black.
the
must be
fighter
upon him.
jet, you wouldn't be hearing this.
Black people did contribute to fighter jets being to the way they were made today.
Oh, really?
They
How's
found
that, Lena? How's that?
defrosting.
Which runaway slave did that, Lena? Who did that?
Not runaway slave, but defrosting. They had a plant in
Why?
defrost. That's what it said. Defrosting. When I looked it up, yes, black
What
people
does
have
that
been
have
a
to do
part.
with a jet
America
engine,
is
Lena?
nothing without the inventions of Benjamin
I got
But
Franklin.
something
they
off
had
topic.
something to do with the airplane
You
itself,
goofies would
like
be crashing
helping.
your cars.
CT,
Lena?
off topic
Oh
Yes,
here.
my, Lena,
I'm not
I have an
gonna talk
aviation
bad. I'm just
background.
saying that's what
The
they're
jet
My
that's what
engine
point
they
is
ain't got
do.
simple.
shit to do with a
Yo.
My point is
defroster. What the
simple.
Hey,
fuck
I
are you
bet you
talking
I
about?
bet
Cannot
you can ask
separate us
AI
from the
how
success
many
of
black
America. We
inventors and how
are
many black
American
men
citizens.
have made
Period. The
things
end.
that contributed to society. I'll bet you'll get a couple
You
hundred,
should do that. Hey, you should do that. You know why?
couple
Because then you're
thousand.
gonna learn. Then you'll learn how many people are lying. Because Lena a second ago said the light bulb. No, it was a certain kind of filament for an already created, invented light bulb.
I bet you
Thank you
$200
so much,
that there was a
KC.
black guy that
Sorry
had
about the
something to
cash
do with
out.
all of that mathematics and stuff. I bet you.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'll bet you my whole paycheck. Absolutely not.
I bet
Absolutely
you
not.
I'll have your whole paycheck because I'm telling you, black people have been
Sir.
contributing in the background.
We
Yeah,
did a
they
pretty good
contribute.
job
I agree.
Because
building
I
look,
white
you
agree.
can even
brokers in the
look at
70s.
movies.
Sir,
Stop playing with me.
dude, there's blacks on YouTube and TikTok that are saying that you guys invented like the jet engine and aircraft. That blacks, you just heard Willie say like blacks like defeated Germany in World War II. Stupid, outlandish
Okay,
shit,
well think
bro.
about it this way. What
The
if you
white
And
man
I
didn't
is a
have
get
lying
it,
them?
man.
devil.
You
Hold
need
on,
that
wait a
The
second.
white
pride.
man is the
What
devil.
if you didn't
Willie
have
never
them
said that. The
and
white
those
man is
guys
the
were never
devil.
White
there?
man is the
You're
devil.
short
He's
that
always
He's
many
telling the
proving
truth.
it.
forces.
Peace be upon Elijah Muhammad. He's proving it because you're sitting here lying. I never said we won the war, Goofy.
You said
I
black
said,
GIs,
I
free
said,
Gippies
I
people. That's
said
what that
we,
implies,
I
dude.
said
That's
we
what that
fought.
implies.
I said we fought in the war on the force that freed them. That's was the
That
point.
is not what you started with. I would not have
No,
came
no,
up here if you
you
would have
didn't
worded it
understand. You
correctly,
got here
sir.
late. You got here late, and
No, I heard
a
your
Baltimore
dumb ass, man.
education. Look up
See
those
what
Baltimore
Willie
education
You
does
said
numbers,
is
that
boy.
you
Willie
the
will
free
Willie
Gippies
will
people.
Willie will talk about the broad. He'll talk about the broad
CT,
before
would you
he
look
gets
at those
specific.
Baltimore education numbers with their schools? Like, he came in late and has a Baltimore education. So I understand. You didn't understand the point I was
I didn't
making.
go to high
Ooh,
school
So
in
allow me to
Baltimore
make it.
County, man. Even if I went, I could, Willie, I could have no
ooh.
school at all, and I'd still be smarter than you.
I doubt
Willie, I
it.
could literally have
I
no
doubt
school
it.
at
I
all, and I'd
doubt
still
it.
be smarter than you. This guy's guys are fucking
highly doubt
retarded.
it. Hey, bro, I highly doubt it. But I understand
bro,
the kind
bro.
of comparency you're trying to make there. I get it, but it's not the it. What the it is Willie. He will go broadly and leave room for nuance. So you can therefore, pick out a nuance, and then he will be like, I was just talking about all of it together, and he will bring that nuance into it, and he will still
The comment he made originally about World War II was not a nuanced statement at all.
Cook you every time.
He said, Gimpy,
It's okay, Willie. I do the same
saved you
thing.
guys from becoming lampshade. That's what he said. That implies that they defeated the Axis forces.
No,
to
that doesn't
liberate their
imply
camp
anything
from
except
their
that
own.
black people
Yes,
contributed
it do.
Part of
to
the
the
U.S.
success
military.
of the war.
Yes. The U.S. military freed them. We were a part of the U.S. military.
Good
It's not as
doggy.
complicated
You're
as you're trying to make it.
3%. Why would you even mention that?
It's not as
3%, bro.
complicated as you're trying to make it.
Because
Like, I
that
don't talk. I
3%
don't
changes
talk about my people.
everything, bro.
My people are 97%, but I don't fucking brag about it, do I?
Look,
You fucking
that
idiot.
look, you got to think about
Because I
that
don't need to
3%
draw
of black
pride from
people.
the
Hold
past,
on, wait a
bro.
second.
I
In
got
that
something
past,
off topic,
hold on,
TT.
wait.
Totally
In that
off topic.
past, let me just
Well,
say
it's
this.
kind of
In the
on
past,
topic. It's
hold
on topic,
on,
Git,
bro.
because
You gotta
fuck
consider
MLK
this.
Day.
Consider
Black
this, bro.
fatigue is
Look,
soaring at record high because you guys have main character syndrome and you're
bro.
fake and phony and you lie. That's your culture,
Look,
and it's
let me
gay.
tell you this. Let me tell you this.
And
all right.
what?
Hey,
Man,
I'm
let
just
me
you're
just
not you're
dunk
gonna
on
agree
your
with me
bitch
when I
ass.
say this too. You're gonna
All right,
agree.
go ahead.
So the 3%, hold on, the 3% of black
ahead.
slaves, right,
stop.
that were free.
Number
Hold on,
one,
wait a second, Willie.
wait,
No, let me say this real
Number
quick.
one,
We're talking
And then you
World
go.
War II,
Hold on,
bro.
Willie,
They weren't
Willie,
slaves,
come on,
unfortunately.
come on, bro.
He's a
My point
liar.
is so
Man,
good.
what are
The
y'all
number
doing
was
here?
more
bro.
in line
Look.
with 11
Oh,
to
man.
15%, which actually reflects
Google
our
it right now. It
population in
said
America.
3%
You're a
combat
liar.
forces. Somebody
You're
Google
a
it.
liar.
I'm a
Okay,
liar.
fine.
Google
Hey,
it.
chat.
Google
Let
it.
me tell
Chat.
you
Google it
Put it
right
into
now,
the
something.
Willie.
chat.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you
Google,
something
ahead.
about math real
Google the
quick. Willie.
percentage of
Yeah,
black
tell us about
people
math from this
in
pothead.
the
Let's see what he's
U.S.
got to say.
military in World War II.
Willie, you
What's
gotta
the
get, you got.
pothead have
Please
to say
Google it
about
for me,
math?
chat. Won't
Let
you
me,
please play along,
damn.
chat? And you'll see a
Yeah,
liar
play along
in
with
its
the
All right,
lies,
purest
fine.
form.
I'm
chat.
gonna shut up.
Yeah.
You
I use
black folks
facts
need to
and
build a
statistics.
nation
You use
for a
lies
great area and
because
Let
then
me
you
know
are
when
the
start
it's
white
my
building
turn.
devil Elijah
Wakanda,
Muhammad
then
spoke of.
brag. That's how you do it, man.
Won't
I
you
just have a
please Google
question
it for
for
me,
the
CT?
community for
What's the
CT.
correct number, CT?
Go
Won't you
ahead.
Google it? I'll tell
Google
you
it,
exactly
CT.
what to Google. Google
I
the
can tell you.
percentage of black military during
Well,
World War
technically,
II. That's
No,
it.
CT is the
combat,
But I
moderator,
came
Willie.
back
so
to
you should be the
Africa.
Willie,
fact
Black people
checker,
you
didn't
got to
use
do
the
CT.
real
combat
laptop.
times
So
as
I
Fact
forces,
didn't
much
find
check.
it,
buddy.
man.
as
I
this
looked it up
lying
though.
white man
Google it,
claimed it
CT.
was.
Put
3
combat
times as
forces. What
much.
percentage of black men was in
3 times as
combat
much
forces?
as this
No,
liar claimed. 3
it's
times as
3%. I
much.
swear to God, I just Googled it, bro. It says 3%, and we're in
Any
combat. Support roles, like that the women did with the male and all that goofy shit. I'm talking about combat. It's 3%.
Hold on, guys. Okay, hang tight. Jay Prince brought up the fact that MLK didn't K-word his enemies, right? Of RNC. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
The topic was, I agreed with JP. So it went into the whole thing of why haven't we created some sort of Mossad? And then there were individuals, Gimpy, for example, who said, well, we had Liberia, right? Liberia could have been a nation state, sort of like the equivalent of what an Israel is, right? To current Jews in America, right? Why didn't we build an intelligence agency? Or why didn't Liberia build one? Why didn't they go kill their enemies? I don't know how I got off topic, man, but Lena, do you understand what we're saying here, Lena? I know you do, right? Well, why didn't our people build a Mossad?
I understand. I think there was a lot of obstacles, and I can't give you a definite answer on that. Maybe my mop is calling me, but I just wanted to say something though to Aaron C. Black people did do contribute to the making of the fighter jet. I looked it up on Google. Thank God for Google. I noticed beforehand. But James, I can't believe this man's name, James Evans, he was involved in de-icing of the planes, you know, when planes fly higher. And then it was another guy, he was a black guy that he decreased jet lag, the flame from jet dragging, so they can actually fly faster. So black people did contribute to planes. This idea that black people are stupid and that we're incapable of being inventors is just unrealistic. There are very intelligent black people that are capable of doing scientific inventions and being a part of it. I'm surprised you even believe that because our Republican Ben Carson was one of the doctors to help perform one of the most the first successful conjoined twin separation. So I mean, it's not like black people can't be inventors, can't be doctors, can't be lawyers. Can we normalize that it's possible that black people can do it? If I say it, it's like, oh my God, that's impossible. Show me this mystical black
Lena,
person.
on an individual level, blacks can be prodigious and prestigious on.
I have a question for the panel.
I look historically as a collective, blacks have not
Hello.
done diddly.
Israel is just like JP. They're still getting welfare till this day.
Hello.
And something totally off topic.
Sir, have you paid for your free advertising up here? You cheap fuck.
I get paid on Wednesday. My money should be here Wednesday, so I will. I try to support CT channel. I love your content,
guys.
CT.
Yeah, great guys.
Thank you so
Hey, Chris, have you donated to the channel today to have your free advertisement up here?
Myself, I have not donated. I've only been here twice, and I have to say, CT is and you guys, this whole community is extremely transparent. I love the channel. I'm very new here.
Okay.
So I have not, and I apologize for that, but it's not something that I cannot do. It's something that I can do, and I truly appreciate everybody out here. And my whole thing is totally, I want to say, thanks to Martin Luther King Day. Thanks to everybody out here. Thanks to everybody that's been saying and all the contributions. I've only been on here about 20 minutes, and I'm just a sports guy. So all this information that you guys are giving is extremely good information for someone that's in the unknown factor that is learning. I think it's very awesome for all the different views. And not a lot of people like CT has a channel like this where you can be someone like me out of the blue, just jump on. And then he even let me on here. Like he doesn't have to do that. So I apologize. I'm not here to disrespect anybody at all. And I definitely don't want you to think like that at all. I was just going to, talk a couple little things about sports, but I know this might not be the time.
Gay, dude.
No, I understand.
No. I got a question.
Not a problem.
Don't apologize. No, sir, don't apologize.
Now, if you add the 1 and the 9, you get 10. Now, I done whipped Aaron C's ass about 10 times on this panel. Now, if you multiply,
Willie, all you did was lie, bro.
Hey,
Lena.
Chris, what is the website about?
Lena, real quick. Hey, Lena, you still on here, baby girl?
Anyone who
talking.
has
Why don't you motherfucking monkeys grow up for once, all right?
Anyone
grow the fuck up.
Knows
it's a jungle pana.
Fucking monkeys.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, Lena, who's this black man that contributed to fighter jet technology? I just Googled, couldn't find. Would you mind dropping a name, please?
Yes, one was named James Evans. I cannot believe that name.
From Good Times.
Okay, and what did James Evans do? What did James Evans do? Would you mind?
De-icing.
So he invented fucking fighter jet aircraft because he innovated
I didn't say
a de-icing mechanism.
Yes, I didn't say he invented. I
Lena,
said
I say this with love. You're a fucking idiot. Do you understand? The fighter jet was already created, ma'am. Do you understand? Do you know what that means?
Yeah,
Anyway.
there's still need to be improvement, like room for improvement.
Yeah, we call that innovation. The fighter jet would still fly without these innovations. You understand that? Just like the car.
There's improvement. There's nothing wrong with improvement.
Yeah, that's why I said peanut butter.
What's up, brother?
Hey, I got a question for you. You feel tough calling a woman a fucking idiot?
No,
How
I normally don't, man. That's my baby girl, 777. I try not to.
You feel tough calling a woman a fucking idiot? How about I fuck you? How about I fuck
Sometimes
you
they
in your
need
ass,
tough love. I
faggot?
mean, you can't do
How about
that. I
that?
mean, you already know
How
you
about
can't
I
do that.
fuck
But
you? Who the fuck do you think you are? Calling a
I
woman
think I'm
an
the
idiot?
shit.
Do you
Of
fucking
course.
know her? How about I fuck you in your ass, you coon?
Man,
How
Lena's
about
my
that?
bitch on here virtually, man.
Hey,
Shut
let's
your
see how
ass
tough
up,
you are
boy.
when I fuck you in your ass and I make you
Man,
moan
shut
like a
your
woman.
bitch ass up, man.
Huh?
Man, go ahead.
How about that? You want
That's
to
my
get fucked
bitch.
in your ass until you cry, sir? Watch your
Sir,
fucking mouth, all right? You don't know
Lena's
who you're
my
talking
bitch. She
to, all
belong
right?
to me, boy.
I'll
She
fuck
belong to
you and
me,
your
cracker.
bitch.
That's my bitch,
I'll
cracker.
fuck you and your bitch right in the ass at the same time.
Dude, not everyone does the
Have
prison
some
talk.
fucking
We're not all
respect.
penitentiary
Have
cats.
some fucking respect, bitch.
Sir.
I'll make you my bitch. I'll make you cook for me. You want to
No.
cook for me? Huh? Put some lipstick
Right.
on when you're cooking for me and look pretty, bitch. Don't you
Keep
call her a
scrolling.
fucking idiot.
I'll
fuck
tough
you
love.
until you
Hey,
moan.
everybody need tough love
I'll
once in a
fuck
while,
you
cuz
until
you
you moan,
understand that,
faggot.
man.
I'll fuck you
I don't
until you
drop the
moan.
soap. When I was locked up, I bought
right?
that soap on a rope, cuz.
You'll be dropping the soap and then getting fucked, fag.
Nah, fam.
All right?
All right, gay boy.
Get your cooking lessons ready. You'll be cooking for me while you're sucking my dick,
Whatever.
fag.
Lena's fine. She'll be all
Bunch
right.
of fucking fags in the Navy. Were you in the Navy, the Air Force? Bunch of faggots.
I was air
Fucking
crew.
cowards.
So Top Gun is
Probably
gay.
sucked a dick in
So
there,
Top Gun is
motherfucker.
gay. Tom Cruise and Top
Sucked a
Gun is
dick in there.
gay. Navy
probably-
SEALs is gay.
You gotta watch
Okay.
the FAG word, buddy.
Yeah, he's an idiot, man. He's just reaching there. That's how unaccomplished people are. He's never been in the military a day in his life, so he's got to try to reach. You know, I get
It
it.
always
And besides,
comes back to butt play with these men.
777.
It
Statistically
always
speaking,
comes
there's
back to
actually
butt play with these people. You notice that?
with
CC?
with 777
Always.
it does, yeah. but statistically 777 there's more homos in the army than there is the United States Navy. But you don't even know your stats. You're just, I get it though. You're reaching. You're just like the blats on here. You're not accomplished.
Always
So you
comes
gotta
back to butt
reach
play
for the
with their people.
stars.
Always.
You have to say that you won on impossible wars. You gotta
was
say you
just saying
shining even though
cuz and
white
all this
supremacy is in your
whoopty-wop like
midst.
he was black.
You gotta
and
make
then
up
he
a
gonna turn
currency.
around and throw it on his own self. So you throwing yourself under the bus because when you say black people, that is a representation of you.
He's a
if you're
wigger,
using
sir.
it in that
He
context.
wants
I didn't
to be
realize
us
I was
so
black.
bad.
Okay,
He's a wigger.
okay.
Well, I mean,
All right,
you
I'm
was
black
saying
now. Let's
cuz, and
build our own
you was
country
acting like
so
you
we
was
can
with the
brag and
said,
talk shit.
and I'm like, well, if he's with the said, and he's saying
Respectfully, if we
cuz,
talking
then
about
he
we
must
being
be black.
honest,
All right,
Heresy, I
listen,
do think you want to be like kind of black though.
Yeah,
You
don't
know
say
it
the
too
word.
well.
guys,
So
I'm
you're
officially a
Enigma. We all know
Negro.
you
I'm
Enigma. I
officially
heard
a
the Enigma
Negro.
in you. When homie
Let's
got you
secede.
fed up,
Let's
you was like, nah,
secede from the
cuz, nah, cuz.
union.
Like, you was
Yeah,
ready.
Let's
I heard
get
the
our
Enigma in
undercover
you.
region.
brother here remind me of
Let's
Chris
build a
Kattan.
black
Like
nation,
See what I'm
brothers and
saying?
sisters.
he
So we
like
can
being
Nah.
black,
finally
but
talk
Don't
he
try
want
to
to be
shit
black,
from
explain
a
but he
yourself
don't
righteous
want to
undercover,
pedestal.
be.
brother.
Hey, you'll
Don't
never
try to
be one of us,
explain
I
CC.
can't
yourself.
understand. You guys, this is a jungle panna.
I mean, if you want to be black, Heresy, I mean,
I mean,
You'll
I'm
never
not
Just
be
trying to be
one
stop.
of
black
us,
problem
leader.
with
Slim
it.
Why the
Shady.
fuck would I want to be black
Just
leader?
stop.
Sucking my
Look.
about a bunch of shit, girl.
If you're a black person in the world,
You
I
will
want
be
you
a
to
I
stop
ain't
petulant
trying to be
talking
black
about
leader.
Republican
Why is you
child,
race.
saying that,
and
girl?
I will
Because
I
as
always
a
don't want to
remain
black
be black,
ignorant.
person,
sister.
no, for real. As a black
I ain't
person,
trying to
if
be
we don't
black.
bring
Like,
up
leader, why
race,
is you saying that?
if they bring it up, they're
I have no
racist.
problem with it.
I'm not trying to be black, leader. What the fuck is you saying?
And now he wants to talk to
It's
the woman.
okay, Heresy. You can be black. I have no problem with it.
Soft as the cotton
I'm a
in a
proud
prescription
black
bottle.
man.
Soft.
We built
Soft
America
as the
from
cotton in
scratch.
a
He wants to
We
prescription
suck
beat
a
the
bottle.
black
Germans
dick.
by ourselves.
Why
We
you
He wants
bringing
invented
to
up
suck a
fighter
black
Cotton
jets.
dick.
Willie?
That's
I'm a
what he
black
Why
wants.
you bringing up
man.
Cotton Willie? What's the Cotton response about? Where are we going with this?
That's how soft a lot of you guys are. You and your butt
Man,
play, him and his lies and wanting to direct
who are
everything to
you saying
women.
you guys?
When
I
I'm
don't
when
do
I'm
none of
still here
that. I
ready
don't
to
know
cook
what
them,
you talk.
whenever
Look, you
y'all
done
ready,
went over my
I'll go
head.
right back to
I have
fucking earrings
no
to
idea what
Willie,
you're
I'd like
talking
to
about.
fuck you too, Willie.
I
I
turned
really
earrings
would.
sleeves
I'd like
Man,
to fuck
flipping
all right,
the hell out of
man.
you, Willie.
You know what,
I
CT?
turned
Salute to
earrings
you
You got
for
a
sleeves
dealing
real,
with
you
into
this
got a real
bullshit.
attitude. I'd like to
every
fuck that
time.
attitude right out of
Cook
you,
him
Willie.
every time.
Sweet little bitch.
Yeah, we know, sir.
You're the real sweet bitch on the panel, Willie.
We know.
We believe it. But guess
All
what?
right,
You're a felon.
Why do you keep calling people felons? Like that's cool. Last time I checked, like bitches like that. Well, ain't nothing wrong with that. You a felon, man. What the
I guess I
fuck?
could
You're not
use
talking
some
to
of
a
this time
bitch.
to
You're
get into
talking to a
Willie's
man.
got
places
some
and
good
talk about
pussy.
the many
Oh
experiences
shit.
I've had with you, not only here, but in Europe and other places. What do you have in store for us this summer?
That's a good question.
Getting shot?
Well, I don't know about this summer.
Oh my God!
Yo,
Who said
that
that?
ain't right,
Who
man.
said
Hey,
that?
going
hey,
on?
hey, triple seven,
Who said that?
Hey, triple seven. Listen,
Who said that?
have some fucking respect, bro.
Who the fuck said that?
Have some fucking respect.
Come on, he
please.
wasn't JFK. Come on, he
Please, bro.
wasn't.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't know who said that, but it was sick.
Hey, have some fucking respect.
That was fucking
Shut the
sick.
fuck up, man. Don't ever say nothing like that again, dude.
They're savages. They can't help it.
Yeah, that's pretty disgusting, dude.
That's who they are.
I
Come on,
condemn
who they
this
are.
behavior. I condemn it.
I guess I should begin with what we have in store for the spring. I feel that we are in the midst of a most critical period in our nation, and the economic problem is probably the most serious problem confronting the Negro community. And I might say the most serious problem confronting poor people generally.
Is he
And I don't want
trolling?
to be narrow about this, talking only
No, he's
about
speaking
the
Marxist
black poor
language,
in our
sir.
country, because I must be concerned about Puerto Ricans who are poor, Mexican Americans, American Indians, and Appalachian whites.
Hey, did Americans back in the day have like a different accent? Like, I wonder if like the internet has made us all sound the same. Like he doesn't sound.
I actually, I'm sorry. Well, I just jumped in. Hey,
No, go
everyone.
ahead,
Happy New
Sister
Year.
Mine. How you doing,
How
sweetheart?
you is?
Happy
How
New
you
Year.
girl? How you doing?
Go
Hey
ahead.
guys, happy New Year.
Go ahead.
Actually they did they wanted to speak and present themselves with a certain elegance in order to blend in with the elites back, in a day. But I also want to speak on today, we are still looking for that, where we feel like we need one leader or one messiah or one person to save us, and it's like, well, why can't you just be that for yourself, even if it's in the smallest way possible? You don't have to be the next MLK, and happy birthday shout out to him. But you can just you can do the best that you can and be a contribution, because it's only so much you can do. You can go to all the meetings, you can have as many discussions as you want, but until you are doing the work, then nothing really gets resolved.
Thank you for bringing some seriousness to the conversation. And I would only say one thing, right? For us, it was never about having one leader, right? One of the reasons, one of the reasons why Malcolm was able to be successful is because they knew what other groups were doing, right? And this is what the white savages
Well,
do.
ain't nobody trying to hear
This is what
your
the white
bitch
savages
ass.
do. Because they can't beat me intellectually. So they're gonna talk about butt play and make a bunch of noises and be weird, because none of them want to see me win. Right. So
All
again,
right, let me play the
hold
rest of
on,
this.
real quick,
Oh, go ahead, Willie. Go
real
ahead.
quick. For us, it was never about one individual leader, right? I don't think that Martin could have been. I don't think.
Triple seven,
Can you
stop.
drop this goofball? Like, let him go play with his butt for a
Hey,
second.
play the video. I want
So
to see him
yeah,
beg from the
Pest
Guys, let
Plug
beg
Willie.
too.
from the
Yeah,
white
Pest
man.
Willie.
Plug too for 2 seconds,
You
and
guys,
then
let
I'm
Willie
done.
finish, man.
Right. So one of the reasons why Martin was so successful and the chosen, person to put next to Jesus on your grandma's wall is because of the other option. The other option was the Panthers walking into City Hall with shotguns. The other option was
Oh yeah, I was
Malcolm.
gonna get to that too. Yep. Go ahead.
The
Bro,
other
your people
option was
didn't thug
Malcolm.
it, bro.
The
Y'all ain't
other
thug it like that.
can
You're
we
not
can we
G's
have a
either.
real
You're
conversation
not.
for a second?
I've stop,
Thank
bro.
you.
Stop.
So the other option, right, was uh the NOI, right? This was the biggest fear of white America. The biggest, the absolute JFK, I mean, not JFK, J. Edgar Hoover.
Yeah.
He said the greatest threat to America
Yep.
is a black man.
the Black Messiah. They used all the power and might of the U.S. government to stifle us and hold us back as much as they could. And guess what? And I still have a white caddy named Joshua. God is good. Thank you to Malcolm X and Martin Luther King.
You're
I
still at the
am
bottom
Martin Sheen.
economically, though, Willie. You're still at the
And now,
bottom
if you'll
economically.
excuse me, I'm gonna
You're
go
claiming a
drive
W
through.
when it's a
And
L.
now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go drive through a trailer park and throw nickels at white poor children. So it's been a pleasure being with you guys. I
Thank you so
might
much.
pop out again later.
Thank
You guys have a great week.
Thanks, man. All right, guys.
Thank you.
Answer.
And we are confronting a major depression in the poor community. And I think the time has come to bring to bear the power of the direct action, the nonviolent direct action movement on the basic economic conditions that we face all over the country. Nonviolence has been a tremendous force in grappling with the social problem of legal segregation and the syndrome of deprivation surrounding that system. And of course, it has been a major force.
777, can I ask you a question, buddy? Where's 777? Oh, 777, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sir. I was backstage. You knocked me down.
When you see,
Yeah.
His real name is Michael, but when you see Martin Luther King, he's 37 years old in that clip. And do you feel like as a 42-year-old man, you are silly and not as mature as he?
He looks very old. He looks extremely old, actually. You're saying he's 37 in that picture, sir?
I ain't gonna lie. I couldn't believe he was 37 either, though.
My man looks 59 years old.
No, back in the day, I think that they were more mature.
Mature? He was bald.
I think he had a lot on his mind. I think that's why he comes off that way. I mean, if you're responsible
Lena,
for,
he's asking me, Lena. Thank
I'm
you, Mama.
sorry, CC.
Thank you. You know,
I'm
I
sorry,
just stuck up for you, man.
I'm
No,
sorry,
I just
man.
done stuck up for you, baby.
Do you feel
Thank
like
you, 77.
You're welcome.
You see a mature man like that? Even like Kennedy, he was like our age.
Yeah,
Do you feel like we are not men?
I don't think so. I think that we have more. I think that we're more intelligent than them.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, a lot of comedic minds are very, very intelligent. They have to be quick-witted. I think that he talks honestly like he was remedial.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he was slow, but I'm not saying he was a genius. I think MLK might have been moderately mentally retarded. I don't know. You're talking about his age, but mentally, where was he? I would say he was probably like 20 mentally.
So you mean developmentally?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say. Did I say the R word?
Or cognitively?
What did I say? Did I say the R word?
Yeah, you were dancing around it real hard though.
Mildly challenged, mildly mentally challenged. Is that better?
Yo, I'm not even trying to be funny, but
it's not
honestly,
even. It's nothing.
I think he was trying to choose his words correctly, because if he became politically incorrect at any moment, everything would fall apart. That's what he was explaining.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a cheater. He did nothing major besides make a speech.
That's why he chose the words he chose.
He wasn't that great, CT. Let's celebrate Mike Tyson's birthday next.
I assume he just memorized it, because that's what they used to do back in the day. They had to memorize things.
I think you have an echo, Emperor, or peace of mind.
No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah. Why don't we celebrate Michael Jordan Day? Because he's done more.
Michael Jordan ain't dead yet. I'm sorry.
Sir, he's quiet. He's done more for the black community.
Why don't we celebrate Kobe Day?
Because he was worthless, sir. He did nothing.
Hey,
bro.
Boy,
bro.
You better watch your fucking mouth, man. Watch your fucking mouth.
Talking about good old Brian.
Fucking mouth. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, 777.
Kobe was.
Watch your fucking mouth, bro.
What you gonna say? You were juggling balls better than Kobe did? Bet.
Easy 777.
Bet.
I'd like to say this.
I bet you were.
Don't say shit.
I bet you were.
Easy.
Any man that takes his child in a helicopter.
Easy. All right, here we go.
And grappling with the political problem of the denial of the right to vote. But in winning victories like the Civil Rights Bill of '64 and the Voting Rights Bill of 1965 around the issue of segregation and voting rights, we discovered that these legislative strides did very little to improve the lot.
You know what I've always thought about MLK? Had he not gotten assassinated, he probably would have been a multi-millionaire. You know,
he would have been wealthy.
Yeah, he'd have been very wealthy. I mean, obviously living in white communities, the irony of it all. He would have been living in white communities. Yeah. A lot of speaking engagements at universities.
He was an Uncle Tom.
That's what he was fighting for.
I want you to
he wanted to get out the hood.
He probably wasn't in the hood. He probably, in my opinion, what I've always thought, the emperor, he probably would have gotten a late night talk show.
Yeah. Oh, like so you like a man version of Oprah before.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Shit, yeah. Okay.
Oh,
I feel you.
Look at Al Sharpton. They gave him a TV show. They gave him not a talk show, but they gave him a
like a old Montel Jordan.
Yeah, they would have given
or CT. Do you think the whites would have eventually did what we did to Kanye and made him look crazy, potentially put him in prison?
No. Well, it depends on how much unity we had.
MLK, he's from a different stock. He's not from that stock.
Because I bet you most of the black people back then didn't understand a damn thing he was saying, but they were just like, "Yeah, black guy."
Yeah.
Does anyone know who deleted him?
Well, his family doesn't believe it was Ray. Was it Ray Earl or whatever the fuck? Earl Ray Jones, whatever the fuck. His family actually believes it was the United States government that killed him. Believe it or not. Okay.
Was there any footage at all? I don't think there was ever been any footage. No.
777. Do you remember when I did the live stream? I always theorized he was K-worded in a dice game.
Wow. Yeah. That's insane.
You saying he was dirty?
I can think about it.
That's what I said. He was fighting for his right to get up out the hood.
Piece of my mind. Think about it. Think about it. Piece of my mind.
No. Please, this is birthday cake.
No, piece of my mind. Think about it. Piece of my mind. We are actually older than him, technically, right? It ain't like Negroes ain't been shooting dice. He could have been shooting dice in a hotel room with Jesse Jackson and gotten clipped.
Playing spades.
Playing spades or something.
But
Yeah.
I was gonna say spades was
Well, no,
just when somebody killed. If
You
you
never
play
know. I
wrong.
mean, to be honest with
Oh
you.
wait, CT.
A
Did you ever think?
Yeah, we call it bones where I'm from, Lena.
CT, did you ever think of this? I have a theory now.
You're right, bones.
So he was.
We call it bones. We call it
He
bones.
was a cheater. Now, allegedly, he was a cheater. That's actual facts.
Yeah, like what if Coretta clipped his ass?
Could a simp possibly have shot him?
Yeah, you never really know, man. Yeah,
never thought about that.
Well,
what about a former gay lover? That'd be pretty twisted.
Easy. Go ahead.
Damn.
Go ahead.
We can't do that. That's too much. We can't do MLK like that.
Because back in the day, let's be for real.
Also,
Like, no, he didn't.
guys,
I know he not.
you know, sometimes the higher.
I mean, if we hypothesizing,
Like, first of all, it's a motel.
Yeah.
I mean, where was this? Where was the shooter? We never really know where the shooter was really at.
Right.
They never showed it. He could have been
He obviously in the room.
Was he a bussy boy? Was MLK a bussy
Well, I mean,
boy?
to be honest with you, man,
but does he?
Maybe he started getting. I just want to say, guys, maybe he started getting to a point, as he advanced within whatever he was doing politically or socially, whatever it may have been, where he started to know too much, because the more rooms you enter and the more people you rubbing shoulders with, you can see.
You're such a.
things.
Did the mob kill him?
You hold on. Piece of my mind. You're such an innocent child. Oh man, you're so beautiful. Piece of my mind. Let me tell you what really happened. Him, Jesse Jackson, and them Negroes were shooting dice. I've been at dice. Listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been at dice games. Every Negro got a pistol on him, and it gets out of hand, and
it's heated.
Negro get to beating everybody, get to talking shit. You never really know what happened, and I think it was a shootout. I think it maybe he got clipped.
No lie, my dad killed somebody
But at
over
a dice
card
game, why
game.
you had to say at a
Think
dice
about it. All
game?
right, so
That's
people mind, think about it right quick. We never
no.
know if shorter dudes tend to have hands, right? We never know if ML
Okay.
hands with some people, and he like, yo, man, shoot me then, and then they shot his ass, and I mean, we really don't fucking know what really happened back
He
then.
got shot like Takeoff did up in.
You never really. I mean, to be honest with you, man, like I did a live stream about that. Like you never really know how he really got.
No,
shot.
that's true. No, you never.
It could have
really
been
know,
the
and
small
that's
hats.
But I don't. But
Could
come on,
have
not
been,
at
but
the
why would
dice
they shoot?
game.
Yeah, but
I can tell you why. Because they might not
Like
be
maybe
the
he was
real
at a
small
barbecue.
hats. You know what I'm saying? And they want to
Maybe
keep
it
it
was
hush hush.
maybe it was the white man to create. Hey, peace of mind. Can you fix your fucking audio, please?
hey, don't talk to
Oh,
her like
sorry.
All right, so real quick, CT. So real quick, right? We do know that there were witnesses, right?
Oh
We do
yeah.
know he was standing
Oh yeah.
on
Okay.
a balcony.
Yeah. They were
He was
witnesses.
standing. He was
Like
standing
black
on a
people are
balcony
Yeah,
perfect
they
speaking
when it
to a
comes to
signed.
crowd
witnesses.
of
Yeah, they
people.
signed documents saying they witnessed the
Right?
crime.
Like
Yeah,
the levels
fucking idiot.
of goofiness and stupidity that are on display here at times are, let
Hey
alone
Willie, think about it. Hey
offensive.
bro,
It's
think about it.
saddening.
Hey bro, listen, think about it. Man, you and I both know black people are the biggest no snitch culture on the planet. Man, how do we really not know he was shooting dice with Jesse Jackson, who was 24 at the time? He was shooting dice with other Negroes in there.
Don't be
And
Because
I've been at
people
dice
watched
games. I know a lot
him.
of people don't believe this.
Because
Hey, I want you
people
to
watched him
Willie,
be shot.
Willie.
People watched
Willie.
him be shot.
I know you don't believe me, bro, but I've been at dice games, bro. And I've been at dice games where every Negro but me is packing. And the niggas get to talking shit. I'm like,
Absolutely.
You never know if he was like beating people,
I
talking
was
shit.
one of the dudes in there with the gun on.
Hold
I
on,
know
bro.
what you mean.
Listen, you never know if they got to a fight, and it wasn't like no hatred or whatever. But it gets tense. He like, yo, shoot me then, and then they get to shooting, and they're like, oh shit,
But
bro, come on, man.
Are you gonna play games? Are you gonna play
No,
games all your
chaotic
life?
is.
Am I
It
gonna
is
play games?
possible.
Oh,
Wait. Are you saying there weren't witnesses to his shooting? He
Willie,
had
when
a
have
whole.
black people
He
been?
had. Hold
Willie,
on.
Willie,
He had a
Willie.
whole
When have
crowd.
black people, Willie? I worked in law enforcement, brother.
Yeah.
When have black people been the best tattletales on the planet? Black people have
In
a
the
no
60s.
snitch culture, bro.
In the
Who's to say
60s.
that they didn't just lie and say the Italians just
I got you. So I'll walk you through it slowly, right? Number one, in the 60s, we didn't have this no snitch culture.
get
Right?
the fuck out of
was
here? Are you crazy? So we
in
didn't
the
have gang
60s
culture in
in the 60s, we
whoa,
had
whoa,
a system.
brother.
Hold on.
Brother.
Can I
I'm not
respond,
disagreeing with
please?
you. I'm not disagreeing with you, right? But let me ask you a question. Are you telling me that blacks didn't have gangster culture in the 60s? Are you telling me that? You said yes.
Yes. Blacks had a gangster element in the 60s. Yes.
What do you blacks were some of the biggest pimps in the 60s and the 70s?
Yes. So I said yes. Blacks did have a gangster element. I wouldn't say it was a culture at that point. Hip hop hadn't been formed yet, right? So what I'm saying to you is this. Let's stop being goofy. Let's stop being goofy and pretend like there weren't just as many people under his terrace, right, as there were when Charlie Kirk got smoked, right? There were great men, they attract great crowds. So he had a crowd of people that just wanted to touch the hem of his garment.
I'll be right back,
like
Willie.
he was
Keep talking,
Jesus.
buddy.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Most black people look.
No, go ahead. No.
I'm
Keep talking,
saying,
Willie.
let's just stop playing. There were witnesses to this murder. There was always, you have to understand, right? The same agency that had the authority to investigate his murder is the same agency that was literally trying to get him to self-transition himself. This is documented.
So why didn't they say anything?
Who? The
So why
FBI?
haven't they said anything?
The FBI?
Why would you trust the race soldiers that run the
Right,
FBI?
like the FBI, we got to understand, right? He
You.
was probably public enemy number one, more so than the Panthers or anyone else. Why? Because of the
Willie,
way he was able to mobilize not only black people, right, but white leftists as well, right?
Willie, you know something that's so crazy is that all this is documented. It's called the Freedom of Information Act,
See, here's the
right?
thing, man.
So this whole idea that
Dr.
we
King,
can't prove it.
he
The
spoke
thing,
to
this
this.
whole idea that we can't prove anything,
Dr.
that
King
nothing's been
was not
recorded. There's
a
video evidence.
perfect man, quote
There's
unquote.
people who are still living
Dr.
that can talk
King,
about what happened to Dr.
but
King.
Dr.
And again,
King,
Afro nerd, I'm trying to be calm today because it's King's birthday and I'm going with nonviolence today. That's why I
but
haven't crashed out. That's why
Dr.
I'm dealing with facts and logic. So
But
now,
Dr. King is all we had. Dr. King is all we had at that
Look,
time.
guys, can
that's
I
not
ask
true.
something also? Can we get to the psychology of why we are always searching for a Dr. King, and so thankful for his work and what he
I'll
contributed.
answer that.
But
I'll answer.
may I may
Yes,
I
ma'am.
finish?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
And I'd love to answer that, sis.
Okay, and so because I was speaking on that earlier, and it's like, well, not everybody can be a Dr. King, and then we go to the church, and I'm sure you guys have probably seen some of that stuff, like where now you putting your faith into the pastor, and we don't have any faith in ourselves, we don't have any faith in our own homes, we don't have any faith in one another. Like your faith can be in your neighbor, because that's gonna be the first person that may come over and take care of you if you guys have taken care of each other good enough. You don't always have to reach for the highest level, and those people
I
are
got
so
you.
nice. Like, don't get me wrong, it's so nice, but you also don't have to be a martyr or sacrificing yourself in this world to do good work or make
All right.
your contribution to
Well,
to
ma'am, if you
society.
don't,
All right, so let's
you
just get right to it, sis.
you
Right,
don't
number
get to
one, when
Dr.
it comes to the
never
church, right? The church has been one of the most beneficial things for Black struggle, all the way back to the Underground Railroad, all the way up to the '60s. Right, this is a place where we mobilized when we couldn't have meetings and things of that nature. Right, so it the church did us a lot of good once we get to a place where Drewski makes a great skit and hits a lot of points. But what I'm saying is the church at that point wasn't the prosperity gospel it is now. No, the church back then was doing work. When you talk about funding these people to go to these southern boycotts and these different movements, that came from two places. One, tin cans on the top of Black refrigerators where Black families put money away to invest in this movement. And number two was the church. That's a fact. You get what I'm saying? So, and just the other thing I wanted to respond to, at that time in the '60s, it wasn't like we had one option, right? Now, Martin gained the most steam because he was the most palatable, right? But there was also Malcolm. There was also Stokely Carmichael. There was also Huey Newton, right? We were doing a lot of
Yo,
different
hey Willie,
things.
Willie,
Go ahead.
ain't
When did Asada Shakur start her criminal life?
70 something.
71.
When the BLA, when people
So
inside the actual, it's gonna be short. When the Panthers had a divide in the way they were gonna move forward. Some wanted to move forward through legislation. Some wanted to blow some stuff up.
Willie, in my opinion, right? And I could be wrong. We try to pretend, and I'm not saying you, but there is this thing about blacks weren't gangsters and thugs, pimps. Prior to the civil rights movement.
Yeah, we absolutely were.
Okay, and blacks were.
I wouldn't say,
Dude. I did a live stream, and I forgot who it was, but they said they had a great uncle, and they had the exact year. They said he got killed in a dice game in 1912.
Yeah, it happens,
bro. I'm telling you, man. We never really. I'm not. Listen. I was disgusted to hear people make disparaging comments about Martin Luther King earlier. I respected the ceremony. I thought it was a good ceremony, right? The one they did earlier today at the Ebenezer Church.
But at the end of the day, man, asking these questions are good because his own family doesn't even believe it was that white guy.
Correct.
It could have just been like dude. I've been in, dude. First of all, I've been in rooms.
Candace Owens doesn't believe that white guy took out Charlie Kirk.
Okay, and that's fine. But what I'm saying
Most
is,
white Americans don't believe that.
bro. I'm not arguing that. But what I'm
JFK,
saying,
you know
is,
where I'm going.
what I'm saying is, wouldn't it be crazy if it was some domestic bullshit that led to his death? Like a simple fucking argument.
I got you.
And the embarrassment of that would have undermined the actual movement, and they blamed it on some random white guy, some crazy mentally ill white guy. And, he's mentally ill anyway. Just blame it on James Earl Ray, whatever the fuck his name is. And again, bro, I'm just throwing that out there.
I got you. Now allow me to respond. Number one, right? We are pretending like America didn't watch its president get smoked like a Lucy on a Friday night, right? Before Martin died, right? So this is number one. Hold on. Assassinations were a thing at a time. That's number one. Number two.
Well, assassinations happen every year.
For me, though, for me, for you to even pretend like that was a possibility is so disgusting and unbelievably
why is it
disrespectful.
disgusting?
Because I'm going to tell you, because it's documented. He was standing on the terrace with a large crowd beneath him. There were tons of witnesses. There were no dice. I see where you're trying to go with this, but no, there was no dice game, right? So now I have the question I want to ask you. When you look at the rampant racism, white racism in your comment section, are you ever disgusted with yourself? Let's just bring the dream forward for a moment, right? Because do you read your comment section?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, like the rampant racism is appalling. So when you bring in my opinion, a super duper goofy argument, like he went out like Takeoff, right? When we know what it was, these people were threatening his life. We've seen in that short time frame of 6 years, we not only saw him murdered, a president murdered, Malcolm X,
President's brother, president's brother,
RFK. What's the black guy? They shot him in front of his house. Afro nerd.
Medgar Evers.
Evers, one of my favorites. Right? I couldn't think of the name on top of my head. But
for all we know, it could have been his neighbor who killed him. But
this was a sign of the time. So tonight, my answer is this.
No, I'm not.
The same people that assassinated Martin Luther King are the same people that assassinated JFK, are the same people that assassinated Charlie Kirk.
Willie, we got to stop doing this because
how about this?
This is well known.
How about this, brother?
Cheney, Schwerner, the white folks that were killed too. That was a lie, also, because white people they actually died.
Let me finish because a lot of this is.
You were finished when you started.
May I just say something, guys? Before. I think. Sure. Go ahead, Chaotic.
This is food for thought. I don't necessarily believe what I'm saying. It's just food for thought. All I am saying is, what if everything 777 and many other people are saying is correct? We are still fighting over nonsense and all over. Maybe the fact that these people really died over things that were domestic issues. We didn't really. I mean, think about it, man. Willie's saying, "Oh, it was witnesses." Says who? Says the people that were there. They could have made up some bullshit. People lie all the time.
Okay, but Chaotic, I can also tell you that if those people, depending on where you are in your community and what kind of work you're doing, they would.
Sweetheart, may I finish real quick? May I finish?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Okay, let me just finish, sweetheart.
Okay.
I'm not saying, Willie, that you were wrong. I'm just throwing out food for thought. We've seen race hoaxes in the last 10 years. We've seen a lot of them.
Now watch this. Let me double down. Good. The most I'm gonna give you
But order. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just
hold on. Let me make this point. You
didn't let me finish my point.
All right, good. My bad.
we've seen race hoaxes, right? We've seen the Jesse Smolletts, we've seen the Carly Russells, which, by the way, I was the first content creator to call that bullshit out, and I did an extensive video, 2-part series on that one.
We've seen your work. You do
We've
investigative
seen
work.
this shit. And what if there were no cameras? What if there were no internet? Carly Russell, that could have been the greatest grape stories, a racist story. That could have been the greatest anti-black story of all time had it not been for cameras, social media, and people like me calling it out. Who's to say that MLK did not get shot and killed in a goddamn dice game or spades game gone wrong?
I'm gonna tell you why.
Wait,
I'm gonna
Will,
tell you why, right?
It's just
I'm
food
gonna
for
tell you
thought,
why.
bro.
In the
Mr.
black
Will, you're gonna
community,
be
in the
way,
black
way
community, this is the
longer-winded than
order.
I am.
Hold on, real quick, sis. In the black community, this is the order of the most loved men ever. Obama would be number 3, Jesus would be number 2, and Martin Luther King would be number 1. A black man at that time would not do that to Martin Luther King. What he represented, what he had accomplished, and the way he was able to mobilize people, right? Yeah, no, that's just a bad argument. But again, no, there is literal footage. Like there's photos.
No, it's not.
There's photos.
There's no video footage of what happened,
No,
bro.
I didn't
There's
say
no
video. I didn't say video. I didn't say video.
It's footage. It's footage of some Negroes doing this. Hey, all it is some Negroes doing this.
When I said footage, I was saying photos, right?
Yes.
There are photos of him standing on the balcony, speaking to the people below him, and there are photos of after he was hit. We know what happened. I don't even understand why we would even disrespect his memory.
Nobody's disrespecting his memory, bro.
I mean, it was
very
disrespectful
disrespectful,
to me,
actually.
brother.
How is it disrespectful? Wait.
Wait. I would refer to him
Is
as
it
Dr.
disrespect?
King,
Wait a
not
minute.
MLK.
I would like to answer. Is it disrespectful when historians look back and question Caesar's death and how things happened and give theories? Is it disrespectful when historians look back and question anything that any historical figure does? Why is it always disrespectful when black people look back at our own history?
You're not going back that far.
Number
this
one.
is modern
What
history.
if you're not going back that far? What does it matter?
Well, it matters. It
His
matters.
own family,
Number one,
his own
it's
family
because the
doesn't
evidence
believe it
can't be
was rape.
denied. The evidence can't be denied, right?
Why doesn't his family believe it was Ray Earl Jones, whatever his name is? Why doesn't his own family believe it then?
For the exact same reason I just told you. We know who did this to all these people. JFK, Charlie Kirk, and Martin Luther King, right? Yeah, it's not what the government would tell you. We know for a fact J. Edgar Hoover wanted him taken out. So what are we talking about?
So, Mr.
Real
Will,
quick, John Dudley says MK Ultra and JFK, RFK, MLK has something in common: mind control through media psychologically. The dream. Thank you so much, John.
You know,
Okay.
go ahead.
So,
I forgot about RFK.
So one thing, and even though it was in the past, we can't underestimate our people. You know, when we go up, you be surprised. You know, you can get MLK level and still call yourself going back to the hood because you still want to. You know, you still with the people. You got family there and stuff, but it's not the same when you get back there, and it'll be your own people who despise you the most because you are too much of a do-gooder or all these other things that you know may not even make sense or that you may not understand. And so
Let her finish. Hey, let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish. Go ahead.
And so although it may not have anything to do with a dice game, you'd be surprised at, and we can, if we can remove MLK, I'll just remove him for a minute so that we don't get too emotional about it. But you'd be surprised at what we will, the things that we are capable of doing to one another. Even though we say we want help, we say we want power, we say we want somebody to uplift us and bring us along, and we want to be a part of society and the rest of this world. We want to do things and we want to be great, but we don't have an honor system amongst one another, and that can get scary, and the rest of the world can see it now because now we're starting to have these discussions like, well, was it this or was it that? And you'd be surprised it's probably exactly what you think it is. And somebody said it, Mr. Boosie, he said don't ever go back to your own neighborhood. So although it may not apply in this scenario, it again those things can happen. It happened. Everybody loved them, a Nipsey Hussle or a Young Dolph. All those people who quote unquote make it out and then they go back and we said, well, what happened to them? And we can never find any answers. Everybody know what happened to them, but then nobody ever come back out and protect them or actually get justice for them.
So
I can
here's
answer
the
your
thing. Here's the
I
thing,
can
right?
Hold on. Hey, let Afronar get in real quick. Go ahead, Afronar. Go ahead.
I can answer your question, Chaotic. When you're talking about this modernization of how things are viewed, it's called presentism, right? Juicy Smollett, and I'm saying it comically, being able to do what Juicy did or any other racial hoax now is post civil rights. This is something that will concede to your argument. The fact that black people have gotten this far to a certain degree and can fantasize about the movement now after the smoke has left Dr. King's body is evidence. This conversation is like a strip joint owner who has a flyer and puts gold teeth and puts Dr. King's image in a very disrespectful way because they can do it now after the smoke is cleared. The way we can speak about Dr. King now and the way that you see someone like Rihanna on her Instagram, on her Twitter page, where she puts gold teeth and earrings in Dr. King's mouth, that's what that is. It means that you don't think this man was real. People who were born after or during, or people who are still alive during this time, when you had the White Panthers, because you had white people that were getting in it, you had the White Panthers, you had the Black Panthers, right? You had a whole bunch of, you had the Weather Underground. The 60s were a very tumultuous time. So the fact that your president, the president's brother, Malcolm X, Dr. King, all these people can be assassinated in the Americas like this. And even on your campus, when you brought up to me, yes, you, when you said,
who killed Malcolm X?
No.
But wait, you brought up Malcolm X. Wait a minute. Those were Negroes that killed Malcolm X.
Right, but it was also under the guise of the NYPD because they're being sued right now. The government and the NYPD, the CIA was very much aware of what was going on. They let it happen. He wasn't protected. And that's why there's a lawsuit right now by his family.
He was in a mosque. He had his own security detail, if I'm not mistaken, right?
No. But if the New York police are aware that someone's coming for you and they're not helping him or assisting him, because why would they? Why would they?
I'm listening to you, man.
So what I'm saying is, even a Klansman would be protected by the government, in theory, not the black folks. We're talking about a time when J. Edgar Hoover, and it's documented, he had his own personal vendetta against people who he thought were against the government. Right? John Lennon was on that list. Anybody that he thought was anti-American, definitely the Panthers. And this is the Freedom of Information Act. This is well documented. And he had infiltrators into these movements. So this idea that we can speak today about what happened then when there are people who are still alive, you could ask them directly. So this is ridiculous, what you're talking about. This fantasizing on things that we know to be true. This is not Greek history. This is not Greco-Roman history. This is like 1965, 1970. People are still alive that can talk about this intimately, and it's documented about this stuff. If your president couldn't make it, the Zapruder film, the famous Zapruder film, showed how he was killed violently. Your president wasn't protected. So now you're asking Dr. King, who wasn't a president, to have the same. I mean, you're making these wacky just because it's jokes to you.
Why is it wacky? I don't understand it. Why? I don't understand.
And I want to bring in Kent specifically, Kent State.
What does Kent State have to do with the shooting of MLK?
No, it has to do with the times. Kent State, your school, is infamous because when you talk about, well, where were the white people that were peaceful? The entire movement, the Flower Power movement.
They were dumb college kids, man. Oh, Jesus Christ.
The Flower Power. There's this ignorant connection you said right there. You can say dumb college kids, and I'm giving you a college course. the flower power movement, mid-60s to the early 70s. The apex of that movement literally took place on your campus. So much so there's an infamous photograph of a flower power girl that put a flower into the rifle, into the gun.
I know about the photo.
But if you knew about it,
I went to the school, sir. I know all about it.
But when you said you have a alleged Black Studies degree, someone who's very proficient in the history would not be talking about this stuff like it's some kind of damn Star Trek episode or some kind of weird Harry Potter thing. You're trying to have Harry Potterize Dr. King. This man, he was given notes by the government. What kind of government, if this man wasn't a fighter, what kind of government would put out notes to him telling him you need to off yourself, you need to delete yourself? Or why would the government be invested in taking alleged audio of dalliances with women? Why are they into that? Why would they do that? Why are they so invested in Black people? This is a real conversation about real things that happened to Black people that was government initiated. Why is the government in print saying we can't have Black folks, they can't allow Black folks to have a Messiah? Quotes. So you have actual government directives telling Black people, you can't, we won't allow this. Now you're telling me this is make-believe.
I never said it was make-believe, bro. I never said that.
You want me to have,
I said it was make-believe? What are you talking about?
You want me to have.
You never let me down, Afro. You never let me down.
Always, bro, my fellow NYC brother.
Whoa.
When you make fun of Dr. Ronald Mallett, Dr. Ronald Mallett is a theoretical physicist, just like Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson. These are real people.
I never said
this program. It's ridiculous. I'm like a theoretical physicist.
I never said it was make-believe.
You are. You're being. This is not your history. This is why I'm reminded of your Black immigrant status. You're not really in tune to this Black American stuff, so you could be comfortable.
What are you talking about?
But you can come in because of the Naturalization and Immigration Act, which came in at about the same time as the Civil Rights Act. A year later is why your Black ass is here.
Let me bring it home for you, CT, though. This is the problem.
Your history, bro. I know you want it to be.
This was a father of a good family. This was a pastor. This was a man, right?
What does that mean? He's a pastor? Like, what does that mean? Like, he has superpowers?
I'll explain. This was a father, loving father, husband, pastor, leader of a non-violent movement. To even insinuate that he was at a dice game, it is disrespectful. And it's ignorant.
For him fucking a white woman, was it?
It's not difficult.
The Lorraine Motel is a museum, even as we speak. It's a museum.
Okay, so let me say this. You guys can't even move past the fact that he said he was at a dice game. We know 9 times out of 10 that he wasn't. So it's like, get over that part.
9 times out of 10. Sister, this is your
But that don't
history.
mean,
and you're making it like it's like you're making light of it. This is why
I'm not
people like
making light
Juicy
of it.
Smollett, people like you make this. No, there's nothing
I know
logical.
that he wasn't at a dice game, so I'm not gonna get upset about it.
You're letting CT, who is
I'm not letting him do anything. I know that he wasn't.
I'm just keeping it 1,000.
So I can.
He doesn't have the right to. I can't go to Nigeria and start discussing Kwame Nkrumah.
And wait. Before we go overseas, here's the problem. Here's the problem, though.
You're not making. You don't get my point.
We were
you don't get my point.
Sister, here's the problem. What he is attempting to do is literally the legacy of J. Edgar Hoover. Think about that.
That's actually not what he's attempting to do. He's actually trying to just get us to think. Be critical.
You gotta get us to read first. Isn't that when you get us to read? Wouldn't that be the first thing than just make believe?
But
so let's play the logic. Let's play the
logic.
Got
our coloring books next. Then.
Hold on. Let's play the logic game. Again, pastor, nonviolent protester, all these things, right? Now, again,
but
context.
What if he was at a dice game?
Context.
Perspective or his view.
During this time, a president is taken out. His brother's taken out. This is the norm of the time. So if we're claiming to be logical, what would be logical about even insinuating that he died like Takeoff.
Well, that's not true. I think the thing is, you guys are still so stuck on that part because you're offended by it because you don't like
Correct.
it. Instead of
No,
being
no,
able
no,
to
no. We read it. We got documentation. We had people like Andrew and
was he at a dice game?
he was
Yeah,
Like,
him and Jesse, him and Jesse were playing CeeLo.
Actually, he was in Memphis because he was there because of a garbage strike, what you call it, sanitation workers.
So
For
why
sanitation, I'm giving you the answer. He was there because he was talking about the sanitation workers' rights. So Dr. King was always, again, is proof positive. He wasn't just for black people.
He had made a different move in terms of what he was pushing for with his movement, and he was very against the Vietnam War. Now, at this time, America is pretending to have a moral high ground to be the police of the world, right? NATO isn't even that old at this point. It's less than 20 years old, right? What he put on display that white men in America through their government were doing, that echoed around the world. At this point, he becomes bigger than just a black leader, right? He becomes something even more threatening. Think about that for a second. And then,
well, actually, he was very much. You were going into this, Willie. What might have really led to his death is because he was speaking more openly about the government's involvement in the Vietnam War. Because if you remember, Muhammad Ali was banned from boxing for 3 years because of his stance, famously. Why the yellow man was defeating him.
His death may have been attached to a conspiracy.
The 1960s was a decade of conspiracies. If you're talking about RFK, MLK, JFK,
hear me out. After
crazy.
Hear me out.
Come on, man.
Hear me out.
Okay, Harry. Harry Potter, man.
Nah, I'm not Harry Potter. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Man.
Let's keep it in America. Right?
Do you have a real degree, man?
No, easy. Whoa, easy.
Wow,
I'm not disagreeing.
To make a living.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, read a book.
Who killed Huey Newton?
Well, yeah, Huey.
Okay. He was killed by another. Hold on. Was he not killed by another black man in a crack deal gone wrong? Yeah. Yes.
Allegedly, there was drugs.
Okay. Allegedly.
Drug deal. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not putting. By the way,
no. Just hear me out.
The civil rights movement and the black power movement.
Let me talk or not? Are you gonna let me talk or not? Who killed Malcolm X? Because there were witnesses there. There are people who were in prison. They were black, right?
It was. Look, that was a. I don't have. Look.
No. But you willing to get? Hold on.
Why they went to prison?
Were there not black men in prison for killing Malcolm X?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. If I may, I could take it outside of America. Thomas Sankara, he was killed by Blaise Compaoré and other black men who overthrew him in a military coup. Right? Same thing with Patrice Lumumba. He was killed by other black men.
They're saying the CIA had something to do with that.
Okay. Oh, they may have. But according to history, Mobutu, right? Supposedly he was there when it happened. Now, hear me out for a minute. Is it plausible to assume that Martin Luther King had the same fate as any other black person? Some hating ass black, some black who, was working for a white, it was a black person who pulled the trigger. I'm not saying that it happened, but what I'm saying is throughout history, at least the last 100 or something years, generally speaking, when there's a black person who's in power or a black figure, it's always another black pulling the trigger. And I know a lot of you blacks like to go to entertainment, right? Oh, but entertainment, right? Well, if you know, if you go to entertainment, who normally kills other blacks? Blacks, other blacks, right? So who's to say that it wasn't a black person who shot and killed Martin Luther King?
On record is James Earl Ray, right? Although his
Does his family believe it?
Although his family, they have contested it, and I think they have a right to, because of the times, because of the fact that because of these other leaders of note, black and white, that were also killed under mysterious circumstances.
Sure.
You're talking about the 60s was a completely different animal. If students could be killed on Kent's campus professing peace, the way Dr. King was professing peace, that should tell you something. It's not something to fantasize. It's something that is much of this. First of all, Dr. King, it's been documented that the government saw him as a problem. So for someone to be espousing anti-violent rhetoric, why is he a threat by the director of the FBI? Why is he getting messages to self-delete himself? Why is his wife getting intimacies with dalliances that he allegedly had, that she even said, I didn't even know what I was listening to? This is B. Simone.
I see your MLK being a threat, and Raise You, they see all black people as a threat.
Let's try to give him some honorifics. Let's call him Dr. King. If you're going to say President Trump, let's say Dr. King.
Well, I believe they see all black people as a threat, and they wanted to dissuade us from being leaders by killing him.
Listen, Mr. Emperor.
Sir, it's documented. Why are we guessworking when you simply go to the Freedom of Information
It's not a
Act?
guesswork.
No, but I'm
I
saying
can prove to you that black people are a problem, and they want to keep us under their hill.
That, but the way way CT's positioning it with this what ifs, like it's a Marvel comic, and I know comics of all things.
Oh, okay.
It's not. That's not the case. When you have someone like when
you start getting involved in those
Hoover,
political,
the G-man in charge was documented. He didn't like John Lennon either. So I don't know why this is even up for debate.
So when you actually start getting involved in those programs, getting your feet on the ground, you want to be a public figure, there's something that comes along with that. You don't get the same safety and security as everyone else. And no matter what side of the coin you are on. And so that can make you, vulnerable just within it, not only vulnerable, within the community, but it also puts you in a position to be exploited, because the first time you say or do something that someone may or may not like, well, now you're either canceled or they're going to push you ahead. And so that's why you get to again, you have your gatekeepers and your whistleblowers. So it may be deeper for him than we all may think. And it's some things that a lot of us, we may never be able to see or understand. And I think we need to start being more accepting of that. Another thing is, again, you can't ask people to get out into this world and sacrifice themselves just for the sake of you. Who are you? You get out here and do it too. And don't talk about what the next person is or is not doing if you're not doing it for yourself. You can't talk about what you do not know about. You got your people who watch things happen. You got your people who make things happen. You're going to be one or the other in this world. But you have to really be careful when you are out here, leading and saying, well, I'm going to do this for a cause or a narrative or whatever it may be, or for the greater good of society. Somebody somewhere is not going to like you, and that's a different position to be in. And it doesn't necessarily have to come with power. It can come with just, assignment. And when you are called to do something like that, you have to always be mindful and of the people that you are serving, because that's what it is. It's service. When you want to lead people and you want to minister them, and that does not mean that that's your assignment. You can be doing it completely wrong. So you also have to be self-aware enough to know when to step in and when to step out, when to learn and when to grow. But that comes from, it can't just be all on one person. It's like, okay, well, you know what? This person may be good for this, but that person may be good for that. So that's why you build up your leaders in the community. You don't just put it all on one person. Otherwise, we wouldn't just, only two names we keep saying is Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. We can't even think of another name right now other than King Von or one of them,
Lemon.
Exactly. O Block. We love us some O Block. We don't have, our leadership is poor, and that's because God is not the leader. And when I say God, I just mean your real God. You know, it can be whatever something may be for you. Even if you don't believe in anything, believe in yourself. You got to believe in something, or you gonna be the next person getting assassinated. That's pretty much what I want to say.
Interesting.
Does anyone have an opinion on Don Lemon going into that church in Minneapolis?
Does he believe in God?
You know what? I'm not sure. All I know is he went into a church with the pastor.
Yeah, I think Don Lemon is and I will play it for you. He's on, how is he, 60? So he's past the midlife crisis. He's a man whose career is over. He's a relic.
He was a homosexual.
Yeah, he is a homosexual. He's a relic of the past. And I'm glad the people in the church were pretty much ignoring him. I'm glad that we are past an environment where people are having sympathy for foreign invaders, the Somalis, these illegals, if you will.
It's lunacy.
And he thinks that, because it's a church, that these people are going to have sympathy. These people are also American citizens, and they believe in law, which, according to Christianity, you follow the law of the land, and they want to follow the law of the land. Hey, if you come here as an illegal person, then fine, whether you're Somali or a goddamn Martian. But when you come here as an illegal and you are manipulating or taking advantage of the welfare system, then it's a problem.
Also, I might add that the Black Panther Party has taken a
half breed. Yeah, I saw that too.
Is he mixed race?
Of course. Does he look like me and JP? Yeah, of course he is.
Well, but that also takes away from.
Does he look like a piece of my mind? Of course he's mixed race. Yeah, he's mixed race. Yeah.
That takes away from the people who have been actually working here and doing things the right way to, you know, bring their families over, and that takes a lot of money. That takes so much work. And you working together, you live, and they'll live 15 in the house to do things the right way, even if they got to do something one at a time. They want to be a part of society. Now the rest of them, I'm just, please do not cancel me, but they gotta go. I do not want them here. It's not safe, it's not realistic, and you have protocol. And so although we want to be nice and we wear our heart on our sleeves because some of us just have nothing else better to do, somebody have to do the work to actually get them signed up. You have a process. There's things to do. And if you're not that person who's willing to go sign up for one of those jobs and actually help them people, if your boots not going to be on the ground, if you're not right there at the gates, then you just have to like be quiet and not be out here. And you can actually redirect that energy too. If you want to protest or you want to get it right, help out, but don't throw everybody else under the bus.
Well, there's a lot. I mean, like there's a large portion of the civil rights movement that are now protesting ICE. And a lot of them, you know, are claiming to be, you know, black leaders. I think a big portion of the black leadership is you know, for immigrating, for bringing more immigrants in and allowing for more of these Somali immigrants. They favor the Somali immigrants over, I guess, what they call the FBAs.
It sounds like you're saying that these black leaders are not really leaders, but they're puppets and somebody else is leading them.
No, they're creating programs and funneling the money through them. And it's happening with the schools. It's happening with these little buildings. They're buying these buildings and then they say, oh, I got a boys and girls program that nobody wants to go to, by the way, because there's nothing there when you get there. The buildings, it's just not friendly. It looks like a prison. No, the kids don't want to go there. And then they're also wanting to bill for services. This stuff is really happening, but you don't care until it gets to you. But again, if you working, if you have direct like hands, you know, hands on, and you see these things happening, it's such an easy thing to call out, and you can predict the future outcomes. It's like, okay, so if this is happening right now, 2 to 3 years from now, the outcome is going to be this. We're not going to win. We're going to have 7 and 12-year-olds, which we do, by the way, in the same classroom with one another. That doesn't make any sense. And then the other thing is now you're learning 2 different languages because everybody just came. It was like a rapid thing that happened, and you didn't even give people a chance to learn, to be able to accommodate the people that came over here. And so now you have to call these translation lines and all these different things just to service someone. It's like, well, if someone's in a crisis, they don't have time for me to get on the phone and call somebody or have a middleman. They need my help right away.
Hey, Stoic, real quick. Stoic, you there, buddy?
I'm here.
Are you familiar with Peace of My Mind?
Peace of My Mind. No.
Young lady, but yeah, right here. There was the speaker.
Okay.
Peace of My Mind. How tall are you?
5'1". I grew up.
You probably about like 130 pounds, if that.
Mm-hmm.
Stoic, what if I told you that Peace of My Mind has done more for the Black community than Afro Nerd? What if I told you that?
I might have, I have to see the evidence, but
she gets on camera all the time and shows it. This is
I'm here right now. I'm
on camera. She does community service work. She works with the elderly. She does things for free. This is why, like, when Afro Nerd calls it, I get so angry with just hearing his mouth. He's hearing him talk. He's such a theoretical niggercist. I can't stand it.
Our people need it. You know how many people
That was
are
a
taking
good
care
one.
of their
That was a
parents
good one.
I can't.
So there's so many people, they're taking care of their parents, their loved ones on their own. You know, we all doing it just by the fly by seat of our pants, not parents. And it's an interesting perspective. So like you have AFC homes, group homes, where you actually teach people, build your own tribe. You can live together. You can start over, even if the rest of this world has washed their hands of you.
It's always better to have other people edify you. Peace of My Mind. Now here goes Peace of My Mind. Stoic. It's a tiny, tiny woman, and she stays in the hood too, which is even beyond my belief.
But I don't need a pat on the back for it.
Nah, but see, Peace of My Mind. Here goes the thing about life. Greatness and having people in exaltation should be bestowed upon you, whether you like it or not. And I'm telling you, this is what makes people like you greater than a Wall Street Willie, a nigga just running his goddamn mouth. The fact that you are still doing works in the Black community. The fact that you can get on camera, which you have, and you are showing your work, your community service. These Negroes can't even do it. When's the last Afro Nerd ain't never been on camera doing anything for the Black community. So when he gets upset with me, Stoic, about my theories and whatever I say about Blacks, I don't want to listen to him. Now, if Peace of My Mind said, "Yo, CT, that sounded kind of crazy," I'll listen to her. But see, Afro Nerd, I can't. Man, that's a Negro. He's all theory. He's all theory.
Yeah. Well,
go ahead.
One of the things that I've noticed is we've had 2 really big things happen that's not really being talked about. We had the sexual revolution, and then we had the welfare state. And men, back in the day, before the sexual revolution, men had to ask the father's permission for the hand of marriage, and that was the only way.
Hold on, CT. You said theoretical niggerist?
Yeah, I've been saying. They can tell you how long I've been saying. See, I got to prepare me real quick. Peace of my mind. You are new to the channel, and I respect you so much, the Emperor, because you're a good guy, and I've been saying this for a long time, even before. I'm open-minded. It's not that I believe in anything. It's I question everything because I'm just an ape. The only thing that is pure in the universe is mathematics. 1 + 1 will always be 2, right? But other than that, we're all just apes talking. But see, the thing is that when people get up here and they try to chin check me, Did you see how Afro Nerd reacted to how I said, "Hey, what if MLK was killed in a dice game?" Oh, what? This dumb Negro has deified Martin Luther King. I haven't. MLK,
He's just a regular dude.
Exactly. MLK hasn't put food on that dumb Negro's table. MLK didn't pay for that dumb Negro to go to college. MLK didn't pay for that Negro's car note. Like Afro Nerd, like me, like any other kid in America, who we calling when we need to get out of a jam? Our parents. If anybody you should exalt, it should be your own goddamn parents. Hey, mom, dad, I just got a traffic ticket. Hey, mom, dad, I got pulled over because my tags are expired. You ain't calling Martin Luther King or his family. They look at you like you fucking crazy. But see, these people make a deity and they worship race so much. It's sickening. Listen to these people.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing about a piece of my mind, and she may not even want me to do this. Here goes a tiny black female. She's been on camera. No, bro, check this out. She's been on camera dozens of times.
Mm-hmm.
She's, for example, her community service is this. All the elderly people she knows, she goes around and collects their laundry and takes their laundry to the laundromat with her own money, washes their clothes. I've seen it. She's done it on camera. You can't make this shit up. I've seen her do it. She's doing community service. I ain't never seen Afro Nerd do community service. I ain't never seen it. So when these Negroes get to talking to me, it's like, hey man, it's one ear out the other. Cause like, man, y'all just talking bullshit, man. Y'all,
well, I mean, just because you don't see it
the Emperor,
doesn't mean somebody hasn't attempted to try.
The Emperor, let me tell you something. The Emperor, let me tell you something real quick. I am generally right 10% of the time.
Okay, we can go there.
Think about that. I'm willing to bet a lot of my money off that 10%.
But like you, I'm very skeptical about what people say. So when you say that, I gotta leave room for that 10%.
Let me tell you something about me, bro.
Yeah.
Carly Russell, that little black girl. Remember her?
Vaguely.
A few years ago, she created this whole kidnap story. Stoic was here. I was the only content creator who called it out first. That bitch is lying, and I can't. I was just giving my theories. Afro Nerd right now can't call in right now and show you any community service. He can't show you anything he's doing for the black community right now. He's a theoretical niggerist. How do I know this? Because I have an actual college degree in African studies. I went to school with Negroes like that. He's talking. So that's why when a Negro like that gets mad at me for my theories about MLK, shut up, Negro, because you don't even live around. Man, you don't live around the neighborhood you live in, who you do business with. Man, you're not really a part of that black shit, man. To be honest with you, man, you're everything about you is theory, but you have people who are doing practical application, which is piece of my mind. Maybe she doesn't want the accolades. That's fine, but I'll give it. I'll throw it upon her because she's doing more work than these Negroes. These Negroes are calling in mad at me. Go ahead.
Have you heard of the show Cows? What's his face? Afro Nerd. I believe he used to call in, but this guy was even bigger. And I talked to him early. I talked about him earlier on the show. He's a person who used to live in Atlanta. And now he lives in Seattle. And he was all into the Neely Fuller stuff. He was married to a white woman, had kids by a white woman. And when people asked him, why did you leave Atlanta? His reason was he did not want to be around victims of slavery and white supremacy. And I thought that was the biggest cop-out of all time. I wonder if Afro Nerd is kind of the same way.
Ooh.
Afro Nerd is kind of the same way. There was a show called Cows, C.O.W.S, Cows. It's like something about white supremacy or something like that. It's still on YouTube. It used to be on Blog Talk Radio when they had Blog Talk Radio. And I think I recall Afro Nerd on that show.
He probably was. Yeah.
Um, I just want to share another thing. Like, I hope I'm not offending you guys because I know these conversations, can be a little touchy. But again, it's not that complicated, and you don't always have to depend on the political system or any system at all to do the right thing. You can reach out to your grandma right now. I'm sure she's missing you and wants you to come by and see her. It can be just that simple. And excuse me. I just share those things because, we don't have as much time as we think that we do on this earth. And I work in hospice care. I do case management. And so I see a lot of people go. I see a lot of people come. And we get to that point where I wish I would have done a little bit more of this, or I wish I would have had more of that. And so it's like, well, you don't have to get everything right, but you can do the best you can. And you don't have to have all the answers too. But instead of telling your answers to me, you actually have to start going out and applying them. So application is a big part of life. You have to start utilizing the tools and resources. Somebody may and you got to chew out. Please listen, when you online, you got to be able to chew the meat and spit out the bones. So if you're not a person that can choose what's right and best for you, then you probably shouldn't be online anyway, because people can say anything. Don't look for people online to be your hierarchy or your go-to, but take what you can and apply it, because there are messengers out here. There are people who experience real life and they come back to share it. And even if all of it may not apply to you, you can still take some of that wisdom and make your life easier. There's no shortcuts in life. So you don't have to learn the hard way all the time. And we don't have to always have a battle. Everything is not a war. You don't have to win the conversation. It's like, okay, cool. Let me hear what you're saying. Oh, that's a book. Let me check it out. I might not like the book, but I'll still read it. And I can come back and tell you, you know what, that was a good book. But these are the only things I got from it. It's just that simple. We don't have to always be against each other. And I think we're going to need that kind of mindset moving forward in life, especially us
That's
here.
what I'm trying to promote. That's what I'm on right now.
Efforter, you were back. I was talking about you, and I do think
I know you were.
I think you're a theoretical nigga, sis. To be honest with you,
Yeah,
you're like a Stephen Hawking of niggatry. Go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you this much. I think it's fascinating that when you talk about what it's fascinating that this is a bizarro channel. So when you go into JP being for president, like, you will laud over him in all of his ignorance and misinformation and malapropisms.
And why not? He's doing better than you in life.
But when I speak about
family, you don't have a black family. You're not.
Neither do you.
You're not continuing
Except for your wife.
Race.
There's more to that.
Oh, it's more human beings.
No. What I'm saying. First of all, many people are single nowadays for many different reasons. Right. So I don't want to have a broken family. I didn't come from one, and I don't want to replicate that. So I could do what you say and just get involved with some woman that just because I need to, and then we're not getting along, and then I create a dysfunctional situation. So I'm really trying to be careful in not having a dysfunctional situation. And I've had close calls, and I say that in confidence, right? But this is what I'm telling you. This idea that black folks have to go to soup kitchens, that's the only way to help black people. And I'm not there to belittle the young woman who is doing her part, but there's different ways to do your part. You know how many people have come up to me and said, man, I wouldn't have gone to college if it wasn't for you. Or I would have done physical fitness if it wasn't for you. Or speaking at the Schomburg about comic books and about black nerd culture with hundreds of people discussing how to promote this culture, how to get away from being rappers and criminals. I'm actually the opposite of what you're talking about, and I'm still not getting credit for that. I find that fascinating. I'm not doing what you're doing. I'm not out here being an influencer talking negatively about Black American culture when you're talking about people being quote unquote mixed race, when we don't really have that kind of designation in this country. When you talk about light-skinned blacks, all these different kinds of black people in the creolized America, and you're coming in with this dark skin and full black stuff, that's racist. You're applying your African issues on Black Americans. We're not the same, bro. So even when you look at something like JP, JP looks like an African. He looks like
But
an African.
nobody said that.
Hold on. No, that's just what he said. No, he said, you weren't listening, Peace of Mind. He said, talked about, I think, was it Stokely Carmichael or Huey P. Newton? You kind of threw him out there as mixed race or something like that?
Yeah, Huey, yeah.
Okay, he was a black man in America. There's no such thing as that. You could, whether it's Kathleen Cleaver or Angela Davis.
You think Kathleen Cleaver is a black woman? Okay, I got you. I'm listening to you. All right.
No. She's a black American woman.
Okay, I'm listening to you, buddy.
So she's not Igbo because she's able to.
She's European. Yeah, she's French.
But why do we stay divided? Why do we have to be Black American and FBA and?
We didn't do the Peace of mind. Respectfully, we didn't do the division.
This brother here.
We didn't do the division. The government who said,
hold on. Everybody doesn't know.
You're going. No, hold on, CT. You're going by looks. The looks of black people.
Everybody doesn't.
This is a joke.
No, everybody doesn't know who Kathleen Cleaver is.
A light-skinned black woman.
Me and you know who she is. Let the audience know. Hold on, bro.
She was fine in her day too.
Yeah, I will admit she was. I'm not disagreeing with him.
This brother here,
this Kathleen right here.
Myself, all of us were born with our hair like this, and we just wear it like this because it's
I ain't gonna lie, she was
natural. Because the reason for it, you might say, is like a new awareness among black people.
Nah, bro. You know she ain't no black woman.
That their own natural. Because white people now want.
Come on, bro. Like they ain't no black
women.
This woman.
That's a black woman.
No. You don't get the right to say that. Matter of fact, your definition of what is black was at its issue. You can't.
But how do we know who's black and who's white?
Peace of mind. Hold on. You can't.
This is a black woman, bro. That's a black.
But during that time,
everybody here was black. They're not African. That's where you have a problem.
Only white people.
They're African Americans.
Were beautiful.
But you don't have blacks just in Africa. That's
my mother was a few shades darker than this woman.
Okay, so your mother didn't look like Kathleen Cleaver, bro.
No, but she was. You could tell her sisters. All of them were fair complected.
I'm not
with a darker mother. My grandmother. When I go to my family reunion, hold on. My family reunion is not.
Afro nerd, hang tight, bro. I will admit these afros are on point. I ain't gonna lie to that. I like those afros. I wish we go back to that. Yeah, I rock an afro. I like that.
Well, they have to see your paperwork coming from Nigeria. But anyway,
what does it matter, bro? I like
it. It matters because you're talking about Black American culture.
Jesus Christ, dude.
We had these people lived in a segregated environment.
No, they were on a white campus. What the fuck are you talking about?
Look, all I saw was afros, and that hair will break a pick, bro.
Hey, Damper, Kathleen Cleaver, was she not on a white campus, bro? Were these black women not on a white campus?
No,
but she was black. She was black as hell. Her hair was nappier than mine, bro.
So then she's black, right?
We gotta stop doing this. This man is a black immigrant discussing Black American issues. I'm not gonna go to Nigeria.
Oh, what? You said CT Somalian?
No, he's from Nigeria. He's Nigerian.
You can't say that people who are born here are immigrants. If someone's born here, you can't say they're an immigrant. Well, because a lot of people are from different places.
Yeah, discussing Black American issues. Yeah, that's a problem. That's what that is. He can clown Dr. King because it's not through his lineage. He can do that.
Look, anybody could crack a joke about anything. So let's leave that.
But it's not from your lineage
we have free
either.
Speech.
Like if your two lineages removed, then you don't have any say so either. So if your greasy grandma wasn't out there on the line, you don't have nothing to say either. No, I'm so serious because I think that's
if your great grandma wasn't born in the United States, I don't think you're American.
I'm not going to say that. I think you're.
No, I'm going to say that. No, I believe that.
Well, you
don't even have 3 generations in. You're a foreigner. Get out of here.
To be kind.
Okay, so
you talking about CT. CT would be classified as a 2nd generation American versus, let's say, my 10th generation American is.
That's a right example, nerd.
Absolutely.
If I could.
So those would be the people who were straight off the boat,
I'd like to give you your flowers while you can smell them, right? The reality is, he runs from you every single conversation, right? Because his arguments are disingenuous, right?
Bad
And
faith.
cowardly to a large portion, right? Like we got to fight through getting dropped. And now he'll talk about us to white people. And
But what
as
do you
white
mean
people,
us?
JP gets an hour. JP
they're
gets
no,
hours.
I'm simply talking about Afro Nerd and I, sis. I'm simply
JP
talking
gets
about the
hours, Willie.
majority, right?
Willie,
Like
JP gets hours. Why do you think so? Why do you
you
think
are
that?
my brother, and you do a
Right back at
phenomenal
you.
job every day. And he only gets so upset by you
So are
because you
Caribbeans not from
intellectually
America?
beat him up every time. Well done, brother.
And,
Well
and
done.
Willie, you know what? Behind the scenes, give me your email, man,
We'll
because
link up.
I got something. I can't go into too deeply, but you know,
So
I
hey
speak
guys,
on
so hey,
I,
are
I
Caribbean?
I speak honestly, right? So when he talks about, well, you're not doing anything, I'm doing something on an infrastructural level right now that's kind of hinting at your name. I'll
No,
leave it
so
at
now I
that.
kind of see the
So
difference
so
too.
give me your email address so we can do something. When it's completed, you're gonna say, okay, you're for real. I'm a
We got
real
a
one.
shout out to Chaotic Truth Live. Afro Nerd would never say in a million years these things to Baran.
I'm a follower of Farrakhan. Farrakhan's in my iconography.
Damn.
Farrakhan is in my iconography. Farrakhan is a conservative in some ways. Why would I say something
So may
against
I ask you
Farrakhan?
guys, are
The
Caribbeans
Honorable
not
Minister Farrakhan. Why
Americans?
would I do that?
So are
I'm down with
people
the
who come
FOY.
from, so are people who come from the Caribbean not American?
No, this is the deal.
If they look, I'm gonna tell you who's American, who could classify as a natural born Native American. If your great grandmother was born here, your great grandfather, you know, then you can be classified as American. Why? You're 3 generations in. It takes 3 generations for anything to settle in. So we're 3 generations deep
Check
from
the back,
what our
Afro Nerd.
grandparents were doing. That's why it's different now.
Look, black people with our amendments, 13, 14, to 15th
What are you
amendment.
classifying as black people? Hold on. Are you talking about all over the world or American, dark
I gotta complete the
skins?
thought, bro. I got to complete the thought. I'm going to explain it. 13, 14, and 15th amendments are the very reason why, and even Trump is using those amendments right now to remix what it means to be a natural born American, right? But through those amendments, and also what happened with the Naturalization and Immigration Act, I think 1965, is the reason why you have black immigrants now who are able to eat off the plates that we have created. I'm not going to dispute somebody's Americanness, right? Because there's a legal thing to it. There's a legality to it. We're not going to say who is not American if you have paperwork, right? The issue is using the term tether. Tether, you can't call Stokely Carmichael or Louis Farrakhan or Sidney Poitier or Harry Belafonte tethers. They're not tethers because they contributed to the movement. They weren't talking this way. They weren't doing this remix. They weren't saying certain things didn't happen. They weren't likening the civil rights movement to a Harry Potter movie. They weren't doing that.
I think you're getting things crossed between an American and a citizen of the United States. These are 2 different people.
Thank you.
No, it's not.
No.
Yes, it is. If you become a citizen of the United States, that does not make you American. That makes you an American citizen. That does not make you an American by blood. Just like you're not French, just because you get a French little passport and some citizen, that don't make you from France. That don't make you French.
So what makes
that make you a citizen of that country?
You're talking about culture or legality. You are legalized.
That's
American
where you're
citizen.
trying to get with legality.
But you got your
citizenship.
name is Afro Nerd and saying what makes somebody an American. So what makes somebody an American?
Being born here, being from here, participating in the culture, paying the taxes here from your bloodline, within your bloodline.
Once you become an American citizen, you are American.
What makes you an American is citizenship, right? Like
yes,
CT's
exactly.
That makes you an American citizen, yes. But that does not make you a native of this land, no.
Wait. Native.
So is there
not
like a
tied to
nigger test
American.
that you have to pass?
When
or
we have the
something? How do you
conversation
become
about being an American, it has to do with being a citizen. If you are
well,
British,
that's if you're talking about
you are
legal,
a
yes.
British citizen.
Heck, we were made citizens.
Well,
we were
that's what I'm saying. Hold on. But like I said, if you were born here on this land and you are 3 generations deep, you are American. If you were in Italy, you'd be Italian.
I think you are playing wordplay. Because when
No.
someone
I'm
Arnold Schwarzenegger
defining
is
what a
American.
native is
Arnold
of a
Schwarzenegger is a
country.
naturalized citizen. He is an American citizen, naturalized. There's
Yeah,
an
but you know,
asterisk there.
he's a natural
Not-
Hungarian or
American doesn't
Austrian
mean
or
native,
whatever
sir.
he is.
American doesn't mean native.
That's the
CT
reason why.
Jackson is an American.
Look. I'm trying to show you guys the difference between the classification of you being born in Mexico, Mexican, and being you moved to Mexico, Mexican. That's two different Mexicans.
If you become a citizen, you are a Mexican. You are a Mexican citizen.
You're a Mexican citizen,
Correct.
but you are not Mexican.
So should you be treated differently?
You have the same rights, but you don't have the same culture unless you're immersing yourself in that culture and your children of that culture and you're conceding to that culture. Your children down the line will be.
Piece of my mind. Can I show you something real quick? I'll bring you back.
Yes.
I'll bring you
Okay.
back. Now, do you remember what Afro Nerd said about Farrakhan? What did he say? Like, if you don't remember exactly, do like a paraphrase or whatever. What did he say?
What he said earlier when we brought up his name. I don't remember everything, so I'll just let you guys go.
What was that you said about Farrakhan?
I said Farrakhan is he's not a tether.
Yeah.
Because he's fully engrossed in American culture. He's not disputing the facts. He's not trying to play fast and loose with American history, Black American history and Black American culture.
All right, because let me tell you something about me, bro. I'm a big student of the Nation of Islam. Believe it or not. Watch this. I'm gonna kick your ass right now, boy. Watch this. Look at
Muhammad enough that if you attack. Yeah, I love Elijah Muhammad enough that if you attack him, I would kill you. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And I'm not a killer, but neither are you. But if somebody attack what you love, each one of you in here would become a killer instantaneously. Am I lying? Mother, let somebody look like they're attacking your child. Here's a woman who fought a bear because the bear snatched her baby.
Amen.
And she ran the bear down, screaming until the bear dropped her baby. Love casts out fear. We don't give a damn about no white man law when you attack what we love. And frankly, it ain't none of your business. What have you got to say about it? Did you teach Malcolm? Did you make Malcolm? Did you clean up Malcolm? Did you put Malcolm out before the world? Was Malcolm your traitor or was he ours? And if we dealt with him like a nation deals with a traitor, what the hell business is it of yours? You just shut your mouth and stay out of it. Because in the future, we're going to become a nation. And the nation got to be able to deal with traitors and cutthroats and turncoats.
CT, now may I just say something real quick?
No, it's almost over. It's almost over.
The Jews deal with theirs. Salman Rushdie wrote a nasty thing about the prophet, and Imam Khomeini put out a death thing on him, and it stands today. There's certain paths you don't cross.
So I wanted to
go ahead.
I can answer that question. It's directed to me, right?
Talking about you, CT.
First, go ahead.
He's
Real
talking
quick,
about
guys,
you, CT.
He ain't
When
talking
we had
about
those
me,
leaders-
bro. He ain't talking about me.
No.
He ain't talking about me because you know why he ain't talking about me, Wall Street Willie? Because Malcolm X took his sorry, no good ass over to the fucking Saudi Arabia and aligned himself with the very same people that enslaved African people and black people for 1,000 years. No, fuck what you talking about. He went over there and said, these are our brothers. And that was one of the major problems with Malcolm X. Bro, you cannot kick knowledge with me about this shit. I know extensively.
So you saying he was taking money from the Saudis?
No, bro. He was trying to align. No, bro. He was undermining.
His trip to Mecca.
Undermining the teachers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the teachers of the Nation of Islam. That's all what it was. Go ahead. Go ahead. Piece of my mind. Go ahead.
So what I wanted to say is that again, with those leaders, no matter which side of the field that they're on, you see that they have a lot of followers. And when you have followers, you also have groupthink and cult mentality. And you have people who are willing to go in, different directions, whether it's good or bad, or for, they may not understand what's gonna be for their best interest or for the rest of society. And we also have to be mindful of not always having to get your lick back. It's like, are you a soldier or are you a part of a people who want to be together again? We always say for the greater good. So just be careful what you're signing up for and what you're sacrificing yourself for. But and you got powerful words, you have powerful speakers. And I'm so again, you're so thankful for those people, but not everybody can be a Farrakhan or a Martin Luther King. You have to be that within your own mindset. Take what you can get from them. Like, look at them, learn from them. They were very influential in their own ways, but you don't have to be them. That's it. Go ahead, guys.
What's the number one
so I
thing you
allow.
could learn from somebody, even if they wrong? You can learn how not to do something.
Yeah, so I'd love to cook you on this one. Right? Just because he started in a certain place, does that take his right away to create his own movement and move away from something that he has an issue with regard to PDF files, right? Does he not have the right as a man to challenge that? And again,
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was PDF, bro.
hold on. And again, I'm not
Because
about to tear down the
the Honorable
NOI.
Elijah Muhammad was not a PDF file, bro.
So, but that's where I just want to
So
say, because
again,
that's where I
hold on,
see this a
sis.
lot in
Hold on,
society.
sis.
You can't have your own movement.
And you know
That's
he was.
different.
Hold on,
And you
real
know
quick,
he,
sis. Let me and CT have this conversation.
the
So
Honorable Elijah
You
Muhammad.
can't have your own movement if people not walking with you.
So he had a ton of people walking with him, right?
And let me just
What he
But you
realized.
don't.
Let's be clear. I got
brother.
people with me. I
Wash
don't
your
And
need a
that's
Willis.
ton of
okay.
them.
Wash your
No,
Willis.
but not in that way.
All right, but hold
Willis.
Never
on.
mind. Go
Allow
ahead.
me and CT
The
to have
Honorable
this
Elijah.
conversation.
Let me ask you, Wash your Willis. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was not a PDF file.
That's your
Yes.
opinion.
Now, was he sleeping with, supposedly through history, they say 18, 19?
16-year-olds. One of the girls was 16. That's problematic. So I would never force a man, right, to stay aligned with the doctrine where he views the leader that taught him whatever he did, right, as someone who is putting little girls in jeopardy, right? Are you saying he should have stuck with him if he believed that he was messing with children, 16-year-olds?
A
Is that
6-year-old,
what you're going on
a
record saying?
16-year-old isn't a child. And the fact of the matter is that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the fact of the matter is that it goes back to what Afro
No,
Nerd is
he's
saying.
not
He's
strange,
picking
Jay.
and
He's
choosing who are
Nigerian.
he's picking and choosing who are tethers, and that's my big problem. The
All right,
fact
cool.
of the matter is that Black culture in America has always uplifted people who are foreigners. That was the original argument. The original argument was never really about what who the fuck Elijah
All right,
Muhammad
cool.
was sleeping with.
So we can come back to that, right? But that
Well,
only
so but let me correct
that
you.
only validates Afro Nerd's point, right? These men I wouldn't consider tethers, right? What you're doing was not a thing in the 60s, right? No one was coming over here from Nigeria and pointing out all the flaws of the black community.
Farrakhan
That
came
was not
from
happening.
fucking Grenada. He's pointing out the
Hold on, slow
Farrakhan
down.
came from Grenada. It was pointing at the bad things in the black community in America. What are
So,
you talking about?
so let's be
Okay,
clear.
Do you
so
not
guys,
know?
can we?
Accurately.
Do you
Let's
not know
hold
where
on.
the fuck
Accurately.
Farrakhan? Hey, yo, bro.
Let
Emphasis
him get it
on
out.
accurately.
Let him get it out. Let
Hey,
him get
bro,
it out.
where the fuck is Farrakhan from? Where is he from?
He could be from Mars.
Is he from fucking Detroit? Is he
Let's
from
say
fucking
he's
Michigan?
from Mars.
He's from Grenada, bro. He came over here pointing out things. He's a first generation born. What the fuck are you talking about?
So let's be clear. When you say you have this deep knowledge of the NOI,
I don't have any deep knowledge, bro. I
Hold
literally
on,
say all the.
hold on. Can I
Oh
respond?
my god! I literally say every goddamn day, bro. Go ahead.
Can I respond?
Okay, so
So when you
first of all,
claim,
before
hold
we
on, sis,
go
real
ahead,
quick.
sure.
I'm gonna keep it
Uh-huh.
short. When you claim to have this deep knowledge of the NOI and
I don't have a deep knowledge of the NOI.
and Farrakhan, well, that's what you said. You said you studied him. I listen well. I don't get to speak here, but I hear everything, right? So when you claim to have this knowledge of Farrakhan and the NOI, are you saying that they pointed to the flaws of the black community more than pointing to the strengths of the black community?
Bro, that's what you do when you're building a team. You all dude, I can't believe this, man. You
So the
play
answer,
sports,
Jess?
right? You play sports, right? Did your coach say, "Hey, man, you guys did an incredible job today," or did your coach say, "Hey, man, you need to work on that. You need to work on that." Did your coach not do that in sports?
My coach did both, right? When we had a game where we cooked and he saw something that he's been working on in us and he wanted to give us credit for it, yes, he would tell us, you guys played amazing.
And then
today."
he told you
Right?
more
Hold
about
on,
your
hold on,
faults.
hold on, hear me out. But that goes back to my original question that you ran from. My question was, did the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Farrakhan, and Malcolm point to the flaws of the
All the
black
time.
community
All the
more
time.
so?
They did. You know why? Because
More
the honor.
so. You didn't
Okay.
hear the question.
Okay. I
You didn't hear the question.
Do you guys know?
The
Can
question
I?
is,
they pointed to the faults all the time because
yes.
you know why they did. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't write a book called "Message to the Good Black Man." He wrote a book called "Message to the Black Man," and he
Correct.
pointed out every goddamn flaw within the black community. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't write how to eat because you guys are living good. He wrote how to eat to live because he already knew that the black man was eating already like shit any goddamn way 70, 80 fucking years ago. What are you talking about? He
Cool.
literally
So
wrote books about this shit, bro. I
So I
am
want
a
to explain to you what I'm
scholar
talking
when it
about.
comes to these people, bro. Like I am God tier when it comes to these people.
So now let's build on that, right? So again,
Why would you need to?
the
Hey,
difference.
Willie. Why would you need to write a
Stop
book?
panicking.
Why would you need to write a book called "Message to the Black Man" or "How to Eat to Live" if people had already been eating good any fucking way? You wouldn't have to. He wrote the book because he saw people who were already fucking sick. Bro, I read these books when I was in elementary school, bro. Like, bro, I am the great bro. Like, honestly, bro, I'm to
So
be honest,
CT.
bro. Like, hey, Willie, real quick.
Go ahead.
Whether you believe it or not, brother. Hey, piece of my mic. I gotta put you on mute real quick.
Watch me cook a man for nerd. Watch. Go ahead,
I'm not,
brother.
bro. I'm not trying to debate you. I'm just trying to tell you, bro.
Oh, we know that.
To be honest with you, bro, I might be the greatest black man on the planet, and I'm just gonna be honest about it, bro. Like, I'm being serious about it.
I mean, fine. I could give you number two.
Hold on, let's
brother.
unpack
Like,
that.
honestly, bro. Like, to be honest with you, bro, because you're asking me dumbass questions.
So let's unpack that, right?
Okay, go ahead, please.
So, watch this. Watch this, Afro nerd. So, the fundamental difference in yourself and the brothers that you're speaking of is they highlighted the problems that kept black people stagnant. You choose to ignore those things every chance you get and align yourself with whiteness. Farrakhan would never align him. Farrakhan would never have a panel where the people say the things that they say in your comment section. He would attack those crackers one by one. You will never be the likes of a Farrakhan. I want to be clear. And I have issues with Farrakhan, right? But I'm not going to tear the NOI down. I just want to make a clear difference in between what you do and what they did. They built black men. They literally had a program to rehab drug addicts, right? So yes, pointing out the problem was a portion of their, movement. But there's the other part that you are totally devoid and bankrupt in, right? Rebuilding, making men better. You don't do that. You tear down some of the greatest black minds that we have in 2026, like my good brother Afro Nerd. You make comments about him, but just like you said with me, you don't want to debate us, me or Afro Nerd. You would never go under the clock with me because you know I'm going to give you facts, history, right? Like, because of your lack of integrity, I got to be quick because everyone knows I'm going to get dropped, right?
No, you
And
only
the
get dropped when you
reason,
cut me off. I mean, yeah, you're good.
well, no, even now I'm showing you my level of decorum, right? I've been working
Go
on it.
ahead, brother. Go
I've
ahead,
been
sir. Go ahead.
nonviolent.
Go ahead. Go
I've
ahead.
been
Go ahead.
nonviolent for MLK's whole birthday today, right? I've been on my best behavior, but I've been dropped. Why? Because unlike Brother Malcolm, who will go and have a conversation directly with a cracker and break him down piece by piece, you would never attempt to do that with me, right? That's the problem. That's the difference between the two of you when you believe you're this great black mind, right? They wanted to smoke. You run from me on a regular basis. So again, if we're going back to Malcolm, right? Yes, a great leader was created. Yes, Elijah Muhammad had a lot to do with that. But you know what happens in most movements, right? Things grow. Things come from that, right? You start with, because I know you love white people, you start with the Tea Party, then you get MAGA, now you have America First, right? One of the things I wanted to point out, and I'll land here, about the assassins, right? I never understand your point because the reality is a white man unalive JFK, right? Now, when that happens, y'all will talk about MK Ultra and hypnosis and all of that. Why are these never a part of the arguments when it comes to black people doing things to black people? As if white people don't unalive their own. It wasn't a black man that unalived Charlie Kirk, peace be upon him, right? So I never understand your points in making those arguments. Yes, there are sellouts in every community. There are people that will try to set a movement back for personal benefit. I do believe that at that time, right, you had a lot of Muslims attached to the NOI that were literally getting to a bag through the NOI. Anybody stopping the money, they got to go. So Malcolm challenged some things in trying to make his people and his movement better. And yes, some sellouts worked with the government and unalived them. Is that now an indictment on the total black movement and struggle and all the progress that Malcolm, Martin, Medgar all made during that time?
Yes, it is because we dropped the ball.
We didn't drop the ball, sis.
Absolutely, it is. We claim we created all these programs and things on their behalf, and then we are not delivering to our quote unquote own people.
One of the beautiful things that the radical group of the Black Panthers gave America, right? Because you remember I talked about black people being Americans. However, Emperor wants to break it down. We are that, right? So we've been involved in America's development from the very beginning, right? One of the great things that this radical movement gave this beautiful nation was free lunch, right? That wasn't a thing before black people did it. Now it's a regular thing in our school
Right.
system,
And it's free
white,
lunch until you
black,
the lunch
or
lady happen
Chinese.
to pack up those lunches
I
and pass
guess.
them out to the kids. Listen to what I'm saying. So a lot of stuff sound nice until you the
I'm
person
gonna
who
get
have
back
to
to
do
you,
the work.
CC. Let me respond to sis. Go ahead, sis.
It's a lot of things sound nice until you actually the person out there doing the work. So that lunch program you talking about, guess what? That lady with the bonnet, that plastic bonnet on her head, and she giving you that frozen pizza that, and I used to love that pizza and smile, giving you a smile. But you only get one of her every once in
With
a
the
while, and she is
chocolate
just
milk.
hold on, wait, please, and she is just as important as your Martin Luther King or Farrakhan or anyone else. But you only got one of her. So the thing is, you have to, you can't just have a conversation. Now you have to start mobilizing people to actually, hey, do the work. You can work at the school. You don't do
Well,
nothing
everybody
all
needs
day
a
any
job.
damn way.
So now, so
Hold
now
on.
you've
Sit
come
there at
full
the bus stop.
circle.
Make sure the kids get across the. Make sure the kids getting across and they not getting
So
hit by
wait,
cars
sis.
and stuff.
Now
I,
you've
I'm
come full circle in your own criticism. Yes, these people are involved in the things that great people created, like the Panthers, right? So yes, that
you missed
cafeteria lady,
everything that I'm
that
saying.
hold on, that cafeteria lady, she's a part of the total work. But what I'm saying
But
is,
it's only one of
hold
her.
on, hold
It's
That's
on.
just like
somebody's
3 of
That's
her.
grandma, and
not
she's stressed
sis.
out.
Sis, there's not
Okay,
one
go
Aunt
ahead.
Jemima. There's not one Aunt Jemima serving free lunch. This is a
Exactly.
program
Cool.
now that is national. There are black women in kitchens all across America doing this work.
And do you know any who
2026.
work there? Do you
I
know
know
of
it.
any who work there?
You just
Yes.
said your grandma worked there.
Come on, Emperor, relax, man.
These
I'm trying to be
motherfuckers.
nonviolent. Trying to be nonviolent.
That was
Let's
funny.
have the
No,
conversation.
Willie, no, that was funny because we're talking about MLK nonviolent. Yeah, that was funny. I like that. Go ahead.
All right.
I've
So
been
when
trying
I
to be
say my
nonviolent
grandma, I
all
mean
day.
the grandma of the community. You know, the person that actually that woman should be on her feet because she got gout, her ankle swollen. She shouldn't be working in no lunchroom. One of us should be there. Y'all don't understand, so it's like I sound stupid or crazy.
Do
Whatever.
you know
No,
how hard
what
it
it
would be to
is
have
I
someone
actually
closer to the
understand our
age of the
history.
people they're serving serve there? That
What
would
it
get real
is I
nasty real
actually
quick.
understand our history, right? And the point I was
I
making
don't get
was
it.
this program is something that all of America has benefited from. There was not a free lunch program before the Panthers. Now, poor white children in Kentucky get to eat twice a day. That's our contribution to this society.
Because of
Again,
somebody's
the
swollen
point I'm
foot
making
grandma.
is that
Okay, to your point, I'll go ahead and say this. Fine. Let's take all of the old people out of it and let's make the students do the job. And they can be
Not the
signed up.
students. Why don't you do the job? Look at all of us up here. How old are y'all? Why we not out there doing the job? Get
I
up there
mean,
and do the job. Serve the
people at
lunches.
my
Put some
age, they
gloves
should
on and get
already
out there
have their
because
and
some
feed
of
your
careers.
us,
bald head kids
everybody
People
that's
has
my
a
going to
age
role.
should
school
be
anyway.
actually making
Hold
sure
on.
those programs are still
Hold
running
on.
and
Hold on.
directing who
Right.
gets
So
put
go
in those
Hold on.
participate at the
positions.
school.
Hold on.
9 times out of 10, you got kids coming to the school. Their parent can be signing up and
Everyone
helping
has
with.
a role, right?
Okay.
My role is gentrifying white communities. That's my role. Bringing black people into these beautiful, developed, gated communities, right? But I also say the prayer every night. May the
Hey,
gates
Willie,
around my
give me one
Go
second, real quick. Give me 1 second. Dabber with the $10 super chat. Willie has two young kids, but is on YouTube panels for hours every day and night, and he questions Jewish success. Those fathers are spending their free time with their kids, teaching them how to be great. Your kids are grown, right?
No. And
Oh,
I actually have three and
oh,
not
okay.
two. And here's
Okay.
the thing, right? I put my money to work, right? So a lot of the times while I'm here, my children are surrounded by the future computer engineers of America in programs like Kumon. Don't worry about my home. We extra good. You know what I mean? Like my black family is the last thing anyone needs to worry about, except people who are against black progress. They definitely need to worry about us, right? But getting back to the point, yes, these people all play a role. Different people play different roles. So yes, some people will serve the pizza.
right? Some people will be involved in legislation.
And how
Some people will be in
I
the street
serve,
getting
I make
active.
sure all the stuff gets there so they have lunch.
Okay, because you interrupted me to say that. But
yeah,
Well,
the point
thank
I'm
you.
making,
We get it.
I'm
Everybody got a part.
nonviolent today. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, everybody got a part. I'm just letting her know, hey, that's what the adults are supposed to do. We're supposed to go to work. We have our careers. We went to school already, so we're supposed to participate in those systems.
Yeah, I understand.
Black Panthers building their own medical center. But first of all, the Black Panther Party, attuned to the needs of black people and other oppressed people, is open a free medical center for the same purpose we open a free breakfast center, free breakfast program. It's to let the people know that we are concerned with their basic needs and desires, and also to educate the people to the fundamentals of socialism, and also to heighten the contradictions within this capitalistic system. When I mean heighten the contradictions, all I'm saying is that just let the people be aware of the fact that the Black Panther Party, an organization which only been existing since 1966, is taking care of people, helping them as far as healthcare is concerned, and the federal government with all its wealth and resources not doing anything on a major scale. You know, we in the Black Panther Party believe that that there is violence in this system. When I say violence, I'm not talking about the overt violence usually associated with the club, the knife, or the gun. I'm talking about the violence perpetuated. Why are the Black Panthers building their own medical center?
Okay, all right. So my thing about what he was saying is they're focused on the socialism. Okay, so these people are what, like socialist, communist kind of situation here.
Yeah,
that's what
They're
they're leaning towards
Americans.
when he says that. So what I'm
They're
saying is,
Americans. Their
I still
socialist,
believe
hear me out, Emperor.
in our
Their
capital system that we
socialist
have.
agendas are still used in America till this day. America
And
has a number of social
I understand that, and
programs.
that's why I'm saying,
All
because
right.
we are a society. You are absolutely right. So we have to have some kind of social interaction that has a base that we can all deal with each other on, and we all need basic things like food and water. So as a country and as a nation, we should, if we're going to pay taxes to the government and we're going to utilize these funds to better our societies and our cities, we should make sure it's doing it in a way where the people are able to continue to pay taxes
That's
and live
great.
and thrive.
Nah, Habaragani, right? But here's the point. When you talk about what blacks in America haven't done, right? As if we haven't had a ton of patents and everything stolen from us, the one thing we know is there is no free lunch program in America feeding the white children of single white mothers without the Panthers. That's our involvement in the American tapestry, right? And it seems like the goal is always to diminish that. At the end of the day, as a black man in America, you cannot take away from me my American citizenship. No matter how much you want to say we're not Americans, nah, we absolutely are. And
I
we've
never said you
invested
were
in this
not
country,
Americans.
and
That's
we've
silly.
invested in this country, and everything that this country has become from the time of the American Revolution, Crispus Attucks, we've always been involved. This country is better off because of black Americans. I know that sounds crazy when most of you go on Fox News every day and then come listen to CT and black folk bad,
I agree with
black
you.
folk bad, right? But it's
No,
because
I
a lot
agree
of
with
people
you
don't know
that
simple
black
history.
folks have put
I
a lot
got
in, like, I agree with you that the dark Americans that are here, they have put in a lot of work, especially if they're legal citizens, of course, and they're paying taxes and doing jobs. We're not talking about any of them. All
All right,
right.
so cool. So
When you're
cool.
talking
Hold on.
about the
Slow down.
bad
Slow
stuff,
down.
we're talking about the
Because you're
people that
killing
are
my point,
not
though.
doing what we're supposed
My
to do.
point was this, right? This black organization that gave you the free lunch program that feeds the children of single white mothers in Kentucky, right? This movement, this group was attacked in every way possible, violently. Rest in peace to Fred Hampton. It was more shells in that apartment than after a Dodgers game with people eating sunflower
May
seeds,
I just
right?
say something? Why
Hold
did he
on,
need?
sis. Hold on, sis.
Okay. Yes, sir.
They not
Go
only
ahead.
attacked us, they not only attacked us violently,
They attacked us politically, through propaganda, every way they could. Ronald Reagan literally changed the gun laws to attack the Panther Party, who ran up in City Hall and said, no, we're going to be heard with shotguns, right? The U.S. government literally changed laws to stop everything that we were trying to develop. So going back to the early conversation, while we're not Mossad, right? Because Mossad is supported by the strongest power on earth. We're fighting it while
Well,
being a
also,
part of
but
it.
we
We
created
have a very
programs like
different
this.
dynamic
Mhm.
than anyone else. We're
Okay, but we
fighting
also.
this superpower while still being a part of it. I don't expect anyone else to understand our plight. No one.
But the Black Panthers also created programs and were a part of the WIC program. So that was to make sure that we were eating healthy and had access to healthy meals. And we still, to this day, we're the most obese society. I mean, within society. And, excuse the others on the panel. I know we're supposed to keep it in the family, but we are not benefiting from the things that we do create. And so when we go out there and we have these programs and we
I'm
say, well, we're
benefiting
going to
from it.
fix. But when you're just one person, you have enough sense to actually utilize
No, I
it.
went to a whole high school. We all ate free lunch.
Yes,
I
sir.
have
I
a
did.
friend.
Yes.
I have a friend that became a U.S. senator
So,
for the
but please
Bronx.
let me finish.
Right?
Let me finish what
Hold on,
I'm
hold
saying.
on, hold on,
The
hold on.
WIC program also
Yes, sis.
encourages
Sabaragani.
breastfeeding among art because that's the most nutritional thing that you can do, and our women will still opt out into the powdered milk and stuff like that. So we have a never ending cycle of different things that are going on, and so we want to be so isolated and included at the same time, and it's like you gotta choose what you want to do. And yes, let's give them some credit. Shout out to them. But everybody can't be them. And so now you have a lot of, I
Why
call
not?
them rogue. You have a lot of rogue people out here who just saying, hey, I'm out here with my fist up, but they really not doing the work.
So stop right there, sis.
And or providing the education.
When you
Or
say that everyone can't be them, I'm gonna tell you why. Because the leadership that would have made the NBA young boys of today, right? Positive black men, that infrastructure was totally.
Real quick, what is this, man?
What I sent you?
Yeah, go ahead. All right, let me see it.
Well, that's not the article.
We're here to arrest a child sex offender.
That's not what I sent
vehicle
you.
right there is honking and.
It's not.
No, I sent you a piece on the New York Post from I think yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah, that came up. All right, let me see.
Right. Go to the actual article.
Give me a second. All right, here we go.
Okay, don't play that.
Here?
Yeah, activist educators are hijacking MLK Day and Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy with Palestine teach-in. So there's a New York City teachers group that's trying to superimpose the Palestinian struggle with Dr. King's struggle. And this op-ed is saying that this is through K through 12, by the way, that why won't they allow the historical record to be exactly what it is? Why are they
What?
And you interrupt me.
Afrin, are you there? Oh, wait a minute. All right, go ahead, Afrin. Go ahead, man.
I got blanked out there for some reason. All I'm saying is that piece is kind of like a woke extension. The way that woke, I'm making this analogy, the way that woke started out as a 1940s term about lynching, it's very clear
right.
For Black people to have hyper awareness about racism. That's what the original premise of woke means. Now, woke can mean just about anything. Woke can mean 6'2" female transgender basketball player.
Yeah,
real Real quick, Afro, and I'm gonna land here because I gotta go eat. So, CT, when you say, right, why didn't black people become Mossad? You do understand,
I
right?
never said that. I never said that.
That was the question. Why
The
didn't
question I
black
posed
people?
was,
Well,
why
that was
was
JP. JP made that
yeah okay?
astoundingly intelligent.
Amnesia now?
Presented that right. He got it.
No,
But
JP.
wait. Let me
What?
land.
Oh,
Let me
JP
land. Let me
mentioned
land. Let me
why
land.
didn't
Let me
JFK have any?
land.
I know exactly what happened. No, don't. JP mentioned why didn't
Correct.
MLK have any bodies?
Correct.
And all I said was I agree with them.
Correct.
And I interjected where I made a statement that said, hey, to a degree, I agree. Why didn't we create like a Mossad
Correct.
against
And
our
now,
enemies in America? That's all I said. I'm not saying that.
cool,
Yeah,
cool. But now I want to present to you how much of a lack of integrity you have and how disingenuous your arguments are. So,
I don't have
right?
an argument. I'm
Hold
just
on, hear me out.
asking a
Hear me out.
question, bro.
Just hear me out. Had black people gone that route, do you agree that we would have been viewed the same way you view that great black woman that you tried to denigrate in every way possible? A woman who did that, who caught that body, right? Think about how you talk about Asada Shakur. Had we gone that route, would you not have talked about all of us like that?
I literally said, bro, Willie, I literally said a clandestine organization. The Black Liberation Army was not a clandestine organization.
Why wasn't it?
I literally said that, bro.
Why wasn't it? Why
if it
wasn't
was
it?
clandestine, how the fuck would you know about it? It was
What I'm
clandestine.
saying to you is, it was the closest thing to
I'm going
Mossad
by my original
that you're
argument,
talking
bro.
about. Hold on. If you're saying we should have went the Mossad route, I want you to understand, those of us that did
I'm keeping my
follow that
same
path,
argument.
you destroy their name. You
I
tried to
never, but
besmirch
bro, I'm keeping
Asada.
my same argument. I said clandestine. That was my argument.
Hey,
Forget
Emperor, do you understand my point? How do you think we would have been viewed had we done that, right? We would have been
I bet you
viewed
this.
as
People, I bet
everything
you this.
you.
I bet you
We
this.
would have been. We would have been viewed as everything you view Asada Shakur as, right? You remember that stream, right?
If blacks created a equivalent of a Mossad in America, I can almost guarantee you, bro.
What?
The level of respect will be insurmountable. Nobody.
So now what I'm asking you is,
bro, period.
So what I'm asking you is,
because there will be a threat that you could be killed.
So what I'm asking you is, why don't you have that threat for Asada Shakur?
Asada Shakur was a career.
Hold on. Let me ask
Just
the
want to
question.
say good night, guys.
Just let me.
I'm gonna
Please,
thank you. Thank you so much for the conversation.
Peace, sis. Let me just
Okay,
ask the
peace.
question, right? In what you're talking about, comparing it to Mossad, we know Mossad went out there and they ran down, they took some people out, right? Now, we do have a sister, right? Who it's well documented. She did this. You try to besmirch her name every chance you get. You tried to violate this woman on the day of her death. And now you're saying we should have done that? This is how disingenuous your arguments are. And this is what makes this a goofy zone. Right. What you're asking
can
for,
understand that.
what you're asking for was what Asada did. And you try to ruin her name, call this beautiful black woman all types of horrible names. So now he's claiming that we should have put in that work. But when we have an example of us putting in that work, he calls her a criminal. He calls her the worst thing ever that happened in America, right? Don't run now, CT. Let's talk about it. I'm on my
Willie,
non-violent shit today.
Willie, just to compliment what you're saying. Think about the fact that Trump wants to remix the Confederacy. All of a sudden, now the Confederates were certifiable traitors. Right? And he wants to bring back those statues. He wants to lionize traitors.
You have to. We know the punishment for treason, don't we?
Yeah, but no, it's not to be lionized. So this whole see, this is where you get when you're really talking to people who are bad faith actors.
Correct.
When you start really getting into this thing, I say this on repeat. I have to respect the Germans in one respect. The Germans had a denazification process. They are not erecting Adolf Hitler highways, Joseph Goebbels bridges.
Correct.
Right? There's no equivalent to that. But in America, you have the American Nazis. The American equivalent of the German Nazis are the Confederates.
Yeah.
This country, in the present day, they want to line. You had a damn Dukes of Hazzard special that's beloved with the Confederate flag on
a traitor's flag on the car. That's a fact.
So when you deal with people like Chaotic Truth or these other or the white racist people that he has as fans or sycophants, they're going to point the finger at black people. And what are you doing when they're not even honoring their own goals? Everything the goalpost moving on this show is something that's amazing. Then when I brought up when you talk JP, who hasn't read a book, I don't. He probably doesn't even know what a book looks like. He's talking about well, where were the spies? How come the civil rights movement didn't have spies?
That was me.
Same difference. When you look this up. Yeah, for the civil rights movement to work on some level, there were people that were insiders, people in courthouses, people in barbershops. They were meeting in clandestine basements, church basements. This is well known. You had white sympathizers, just like you had white sympathizers, the Quakers during slavery. Those people didn't disappear. John Brown, he was with it. He's with the S, as they say.
The Weathermen.
The Weather Underground. So this whole notion, like we're gonna just remix history all this, and anytime it's black accomplishment, it's always to be belittled. We can't write. If we're gonna talk about the dysfunctional, we got to talk about the functional. That just makes sense.
And I'm curious as to CT's answer, right? Like when you look at if it's these bodies that JP, who had all his balloons popped
on a nonviolent movement, he wants bodies. Like, there were bodies in the nonviolent movement. Yeah, black bodies.
We have a woman who went out there and caught those bodies, and every chance CT gets, he tries to destroy her legacy. But you're telling us we should have done that? How would that have benefited us? I want to mention something. The one great thing about MLK is he had an understanding of global politics that a Nigerian could never understand, right? Like, he understood America was trying to take the moral high ground, right? This was his opportunity to strike. Right now, we're nonviolent. Look at what they're doing to us. They have no authority around the world, no moral authority. Look at what they're doing to their own citizens. That was a masterclass in politics, and it accomplished a lot. We got the Civil Rights Bill. We got the Voters' Rights Act, right? Martin accomplished his goals. Now, I'm a bit more radical, so I definitely would have had on a black leather jacket and a beret. But I will never allow anyone to tear down that man's beautiful legacy and successful work. The fact that I have a white caddy named Joshua is the dream. He accomplished that. He put me in position where I'm making way more than Air and Stolen Valor or most of these weirdos that come up here to talk about butt play. That's I am Martin's legacy. I am Martin's legacy. And I thank him.
I want to mention a story that I think is pretty interesting, right? You brought up gangsterism, and what about the black gangsters, right? So first of all, we're going to have to be honest that the black gangsters that did exist in history were not on the same level as, let's say, your Pretty Boy Floyds or your John Dillingers, who ironically they were Southern. They're not at that level. They're not the Italian gangsters. They're not the Jewish gangsters. They're not the Irish gangsters, right? So we have to talk about that. There, even with you shake your head when you start getting
Al
into
Capone.
when you start getting into Al Capone, these people. Like
it's Afro. So are you telling me Rayful Edmond didn't control Detroit? I mean, DC.
No, I'm going. No,
are you telling me that Rayful Edmond didn't control DC in the 80s, which was damn near 50 years ago? Are you telling me Rayful Edmond didn't control DC's drug trade? Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Can I complete the thought? Or are we going to just keep on like doing this?
I bet you Rayful
Edmond. Point.
I bet you Rayful Edmond had more bodies under him than Al Capone.
He wasn't celebrated.
I bet you Rayful Edmond didn't hire as many people and start as many businesses as Al Capone.
He wasn't celebrated.
And I'll do another thing. I bet you. So I know the history of Al Capone. He actually had syndicates. Blacks worked for Al Capone. I bet you Rayful Edmond didn't even fuck with other races of people like the way that Al Capone did, which was 50 years before him.
These groups exploited black.
No. The Afro Nerd answer, because Afro Nerd knows what I'm talking about. Go ahead, Afro Nerd.
So my original point still stands.
I want to hear it because I know about.
I'm the gangster.
I know about the underworld, bro. Believe it or not.
Okay, let's talk about the underworld.
No. Wall Street Willie, I want you to be quiet. See, I know about the underworld. Trust me, I do. Not like I was there, but okay. So, are you telling me Rayful Edmond didn't have the same type of power that Al Capone did in a black ass city under a black mayor? Because there were black mayors, black count DC. What do they call DC? Afro Nerd. What do they call it?
Chocolate City.
Chocolate City. So, black gangsters, black politicians, right? The same thing with Chicago under Al Capone. When he was in power, right? Go ahead.
Okay. So I know you can bring up incidental black gangster, quote unquote, gangster power brokers. They did exist. I'm not disputing that, right? Whether it was Bumpy Johnson, whether it was Frank Lucas, right? But those guys still are one-offs compared to La Cosa Nostra, right? So when you go down the hierarchy of the mafia, Gambino, Genovese, Lucchese, Colombo, these iconic names, Lucky Luciano, who actually interacted with some of the Harlem gangsters. They're not on the same level. Organized crime is a little different than what Frank Lucas was doing. He was trying to do some of that. You roll your eyes anytime I start getting into the facts that you don't feel comfortable. So this is the deal.
I disagree with you there, though.
No, well, hold on. Let me go full throttle. We clearly see Lucas. He was able to go to the poppy fields. He was doing stuff that white folks. He was able to circumvent some of this, right? But I'm talking about the actual infrastructure of organized crime. We're not on that level. And one evidence of that, and this is something that I've been trying to confirm, but I think it is true. Not Frank Lucas. Who was I just mentioned him? Bumpy Johnson. Bumpy Johnson's mother. Now he did some gangster stuff with white people, right? But when you hear what went down, it's pretty amazing. Bumpy Johnson's mother was killed or was lynched. Actually, Bumpy Johnson's mother was lynched. 70-something-year-old woman down south. She was simply coming out of a store. The story goes she was coming out of a store with packages and really couldn't see her way. Elderly woman. This woman in the South bumped into a white woman. You figure that's an innocent thing. This is what black life was, even for the mother of a notorious gang member or gangster figure. That white woman got so enraged that this elderly black woman, Bumpy's mother, bumped into her. She made some phone calls and had this elderly woman lynched. Now, word on the street goes, because Bumpy was somewhat notorious at the point.
His mother died of old age in New York, bro. What are you talking about?
Bumpy Johnson's mother was. You can look this up.
Bumpy Johnson's mother died, bro. What, bro? Oh my God, Afro nerd, you're from New York, and I know more about New York history than you do. Bumpy Johnson's mother was a gangster, and she died in New York, bro. Are you getting
confused?
Johnson's mother, bro? Are you kidding me right now, bro? Like you don't know,
or it might have been his grandmother. Okay, it might have been his grandmother.
Okay, which one is it, bro?
Okay,
grandmother. Okay.
I'm sorry, his grandmother. Okay, so I thought you were thinking about Madam Queen. I thought you were confusing with Madam Queen, because Madam Queen was like the woman. They even showed that in the movie with Larry Fishburne, Hoodlum.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
That was a real person. My apologies. His grandmother, elderly woman, knocks into a white woman in the South. That white woman had that elderly black woman lynched.
I want to also point out that Bumpy Johnson's mother was she was a tether too. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, look,
I bet you didn't know that either.
Everyone
She wasn't a tether. She wasn't a tether.
Oh yeah, I know all, bro.
Your mama was a tether.
Bro, I follow a lot of this underworld.
She was ingrained in the black community. She wasn't a tether. She was one of us.
So I'm not ingrained in the black community, bro.
No, not the way you're.
You're not
talking inaccurately.
How the fuck did you know about his?
How
did you know about his own mother and grandmother, bro? Which everybody should know.
I got confused on that. My apologies.
Okay, no,
I knew that an older relative. I knew it was a mother or grandmother. I'm speaking off the cuff.
Whatever.
So I'm glad you corrected me. But
all right, man.
The story still stands that this elderly woman who was related to a notorious gangster like Bumpy Johnson, that person could still be lynched. Yeah. Now, word on the street was that he got retribution, which is pretty interesting. That he didn't let that slide. He did get those women back, allegedly, that were instrumental in, and again, lynching an elderly woman. So that's testament to black life, even for a gangster.
I bet you know what I bet? I bet if anything, it was some other black mobsters that was trying to kill his grandmother, and that's what it was. Man, wasn't no Italian trying to kill that. Man, get the fuck out of here. I don't believe it, bro, because you made a mistake. You made a mistake, bro. You just said it was his mother, which is not true because you thought, I don't know. Yeah, maybe you didn't do that.
Even though Madam
I want you to be quiet while I'm talking, boy. Damn. You made a mistake, Afro nerd. See, you motherfuckers think, oh, this CT, he's a square. He's this. I probably know more about the underworld than you people do. Not just research, but actually people I know a part of it. Bumpy Johnson's mother was a part of the underworld. I know about that. When you said that his mother was lynched, man, you made all types of mistakes with me.
Look,
I know that his mother wasn't lynched because she was a part of the underworld. She'd have killed 30 people around her, dude, given the opportunity. You fucked up. You fucked up, bro.
I'm not here to say that I didn't make a mistake. I made a mistake.
Bro. Everybody heard you made the mistake.
No, wait a minute. But it wasn't his mother, but it was his grandmother. So I stand by the correction.
His grandmother was from the island, sir.
His grandmother.
Sir, his grandmother. Okay. When did they lynch her? In the islands? Where? In the islands? Where?
I'm looking it up now.
Thank you, because I know about Frank Lucas' family.
No, you made a mistake. I said Bumpy Johnson. Now that Nigerian Twitch is coming in now. You made a mistake. I said Bumpy Johnson. I didn't say Frank Lucas. You see
Bumpy
how easy
Johnson's
it is? You see
mother, Bumpy, I made a mistake, but
I made a mistake too. We both made a mistake.
Johnson's mother and grandmother were from the islands, bro. I made a mistake and said that. Okay, I made a mistake. Okay,
let me go to the story.
His mother's name.
I'm reading this.
Is his mother's name?
Can I read?
Is his mother's name not Stephanie?
I don't know his mother's.
I know the story of Bumpy Johnson, bro. They had a fucking movie about him.
Wait, Stephanie St. Clair?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Steph. I think it was like Stephanie. I don't know her last name, but I know
That's
it was
not
like,
his mother. That was his mentor. That's the Madam Queen. That's the notorious queen of Harlem. Yeah, she was his mentor, not his mother. But his grandmother is Margaret Maggie Johnson. And it says here, Margaret Maggie Johnson, 73 years old, is July 18th, 1946. Grandmother of Ellsworth Bumpy Johnson, was one of the most powerful black gangsters in American history. Walked down Main Street carrying groceries from Miller's General Store. She lived in Greenwood her entire life, born there in 1873, just 8 years after the Civil War. She wasn't political, wasn't confrontational, wasn't involved in civil rights activism or anything like that. Just an elderly woman trying to live her remaining years in peace. She would visit Bumpy in New York twice a year. It says, let's see, she was, and it says at 2:23 p.m. on that Thursday afternoon, as Margaret walked past the Greenwood Women's Social Club, carrying her bag of groceries, she'd accidentally bumped into Eleanor Pritchard. Eleanor was 52 years old, white, wife of Deputy Sheriff Richard Pritchard, prominent member of local Baptist church. I mean, you can imagine what happened here.
ALCT, real quick, let me ask you, with your great understanding of the underworld, how many grams?
I don't have a great understanding of the
Hold on, how many
You
grams
just
in a baby?
No, I don't. And I'm all right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
How many grams in a
That
baby?
goalpost must be heavy, bro, because you're moving a lot.
Right, a baby eighth is an eighth of a kilo. So the answer is 125 grams in a baby eighth, right? See, my point in making that comment is people can say anything, but then once they're challenged, right? And this is where I say you have a total lack of integrity. You act like you want to have these conversations and you make these grandiose claims, but you don't want to be challenged. That's why I stay in the back. Even on MLK's birthday, where I've been as intellectually nonviolent as I could possibly be, because I wanted to crash out, right? You want to talk about the dice games and all of that? Like, come on, like, I am the resident expert of the streets. Like, I really lived it. Don't play with me. You know what I mean? Baby H, that was a regular thing for me. 125, right? So people make these claims and then they make these claims in order to pretend to have some authority over the black conversation. Here's the problem. Black conversation isn't totally just based in crime, right? Like what's happening right now, and I'm gonna land quick, right? We're watching with marijuana, right? The same thing that we watched happen with the policy game, right? When Madam Queen was running numbers, when Bumpy Johnson was running numbers, right, a non-violent crime, right, they were attacked. They were jailed. These people got buku years of time, right? Very similar to marijuana, right? It was the reason to stop every black car, and I smelled marijuana, and they used this against us. Now, what's going on now, right? White folk are playing lottery, which is the policy game, and they're buying marijuana stocks online. If you can't see the connection, right, of how we are demonized and attacked specifically by this government, it's only because you don't want to see it. And I understand that about your whole chat, because what's always been understood in America was the poorest white man had one thing going for him, right? And that was not being black. I'm still better than a nigga, right? But now they have to watch me drive around in Mercedes Benzes. I understand why the white community is enraged. I get it. I understand, right? It's threatening everything they stand on. The only thing that the worst of the white community, the Aaron C's and those type of guys, right? The only thing they had to stand on, because they had no wealth, they were always poor, right? But I'm not a nigga, right? That's starting to change, right? Now you got me out here running wild and I'm flying past white folk in a rented Tesla and I'm pretending like I'm asleep. And like they're sick of me. right? This is the reality of what's going on right now. So the historical conversation for me and my brother Afro Nerd, that's the conversation for us to have in back channels and be proud of what we've done, right? But same reason he's here is why I'm here. Yeah, like some of these disingenuous arguments need to be attacked. And if you aren't just a outright staunch racist, when you hear these conversations be had between my brother Afro Nerd and CT, right? I don't understand how you don't literally see the facts in front of you. Don't get caught up on, who got lynched, because the reality was someone got lynched. The reality was, Italian mob culture is celebrated while black criminality is the worst thing on earth. No, Ice Cube didn't create the drive-by in Boys in the Hood. It was white folk running around Chicago going crazy. Yeah, YCs, young crackers.
Well, Wall Street. Look, the inventors of gangsterism go back to white culture.
Floyd. They go back to the to the Cowboys.
Well, talking about New York, the gangs of New York was a real story about these white ethnic 19th century gangs, hardcore gangs. They even existed in England, where they would take the gold out of your mouth.
And then look, this is the crazy part, Afro. And then you see the same thing with white people that they were doing with the warlords in Nigeria, right? Politicians having these different gangs working for them and tearing stuff up so people are afraid to vote for other people, right? Humanity is humanity.
Well, something that's frustrating when you deal with the chaotic, and he's doing a show, and he can afford to talk this way because he's not directly connected to the lineage, which I think is what bothers him. Like, he should be able to be proud of his Nigerian lineage and Nigerian lane, and he too could also be adopted into this culture, like Godfrey has been adopted, like Louis Farrakhan's been adopted.
But wait, look, Afro Nerd, this is a good moment for us to have this conversation, right? Because I in no way claim FBA, right? Why? Because I know all Africans on CT, right? I know most of them are in line with us. I know when you're talking about my Caribbean brothers and sisters, Marcus Garvey is one of my top heroes. No matter what scamming was going on and whatnot, I have enough understanding about history and politics to understand that the same J. Edgar Hoover's, FBI, and these groups that demonize black people then, now we're demonizing them when Marcus Garvey got caught up in what he got caught up in. I'm not afraid to be honest about the history. I just want it to be, genuine conversations. And a lot of times they become straight up disingenuous conversations.
I think it's funny that when you or I get on the mic, all of a sudden we got to be taken down. We have to be interrupted. We have to be edited. But the minstrels, whether it's JP or these racist white folks that want to come in and play around, it's just, and then you have someone who's doesn't have the direct lineage to the African American experience. Look, they can point to us, like we're wrong.
Look, Afro Nerd.
Hey, Afro Nerd, does Farrakhan have direct lineage to Africa?
He doesn't. He's still solid.
I
don't have it either. How about that? I don't have it either.
Farrakhan's a first generation Black American, right? What about Sidney Poitier?
Maybe second generation.
What about what about Cicely Tyson?
I know about them. They're solid.
Was she?
Everybody, I've explained it before. I know you want to play.
Is she a foundational Black American?
Doesn't have to be.
Okay, so
I'm not doing the mixed race thing like you're doing. I'm not qualifying.
I'm not talking about mixed.
No, but No, when you talked about when you talked about Huey P. Newton. When you talk about Huey P. Newton, okay, you don't want me to say you don't respond.
I'm talking about Cicely Tyson.
Yeah, she's not a tether.
Whom we all love. whom we all grew up on. She was an older woman, but but nevertheless, she was a beautiful black woman. You motherfuckers never ever called Cicely Tyson a tether.
I wouldn't.
And she was straight off the boat. Did you know that?
That's not what a tether is.
Mother.
Even. Can I explain it?
It's not.
Okay.
It's not. Is Godfrey a tether?
No.
So Godfrey, who's I don't even know if he's an American citizen, so he's not a tether.
Yes, he is. He's a Chicagoan. No, okay. So
Godfrey's a Chicagoan, right?
Let me explain what a tether is. Please. And even though I'm not a follower of Tariq Nasheed, even Tariq has deconstructed what a tether is. A tether is a specific pejorative toward an immigrant who tries to belittle, besmirch, or give misinformation about the black struggle, or tries to impede the black American struggle. Someone like Sidney Poitier or Harry Belafonte, most notably, he was a sponsor of the civil rights movement. You can't call him a tether. You can't call Stokely Carmichael a tether. These people were endemic to the black American struggle. They didn't come. Also, hold on, and also they're coming in the early 1930s.
Well, you never really explained what a tether was, though.
The love of my
went
life
off into a tangent.
Love of my life.
No, I said what it was.
I think
a tether.
First of all, never mind. She was born 24.
Okay. A tether specifically is a pejorative. It's a negative word toward a person of African descent who tries to belittle foundational black Americans or black Americans indigenously. In other words, they will try to impede the progress or remix the history. Now, someone comes in when Godfrey talks about black American culture. He defends, explains. He doesn't go around tap dancing.
It's very confusing what you're saying.
Is that really confusing, brother?
Okay,
what I'm telling you,
let me get some clarification questions in there because I'm really stuck on this tether thing. Because I'm really stuck on this tether thing because like, is a tether like an American that was born here from here, or they have to come from another country?
Just making shit up, man. That's what this dumb nigga's doing. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you that. I'm sorry, Afro. I didn't mean to call you dumb nigga.
I don't expect too much.
Nah, I didn't mean to call you that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ.
Hold on. Let's have the conversation, CT. Allow me, if you will.
They just make shit up as they go along, bro.
Allow me, if you will.
This must be an intellectual deficit. Is this an intellectual disability going on here? Go ahead.
Allow me, if you will, to kick the backspin of FBAs nationwide. If you'll allow me. Please
What
do.
is a tether?
Right?
Go ahead.
So here's the thing, CT. Tether, literally, let's take it out of the racial.
Let's make some shit up, man.
It's attachment.
What is a tether? That's all I'm saying.
End of FBAs right now. Let it happen, CT. Trust me, you'll like this one, right? So the term tether, right, has an actual etymological meaning, right? It means something that's attached to something, but way over there, right? It's tethered to a certain culture, but it's not a part of it, right? Here's the thing. You, my good brother, to the best of your ability, like, you're a tether, right? You're unapologetic about it. You know what I mean? I respect it, right? But Marcus Garvey was not a tether, right? Farrakhan is not a tether. Bob Marley was not a tether. Whoever comes to this country and is aligned with the black struggle is not a tether. The FBAs are a goofy club. And the thing that scares me is that now I'm starting to be identified with something I'm totally against, right? I know where I came from. I know when my people delineated. It's funny, Afro Nerd, look it up. The Ethiopian delineators, right? The first time we ever hear this term delineation really being used in mainstream conversation is when the Ethiopian delineators were a thing. Guess who they were? They were a white minstrel making fun of powerful blacks, right? What I always tell FBAs are tethering off of my culture, right? I am an African American. I am a black man. When you look at how blacks in America chose to define themselves, I would point you to, I want to say it was 1817, the AME Church. It was the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Now you got a bunch of goofies out here claiming they were Indians, right? Or saying they were indigenous to the land, but they want reparations.
Yeah, I don't
Guess
agree
what?
with that.
You're not a part of that conversation. If you were indigenous to the land, you should have got paid when the land was getting broken up. That has nothing to do with the conversation of reparations. Reparations is a transatlantic African American argument, right? That's documented in American, what was the Library of Congress and everything else, right? Even acknowledged through certain things like HR 40. These goofy FBAs are killing the reparations argument, right? So I'm here to kick their backs in.
Let me give an example
Now,
of a tether.
hold on,
Let me
and I'm gonna land right
give
here.
a solid. Let's
And
give
I'm gonna
a
land right
solid
here.
answer.
I'm
I
gonna
want to
land
give a
right
solid
here.
answer. Go
Now,
ahead.
yes, my brother,
What
with
the
that
fuck are you
beautiful
talking
red hat on, you are a tether. But no, Farrakhan was not a tether.
What the fuck are you
right?
talking about, bro? What are you
Let's give an example. Let's give an example of a tether. Let's give a real. Hey Willie. Hey Willie. Let's give an irrefutable
Did I
example
make
of a
sense,
tether.
Afro nerd?
This nigga just talking, man.
Let's. Well, anytime you give facts, it's always talking, right? That goalpost is getting mighty heavy. This is the deal.
Right.
Cynthia Erivo and her friend Lovey.
I know you're not about to say that Puerto Rican bitch on The View is a black woman. Brother, are you about to tell me that half-breed Puerto Rican bitch is a black like you?
She's qualified to me. Well, first of all, I can't say too much about her.
You're a dumb.
For business reasons. I keep it. They say I don't do anything.
I'm
But
a Pan-African crash.
Hey, Wall Street. Wall Street, I got to be careful. I got to be careful because let's just say I can't speak about council. No, I'm doing that.
LL is my man. Go ahead.
Some people, because of what I do, some people I can't talk about. So I'll leave it at that.
I got you.
I'll tell Wall Street behind the scenes. Anyway, so and also I'm true about what I'm doing. Wall Street, you will appreciate it because of what you do.
Did you check the back chat? Did you see?
Yeah, I got it. I already joined.
We'll
joined. All right, so we'll talk. It's serious stuff, man. Real serious. All right, so an example of a tether in real time would be Lovey, who is a social media influencer, and her very, very popular friend, Cynthia Erivo. A tether is someone who is critical about Black American culture while literally making a living off of it. So you can't critique Black Americans. Oh, those Black Americans. She said some things behind the scenes that were very disrespectful. Meanwhile, every role she's getting is of an African American hero. Make it make sense. So she's literally able to make a very fine living off of the very Black American culture that she denigrates. When Lovey comes in and talks about, I would never go to a Black school, or talks all this reckless stuff about Black schools, when I think the second president of Nigeria went to Howard. Make it make sense. Most of your elite Black folks went to Black colleges.
Real quick, Afro and CT, if you'll allow us. So, on this beautiful day of one of our pioneers, my ancestor, Dr. Martin, right? One of the things I was thinking about was the reparations argument. I want to ask you a question, Afro Nerd. Would it make sense to piecemeal reparations, right? And what I mean by that is make it a la carte. So we could start with education alone. We know Black people were denied the right to learn how to read under the fear of death, right? We could talk about Plessy versus Ferguson, whatever else. That would be one of the easiest arguments we could ever make. Education, right? This is one of the times we could come to CT's panel and show all the dropout rates and everything white folks say about us, right? We don't go to school and this, that, and the third. We can literally point to the effects of the lack of education to our plight as Black people. Then we could use JP and say, see, This is what happens when you don't open a book, right? Like, hear me out. So
it's already piecemeal. It's already piecemeal. You know that, right? It's already happening.
You mean by state?
By state and by the type of reparations. Like
now, I'm saying, what about a federal push regarding
look,
education?
This president,
alone?
this
Starting with
president is not going to
education.
allow that. This president's not going to allow that. But I
Look,
think.
But wait. I'm gonna come back to that. That's a good
Sure.
point. But CT, what I would do is now what I'm asking for in this reparations, we can figure out other things, but the one main component would be any black child that graduates from high school and can be accepted into one of these HBCUs, he gets a free ride, right? That would be a fair reparation for my grandmother not being allowed to read and my mother having to figure it out on her own, right? So once that's done, right now, every black kid that can get into one of these universities has an automatic reason to go. Now, you've strengthened the HBC universities, right? So I don't have to hear Trump say, and I gave them money. No one gave them money. They were broke. They were going out of business, right? Now, if it's federally mandated, these kids get a free ride. Now we're talking about federal money. So every black kid that comes in there, right, is going to be a source of income for these schools. Not only that, right? Now we have the ultimate crop of dudes that weren't recruited, right? How long before Morehouse is in the ACC? I don't know what conference they're in. I don't watch college football like that. But how long before they're right there with what's the sellout's name? Deion Sanders. I ain't mean to call him a sellout, but I'm just saying.
Why you call Deion Sanders a sellout? What are you talking
We'll
about?
come back to that. But I'm just saying, right? Like, if this is an argument we could easily make, Plessy versus Ferguson, mad different examples, the busing, this, that, and the third, right? This might be something we could easily accomplish, right? With documented history. So if we're asking for something attainable, all I'm asking for is that every black kid that can get accepted to this HBCU, they get a free ride. Now this gives a funnel, you get what I'm saying, a pipeline to children to these HBCUs. And with these kids now comes federal funding. So now we're not dealing with the student debt. These are all things Americans recognize as a problem, right? But back to the HBCUs, the thing about that is we always like to say all the engineers, doctors, everything comes from the HBCUs. What's left out is they get their doctorate, they get their whatever advanced degree from a PWI. A part of how that's attainable is you get the doctorate, you're in the workforce, you can pay for that next degree, right? So what do you think about that, Afro Nerd? Like,
well, first of all, I don't disagree with it, right? But I'm just going by what I see happening in real time. So what's happening in real time is that it is already being piecemealed for various reasons. Evanston, Illinois, those residents are receiving reparations because of redlining, right? So that's documented. The return of a portion of Manhattan Beach in California. Manhattan Beach, a portion of it was returned to the original black owners because there was robust paperwork and documentation showing that it was whether it was eminent domain and also white violence that took Manhattan Beach, which is extremely wealthy. You could imagine an extremely waterfront property.
Look, Afro Nerd, let me kick FTA back in again, right?
Well, hold on, let me finish.
I'm gonna be short. Central Park is another example.
Seneca Village,
where now it's this Seneca Village. It was never Seneca Village in the 1800s, right? In primary sources, it's referred to as what? Inward Village. New York Times, right there, right? It was never called Seneca Village until the 80s. This is when these weird grifts started. But go ahead.
Okay, I can't say much. I am working on something. and actually Seneca Village is
You
involved.
got my message?
Yeah, I got your email. Your IG. I got it.
My man. I just sent you a message.
So what I'm saying, so when you mention Seneca Village, it's very fascinating because I'm working on something with Seneca Village, right? As an example, Seneca Village, 300 black homes, now known as Central Park. One of the residents, I forgot his name. I think his name was Williams.
Hey, yo,
they were able to.
Afro Nerd. When I was rapping, I used to call myself Young Abors. Go ahead. You know what I'm talking about.
So when Williams, this Williams is a number of people.
No,
they were able to trace one of the residents of Seneca Village.
He was married. He was married to a black woman that had a portion of property that was left to her, and he was wealthy. So he had political aspirations. So what he did was consolidated all this land that is now Central Park, and he offered it to black residents for ownership, because one of the rules to be able to vote, you had to be a landowner. So he created a whole base of people that can now vote. This is how dope we are, right?
But I want to bring this up because when you go into the past, people seem to not want to. They start to zone out. But I'm going to bring it forward. So just one of the residents, I think he was coaxed out of his house for a couple $100. Now he bought the property.
Can I spit some facts at you guys right now?
Hey, by the way, Afro, wait a minute, real quick. Not to deny your claim, but $100 200 fucking years ago was like $50,000, bro.
That was my point. You cut me off. That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say.
A lot of people don't know that. No, Afro Nerd, I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with you.
What is this goofy stuff? This is bad.
Afro Nerd.
Is this an Ebo thing?
Motherfucker.
You disrespect. Can I complete the thought before you interrupt it? I'm going to actually explain what I'm saying. I didn't say it was a lot of money.
Afro Nerd, a lot of people don't understand inflation. They don't understand money markets. Yes, I do, you do, but there are a lot of people who don't. 111, he's what, 22? Maybe he doesn't understand it. When you say $150, bro, it sounds crazy. But 200 years ago, $150 may have been 20,000. I don't know the inflation rate back then, bro. But come on, bro. Like that's all I'm saying. I'm just giving a disclaimer.
I'm allowed to finish it. That was
giving a disclaimer, bro.
Okay, but I was going to get. Hold on, Wall Street. Hold on.
Say Sawaju means fall back in Nigeria.
That was my point. My point was this Williams resident paid $400-something for this house. He ended up having. This is the 1840s. So he ended up having to sell it. So he was forced out, eminent domain. He sold it for like $2,500, right? That same property, you're laughing, 111, but that same property today would be worth $30 million.
Easy.
That's what reparations is about. When a black community is forced out for property that is now Central Park, one of the most sought after properties in the world.
Yep.
And this black man was forced to exchange monies that his family now was not allowed to have. Now he ended up being able to use that money to buy property in a place called Newtown. You'll know about this, Willie.
I know Newtown. Yep.
Newtown is also Elmhurst, which is where Malcolm X actually lived, right? Yep. So Newtown, Queens, also Elmhurst, Queens. He bought property, was allowed to educate his kids, and those descendants now live in California. But my point is that $400 to $2,500 exchange in the 1800s is $30 million today. That's just one example of the loss of wealth of black people. They pulled this crap in the 1930s, 1920s. Hold on, come on, Willie, give me this shot. And they pulled this crap. Fast forward, still same segregation times. It's after slavery. 1920s, black folks owned beachfront property.
Yeah.
Black beaches, Manhattan Beach. White folks didn't like it. No, we want it. Just like they took Wilmington in 1898, they took Manhattan Beach in 1920 something.
Yeah.
It took 100 years later for those white folks to return that. And what they didn't want to do, they wanted to give you a statue, like they always do. They said, no, let's peace and blessings. Let's just put up a statue to commemorate.
Black folk couldn't go to Coney Island, went to Manhattan Beach.
Black folks stayed on their neck, but look what they had to do. So Manhattan Beach, Evanston, Illinois, Georgetown University, because Georgetown would not be successful if it wasn't for the underwriting of slaves through insurance. The way that whether it's Yale, Harvard, or Georgetown, they were able to stay in the black, literally and figuratively, by the selling of slaves. They don't like that history. So now, if you are a descendant of those slaves for the Georgetown University, you can go to Georgetown for free.
Money. Yeah.
So there are reparation moments in this country going on in real time, and it is piecemeal, and it is real.
Afro nerd, but I gotta kick the backs into the FBAs again, right? To this whole area we're talking about that I no longer call Seneca Village. I call it N-word Village because that's what the New York Times during that time called it, right? Like that's the only thing you can see it being referred to in published documentation, right? But the reality was when the city of New York City did their surveying and whatnot, the cornerstone of that black town, N-word Village, it was the African Methodist Episcopal.
Well, Willie, just real quick.
We knew who we were. We defined ourselves a long time ago.
Willie, just real quick, since you brought up the New York Times, now look how esteemed the New York Times is in the present day. But you go back 150 years ago, they would routinely refer to black people in horrendous terms. And they vaguely talk about it. But when we talk about
let me ask you guys a question.
So when we get into the history and we try to disparage it and we try to pretend that black people weren't living in a different kind of state, just like the Palestinians, because there's a connection.
Before Emperor gets in. Hey, Willie, have you ever been to Lake Lanier?
Now you want to use your Black Studies degree. Yeah, I've passed Lake Lanier. I didn't stay there.
You never been on
I didn't stay there, but when I was in Georgia, I had to go see it. So yes.
Emperor, have you ever actually been on Lake Lanier?
On a boat? No.
On a boat? Yeah,
none of you guys have been on Lake Lanier. I will
not that specific place. No,
I'm drilling through the town.
I will admit, Afro nerd, that shit might be haunted too by African people, man, black people, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, though.
Well, Lanier was a Confederate.
Well, like the Lake Lanier used to be a black city underneath that shit, man.
And it got purposely buried.
But the fact that we still call it Lake Lanier,
that shit might be
is a Confederate.
Yeah, that shit might be.
Yeah, it should be haunted. I think my Orishas and my ancestors do have.
Yeah, Orisha had nothing to do with Lake Lanier, bro. That was all FBA shit. The Orisha are Nigerian.
Listen, brother, we bought those things over here.
Can I ask you guys a simple question real quick?
Real quick.
I mean, you can continue with that, but I just wanted to ask this question real quick.
Hold on. I want to.
Where's Lake Mingala? Where's Lake Mingala?
African brothers, something.
Afro, you never go Lake Lanier.
Pentecostal church.
Willie,
hold on.
Willie, shut the fuck up. Afro, you never been on Lake Lanier either?
When Georgia? No.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. Now, this is where I will meet you, fucking Negroes at. Dude, I've been Lake Lanier, bro. It does seem like it's like some sort of spirit there.
Well, where's Lake
Mingala? I'm not even into that kind of shit, bro.
Hold on,
I will admit, bro.
Where is Lake Mingala?
Feeling, bro. Like Lake Lanier is over. So Lake Lanier is over an old town of blacks, and like a lot of cities are like that in America, where they did what do they call it? Eminent domain, right? They did eminent domain over a lot of
Well, Seneca Village was one. Yeah.
Yes, and a lot of people don't know about Seneca Village, which was black. I will agree with you on that shit, man. So yeah, but like Lake Lanier, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like Lake Lanier, if you ever go to Lake Lanier, you will feel some shit there, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you about the shit. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is,
and I will meet you halfway. I'll meet you all the way with that one. Yeah.
The fact that these places are still named casually off of Confederate soldiers, and we hold them in a certain kind of it's so natural and normal, but we wouldn't think that we would balk at a late Hitler. But if things went differently, they could definitely be one. They could be one if there's a Lake Lanier.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, let me ask this question to you guys. You guys are talking about reparations and all that. So, there is approximately 51.6 million Black people in our country. It's about 15 to 17% of our population. So, how much money is each of them supposed to get, roughly?
It would depend.
No, just give a number.
Hold on, relax.
How about ask like who do you want to ask the question to first? Because
I was the only one talking about reparations.
Well, they were both talking about it and mentioning it, but I'm just saying, like, if you give me a number, how much should each person get?
So it's
because
not gonna be
at 10,000 each already, all right, you're looking at $516 billion. Right. Just off 10,000 each.
They spend it on a fucking military screwdriver.
All right, so let's go ahead and add another zero. Now we're at $5.16 trillion just to get them 100,000 each.
Go ahead, Willie.
Watch this, right? I know the Yakubian devil very well. I golf with them. Some of them are my friends, right? So when I'm looking at a Black argument in white America, it has to be something you can sell. I think we could sell a multi-generational tax break, right? Because now we're saying, oh, no. You're not giving NBA YoungBoy no money. No. You're giving tax-paying Black citizens money, right? So now that little 10,000 you talking about, imagine if this was multi-generational. You see how much the number increases? And now it's from the premise of allow us to pay ourselves, right? Because we got the Mexicans and the Asians in California already saying, we ain't have nothing to do with slavery.
Well, talk about the numbers though. How are the numbers going to come back?
Slow down.
That's where I'm at.
Slow down, right? So we have the Mexicans and the Asians, rightfully so, in California saying, we didn't have anything to do with slavery. Why should we have to pay for this check? So that made me kind of rearrange how I would approach the argument. So now I'm saying, allow us to pay ourselves, even at the lowest level, right? The chick working at, what's it called, 7-Eleven or Quick Trip, right? Let's say she make 36. She might be coming home with 26. Do you know what that $10,000 would do for her? Now, imagine me, someone that has a residency at a country club, right? If I got to keep my tax money, oh yeah, I'm adopting some babies. I'm all of the criticisms that CT has, y'all aren't doing anything for the Black community. If I was able to keep my tax money, yeah, I could, I would adopt not only 10 Black babies, but 5 white ones as well. Because I'm concerned with humanity.
I got an
pay
answer.
Like $500 a month in taxes.
I got an answer.
Hey, Willie, I'll bring you back in a minute, Willie. Yeah. I don't know what it's about.
I got an answer. All right. So first of all, we have to look at what Trump is already talking about, giving $100,000 to Greenlanders.
Yeah.
Just think about that. Right. So you have that. You have
not that many people within their population. I mean,
no, but it's still $100,000 for just to take over a autonomous country.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is artificial, like the population. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. So I'm just saying that we can give money away when we want to. We give money away. The rebuilding of Gaza is going to be in the billions, right? Trump is already, he's already doing the Crip walk, and you've seen pictures of him doing it, which is kind of funny. AI.
Told you he was a thug.
Yeah, but it's kind of ill. I have to say, it's kind of crazy. Have you seen this, TT? Yeah. Have you seen this? Okay. Well, anyway.
No, I haven't seen it. Let me see it.
Oh my God.
Trump doing the crib.
Yeah, I mean, not real, but AI, it looks authentic.
I was about to say,
it looks crazy. So anyway, we are at the advent of not only AGI, but possibly quantum computing. There is a way that the algorithm can figure out a way to pay African Americans. It can be done. There are all kinds of financial products that could be considered. You could think of things like allowing your sons or daughters to put $10,000 or $20,000 into their accounts as children, and allow them to access it at 65. Like just let them have 10 grand.
Okay, so what's the number? So you're just saying 10. You're just saying $10,000.
You can't cut me off, and I can't continue really break it down. What I'm telling you is there are all kinds of ways to present financial products, investments to children generationally, where it's not really a lot of money. If you gave 5-year-olds, infants, $10,000 in their accounts, they can't. You're essentially retiring your lineage. And you can't touch that money. So $10,000 for a 5-month-year-old. By the time they're 65, Nvidia stock, AMD stock, that's your reparations. That's very simple. If you just did that, I've already kind of thrown this question at AI, and so yeah, it could be done. There are a variety of ways, whether it's through taxation, education, but off rip, giving young people who are of the lineage $10,000, $5,000, $20,000 in an account they can't touch, and do that generationally. That would change some things,
brother. Now you got to admit, Afro Nerd, I've always agreed with you on reparations. I've done live streams about that, right? I've always said Black Americans deserve what. Now I would admit I said $100,000 million over like a 20-year time period, right? You pay in increments, like per year. I've always said that.
Yeah, so you can retire young people.
Nothing wrong with it.
It can be done. And it's not a lot. It's not really a lot of money if you're giving $100,000 to these green.
Well, $100,000. That would be a $5 trillion bill.
I said $1 million or $2 million over the course of 20 years per person. But the emperor. Let's be honest, bro. America prints the fucking. It's all bullshit, bro. They print the fucking money. They just print the fucking.
I'm saying if they printed another $5 trillion to give Black people $100,000 each, just one time. Do you know how much more everything would cost?
Emperor, think about this, right? Think about this. Now. This is where I agree with Afro. Now, this is where I agree with Afro Nerd. Think about the military spending we do. Like, our defense budget is our main priority. Dude, they have Black budgets in the military, right? You know about a Black budget, right?
Yeah.
A Black 111. What's a Black budget, buddy?
Discretionary funds.
Yeah, it's like a backup funds.
Yeah. They put odds. I mean, like it might be $50 billion into a Black budget. So the thing of the matter is that I agree with Afro Nerd. Hey man, why do I give 50 million Black people like $100,000 every year or whatever it is? Like, so I agree with that shit.
Well, the problem is they don't think it always goes back to, well, we're giving you something for doing nothing. You weren't a slave.
We give Israel money. Yep, I agree.
we gave Israel, or whether it's the Marshall Plan, the building of Europe. Anytime we go to war, we oftentimes have to pay for that war. We're going to end up paying for what you call it.
So the U.S. brings in approximately $4.9 trillion a year.
Okay, what about it?
To give black people, like I said, $100,000, all of them, it would cost $5.16 trillion.
Okay,
that's just for one time. So if we were to give reparations, you were saying every year or something like that, we would go into debt giving black people money. The system would crash.
So
hold on. The system will crash. Everything, all the price of everything will rise, and then our money will be useless anyway.
Okay, yes. Sort of like how things are right now, right?
Except it'd be dramatically, and it would happen very quick.
Let me ask you a question. All right, so Emperor, I'm not disagreeing with you, right? I don't like white bread, right? But we did see JP eating white bread earlier, right? I like marble rye. You know, how much is
like
marble
the
rye
seeds and
bread?
stuff in there?
How much is a loaf of marble rye right now?
It depends on what brand you're getting. Really does.
Really? What, $8, right?
Yeah. How much does it cost to make one? To make a loaf of it? You went and just got some eggs and some bread.
Maybe like 50 cents, maybe.
You know what I'm saying? And then you could probably make a couple of loaves, right?
Yeah, to the loaf.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is this. What does it matter if you give people all this fucking money? Because they're gonna put it right back into the goddamn economy, right?
That's what
now,
you
this is where I will
think.
agree. Now, this is where I will agree with Afro Nerd. Like, all right, so we put it right back into the economy. There is a legitimate argument that blacks are owed money. Their ancient ancestors worked for free. They worked for billion. I mean, God knows how many hours were worked for free back in those days. Like if you did a combined total of all the enslaved people under the United States, right, from 1619.
Well, if you United States,
technically, so we use the United States, Afro Nerd. Now I'm rocking.
Do you guys see how hard this conversation is to have?
No, it's
not really that hard.
No, now hold on for a second. From 1797, when the ratification of the Constitution up until 1865, we're talking about damn near 100 years of free labor, bro. A lot of blacks are owed fucking money. And I've always been a pro reparationist, so I don't know, man.
Well, I said before. I said this ad nauseum.
I'm gonna say those blacks are already dead.
That's
the
not
ones
how it
that
works.
did all the work. Now that's jacked up.
Well, Elvis is dead, bro, and his family eats off of hound dog. How about that?
So all I'm saying is,
now wait a minute. You're skipping over what I just said. Listen to what I said. Elvis is dead, and his granddaughter collects a check for a music she did not perform. Reparations is actually about
royalties is different.
No, it's a state. It's the loss. African Americans have the loss of an estate. We were not allowed to collect assets to pass on to our descendants. So you see in real time, whether it's Jules Verne or any of these authors. What's the author of
they're gonna say prove it, right?
Well, hold on. And we can do that too. And that can be done also.
Some people can, yeah, sure.
No, wait a minute. See, you're jumping without knowledge. On CT on Poppin' Politics, there was some woman on there. One of the hosts said, "Well, how would they be able to figure out who's who?" You have DNA. You have robust documentation from plantations. So when Henry Louis Gates, think about this, Henry Louis Gates with wealthy celebrities can figure out where you come from. He's able to do that. Now that we have AI, he can do it even more effectively. Before, he would have to do it through DNA testing and through documents, microfiche, that kind of thing. Now, AI can do it in who knows how fast he can do it. The excuse of not knowing who is done. The genetics and the robust documentation can tell you who is African American or quote unquote FBA and who is not.
Oh, that's actually easy to tell.
Yeah, but I'm saying now you actually have the technology that can do it, whereas before it would cost money. It would be for the elite to be able to find out where they come from.
No. You don't need technology. You just need to look at their shoes. Like if they're wearing Nike Air Forces or like the Air Jordan 4s, you could tell the FBA. But if they're wearing sandals, you could tell that they're tethers and stuff like that. It's pretty easy how you could tell just by like how big their forehead is. Like Vanta's people have big foreheads, and you could tell by the smell of their food. It's pretty easy.
Okay, this is high pitched
At
arrogance.
111, like we're having like an actual real conversation.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
But when I noticed that on your show, on that show, that the person said, well, how would we be able to do this and that? I said, well, damn, we got AI now.
One thing I will now, Afro Nerd, one thing I will admit, like we don't disagree on damn near nothing. I will always agree on reparations, man, because I'm a capitalist. There was slavery. Slavery has always existed, and you have to acknowledge that 90-something year history, because I know the founders they wanted to end slavery, supposedly, right? But slavery still existed between the ratification until 1865, right? So we're talking about 90 fucking years of history. Bro, there's a lot of money owed, man. And if you want to be completely honest with you, even before that, the French territories, the who else? The Spanish territories, right? Spain had territories. You could even argue that a lot of blacks are owed money from these old colonial powers from like Spain, France, Britain. Britain. Yeah, we already know about Britain. So yeah, I agree with you on that without a doubt. Like unconditionally, I agree with you, and I can't do the math because we have no idea. But look, I agree with you, bro. Like that's a lot of free fucking labor, bro, for a lot of years, man.
Well, look, it's not just the labor; it's also what happened after the labor. When you talk about Jim Crow,
but
Jim Crow. Hold on, Jim Crow. Okay. Jim Crow and all of that documentation where there's legal impediments telling black people that they can't do X, Y, and Z. Why don't you pay for the fact that these children were spat on in 1957? When they were trying to go to white schools, they weren't treated like American citizens. Why wasn't there? There's a deficit because of that.
Yeah, but they're not owed money because of that, right? I mean, that's just
wait. We didn't. Yeah.
I feel like that's reparations worthy.
So, are you saying like they're owed money for that, or?
Yeah, they could be owed that money for that because you were a third-class citizen when you should have been a first-class citizen. There's a deficit between being what you were classified as.
And back in that day, on top of it, you couldn't even take that to court.
Weren't most kids already in segregated schools, whether they were black or white?
Segregated was toward black people, right? It's to keep. It's segregation. Okay. It's separate and equal was not a correct term. It's separate and unequal. It's because that the black schools were underfunded and had all these missing elements that the white schools had. Yeah. So when you're saying, well, we're all American citizens, well, we're not all equal American citizens. There's a deficit. There's so being a second class or third class citizen in the 20th century, when other people are first class citizens, that means 3 minus 1. There's a deficit.
Here's me. Real quick. Here's measly $2 reparations Afro Nerd.
Why is he so angry? I'm just curious. His people receive reparations.
Now hold on for a second.
And yet somebody else getting that kind of due, he wants to belittle it. It tells you a lot. And you know something else I thought about Gimpy, where he's disingenuous when he talked about that were Jewish people and black people, that they had similar roots, that we did it, so why can't you guys do it? I'm reminded that you had a famous Jewish and black coalition during the civil rights movement. And it really happened because Jewish people, bless them, were able to assist black people because black people could not do it in this society. They actually had to gain Jewish assistance to be able to buy property and do certain things because the Jewish movement in white culture was a bit different than black movement. So Jewish people were there to help black people because we could not move freely in American society. That's what segregation means. Jewish people weren't subject to segregation. That's not to discredit them or take away their struggle, but the fact that famously Jewish people had to assist black people. So I don't know what he's talking about. He wants to remix this stuff. And when I talk about the chronology, all of a sudden it's victimhood. It's not victimhood. It's just telling the history. The history is what it is.
Yeah, well, and that's what the Torah is. It's a Jewish history. You know what I'm saying? Old Testament stuff. All right. That's not the New Testament. New Testament is the new history.
Afro Nerd, one thing I would agree with you on is this. There is, or are, whatever one is the right word to use, there is money owed to blacks in this country because there was free labor. There was, without a doubt, free labor. The problem you run across is who deserves it, right? Mixed race people.
They deserve it.
So so that's why I like the fact that California and other places have started commissions where investigative boards or some sort of way to determine or to set up. All right, so we're gonna set up who owes the money, and then I guess push it up to the governor or whatever, right? Or whoever's in charge. I have no idea. I agree with you on this, man. I agree that maybe $1 million over 20 years, if it is, if it goes through the legal channels, right?
The word deserve.
I could be wrong. Like it may be more. It may be more money. I have no idea.
The word deserve is not the right word.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's, if you owe something, you owe something. It's like this qualification. Like this person has to be qualified to get what is owed. Like imagine even someone like Oprah Winfrey would deserve reparations. It has nothing to do with the luck of the draw with her being wealthy. It doesn't work that way because the Emperor, why you like fishing. I'm going to explain why. I don't care whether it's Michael Jordan or any other wealthy FBA person. They are owed something. You still owe the debt.
I agree.
If you're late on your Amazon bill, Jeff Bezos is not going to sit there and say, "Well, I'm a billionaire. I don't really need it." He's going to they have a collection agent. White culture has a collection agency to collect what is owed to them.
Yep.
So multimillionaires and billionaires, if you owe them money, even though they're worth hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yep.
Elon Musk is going to be perhaps the first trillionaire. If you're late on a bill on one of his robots, he's going to send you an invoice. And if he doesn't get paid, he's going to have an infrastructure that's going to demand that money, despite his lot in life. So asking a wealthy black person, "Oh, you don't deserve money because you have money." No. You owe the estate is still owed. So when you say people didn't do the work or you were never a slave, well, you have to dismantle estate law. Most people inherit things from their grandparents, from their forebearers. Black folks wasn't allowed to inherit anything.
Yep.
They're definitely going to tax it.
I don't know if you get.
They're going to tax it as income.
That's not income. It's not income.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me tell you something else.
If you guys are saying that it was unpaid labor, then that's income. They'll tax it. I promise you.
Well,
blah, 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 don't walk back unpaid labor because that's taxable.
No, but this is because of a harm. See, when you pay, I'm going to tell you
work. This is what I'm saying.
No,
if you're supposed to get paid for work, when I go to work, they take taxes out of my paycheck. So I'm telling you, if they do it, they're going to tax it.
It's not
because you're calling it free pay. You're calling it they work for free.
It's not just work, because I don't know if the sexual molestation and the maiming was part of the job description.
Okay, so that would be a criminal lawsuit at a certain point.
Well, that's the premise of reparations, really. Just like we learned from the Jewish people, actually.
Well,
right?
I'm just letting you know that if it's about income and then you're going on pain and suffering, right? Still, it's still income.
No, it's not.
And they're going to tax you on it.
You don't get taxed on pain and suffering settlements. And I know this intimately. You do not get paid on pain and suffering. As a matter of fact, you get paid by annuities. If you get harmed in an auto accident because someone harmed you, there's no tax. That's not income. See, this is not just being paid like you owe someone back rent or something. This is wrapped up in the harm that slavery caused. See, slavery, it wasn't just like you work and you didn't get paid. Your culture was erased. Your name, your lineage, your great father and mother's worked. There's a lot of things that were lost because there was harm done to you. When you go fast forward into Jim Crow was harmed. Because you're black, you can't live here. Because you're black, you can't go to this school. Why not? An American citizen. So it's not just we just
went through stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So
we just forgot to pay you was pretty lame, bro. That's not big. It's larger than that. Oh, I'm sorry. We forgot your last week's check. We'll put it. It doesn't work that way. Slavery, you're belittling what the slavery thing did to us. It's a harm.
I'm not trying to belittle anything. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to put it into a court case without all of the emotion. See, you guys are very emotional about it. I understand that it happened. I understand its history. If it was happening in front of me, I would do everything I could to stop it. You understand what I'm saying here? What I am saying is it's already done and gone. What we can do is we can present a case with evidence. You see what I'm saying? And we can legally stand on business without being emotional. And we can get something done. But it's going to take a conglomeration of like-minded people that actually want to see some change, period. But discussing it isn't getting anybody anywhere unless you're discussing it with people that are trying to do something about it, people that have power, per se, and that can talk to somebody, that can actually put a whisper in their ear, that can make something happen and put it on paper. So if you don't actually have anything physical to represent what you're talking about, the conversation loses its air and validity. We can talk about it, but what are we doing?
HR 40 is the discussion, right? The Cigna and Aetna insurance policies that clearly show African enslaved people being insured is the documentation. Insurance policies, slave rosters. When you talk about quote unquote mixed race people became black people in quotes because they were on the same slave roster as the quote unquote dark skinned black people. So when Dr. Gates goes through your lineage, he sees M for mixed race or mulatto, pardon me, and B for black, but you were still owned by somebody. That is why these people are black people. That's what blackness is in this country. Blackness was an invention of white people. Now we stewarded blackness, black Americans, with the culture and how we got down with liberation is the stewarding of blackness. But blackness, that's why blackness is lineage in America and not dark skin and mixed race and half breed. That's not how that works here.
All right. So make sure you start taking this down and put it in an essay form so people can actually start to derive bills from it.
You're lighting up right now. So, and that's your right. But we're having a real conversation here. You're making light of what this is. I'm not making light of it.
I'm saying like there's an action that could be put behind it. Pen to paper goes a long way.
You bypass because I'm babbling perhaps to you. When I mentioned HR 40, right? When I mentioned Evanston, Illinois, when I mentioned Georgetown, when I mentioned Manhattan Beach, these are incremental reparative movements. So things are happening. But the asking of a check, right? Like even the whole idea of how reparations would work. Well, you know, whether it's mortgage assistance, whether it's student debt cancellation, baby bonds is kind of what I was talking about. There's a whole bunch of things that can be done to all, because what you're really trying to do is you're trying to at least deal with the wealth gap. So it's not about giving a black person $1 million. It's about making sure they have some kind of wealth in their lineage, that they have some kind of wealth building assets.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Now that is still the responsibility of the man to establish and go and seek out these, you know, these resources. Because as a man, we need to be providing resources. So this is something that we have to do as men naturally. Now, if you're saying that there is an inequality in the ability to get these resources. I can understand that. And you're saying that, you know, maybe different demographics of people start off on a better foot or a better leg or whatever you want to call it. That's understandable. But to go as far as saying that, and I'm not against reparations in any sense. I'm just saying to actually implement it, you're gonna have to have a finite number. Okay, you understand that there's 51.6 million black people. That's including the mixes, you know. And then you gotta, how much money do you want to give them? Because if you give them each $100, that's putting you at, you know, $500 million. So we have to think about this kind of thing. So how and then we have to think about how will that impact society if we do it right away in large sums or something like that. How will it affect the society when, you know, other people see black people getting it? Now all of a sudden everybody's black. See what I'm saying? So, you know, this could get out of hand real quick. And if you have some qualifiers set in place at first, right? You have qualifiers, awesome. A lot of people can meet the qualifications though. Not everybody is black, but everybody had somebody black around there somewhere.
That's my point.
I have a question.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
We're not getting reparations because we misdiagnosed slavery. It was always shadow slavery. It was always contractual. We were always prisoners of war. That's why we talk about it. We never get nothing because we misdiagnosed it. We were never getting whipped with chains on a plantation. Like it was shadow slavery. It was always contractual.
Nah, we're talking. Y'all ain't getting shit.
I have a question.
We just, you see how funny that is. You can't really even treat a guy like this. It's almost like a
bro. You guys already get reparations. One of those white nationalists did a calculation of that shit where like it shows that the average black person costs U.S. taxpayers like $700,000 a year. Don't forget, 1/3 out of all blacks have felonies. We have to house all them in prisons and shit that cost a fucking fortune.
That's not even
you
true.
Guys do not, you guys have already. You're a real racist, man. You get to live in the best country in the world. That's your fucking reparations, bro. You already get it, man.
You know, CT.
You already get that joint, bro.
You know, CT is so funny that someone
he
like
want us to
person.
face. Oh, by the way, you're fucked up about the Civil War too. That is not a traitorous flag. That was simply two sections of America that wanted to go different routes, and one wanted states' rights, which I support.
Your own vice president, the vice president of the Confederacy, did a speech, really? a very well-known speech. Well, you know, look, you're immature. You're not a real human.
Go ahead.
So I mean, I it's like a waste talking to you because you're ignorant, you're childish.
No, it's not, bro. I have family
that
fought on both sides. The shit you're saying is false. It's not traitor. If any of the founding fathers were alive during that time, they would have fought for the South. George Washington, Jefferson, all of them. They didn't believe in a strong central government. So I see what you're saying, but like the South, that is not traitor. It was a disagreement. It was a disagreement between two subsections of the United States that wanted to go a separate way, bro. That's what it was. And what's annoying about you blacks is you guys make everything about you with this stupid ass main character syndrome, bro. The Confederate flag was never a message to you guys. It's a message to the Northerner, the Yankee man. You know what I'm saying? It's not about that, bro. No one cares about freeing blacks, bro. What?
There's the historical record. There's your fantasy.
Okay, what's the historical record? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't speak that way, so I find it fascinating. You have to try to.
Would you just shut the fuck up and say what you're going to say? It's not a traitorous flag. Do you have any counter to that? It's not a traitor. It's actually a historical flag of the United States. You dumbass. I get that shit's super liberal now, and you saying that is just a talking point from mainstream liberal media. Oh, it's a traitor flag. It's a traitor flag, and then you run with it on here, thinking that we're just going to gobble that shit up. No, bitch. Fuck what the dumbass mainstream media says, and fuck what your black goofy ass has to say.
Overthrowing the Union is considered traitorous. Number two,
no, it's not, bro. Any founding father, they're all from Virginia too. They would have sided with the fucking Confederacy, bro. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. If you read the Federalist Papers, which you're not a patriot, you're just a shitty, awful commie. The Federalist Papers say that the nation was supposed to be like that. The states should have more autonomy, bro. The marijuana legalization issue shows that the states legalized and said, fuck the federal government. Guess what? On that right there's a practice of states exercising their rights that the Civil War be about. I don't approve of the slavery part. I'm not going to say that. I'm not, you know what I mean? Fighting for slavery, obviously wrong, but less than 6% of them had slaves to begin with. It was just their wealthy elite planter class. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it is. What's up, 111? What's up with your
Oh, what's up, Aaron
so
C?
Hey, what's
I
up?
just want to say
Hey.
that you
Aaron C, I have
know
a question for you.
Yes, sir. How can I help you?
So the question is, why do white people and Gimpy's people look the same?
We don't. They have beady eyes, and if you look up close, they have hooked noses. They don't. Now they can blend in if they're Ashkenazi.
What?
You know, if they're Ashkenazi, they can kind of blend in sometimes. But have you ever been to Israel, kid? Or listen, next time you ever go to LA, go to the LA Jewelry District. It's ran by all of those people, right? And they're all like Israeli. They're like, most of them are tan. Most of them are like tan people of dark, bushy eyebrows and beady eyes. They don't look like my people, man.
So you're saying Gimpy's people were like Black Jesus's people?
Well, it's just not the same people. You know, I could find a light-skinned brother in the U.S. that matches your complexion. Am I going to confuse you for him?
CT,
No.
so CT, I looked up. I looked up how. I looked up more for someone like Arian. I looked up how the Confederate, so how the Confederate actually was traitorous, right?
It wasn't traitorous. I don't care what you say, bruh.
Well, yeah, well,
the war wasn't about you. You think it was all about you because 6% of Southerners had slaves. It wasn't about you, bro. It was between us. It was a brotherly conflict, bruh.
Levying war against the United States, against the Constitution, is considered.
Man, that dude high as hair.
I'm looking at you like y'all's talking some craziness. Now go ahead. What you talking about, bro?
Sir, I'm an expert in the Civil War.
Hold on, let him speak. Let him speak, because he's saying y'all treacherous. So
go ahead.
So when you look it up, getting into the narrow definition of what it means to be traitorous, it says the Confederates levied war against the United States. Southern states seceded unilaterally, which the Constitution does not permit, right? To form a rival government, the Confederate States of America is by its definition traitorous. They renounced their oath to the Constitution.
No, they didn't. It was designed to be temporary.
Many Confederates were former U.S. officials. They had sworn oaths to uphold the Constitution, right? So by definition, they were against the Constitution. They were traitors.
No.
So because I know
one of the Southerners said "fuck the Constitution." Which Southerner said that? What Southerners documented as saying "fuck the Constitution"? So none of them said it. So you're full of shit. You're full of shit.
So it's what they say or what they did. Their action.
They seceded because there was an unjust government that was greedy with money.
You have to say you unalive someone or just unalive someone. See, you're not very bright.
They weren't treasonous. You can say what you want. They weren't traitors. And you know what? You're talking. You know that you're talking to like a stupid ass audience in general here on CT China. Unfortunately, the Confederate battle flag is not even like. You remember the first flag of the Confederacy? Do you remember what that looked like? The Confederate battle flag with the stars and bars, or St. Andrew's cross. That was supposed to just be temporary to differentiate themselves on the battlefield. Long term, even if they won the war, that wouldn't have became like the national flag. The first flag of the Confederacy, you guys Google it. First flag of the Confederacy almost looks just like that of our original Betsy Ross flag with the 13 stars on it.
There's even more. There's even more here. The Constitution does not contain a secession clause. The Articles of the Confederation.
Bro, you can read that stupid shit all you want, bro. It doesn't matter. If the government gets unjust, I have to secede. If the government knocks on my door and says, "Sir, guess what, Mr.
The Supreme Court.
You know, we're taking your dung." No, listen. If the federal agents knock on my door and say,
"You're white, and I just say so."
We've heard enough of your shit. I just shit.
Yeah, you heard
shut
fact.
Your ass up. Sir, listen, we've already heard enough of your.
Hey, bro, you ever seen the American Werewolf in London? This is what this guy is.
That's me, motherfucker. So watch out. So shut up, Dean.
Are y'all ready to talk about why this is important? It's because there was slaves on one side, and they wanted to keep the slaves.
There's actually slaves in the North too. Sir, you're high.
Well, I mean,
slaves in New York
and that's
City
where it got
too,
abolished first, right?
It
And
wasn't
that's what
really
the whole
about you.
war
It
was
wasn't really
about.
about you guys, but you have main character syndrome, so you think it was. But listen, when
I'm not.
Afro-Nerd's
See,
trying-
look.
Afro-Nerd's
I'm
trying
not
to
a main
listen,
character.
Can I just do what listen? Afro-Nerd's trying to say, oh, because they didn't technically follow the rules that are in the Constitution. Guess what, Afro-Nerd? If the federal agent knocks on my door and says, Mr. Varency, you no longer have a First or Second Amendment right. At that point, as an individual, I'm going to secede and start shooting at that motherfucker. And then you know what you're going to say historically? Oh, he broke the rules of the Constitution. He went against the federal agent. You see what I'm saying? So like,
his anger and lack of citation
Dude,
says
I'm not angry. Why are you saying I'm angry? I'm just
Well,
dropping
the
game,
Confederates
man.
wanted
It
to
ain't so much for you. It's for the audience, man.
Aaron C.
You know,
Aaron C.
yeah. Go
Aaron
ahead.
C. Shut up.
He's a
Go
racist.
ahead.
He's a racist.
Shut
He's a
up.
racist.
Listen,
Well, he already
Confederates wanted
admitted
to
that.
secede.
Oh, yeah.
If
Well, he's
California right now wanted to break off from America and become its own thing, that's betrayal. That's
If they
treason.
had
That's
if they had the justification to do so because a government based in Washington D.C. was not being fair or unjustly,
what do you
or
think the
said,
liberals
or
in California would
or
say,
said
Aaron
the
C?
fuck checks and balances and shit like that, and they were to secede and take shit into their own
Aaron
hands,
C.
then they would be
Aaron,
justified in doing
what
so,
do you think
brother.
Seattle
Because
and
guess what? Hey,
Portland? Hold on.
Let me tell you Negroes this. Let me tell you fucking
I know who
Negroes
you're
this.
talking to.
The
Aaron
whole
C.
reason we have this country, the whole
Wait
reason
a
we have this
second.
country, the whole reason we have this country is because we seceded from motherfucking England. You
Y'all don't have this
pieces
country,
of
y'all. This
shit.
is borrowed time.
But think about it.
The whole reason we have this country is
It's all
because we
about
seceded
perspective.
from
It's
another
all about
country.
perspective.
So
I have
you
a
guys could call
question.
them revolutionary
Did black people help with
You
that
call
revolution?
them
and San
secessionists.
Francisco.
Did black people
seceded.
help
They
with that
were given
revolution?
the reason that Trump is not
Did they
constitutional,
what? Yeah, those
and our government
five
has.
Negroes there.
Did they help with the revolution against Britain? Black people.
They help with that joint a little
All
bit.
right, then. Okay, so black people significant in the history you're talking about in general.
Did help y'all
Okay.
We
I
talking
like
about
to
the
just-
cornball. Aaron C's a
I like-
All
swiper.
I'm saying.
Aaron C has
let me
Nick
let me
Lopez's
address.
Let me
penis
make
in his
one more
mouth.
point about black
Let me-
people
let
back
me
in that
address
day.
mulatto
No.
real quick. Let me-
Remember,
let me
they
go
were
there.
killing.
Let me
No,
go
they
there
were
for
killing
Jewish
all the weak black
community real
people.
quick.
No, they
Man,
were
come
killing
on,
all the
bro.
weak little black
my
people, and they
friend.
were breeding big
You
stock
can't
black
address
people. So
me.
trust me,
Aaron C,
those
we can't have a
big.
discussion because you
Yeah,
don't
we
know how
got you
to. You don't know
NFL
how to.
players, man.
You don't know how to have a
Yeah.
two-way conversation. You
So
talk
remember
over
Yes,
that.
I
people.
do.
Remember that.
Mulatto.
No, you
Mulatto.
don't. I was
back to what I was saying.
mid-sentence and you interrupted me and you wouldn't let me finish.
What's a jungle
Like I
panda?
said,
We got Negroes on here.
you are
Bro,
giving
look,
me.
I'm gonna
you're
tell you
giving
two
me this
things.
argument
I'm
that
fully
it
American.
wasn't
See, look,
treason.
Mulatto, he doesn't give a
Hold
shit.
on. You're giving me this argument that it wasn't treason because the government overstepped or overreached. What do you think Portland would say if they tried to secede, or California? You don't think these leftists would say, "Oh, Trump is unconstitutional. He's lost his mind. He's taking away our rights. He's taking away the rights of immigrants"? Of course, that would be the reason they gave. The question is, was it legitimate and was it treason? Yes, technically, they tried to secede from the United States, from the Union. That's treason. And when I see people flying that flag, they're flying the flag of treasonous traitors who lost. They lost the Civil War. Why would you fly the flag? It is treasonous to fly that flag. Where'd he go?
Well, he ran away. I mean, I don't like talking to someone like that because
I gotta say something else. I heard you mention mulatto earlier. You said something about us. You said something about us, Afro Nerd. Keep the mulattoes out of your mouth.
No, okay, well, you don't want to check then, because all I'm saying is that as far as how black is defined in this country, and especially talking about slavery, that quote unquote mulattoes were on that slave roster, just like darker skinned black people.
Okay,
that's how that worked. So I'm just giving the history.
So you want Mariah Carey to get a check? Yeah,
she get a check. No, well, actually,
okay,
her father is Afro, right? So she have to go, you know.
And my dad's family, my dad's family is from Jamaica. So would I get a check?
Through
half of his family, not as full. My dad's.
I mean, are you 3 generations in? Your great grandma here?
I
have no known black roots in America. I have black roots, but they don't start in America. They start
one question.
Well, yeah, well, CARICOM then.
One question.
CARICOM. Hold on, bro. Hold on, man. We interrupted. Let's be men.
No, I got one question for you.
CARICOM would be the Caribbean analogy to what's happening with HR 40 in America. So there's a reparations movement dealing with Britain. Go ahead, CM.
Okay. So I got two half-breed sons. I got a 19-year-old and 2-year-old. So he's half Hispanic, half black, obviously. So you think he would deserve reparations? Because I know he doesn't need reparations because he didn't have the black.
Not about bro. We got to get off this idea of
so Afro. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Hold on, Afro.
Let me answer CM's question.
Wait.
We already know the answer. We already know the answer to that.
No,
yes, they get a check.
Let me answer CM's question because I have a logical answer to that. CM, if you collected the reparations, your family already got it. You collected it for your family, and I think it should be based off of families, not individuals. That way, families can get paid. They'll go more money. See what I'm saying? To the family, and they would have to divvy it amongst their family.
Emperor, thank you for that. Here's my question. To me, this doesn't make sense. Would a mixed race person who's maybe an octoroon, as they call it, someone who's 1/8 black, right? Would they get the same amount as you, Afro nerd? Someone whose life hasn't been substantially impacted, who 7 out of 8 of their ancestors have benefited from redlining, or 7/8, I should say. 7/8 of their ancestry benefited from redlining, maybe from slavery, etc. Do you believe that mulattoes and people who are a quarter black and whatever, that they should get the same amount as a monoracial black person?
Well, first of all, in America, there's hardly anyone that's completely 100% like someone like.
But we know the
right?
we know the genetic studies of African Americans. You're typically about 90% to 80% black.
I can answer the question.
Go ahead.
So what I'm telling you is this: in today's time, when you use terms like biracial, that's more recent, right? But as far as segregation in this country and how black people were treated in totality, they didn't go through this mathematics here. So you did have a one drop rule. So in a segregated community, everyone was living with each other. You didn't have a choice in the matter, right? Just like you didn't have a choice on that slave roster.
You're talking about like Reconstruction era, post-Recon. But prior to that, the reason words like octoroon and mulatto exist is because prior to Reconstruction and the one drop rule being implemented through Jim Crow, yes, there were distinctions between mixed people and black people and white people. There were distinctions,
right? But it didn't stop you from being owned by someone. Sally Hemings was the half sister of Jefferson's wife. She was still catching a wreck in the bedroom with Jefferson and bearing his children and going with him to Paris. She was still an enslaved woman.
Fair enough. So in these reparations, you're saying that someone who
they didn't piecemeal it the way you're saying there. You didn't have.
No, I get that point.
Hold on, this is not. There was preferential treatment. Let's be men, bro. I'm just telling you.
You didn't answer that question.
This I couldn't answer the question because he answered it for me.
So somebody who's, let's say, like you said, who's half black, my son is half black.
I'm saying, will it be the same amount, Afro nerd? You're giving us a history. I don't need that. I'm asking if someone who's a quarter black, who has one black grandparent, will get the same amount as you.
If he's black, yeah. Period. The black experience. The black. You're saying you refuse to deal with what blackness was going back to like past 1985 when we started using the term biracial. Before then, you had people who looked white that could have easily been strung up on the tree branch like a dark-skinned black person, because they're matter of fact, the founder of the Lynch Museum was very fair-skinned. So this whole notion
that's not answer. I'm going to tell you why that's not answering the question, because the reparations would not be paid prior to 1985. We're past that point. The reparations would be paid today. So when you say the black experience, I'm talking about someone now you're
based on lineage.
You're doing Afro nerd.
Go ahead.
You got to let me finish my question. So if someone has 4 grandparents, right? 3 are white, and they have 1 black grandparent. We're talking about 2026. There is no black experience. This kid grows up in the suburbs or whatever, or wherever he grows up, but he's a quarter black. Does he get the same amount? Or I mean, to me, it would be logical, if you're going to argue for reparations, that if you're going to give amounts to people of mixed heritage, especially when you start breaking down into quarters, that they should not get the same amount as you.
It depends on if their parents prior the ones that had the black grandparents, because when you have two sets of grandparents, that means you're going mom and dad, right? So if that parent has claimed reparations, then you wouldn't be able to.
It gets too complicated. That's why I think reparations is a great idea.
Well, I mean, you would
if
just
it's
look at
paid
the
to
birth
children of the
certificate,
slaves, or
because
even
like
the
he would go
grandchildren.
to apply, but his mom would have already done it if she did it, and his mom, it would have told him,
I
"Hey, well,
see.
your mom
That kind of makes
claimed
sense.
it."
That kind of makes
See what I'm
sense.
saying?
Yeah,
So,
one
but
of
if
the
the
parents could
moms
claim
don't
it.
claim it and they leave it for the kids, then the kids can claim it based off their last names. But then guess what?
Yeah.
Their father's name will pop up, or whoever, if they already claimed that reparations.
I
But
think
when you claim reparations, whoever is in your family, when they come to claim it, it'll automatically give them what they're owed. I would say that because your dad goes and you go and he's on your birth certificate, you know what I'm saying? It'll show that your dad did the reparations, so your piece will come out straight to you by being verified automatically if they did it previously. I'm just saying, like, there could be
I
some
think
legal things that are in there that we can make sure it doesn't go to the wrong people, but when the right people
I hear
claim
you, but
it,
part of me,
yeah.
Afro Nerd, wonders at what point Black Americans are going to sort of define what blackness. It seems like every time Black people define blackness, they're using Jim Crow and the white man standard,
And that's
to the
what I'm
point
here
that
for.
to the point that you have no pride. Like, white people would define whiteness. They're not going to say, "Well, the black man thinks that if you got blue eyes, you're white, so I guess you're a white." Like, at what point is there some sort of pride and ownership that you're not letting massa always determine or define what blackness is? I would argue I would feel odd about receiving, if I were to get reparations of some sort, the same amount as someone who can trace their ancestry back to some plantation in South Carolina. Like, that would be weird to me. I'd feel like I was cheating. And just to say what a white man looked at you and he thought, that's not good enough, man.
First of all, we got to go into what you're actually saying. So when you talk about the white man this, the white man that, that's why you're getting reparations, because he made the dictation. He set up the absurdity of race. So the absurdity of race dates back to 17th century definitions. You had racial pseudoscientists that determined this, that created the notion of race. So when you go into what happened in America, we're not talking about what happened. I mean, it went into the Caribbean also, but we're talking about America. American slavery was pretty clear. We did not have.
Okay, what about the white people?
CM, let me finish my point. We can't compare ourselves to South Africa, where South Africa gave you coupons for being 50% and had a designated colored race.
There was no benefit given to mulatto people in plantations. I mean, isn't that part of the joke? The whole house Negro. Oh, you got to be in the air.
You were still a slave. You still didn't have autonomy of movement. You were still getting sexually assaulted by the master. That's what blackness is. Blackness
and you believe
is
that because that was
can I
the
finish
case
my point?
then,
the issue with that you have that I don't have is that blackness in America is not clearly and exclusively a color. It can't be because of the experience in America. So quote unquote mulattoes, which is a dated term, but you like it. Mulattoes, dark-skinned blacks, light-skinned blacks, all these different admixtures is the black experience for the last 200 years. It is a creolized society. America is creolized, but then the subculture of blacks are creolized. The fact that you have all these different admixtures is the reason. That is what blackness is. It's not just your color black. It's like white folks are rarely white in color.
So, but I'm not talking about complexion. Look, I'm married to a South African. I've been to South Africa.
Well, she knows.
Hold on. Even the black people there. Look at Mandela. He was not dark skinned. He was a reddish, lighter color, but he was phenotypically and he was ethnically, genetically black. My point is that you're saying that because in the 1800s and 1700s, a white man looked at the mulatto, and albeit maybe he gave him a job in the house, he wasn't in the field, but still he was seen as black. Therefore, in 2026, the child to a mixed race man and a white woman born in 2026 should be defined as black based on those old Jim Crow definitions. And to me, that doesn't make logical sense. You're actually buttressing the white supremacist claim and you're kind of reinforcing Jim Crow, in my opinion. I believe if reparations are to be paid, it will be paid to those who are, and there has to be a cutoff. There has to be a percentage, and people who can trace their lineage truly to a plantation, to the shores of America and the transatlantic slave trade.
Well, your history is going to dictate who you are. So when they go into your slave rosters and they see your Black life, whether you are quote unquote mixed race or not, is going to be very discernible. Right, because you can't necessarily go by how you look like, because we look at Condoleezza Rice. Condoleezza Rice looks phenotypically Black, but she came up 50%. So you can't even go by that. Black people are Black 50%. Okay. Condoleezza Rice. I think
we wouldn't have known that.
Gail King came up 60%. So Black folks, by their very nature, because
that doesn't negate her Black experience, though.
What? Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you want to go to 2026. All I'm saying is this is a lineage-based claim. And you're going to be able, like someone like Henry Gates, Dr. Skip Gates, he can go through your paperwork and line and your life about who you were being Black, what your paperwork says. Your paperwork says you're Black. Now, if you don't want to collect the check, put it away. I'm mixed. I don't want the check. You can do that.
Afro nerd. That's not the point. My point is that so let's say the aesthetically white person, and this has happened. There have even been white celebrities who do their DNA and find out that they had a slave,
a Black ancestor, right?
A Black ancestor.
Okay, so if you do your DNA, how much percentage?
No, they wouldn't. I'll tell you why.
How much percentage qualifies?
That's not by percentage.
I'm just asking. If you get the DNA back and it tells you got 30% African in you.
Hold on, Emperor. Let him. I'm going to hear this answer. I'm interested to hear.
Okay, it's very easy. Did you live a Black life? Were you a Black person? I can't land.
That's why I brought up my son.
Land a plane. Why can't I land a plane?
Because you're not saying nothing.
Because I'm being interrupted. You don't like what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is, if it's on the record of you being a Black person through your line, now you can say you could be quote unquote mixed race, but if your census says Black in 1930, then you're Black. If you lived in segregation, we see your line, when you see these quote unquote mixed race people, their line's going to pretty much say they were Black people. If you're a white person who has a Black ancestor, but you lived a white life, like all your paperwork basically says white, then you're white.
No,
segregation.
Look, what I'm saying is all your paperwork can say Black, and you have more of a white experience.
I don't know how that's possible.
I live that kind of life. What do you mean? I'm Black.
Yeah, but what do you say you have? You said you're having a white experience. No, what I'm saying is your lineage. If your lineage shows that you are tied to slavery, that's in the conversation. Not about how much you personally suffered. It's about your lineage.
So then it's not about the Black experience. Then
it's connected. The Black.
So it's about your ancestry. I could get with that. 3 generations deep right now. That'll give your great grandma, a daughter of a slave.
We could. I just said earlier that Oprah Winfrey is a billionaire. I still think she's owed. I still think she's owed reparations. That's the mistake, is allowing people to go into how good you. I live well. I'm college educated. I got a couple of degrees. I make good money. I'm not suffering.
Yeah, I can understand how you say they should get reparations, but when I'm thinking it's just like no, but there should be a certain cutoff where when people don't need it.
No, that's not how it works. Let me be very clear with you. No jokes. Best example, if Jeff Bezos, the head of Amazon, is a billionaire, but you owe on your Amazon bill and you fail to pay it, do you think he's going to sit there and say, well, I'm worth $200 billion. I don't really need this money. No, you owe me. How well the station in life does not attach to the bill, the debt. America's in debt right now to China. You think China's going to say, you guys are pretty well off. My bad. You don't need it. Black folks are the only ones put in this position where we're told, because we live well today, that it wasn't sweat, equity, and blood and death to get us here. That's why we're talking this way on Dr. King's birthday. Dr. King took a bullet. Malcolm X took a bullet. Medgar Evers took a bullet. All those people that were 4,000 lynchings. What are we talking about? The fact that you were a second or third class citizen, you don't forget that. Someone who
Okay,
in
so
1955.
Personally, when you say
Not about
second and third class
personally.
citizen, look. See, a first class citizen is somebody that was born here. You know what I'm saying?
That's not what I'm talking
Second
about.
class citizen is somebody that came here.
That's
and
not
is
what I'm
now a
talking about.
citizen.
That's not what it is. That's not what a second class citizen.
This is where my mind is going with it. Why
No,
is
well,
that? Why would I? Why would I do it that way though?
Do you know what a second class citizen is?
Do you know the opportunities that are available for everybody across the board?
They weren't available in 1954. That's why you had to have the Topeka versus the Board of Education.
All that stuff was bound to happen. It had to happen.
There
was no getting away from it.
What are you talking about?
Black people were too prosperous when it was segregated, and they realized that they would rebuild. And so they took away segregation so they could come in easily and infiltrate, which is why people are complaining about the neighborhoods, the hood getting gentrified. That's what that complaint's coming from. That's why they opened up the door.
It's bound to happen.
They opened up the door because they realized the easiest way to keep us is to get us integrated with their system.
Afro nerd, I feel like your qualifications are too arbitrary. You go from like genetics, which is provable science, and rosters and catalogs. Then you move to like experience.
That's what it would
experience,
involve.
which is more like feeling and like that kind of language. It loses me. The other thing I just wanted to say, and I'm going to be out. As many of you know, I also have the Yehudi ancestry. I had kind of a foot in both communities a lot. And Europe and white people never looked at Yehudim as white. And when you look at even Ashkenazi, you look at Jeff Goldberg, who is it? Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park. He looks Middle Eastern. He does not look. A lot of even Ashkenazis have nappy hair, kinky afros. They are not white. This idea that, of course, when people scatter, just like with black people, you take a black family and you drop them in the middle of somewhere. Some will marry white children or white people, and they'll have mixed kids. If they have kids again with white people, they're going to eventually the kids will look white. You can have a variety of looks. That we when Jews were scattered, they mixed. African Jews look African, European Jews look European, but they're not white. I just want to clear that up. They're not white. For the person who had that question, their DNA is Middle Eastern. That's it.
What I mentioned mulatto, and I have difficulty calling you that because it's supposed to be a disrespectful.
Call me mulatto. I like the name. Okay.
Okay. Great. I know.
Thank you, sir.
It's a dated term, but anyway.
Don't be offended for me. You're not mulatto, so don't be offended
well,
for me.
yeah. But,
like
but ironically, I'm not full blooded African either. So
I'm not talking about.
But hold on. The darkest skinned black person, if you shake his tree, a white man's going to fall out.
Absolutely.
What? Right.
Yeah.
In America,
that's how it works.
But
we don't have that's my issue with someone like Chaotic who has his African surname, pointing his finger at people who have names like Johnson, Jenkins, and
So
Williams.
you're saying every single black family got integrated? Every single last one.
I would argue that not every, because there have been DNA studies where not like Oprah, I think, is 99% African. There are, especially when you go to the South,
it's very rare.
There are black people in America who have not, maybe a small percent. I think the average is between 80 and 90%.
I'm
89%. Let me hold on. Since you're speaking on mixed
generation,
people,
they have a white kid, then the white kid has a black kid, and then they keep having black, so they're still considered white. Like I don't get it. You're not making no sense.
No, what I'm saying is
most
when
Black
you're making
Americans are between 80 and 90% African. That's a big difference between that and someone coming out of a white woman's vagina. Their mother is white. And that's the problem with a lot of you pro-blacks that I've always had when it comes to mixed people. You love your mamas, and nobody better ever say anything about your mama. But when it comes to a mixed person loving their mama, you act like you take it personal. And you think you better?
I never say that. I never say
just
that.
like me, nigga. The white man look at you. White man see a black, see a nigga just like me. That's that insecure.
You're making
energy.
Well, I'm not that black person. So all I'm saying is that if you are a black person in this country going through certain issues, if you have to deal. Look, there's two arguments. One is how you deal face value, the policing, how you get a house, how you get a job, and people treat you a certain way based on your phenotype of what they think you are, that's a discussion. That's discrimination based on a perceived African lineage. I don't care how little or how much African you have in you, you're treated accordingly, right? Because we hear of quote unquote mixed race kids today being called the N-word and being treated all kinds of horrendous ways because of the culture. Those people aren't acknowledging you, right? When Barack Obama was running for president, and people and his people were telling him, hey, his mother was white. These racists were saying, we don't care about that. We only go about what we see. So that's what it means to be black, is that treatment.
Honestly,
so
I didn't hear a lot of.
When you go back to
let me just say this real quick, Afro Nerd. Hold on.
Ahead.
A lot of the reason that mixed people are treated that way is because they insist. And honestly, I was around a lot of conservatives. I heard them saying, he's not even black, man. His mom was white. His dad's Kenyan. I didn't hear a lot of white conservatives saying he looks black to me. That was black people saying that. That was Obama himself saying that. White people in 2026 generally don't have a problem with accepting the fact that mixed race people are something different than white, or kind of white and black, or something different altogether. That's something I think the ones holding on to that really are Black Americans. You guys love you some one drop rule.
And that's why my message to anybody that has dark skin, I keep telling y'all, look, don't bring up race at all. Because if you bring it up first, you're the racist.
Well, those who want to be black, right, who have the lineage, are more than welcome to collect that check. If you describe yourself, or if you live a mixed race life, then you may not get that check. That's very simple. But many people,
I don't even know what that means. Live a mixed race life, live a black life, I live in a house with a
I already defeated that living that life.
I don't know what that means.
We already
that sounds like
that.
Tariq Nasheed nonsense is what you're spewing.
We defeated that.
You're taking Tariq Nasheed talking points and you're just regurgitating it.
Let me tell you about the black experience.
You don't like what I'm telling you. All I'm saying
is
that
the black experience.
You don't like what I'm saying, so you want to discredit it.
Hold on.
That in this country, we did not have a mixed race colored community the way that apartheid was worked in South Africa. The racists in this country historically did not give you coupon credit for having white ancestry. You didn't get the credit. In Britain and in South Africa, you got the credit. So in this country, if they do your lineage, many of these black folks that if you look at them, they will be qualified as mixed race, but they never saw themselves that way. They never had that experience because they never had access to white assets. They never had access.
But after, that's where you're losing me. Me being mixed is not about having access to anything. I don't gauge my identity and everything about myself on how white people view me and what white people think. I don't think
it's not about you don't understand because I'm not talking the way you think I am.
Most people don't.
I'm talking.
I get what you're saying. You're saying basically based on the fact that how you were treated, what access you had, how you were viewed as who you are in the eyes of the country that enslaved. What I'm saying is that in 2026 we can either perpetuate.
You're using presentism to explain this.
We can perpetuate superstitions. We can perpetuate superstitions in 2026, or we can evolve. That's my point.
If you looked at Emmett Till looks something like you. Have you looked at Emmett Till?
I have. God bless his soul. Emmett Till.
Blah 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 blah. Emmett Till still got Emmett Till.
God bless
still
Emmett
got
Till.
that. Emmett Till still got that work. Emmett Till was fair skinned with light eyes, and he still was killed not like a 14-year-old. He was killed not like an adult. He was a 14-year-old boy,
and it was horrible. That used to give me. When I saw that picture as a kid,
you're not talking
haunted
real.
Me.
These white folks did not give you credit. And what you're telling me, is like fantasy.
Fair enough. If
so
I put
he's
up my
mixed race now. What do we do now?
And Emmett Till, we didn't like it. That's not the point. But I get your point. If I was in the South, they would have probably done the same thing to me. But I don't
probably.
Listen, they would have. But I don't give a damn as much about white people.
Yeah, but you don't because you're 21st century. I'm not talking. We're talking about.
I can only be in the time I'm in.
But we're talking about.
Afro Nerd, who lived in the past? Afro Nerd.
Look, we're talking
why the Negro got to live in the past, man?
Because it's an estate claim. That's why.
Are you a Pan-Africanist?
So hold on.
Are you a Pan-Africanist?
So well, hold on, I'm going to finish my thought. So what I'm saying is, have that same work when a grandparent passes or a great grandparent passes, and you inherit that property. This is all this is. You're making it more complicated than it is. It is an estate claim. That's all that it is. And if you're making an estate claim, guess what? You got to go in the past to prove that claim. Black folks are the only ones that are told not to do what everyone else is able to do, collect from their estate. So I don't know why this is a complicated issue. The paperwork, it's paperwork, it's genetics, it's a number of things that will qualify you as a black person in the 21st century when you go into your lineage. If you didn't live, or if it shows that you're white, that you were a white person, and you were connected to the slave rosters, you don't get a check. Not complicated.
Okay. You know what? You better believe
We heard you out.
Last question, Afro Nerd. How much are we talking here? Because this may determine whether or not I want to link arms.
That's what I was saying.
This is what I'm talking about. I know it or not. That's the question. How much are we talking?
It matters.
What kind of check you talking about, bro?
It matters.
How much? What's the number? I'm sure that you and Tariq, you guys have calculated.
I'm not a follower of Tariq, believe it or not. Right? I just believe.
Come on, brother. You can shoot straight with me, my man.
I already crunched the numbers for you.
per black.
I just told you how much money it was going to cost. If you want every black person to get $1 million, right, it's going to cost.
He said $1 million?
51 trillion.
I didn't say that.
Afro Nerd, what's the number? What do you think is a fair number for every black American? Everyone mixed, everybody. Go ahead.
I wouldn't want a set figure, right? Because there are different
mitigating.
There are different financial products you have access to, right? So whether it is baby bonds, and I mentioned before, you give a kid, an infant, $5,000 and let them not be able to touch it until they're 65, you essentially retire that person. It's like a retirement account on top of a retirement account. We're talking about trying to address wealth gaps, right? So you're dealing with wealth gaps. $5,000.
But I thought that's not about child. That. You said even Mayweather gets one, so it's not about wealth gaps. Which is it, Afro Nerd?
Finally, you guys caught the contradiction. That's why I was calling them on it.
It's not a contradiction.
It is, because you just said Oprah deserves one, but that gives a bigger wealth gap. What are you talking about?
No.
I got it in the live stream. Well, go ahead.
What I'm saying is, children can get a baby bond. Adult might be able to get a help on tuition, or
what would I get?
Or first home assistance program. There are a number of ways besides a check, right? So there should be incentives. There should.
For me to be black, I need a check. You know what I'm saying? Give me that money.
I thought you was mixed now. Look, see how the mixies will flip over if there's money?
Oh, no,
look at that. See, look at this. Yeah, got him too. Yeah. All right, Chaotic. You ready?
There are multiple.
Final thoughts, guys.
There's multiple ways.
I got one question for Afro Nerd, and I've been wondering this since I was first seeing him. Are you a Pan-Africanist?
Yes, he is.
I'm not. It depends.
Do you believe that?
I used to be until I met someone like Chaotic.
Do you believe that we're indigenous to every land, including America, as far as American Indians?
I don't think we're.
Indian, I can show you.
I don't think we're indigenous to this to America. I'm not.
You're Pan-Africanist. We are indigenous. I have proof.
I'm indigenous for sure.
That my people got reclassified.
Do you believe you're an Israelite, Afro Nerd? Are you a Hebrew
Israelite?
Led
by people,
I'm not a Hebrew Israelite.
I'm not that either.
You don't even know what a 501c3 is, more than likely, but.
All right. Last words, guys. What are we doing here?
I'm glad that you know that you're not a Hebrew Israelite and you're not an indigenous American, unlike CM, who's obviously confused about who he is.
No, I'm not. Again, I'm not confused about who I am. I'm
very
confused.
Very
confused. American Indian. Look it up.
I would say everybody's confused, but you got to choose a side, mulatto.
I'll choose the side once I find out how much money we're talking.
Okay. No, because you got to vote. You got to vote, though. You got to vote, though.
This is
so you think black people?
He got to get it from Britain anyway. He's connected. He's connected to the Caribbean line, so forget it. Go to CARICOM. They got a CARICOM. He'll be in line in CARICOM.
All right, let me get my last words out. All right, look, I appreciate you, CT. Thank you for having me on. As usual, it's a good show. We both agree on a lot of things, but don't worry, I'll win you over. I'll win you over.
Thank you so much, man. I'll be back tomorrow, guys.
Salute, CT. Appreciate you having me on.
Yep. Peace. Thank you so much. I will be back tomorrow, guys. Salute to you all. Malalo, have a good one, bro.
You too, brother.
All right, peace. All right, guys. I will be we'll be back tomorrow, guys. Have a good one, guys. Peace. Salute. I'm trying to find the overlay for this one. Where's it at? It's not here. Is it this one? All right, guys. Have a good one, guys. Peace.